Chapter 181 Heavenly Blue Book Version 1.0 Blue Star Heavenly Palace. Thousands of immortal lights diffused, emitting a glimmer of golden light, and auspicious clouds cover the ground, making the heavenly palace looming. A looming palace, emitting golden light, makes people want to kneel down and worship. Inside the Lingxiao Palace, Yingzheng stretched lazily, looked at the grand blueprint on the table, and nodded with satisfaction. As soon as Yingzheng stretched out his hand, the treasure map automatically rolled into a ball and appeared in his hand. He came to the side hall of the Lingxiao Palace with the treasure map, which was also his resting place. Without stopping, he walked towards a side couch next to it. In the side couch, a statue of a god more than 100 meters high stood here. It was the golden statue that the human world worshipped day and night. After years of worship, it had become a habit. After arriving in heaven, he was named the Jade Emperor by the Father God and commanded the creatures of Blue Star. He immediately moved the golden statue of Qin over. Although he had better materials, he never changed it. This one had been with him since he had not practiced cultivation. At that time, he was just an emperor in the human world, managing a country. Now, he manages the 5 realms of Blue Star. And there will be even 6, 7, and 8 realms in the future. Facing such a huge number of people, it is not an easy task to manage them well. A small decision may cause huge turmoil on other planets. You must be cautious when doing things. Be more cautious. Yingzheng has been an emperor for thousands of years and knows the truth. If you want to manage the people of the world well, rules and regulations are crucial. The strong make rules and the weak abide by them. And the world can be governed well. The country has its own laws. The family has its own rules. And the heaven naturally has its own rules, also called the heavenly rules. The positions in the heavenly court are very important. It is better not to choose them. If you choose them, you must choose them well and contribute to the creatures of the 3 realms. The creatures of the 3 realms refer to multiple realms in general. It is taken from Lao Tzu's Tao Te Ching. Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. And 3 gives birth to all things, implying that there will be more worlds in the future. In recent days, Yingzheng has been formulating the heavenly rules, organizing administrative diagrams, management systems, job responsibilities, integrity agreements, selection system specifications, etc. If these things are not formulated, the heavenly court will not be opened. Of course, this is also the will of the Father God. The Father God told him that there was originally a very complete system. But the times are changing, and the things of that era are obviously not suitable for the current Blue Star. Moreover, the Father God told him to keep pace with the times, not to be disconnected from the 3 realms, to ascend to the throne of the heavenly emperor from the crowd, and to return to the crowd frequently. Yingzheng combined his experience of more than 200 million years and the changes in the human world, and finally formulated the Heavenly Court Blue Book 0.9 version. Today, it is finally finished. The first thing after writing it is, of course, to let the Father God review and correct it. Only when it reaches version 1.0 can the heavenly court be opened and the gods from all sides can be summoned. Yingzheng bowed respectfully and placed the blue book in front of the statue, waiting for review. After a while, the blue book burst into golden light, and a large golden word appeared on it. Read. Yingzheng bowed again, took the blue book back to the palace, sat on the throne, and slowly unfolded the blue book. Looking at the guidance given by the Father God, Yingzheng made some revisions, marked the unreasonable parts, and explained them. It was sent for review again, and after several rounds of review, the revision was finally completed. The 1.0 version of the Heavenly Court Blue Book was officially released. Yingzheng looked at the blue book with millions of pages, and divided it into countless detailed outlines. There is no need to ask for instructions for this. Just bind some of the regulations in the blue book outline into a separate book, just like the management regulations of the heavenly court, the code of conduct for gods and immortals, etc. Several major categories are bound separately, which is also convenient for handing over to the leaders of various departments. With all the preparations completed, the heavenly court will officially get on track. Yingzheng returned to the side courtyard at the back, worshipped the Father God, and placed the heavenly rules in front of the statue. The heavenly rules turned into countless golden lights and merged into the heavenly way. As long as it is a realm after the tribulation period, You must abide by the heavenly rules. This is prepared for the heavenly monks above this level. The current heavenly way is synchronized with the Blue Star family. As long as all the star people who join the Blue Star family reach the tribulation period, they must abide by this heavenly rule. As the heavenly laws turned into golden light, all the cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage and above realized the heavenly laws in their minds, knowing that their future behavior would be supervised by the heavenly court and heavenly Tao, and that those who violated the heavenly laws would be severely punished. Some cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage had uncertain expressions. They were used to the freedom between heaven and earth, so they naturally did not want to abide by the heavenly court and heavenly laws. Nor did they want to join the heavenly court. They just wanted to stay in heaven and earth more. How good it is to be here. They are the top cultivators in the human world. After arriving in the heavenly court, they will be arranged by others, and may become the younger of the younger brothers. These cultivators are thinking frantically about how to avoid ascending to heaven, and continue to cultivate. Also, how can I go to heaven later, and stay in the human world for a longer time, when I have had enough? It won't be too late for me to ascend again. Of course, many monks were overjoyed. They had waited for 1,000 years, waiting for the news of the opening of the heavenly palace. And finally there was the latest progress. One day in the heavenly palace is 1 year in the human world. Ingzheng could not feel the passage of time in the heavenly palace. But 3,000 years had passed in the human world. 3,000 years. The world has changed dramatically, and the human world has long been man-made. In terms of technology, there has been some progress, and some scientific and technological theories have been transformed into results. But antimatter energy has not made any progress. And time and space have some results. Human scientists have some product results. After all, they developed space rings in the early years, and are relatively familiar with space. The space inside the space ring has been further expanded. Living things can be stored in the space ring, which involves the issue of time passage, and is also the only progress of the human race in time. There is also space jumping. It can perform short-distance space jumping, and the mobility of the spaceship is further improved. However, due to energy problems, it is still impossible to jump long distances to avoid running out of energy and getting lost in space during the space jump. Human world. A man sat in front of a grave, looking at his dead wife, and kept muttering about the past of the two. The world has changed dramatically, and the cultivation of immortals has not progressed but regressed. Everything seems so fragile in the face of time. Lin Hao drank wine and fell in front of the grave from time to time, recalling the past time of the two. He was still there. She was not. Since the last attack, Lin Hao has been practicing hard, and opportunities have continued to come, and his realm has soared all the way. Facts have proved that geniuses are always geniuses. He knows very well that his wife has been reincarnated for countless times, and since the last time, he has never paid attention to her reincarnation. Coming here, he is also a little nostalgic for the past. Lin Hao's mind moved, and he came to a cemetery again. He sighed slightly, looked at his friend's tombstone, placed some offerings, and narrated the things when they were children. The two grew up together. Some martial arts, until the spiritual energy revived. The dinosaur park was in danger. Met by Muin at the martial arts competition. Met Sister Xiaobai in the space secret realm, and trained apprentices. These piles of things passed quickly in his mind. The only good friend also turned into dry bones, and reincarnated 1,000 years ago. He knew that Cheng Yuan had been working hard, whether it was talent or opportunity. The infant was damaged in that battle, and no longer had vitality. Lin Hao murmured, I hope we can still be brothers in the next life. On second thought, the reincarnated Cheng Yuan is no longer Cheng Yuan. It is said that eating the red spider lily by the forgotten river can awaken the memory of the previous life. But what is the meaning? Time has diluted everything. Can the reborn Cheng Yuan and the 1,000-year-old Lin Hao still have such a good relationship? No one knows. Even Sister Xiaobai has lost her trace. It is said that she has ascended to the spirit world, and the beast world has been renamed the spirit world. Lin Hao looked at the vast world, but he no longer had any friends. The only thing that kept him company was cultivation. Suddenly, he realized the message from the heavenly principle, flew somewhere silently, continued to cultivate, and waited for the heaven to open. Heaven. After Ingzheng communicated with his mind, he arrived at the 33rd heaven. Chapter 182 Taishan Lao Jun. Ingzheng looked at the old man in front of him, and said respectfully, Greetings to the Lord of Tao and Morality. Looking at Yingzheng's salute, the Lord of Tao and Morality slightly dodged the salute. Then he smiled and said, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. The old Taoist has seen your majesty. Yingzheng was not surprised, and still bowed respectfully to the Lord of Tao and Morality. And the other party dodged again. Yingzheng bowed to the other party again, and the Lord of Tao and Morality did not dodge. Once and twice. It can't be repeated. If he dodges again, it will be a bit embarrassing. The Lord of Tao and Morality looked at Yingzheng, sighed and said, Why does the Emperor of Heaven need to do this? I already know the intention of the Emperor of Heaven, and will definitely cooperate. That's all. The Tao Tianzuan's mind moved, and a figure appeared beside him. This person was 3 points similar to him. The old Taoist held a whisk in his hand, looked at the two people in front of him, and said, Blessings to the Heavenly Venerable. Taishang Laojun has seen the Emperor of Heaven and Tao Tianzuan. Yingzheng was shocked. What kind of means is this? They are all quasi-saints. And Tao Tianzuan can actually do this. The clone that was transformed actually also has the golden immortal realm, and obviously has his own ideals. It is completely another person. Yingzheng hurriedly said, Laojun, there is no need to be polite. I hope you will teach me in the future. Seeing that his goal was achieved, Yingzheng said a few polite words to Tao Tianzuan, and took Taishang Laojun to visit the 34th and 35th heavens. Lingbao Tianzuan and Yuanshi Tianzuan saw Taishang Laojun beside Yingzheng, and their eyes changed slightly. After a few polite words, Yingzheng took Taishang Laojun and flew to the 10th heaven again, passing through the West Heaven Gate to the Buddhist world. After arriving at the Buddhist world, they flew to the 33rd heaven. The other 4 Buddhas were here, and Yingzheng chatted with Tathagata Buddha for a few words. Looking at Taishang Laojun beside Yingzheng, several Buddhas had a little ripple in their hearts, but their faces were normal, and no changes could be seen. Yingzheng walked around and took Taishang Laojun back to heaven. He did not give Laojun any position, but gave Taishang Laojun the Tushita Palace among the 36 heavenly palaces. Tushita Palace is also a palace ranked at the top among the 36 heavenly palaces. Yingzheng gave another piece of the cosmic wonder to Taishang Laojun. Yingzheng was not trying to win people's hearts, but to exchange gifts. This was also to thank the ambassadors sent by Taoism. The main body of the heavenly court must belong to Taoism, which is one of the guidelines of the heavenly court. He is the Emperor of Heaven, and the 3 pure ones are the supreme elders of the heavenly court, and they also belong to the heavenly court sequence. Yingzheng is in the initial stage of the quasi-saint realm, which was forcibly promoted by the Father God. With a later cultivation, his realm must be inferior to that of the founder of Buddhism and Taoism. To reach the quasi-saint realm, the competition is the perception of the great Tao. In other words, as time goes by, he is far inferior to the quasi-saints such as the 3 pure ones and the Tathagata Buddha in terms of cultivation. These people concentrate on cultivation, while he needs to deal with all things in heaven and earth. To advance to the realm of saints, one needs to reach the realm of perfect quasi-saints from the initial stage. After advancing to the perfect stage, one can be promoted to the position of saints with the merits of the universe. Therefore, the first task of these quasi-saints is to cultivate, and to cultivate to the middle stage of quasi-saints, and to create power in the later stage, so as to gain the power of great merits in the future. Tathagata Buddha is already in the middle stage of quasi-saints, and the remaining 4 Buddhas are in the early stage of quasi-saints. The 2 Tianzuan of the 3 pure ones are in the middle stage of quasi-saints, and the highest Tao Tianzuan has reached the late stage of quasi-saints. In other words, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lingbao Tianzuan of the 3 pure ones will eventually establish their own power. This will happen sooner or later, and the 9 quasi-saints will inevitably have a secret fight, which is something that all saints know well. Why did Yingzheng visit all of them? It was also for the sake of justice. It is true that the heavenly court is the highest administrative body in the 3 realms, but there is only one Yingzheng in the early stage of quasi-saint. There are 8 quasi-saints in Buddhism and Taoism. We are all quasi-saints. Why should you be in charge of heaven and earth? Yes, it is true that the Father God has ordered everyone to assist the operation of the heavenly court, but there are many ways to assist, and how to assist is very particular. So the first thing Yingzheng did was to visit the Lord of Tao, who is the head of the 3 pure ones, and the number 1 boss behind the heavenly court. He is also the highest level being on Blue Star, and the only one in the late stage of quasi-saint. Another point is that the Lord of Tao is most like Laozi before his incarnation, and is also the most benevolent one. as long as he asks for something. The Lord of Daud will certainly help. Moreover, the Lord of Daud does not need to build up power, and will not conflict with the heavenly court, because the Taoist sect is considered to be the Lord of Daud's power. So the first stop was to go to the 33rd heaven, and he got help as he wished. Everyone knows the status of the Lord of Daud, the boss of the three pure ones. Even the Tathagata Buddha has to call him a teacher, without Lazi explaining the Tao to him. The Buddhist sect would not have given birth to 5 quasi-saints. So when Yingzheng took Taishan Laojun to visit quasi-saints everywhere, he was also telling everyone that the Lord of Daud stood behind me and incarnated into the heavenly court. Everything behind this has its meaning. Yingzheng is not only planning the Blue Book, but also thinking about the future development path. The heavenly palace belongs to Taoism, but not completely to Taoism. On the other hand, Taoism belongs to the heavenly palace, but not completely to Taoism. Except for the Lord of Tao and Tathagata, other quasi-saints will inevitably have to create power, support direct disciples, etc. in the future. There will be countless disputes in the future. This is inevitable. So Yingzheng did not give Taishan Laojun any position, and it would be wrong to give him any position. As long as Laojun stands in the court of the heavenly palace, he represents everything. Yingzheng knows all this very well. Yingzheng also has the greatest magic weapon. That is the Father God. Everyone knows this. So the face-saving work must be done to the fullest. As the saying goes, everything is difficult at the beginning. And now with Taishan Laojun, it has made a good start. Next, a versatile person is needed to balance the power relations of all parties, and recruit some geniuses to return to the heavenly court for training. In addition, to convey the will of the Emperor of Heaven. This person's realm cannot be too bad. He must be versatile, popular, and capable of doing things. Such a person is very difficult to find, which is equivalent to the position of the Emperor of Heaven's secretary. Yingzheng wanted to find such a person between heaven and earth. Closed his eyes, and began to deduce. Taishan Laojun stayed in the Tushita Palace, and began to deduce the road that suits him. He is indeed an incarnation of the Lord of Morality. But he has his own independent thoughts, and wants to find something to do. After all, he will stay in the heavenly court for a long time, to come to balance the situation in the heavenly court. Taishan Laojun thought for a moment, took out the cosmic wonder fragment sent by Yingzheng, and secretly marveled. Yingzheng is really the most popular person in front of the Father God. Except for the Taoist Lord who has 2 pieces. Many quasi-saints only have 1 cosmic wonder fragment, which they use to make their own innate spiritual treasures. Yingzheng actually gave him a piece casually, worthy of being the most popular person. Taishan Laojun took the cosmic wonder fragment and began to refine it. After a while, a yin-yang bagua furnace appeared in front of Taishan Laojun. The bagua furnace absorbed a trace of the heart fire of the creatures of heaven and earth, and became a special flame samadhi true fire. The flame is divided into 3 sections, divided into upper, middle and lower sections. The upper one is the king fire, the middle one is the minister fire, and the lower one is the people fire. It can refine and burn all substances. To extinguish the flame, only the purest water in the world can restrain it. Taishan Laojun still decided to take the path of alchemy and weapon refining. These 2 paths are auxiliary paths, which can assist the main body to have 2 more secondary professions. At the same time, Yingzheng looked at a cultivator in the human world and smiled. Yingzheng's mind moved, and a clone flew out of the sky gate and turned into a cultivator and descended to the human world. Chapter 183 Qinglian Layman. Human World Tang Dynasty. Yingzheng looked at the changes in the human world and felt a lot of emotion. 3,000 years. Just a flick of the finger. If you don't become an immortal, everything in the world is just a passing cloud. Yingzheng wore a blue satin robe, a jade belt around his waist, and held an ivory folding fan. What a handsome young man. His realm was neither high nor low, and he was in the stage of transformation of spirit. He walked towards a wine house. The endless stream of people seemed very lively. Looking around, the lowest realm here was also the golden elixir stage. However, no one flew. The magic circle in the sky was confined, so that those below the Mahayana stage could not fly. With a shout from somewhere, "Go! Layman is coming!" The crowd on the street ran towards the largest store in front of him. Yingzheng slowly walked through the crowd, and the people around him seemed to be non-existent, allowing him to walk to the front. The curtain of the restaurant was very large, and it looked very imposing. larger than the nearby stores combined. You know, nowadays, Blue Star has long been a land of gold. And every inch of land is ridiculously expensive. Being able to occupy such a large area is enough to prove its strength. On the gold-plated plaque of the restaurant, there are several large characters Zuixinla written in a dragon-like and phoenix-like manner. At this time, the curtain was wide open, and it was very lively inside. The store occupied an area of only 500 square meters, but there were tens of thousands of people inside. This involves space application technology. It looks small from the outside, but the space inside is a different world. Thousands of people sat cross-legged on the mats, listening to the monk in the front explaining the way of cultivation. The lowest level of these monks was the golden core stage, and the higher ones reached the spiritualization stage. They all looked at the man in front with admiration. This man was dressed in white, looking extraordinary and elegant, with a sword on his waist, which made people feel good. He looked at everyone and slowly talked about some problems in cultivation. The monks below, including Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism and even some warriors, were all in the bottleneck period of various realms. Yingzheng transformed into a handsome young man, and asked a man next to him with some curiosity, "Dao Yu, who is this man?" The man looked unbelievable, and then looked at Yingzheng with contempt and said, "He came back from an alien planet." "Right. Well, I grew up on an alien planet, and just returned to the main planet. I saw that this place was very lively, so I came to take a look." Yingzheng didn't care and said with a smile, "Oh, that's no wonder. Let me tell you." The man pointed to the monk in front and said, "This person is one of the new generation of the chosen sons. Every 1,000 years, 30 chosen sons are born in the human world. Do you know this?" Seeing Yingzheng nod, the man continued, "This person's name is Li Bai, and everyone respectfully calls him Qinglian Jusher. The chosen sons have their own differences. Li Bai is a great scholar of the new Jin dynasty. He is not only proficient in Confucianism and Taoism, but also in Taoism, martial arts, and even Buddhism. 300 Tang poems. Each one is a classic and widely circulated. It can be said that he can speak fluently. Each poem contains the talent of heaven and earth, which can improve the state of mind of the cultivators and help them break through the bottleneck of cultivation. You see these cultivators here. They have all reached the bottleneck of cultivation and cannot break through. They come here to listen to the explanation of Qinglian layman." Yingzheng said with a little doubt, "Is it effective?" The man said contemptuously, "Please remove the word. Qinglian layman is very talented and his character is also worthy of everyone's praise. He holds activities like this in various places, all for free, without charging a penny. If we talk about the most popular cultivator in the entire Blue Star, Qinglian layman must be on the list, regardless of status or realm. As long as you ask him, he can explain it to you in detail, and he is loved by everyone. Even the dynasties and sects regularly want to find Qinglian Jusher to explain to their monks. But Qinglian Jusher is very carefree, and whether you can find him depends entirely on fate. There are also forces that want to harm him. But Qinglian Jusher is extraordinary and has many friends." Yingzheng stood and asked, "Many? How many?" "Countless. It is said that a powerful force kidnapped Qinglian Jusher's relatives and wanted to threaten him. Qinglian Jusher was furious and called on his friends to rush over thousands of Mahayana monks from all over the place to destroy the other sect. It was quite terrifying. Even some dynasties and sects have publicly announced that anyone who dares to harm the Qinglian layman is his enemy and will be attacked with all his strength." Yingzheng listened with great interest. Although he could get all the information by just deducing it, he still wanted to listen because of his evil interest. Yingzheng disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared somewhere in the venue, sitting cross-legged on the ground. No one around him felt strange. The man who just explained to Yingzheng suddenly improved his realm by 1 level, breaking through from the 6th level of the Jindan period to the Yuaning period. The man was overjoyed. He didn't even hear the specific content of the layman's explanation, but his realm improved so much. He lives up to his reputation. Suddenly, I remembered something. Did I explain something to a man just now? How come I can't remember what the other person looks like? After a while, I even forgot about this matter. Li Bai's description was so vivid that he didn't notice that there was an extra person in the field. However, as time went by, Li Bai looked at Yingzheng's position with a little curiosity. This made Yingzheng secretly marvel that he could detect the abnormality so quickly, which was a bit interesting. After a while, after Li Bai finished his explanation, He began to explain the current problems of the cultivators present one by one, without any airs, making people feel like bathing in spring breeze. No wonder he has such a good relationship with people. His realm has reached the level of a great scholar, equivalent to a cultivator in the tribulation crossing stage. He chatted with a group of gened and stage cultivators with great interest, and explained the way of cultivation to others. He is a wonderful person. Li Bai was about to walk away from Ying Zheng, but he saw nothing in front of him. Where was the person? He even forgot what the other person looked like. Li Bai looked normal, but he was very shocked. Who was this master? As a cultivator in the tribulation period, it was impossible for him to have hallucinations and forget people's appearances. Unless the other person's realm was too high. So high that it was scary. When Li Bai was thinking, a sentence came to his mind. See you later. Li Bai was happy in his heart. This was to meet a master. He was carefree by nature, but extremely proud. Facing the solicitation of various forces, he disdained it. He wanted to be an official, but he didn't want to be an official like ordinary people. He wanted to be a high official. What is an official in the human world dynasty? If you want to be an official, be an official in the heaven. Every scholar has a turbulent heart. Maybe he appears to be gentle and refined on the surface, but he has a wild and unrestrained heart. He once vowed, I will apply Guan and Yan's ideas, plan the emperor's tactics, exert my intelligence, and be willing to assist, so that the world will be stable and the three realms will be clear. He wanted to assist the emperor, so that the world would be stable and the four seas would be peaceful. If you want to assist, you must assist the highest emperor, the emperor of the human world dynasty and the sect. He felt that he could not display his talents. Although Li Bai was very curious in his heart, who was this master who could make the cross-disaster period unable to remember his appearance? The heaven was not opened, and he could not ascend to a higher realm. He did not dare to think, but he still explained it to many monks in a very principled manner. After 3 days, the activity finally ended. Li Bai suddenly had an epiphany and flew towards somewhere. Chapter 184 Tai Bai Jinxing. Layout. Li Bai looked at the master standing in the distance and said quickly, I've kept you waiting for a long time. I hope you will forgive me. Ying Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Good. There are principles. If the other party really chased after him regardless of everything, he would really look down on him. Ying Zheng smiled and said, no problem. What is your ambition in this life? Li Bai heard the other party's question, thought about it, and said carefully, applying Guan and Yan's talk, planning the emperor's tactics, exerting his intelligence, willing to assist, so that the world will be stable and the three realms will be clear and unified. This is just a casual question. From the deduction, this person is the most suitable. The other party is called Qinglian Jusher, and can be regarded as a Taoist. Ying Zheng restored his true form, looked at Li Bai and asked calmly, would you like to go to heaven with me? Li Bai was surprised, and then overjoyed, and hurriedly said, to see the emperor of heaven. It turned out to be His Majesty Ying Zheng. This is the emperor of the human world that he admires the most, and is also the current emperor of heaven. He dreamed of being born in the Ying Zheng era. So when faced with the emperors of various dynasties recruiting him, he did not go, just waiting for the heaven to start, whether there is a chance to join the heaven. Unexpectedly, His Majesty specially recruited. What Li Bai thought in his heart, Ying Zheng naturally saw it in his eyes, and the tribulation period was no secret to him. Today I will confer you the title of Tai Bai Jinxing, the head of the 28 constellations, as my special envoy, to convey my orders and assist me. Are you willing? Li Bai was overjoyed. Prosperous, the head of the 28 constellations. Venus is in charge of killing, and the special envoy is also the secretary of the Emperor of Heaven. He is close to the Emperor of Heaven, and is both civil and military. Satisfied? Very satisfied. Tai Bai Jinxing said quickly, thank you, Your Majesty. I am willing. Ying Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Good. The heavenly palace has not yet opened. You need to return to the heavenly palace to be sealed, and then you can break through the realm. Follow me back to the heavenly palace. Li Bai immediately said yes. Li Bai did not hesitate at all, although he still had many friends in the human world and did not say goodbye. As a special envoy, he could return to the human world at any time, which was a small matter. Ying Zheng waved his hand, and the two appeared in the heavenly palace in an instant. Tai Bai Jinxing looked at the fairy air in the sky and the magnificent palace. His eyes were a little dazed, Was this a special recruitment into the heavenly palace? The two soon arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. Ing Zheng sat on the throne and officially conferred the title of Tai Bai Jinxing on Li Bai and awarded him the Tai Bai Mansion. As the Jade Emperor officially conferred the title, Tai Bai Jinxing's attire changed, and the immortal energy in the sky poured into Tai Bai Jinxing's body. His realm quickly broke through the realm of true immortals and reached the early stage of the realm of mysterious immortals. Tai Bai Jinxing held a whisk and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ing Zheng said casually, "No need to be polite. The heavenly palace has not yet opened, and there are no craftsmen to build the immortal palace for you. Now you need to gather some skilled craftsmen. There are also these materials to go back and have a look. The heavenly palace will be officially opened in 30 days, and more preparations need to be made." Ing Zheng stretched out his hand, and several meters of information appeared in his hand. After handing the information to Tai Bai Jinxing, he told him a few things before letting him leave. Looking at the back of the other party, Ing Zheng stretched his back lazily. After having a secretary, it was different. Tai Bai Jinxing quickly memorized the information and had a detailed understanding of the various positions, rules, etc. in the heavenly court. What is a secretary? This is the chief steward of the palace. He has to do everything and think about everything. He is the iron confidant of the Emperor of Heaven, so his status is extremely high. There are limited positions in the heavenly court, with a total of 108 immortals and 365 positions of gods. These positions enjoy the bonus of the heavenly court position. Some gods can hold multiple positions and enjoy multiple bonuses. Each position can receive a salary, which is the power of merit and immortal stones. Tai Bai Jinxing is a high-level position in the heaven, so he can enjoy the bonus of high luck, so that he can successfully break through from the period of crossing the calamity to the early stage of Xiantian. In the following days, Tai Bai Jinxing was very busy and frequently traveled between various circles. First, he went to the human world to hire some skilled craftsmen and let them work in the heaven as craftsmen. The craftsmen must be the top masters in the human world, and they must be human race to have the opportunity. For some craftsmen, such an opportunity is a good thing that falls from the sky. Almost no one will refuse it, because the craftsmen who go to the heaven can bring their immediate relatives and craftsmen apprentices with them. These craftsmen are basically in the Jinden stage, and some are in the Yuaning stage. They have no chance to ascend to heaven in this life. But now the opportunity has come. Of course, once they reach heaven, they can only live in the first heaven. There are 4 continents in the first heaven of heaven, namely Dongsheng Shenzhou, Xinyahiza, Nanluobuzu, and Baijiluzu. Only when there is a construction task in heaven can they go to heaven, which is equivalent to temporary workers in heaven. But temporary workers can also live in heaven permanently, under the nourishment of immortal energy. Their lifespan can be extended a lot, and their realm can continue to break through. There is also the most important point. From now on, with a household registration in heaven, their descendants can live in heaven. In this way, there is a chance to become a formal immortal and join the heaven. Liu Ban, Li Chun, Wang Daopa, Ma Jun, etc., some from the human world and some from the underworld, all moved to the heaven with their families. In addition to craftsmen, there are also maids, golden boys, jade girls, fairy beasts, and countless other types. They are all needed by the heaven in the future. Those who can be selected. Merits come first. Those without merits will not be accepted by the heaven. As for appearance, it doesn't matter. When you come to the heaven, under the nourishment of immortal energy, there will be almost no ugly people. There are too many ways to make people beautiful, so the selection is very harsh. In addition to these, there are also outstanding people in various industries with high merits. Tai Bai Jinxing invited them all and kept sending talents to the heaven. Those who can come to the heaven are not judged by realm, but by craftsmanship and merit. There are also some spiritual plants, wild beasts with high merit, and spiritual beasts, which are transported to the first heaven in batches. Ing Zheng saw everything, and was quite satisfied with this secretary. These are all indispensable, and he cannot recruit them personally. Such a big move in the heaven can naturally not be hidden from many cultivators. Everyone knows that the heaven is about to open, and it is estimated that it will be soon. One by one, they began to practice in seclusion. After all, the heavenly calamity is ruthless. At the same time, Ing Zheng was not idle either. He first summoned Qi Yu from the underworld to the heaven and officially appointed him as the Emperor of Fengdu to rule the underworld. Let the Emperor of Fengdu hand in a list of all the God positions in the underworld. Zheng will not interfere too much with the operation of the underworld. The underworld is nominally under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, but it has its own system. The Emperor of Fengdu quickly handed in the list of positions in the underworld, and Zheng stamped it uniformly, which was considered to be the completion of the registration of the positions of all immortals in the underworld. Some gods in the underworld have reached the perfection of the tribulation period, but because the Heavenly Court has not been opened, they have not been officially registered and conferred positions, which is equivalent to not being recognized by the Heavenly Court, not being orthodox, and unable to advance to the next realm. As the underworld officially connected with the Heavenly Court, Zheng awarded the 18th heaven of the Heavenly Court to the underworld. This is where all the gods in the underworld live. They can practice here and use their clones or their original bodies to work in the underworld. For immortals, the clone is a very simple magical power, and the incarnation is a little difficult. As the realm increases, talent is only a secondary factor. The most important thing is understanding, and the understanding of the Great Way is the most important. When reaching the realm of true immortals, the lifespan is as high as 1 million years, and not many can be promoted to the mysterious immortal. The lifespan of the mysterious immortal is as high as tens of millions of years, and there are even fewer who can be promoted to the Daoyuo Jingxian. The cultivators who can break through to the realm of true immortals have their own Great Way, which is unique. It depends on the degree of one's understanding. The more thorough the understanding, the faster the speed of cultivation. Only when you reach the realm of Jingxian can you live as long as the gods, and no longer have a life limit. But the probability of being promoted to quasi-sage is reduced countless times. For immortals, understanding, that is, the degree of understanding of the Great Tao, is the most important. The speed of time in the three realms of heaven, earth and man is different. The human realm corresponds to the universe time, and the speed of time in the two realms of heaven and earth is fast or slow. For immortals, this is all insignificant. Time consumes only lifespan and does not affect understanding. Some immortals break through the current realm in 10 years, while some immortals cannot break through even if they are given 1,000,000 years. This is the reason. Everything depends on the degree of understanding of one's own Great Tao. As time passes, the time for the opening of the heaven is getting closer and closer. Tai Bai Jinxing is very busy, suffering and happy. The countdown to the opening of the heaven is 10 days. When Zheng was preparing to go to the Huiyun cave in the human world to invite 5 human ancestors to take up the position of the heaven, an old man came to the Lingshao palace. The old man bowed slightly and said with a smile, "I have seen your majesty." Zheng was a little surprised to see the newcomer. After some calculations in his mind, he understood a little. Zheng immediately stepped forward, helped the old man up, and asked him to sit aside. The two chatted. Zheng thought to himself, is this the beginning of the layout? At the same time, another old man appeared in Xinyo. The old man waved his hand, and the surrounding environment began to change, and a high mountain rose from the ground. Outsiders could not see the mystery of this place at all. Only those who were destined to see it could see this mountain. The old man looked around with satisfaction, waved his hand, and a cave appeared. The 3 characters on it are engraved in gold. Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. The blue star heaven was preparing intensively. But somewhere in the Milky Way, a crack appeared. Chapter 185. The Zerg tribe arrives. Galactic Galaxy. Centaurus Arm. The peaceful space wall suddenly rippled, and a crack thinner than a hair appeared. The crack gradually expanded, and when it expanded to the width of a finger, a mosquito-sized dream bug flapped its wings and spread out in all directions. The dream bug was very small, with golden needles all over its body, barbed, and densely packed tentacles on its mouth. When it appeared in space, its body actually changed color, just like the starry sky. If you don't look carefully, you can't see any problems. These dream bugs spread out into the universe like dandelions. A level 4 circular spaceship is passing by and heading towards this place. There were 6 mechanical monks sitting on the spaceship, and they didn't notice the crisis at all. The radar on the spaceship didn't recognize anything and continued to fly forward. A few seconds later, "Ya! Ya!" The invisible sound waves filled the spaceship's forward route with sound patterns. The spaceship entered the sound patterns, and the spaceship's intelligence system had changed. The eyes of the 6 robots sitting on the spaceship turned red, and their wills changed. At this time, the infrasonic speaker on the spaceship sounded, 0364 spaceship. Please report the situation. The robot on the spaceship picked up the microphone, and a mechanical voice came out. No abnormality. Please give instructions. Please return. Received. The robot answered without hesitation. The door of the mechanical spaceship slowly opened, and with a buzzing sound, endless dream bugs flew towards the spaceship. A few days later, the spaceship landed on a base on a deserted planet. There was no planetary consciousness on the deserted planet, and it was impossible to detect the will of living beings. There was a large exploration base on the deserted planet, with many living beings, up to tens of thousands. As the spaceship landed on the base, dream bugs parasitized the living beings in the base one by one, and some bodies were parasitized by thousands of them. The dream bugs entered the bodies of living beings, parasitized on the brain and spine, and then fell into a deep sleep. These creatures didn't notice anything. They just felt a little sleepy. The mechanical race felt that the energy consumption was a little more, but they basically couldn't feel any difference. These creatures drove the spaceships to spread around again, and some entered the planet. The Star-Lord did not notice anything unusual because the insects were too far away from them. Moreover, the dream bugs fell into a sleeping state, as if they did not exist. Without the breath of living beings, the dream bugs are very magical. As long as they leave the range of the Star-Lord's will, they will wake up, subconsciously affect the creatures, and control them to gather together. As long as there are creatures gathered together, and are not within the range of the Star-Lord's will, the dream bugs will slowly fly to another creature, repeating over and over again. In just 7 days, most of the living beings on several surrounding third-level planets were parasitized. And as time went on, the number began to rapidly fission. When a certain value is reached, the dream bugs parasitizing the mechanical race suddenly open their eyes. Yah! Yah! A wave of infrasound spreads to the entire planet, and the planet's main will begins to become chaotic. The dream bugs hidden in the bodies of living beings spread in all directions and parasitize every living being. As more and more living beings are parasitized, the planet's main will complete the transformation. The terrible bug race can actually control the Star Master's will and enslave it. Several third-level planet masters gathered together to start a war, and with the help of the dream bugs, they expanded wildly. A crisis has quietly descended on this area of the universe, but no one noticed it. Galactic Galaxy, branch of the Council of Elders of the Universe. Yang Mei suddenly opened his eyes, looked somewhere, and then said calmly, QI 7748, 16,247 coordinates. Send 5 reconnaissance ship teams. There is a crack. There is also XX coordinates. There is a crack. Send more. Ancestor Yang may mention more than a dozen coordinates, which are all his daily work. Yes. As a space demon, space is a part of him. He knows where there are cracks, wormholes, and black holes. Ancestor Yang Mei, who sits in the Milky Way, is a clone. Every other large galaxy like the Milky Way has a clone sitting in it to play a role in reconnaissance. Unfortunately, the universe is too big, and it takes time to deal with it. Some cracks are insignificant, while some cracks will be invaded by aliens. Whenever a crack appears, the Protoss will be sent to explore everywhere. After a long time, the system has been perfected. One circular spaceship after another flew towards the target at a high speed, and disappeared on the spot after the speed reached a certain level. 5 years later, the space vibrated, a circular space wall opened, and the spaceship passed through the space wall and flew out in 5 teams in all directions. Put on A3 skin isolation armor to isolate the power of mind control. These damn aliens. Turn on the breath recognition system, automatic alarm system, and defense system. Yes, sir. The Protoss monks on the airship all wore skin isolation armor to prevent the mind control of the Zerg, angels, demons, and monsters. As the Protoss who have always dealt with alien races, they know each other too well, and have corresponding means. 5 teams flew towards the crack. At the same time, one by one, the 4th-level warships gathered together and attacked the crack. The Zerg troops behind the crack also attacked the space crack together. The crack became larger and larger, and warrior insects emerged from the crack one by one. Warrior bugs are 4-legged beetles that are somewhat spider-like in shape. Each one is about 3 meters long, and has wings that allow them to fly. They have some special genes that allow them to disguise themselves according to the terrain, allowing them to survive even in the harshest of environments. The terrifying thing about the Zerg is that they can reproduce and evolve infinitely, and can recombine the genes of different species to adapt to the battlefield environment. Warrior worms use their powerful limbs and pincer-like jaws to crush metal and cut off limbs as their main means of attack. They are the most basic type of soldiers in the Zerg. They can devour all materials, and as they devour materials, they begin to evolve. Their size will become larger and larger, and their attack power will also increase. Each warrior worm has only the attack power of the first level of the chi refining stage in the early stage, but its defense power reaches the 5th level of the chi refining stage. Their exoskeletons are particularly powerful, and their nerves are spread all over their bodies, but they do not feel pain. Even if some limbs are lost, they can still maintain their combat effectiveness. These warrior bugs emerged from the space cracks, but they were a little sluggish. A 3-meter-tall mutant snail came out of the cracks, with a group of warriors under it, supporting it to fly. This mutant snail is called Brain Worm. As the name suggests, it is the basic commander of the insect race, and can command the insect race. With its appearance, the warrior bugs began to move and flew towards hundreds of 3rd-level planets around. The dream bugs emitted infrasound waves to help the brain worms form a field of vision. The mighty army of insects flew towards the surrounding planets. There are many strange types of soldiers mixed in the Zerg army. The Zerg tribe has a strict hierarchy and relies on telepathy to communicate. The Zerg that landed on hundreds of planets began to manipulate the mechanical race, dragon race, and other creatures to purchase. A large amount of supplies appeared on the planets, and the Zerg began to devour them. And a feast of evolution kicked off. The creatures on the planets, those with low combat power, the old, weak, sick and disabled, those who were of no help in the war, and even rocks and metals were all devoured by the Zerg. At the same time, 5 teams of reconnaissance spacecraft were flying quickly towards this place. Chapter 186 Time and Space Worms. Ancient Intelligent Race. 5 teams flew towards the space rift. They had to carry out reconnaissance missions every year. Although there was a high probability that there were no abnormalities, they had also encountered large-scale wars. The lessons of countless blood told the creatures that carelessness would lead to death. The Protoss is the enforcer and order maintainer of this universe. They have no feelings and are indifferent to everything in the world. They only obey the orders of the Universe Elders Council. That is, the 3,000 demon gods. As the patrons of this universe, they have the power of the 3,000 demon gods' bloodline. As long as they pass the growth period, they will become cultivators in the realm of true immortals. The growth period of the Protoss is 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, they can reach the realm of true immortals, and are the darlings of this universe. As the heir of the blood of the demon god, he has extraordinary perception of the great Tao of the universe, and the perception speed is very fast. But there are also fatal problems. First, the breeding speed is very slow, and the number is destined to be small. Second, the top masters of the God Clan are limited. The God Clan does not need to work hard to cultivate, as long as the inherited part of the great Tao is repaired. This makes it difficult for the God Clan to grow to the golden immortal realm and break through to the quasi-saint realm. Because if you want to break through the Saint Tao, you must have your own great Tao. That is, a great Tao that belongs to you alone. The God Clan lacks their own perception. They follow the path of their predecessors and grow to the golden immortal. But the direction of progress is broken. This requires the God Clan cultivators to find their own great Tao. Simply put, it's like a domestic animal that is used to having food come to it, and suddenly has to catch its own food, which is difficult to accept. Of course, there are also gods who have gone their own way, but their number is rare. Let's get back to the point. 5 reconnaissance fleets remain vigilant and move towards the rift. A planet is located on their way forward. Standing still. This is very common, and there is nothing wrong. The moment they pass the planet, an invisible energy spreads towards the surroundings, and they instantly stop all actions. The time and space of this area of the universe are suspended. A humanoid spider flew out of the planet. She has a humanoid body and 2 spider leg-like limbs on her back. There are 5 sharp long thorns extending outward from the main limbs. The Zerg Queen is a high-level Zerg soldier, a battlefield commander, and can preside over a war. Her status is somewhat similar to that of a Star Lord. A Zerg Lord. The Queen looked at the motionless fleet with interest, touched the time worm on her shoulder, and said softly, "Good baby. You have done a great job. It's not in vain to feed you. The time worm moves slightly, as if responding. Haha. Using the laws of the time demon to attack the creatures of the Laniakea universe is really interesting. The queen enjoyed the energy delivered by her insects, and was a little intoxicated. It had been a long time since she absorbed such pure energy. When there was no war, she devoured all the insect armies under her command, and then fell into silence, waiting for the queen's orders. When there is an order, she will wake up, quickly breed a large army of insects, start wars, and plunder energy. This time when she woke up, I heard from the Queen of Insects that the tower plan had made the latest progress. So she was asked to come over for an experiment. The so-called tower plan is to build a tower of demons, suppress the demons under the tower, devour their flesh and blood, and use it to evolve new insects. They suppress the captured demons under the energy towers of various galaxies, and use special devices to conduct various experiments. The insects not only do not harm the demons, but also provide them with energy nourishment, allowing them to live comfortably. They split the demon's will into countless parts, take a strand of it, and then anger the opponent, allowing it to recover the demon's flesh and blood body. The Zerg then devoured the flesh and blood of the demon god, resulting in species evolution. Each will was isolated by the Zerg in different places. Since the will of the demon god could not be integrated, it was naturally unable to perceive the experience of other wills. So it continued to repeat this process. When the demon god recovered his flesh and blood, he was devoured by the Zerg, and his will slowly dissipated. The Zerg used a large amount of energy to nourish the demon god and help him recover his will. And the cycle continued. The time worm is a new type of Zerg soldier that evolved by devouring the flesh and blood of the time demon god. They retain the talents of the Zerg, and they also need to continuously devour energy, so that their abilities will become stronger and stronger. The Zerg that devoured the blood of the demon god needs a very large amount of energy to evolve. The more demon blood a time worm has in its body, the stronger its ability will be. The time worm in the hands of the queen of the insect clan is the experimental subject number 1. And it is also the most powerful one in blood. This expedition is also an experiment that the insect clan wants to do. And it is also an attempt. 30% of the energy plundered this time is allocated to the time worm, which can affect the time and space within a radius of thousands of miles, and control the time to stop, accelerate, and decelerate. Of course, the gods on the spaceship are only true immortals. If there are higher-level cultivators, they may break free from the constraints. The queen of the insect clan issued a mental command, and countless insect armies flew out from the rift of the universe, hiding on various planets, controlling the will of the Star Master, and constantly launching wars against the surrounding planets. In this way, the queen of the insect tribe used the army of time worms, dream worms, etc. to continuously devour the surrounding planets, and was growing rapidly. But what the queen of the insect tribe did not know was that the cosmic elders would take turns every tens of millions of years. The demon god who took turns this time was the top 5 demon god of space, Yangmei Patriarch. The demon god who knew the demon god of time best was the demon god of space. At the moment when the 5 battleships were frozen, a force of the law of the demon god of time spread around. Yangmei Patriarch suddenly opened his eyes, looked at a certain space, and said in disbelief, "Time?" Yangmei Patriarch frowned, thinking something was wrong. In order to save his elder brother, the demon god of time assisted Pengdu in the battle with all his strength, but finally exhausted his source of Taoism, and was suppressed by the insect tribe. The complete will of the time demon god was taken away by the Zerg clan, and this universe does not exist at all. A trace of resentment flashed in the eyes of the Yangmei Patriarch, and he said fiercely, "Zerg clan?" The Yangmei Patriarch instantly appeared in the command center of the Council of Elders. "I have seen Elder Kong." Thousands of intelligent creatures around him shouted in unison when they saw the Yangmei Patriarch coming. These intelligent creatures have short limbs and particularly large heads. The strength of their limbs cannot support the weight of their brains. With their super high wisdom, they gave birth to a mind power practice system. The brains of the intelligent creatures are very smart and worship the strong. They are received by the Council of Elders of the universe into various universe branches and belong to the think tank of this universe. The needs of the intelligent creatures are very simple: to live forever and have unsolvable problems. The more difficult the problem is, the more excited they are. In the years of fighting against the 4 universes, their figures have always been behind. The Jizu is a very ancient race, and they call themselves seers. Fighting against the 4 universes is an epic challenge. In the entire space, there is a huge sphere, called the Eye of the Universe, which is one of the foundations of this universe. It contains the power of 3,000 demons, and even the last trace of Pangu's will is here. Of course, the Galaxy Elders Council only has the Eye of the Universe. Through it, you can view every inch of the galaxy, including space-time rift information and space-time retracing. The collected information can only be transmitted to the 9 demons on duty at the same time, and the Jizu is prohibited from transmitting any information to the outside. It doesn't matter to the intelligent people. Living has countless problems. Is there anything happier than this? They control the most secrets in the entire universe. When they think of this, they tremble with excitement. Ancestor Yang Mei said in a deep voice, QI, coordinate information. T-0365 Protoss Reconnaissance Team Information. Insects, time and space demons. Combine the above words and make inferences. Insects. After hearing the order, the intelligent people were full of excitement. They met their old rivals. After a while, a report appeared in front of Ancestor Yang Mei. After checking it, Ancestor Yang Mei revealed a trace of anger. The insect queen in the picture has a bug on her shoulder, and suddenly emits the power of time, pausing the surrounding time. The 5 teams of reconnaissance personnel stayed in place strangely, maintaining a motionless state, seeing that the other side had occupied nearly 2,000 planets. The Ancestor Yang Mei showed a trace of anger. If it weren't for the contract signed by both parties, they couldn't take action to participate in the war, and he would have to go and kill these bugs. That year, after the war ended, the 5 parties signed a contract to prohibit cultivators above the Dao realm from taking action, so that the subordinate creatures could compete fairly. There was no other way. Because of the situation, they could only sign the Dao contract together. Once the agreement is violated, the fortune of the universe will be weakened a little. But to put it bluntly, everything still depends on strength. If you have strength, the contract is just waste paper. If the opponent is destroyed with the force of thunder, even if the luck is reversed, it will not be a big deal, because the luck gained by devouring the universe is an astronomical figure. Even if the contract is violated, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. This is something that the masters of the 5 universes know very well. Combined with data analysis, which family should be sent to fight? The ancestor with raised eyebrows asked in a deep voice. Chapter 187 The Heaven Opens. Tens of thousands of G people worked hard, and a detailed report appeared in the hands of the G leader. The leader of each generation of G is called G. G looked at the summary report and read aloud. Combined data, comprehensive analysis, Blue Star family, human race. Human race? Patriarch Yang Mei was slightly surprised. Winning rate analysis, 63.14. This is already a very high winning rate. In a battle between different races, no battle can be won with a sure win. Both bases may reinforce at any time, which is full of variables. Patriarch Yang Mei nodded with satisfaction, then send the Blue Star family. Yes. At the same time, Blue Star, Heaven. Ingzheng listened to the old man in front of him narrating his origins, and after deducing in his mind, he made a decision. Ingzheng stepped forward to help the old man up and said with a smile, in this case, this emperor will appoint you as the great emperor of Dongji Qinghua, and assist this emperor in governing the 3 realms. The old man flashed a trace of surprise, and then responded with thanks, thank you, Your Majesty. The great emperor of Dongji Qinghua, one of the 6 imperial emperors of heaven, is a prince of the great emperor level. The great emperor's status in heaven is second only to Ingzheng, also known as the 5 assistants, who assist the Jade Emperor together, and are highly respected and absolutely the top bosses. Ingzheng is the head of the 6 imperial emperors, and it is conceivable what this position represents. Ingzheng gave the other party a certain heaven, but not a heavenly palace or any position, but gave him a piece of cosmic wonders. Because of the other party's origin, he was destined not to care about anything. Ingzheng looked at Bodhi Patriarch in the first heaven again and ignored him. The saint could not take action, but the incarnation was not constrained. The incarnation had independent thoughts, and was at the golden immortal stage, which did not violate the will of the Father God. Even the incarnation had different ideas as he practiced. He incarnated into a cultivator, practiced alone, and became another completely independent cultivator. Just like a nesting doll, the incarnation is both himself and not himself. He has an independent personality, hobbies, emotions, etc. Therefore, the positions in the heavenly court are also nested dolls. If you count them up, many positions are actually the incarnations of a certain boss. The incarnations of incarnations. But no matter how they are incarnated, this incarnation is an independent individual, with his own strengths, realms, and thoughts. So the heavenly court naturally doesn't care. As long as you hold the corresponding position, you must bear the corresponding responsibilities. As long as you obey the orders of the heavenly court, complete your job, and don't violate the heavenly law, Ingjung doesn't care. And these incarnations are indeed top-notch geniuses. And their origins are all good, so people can use them with confidence. It's all the boss's arrangement. Ingjung came to the Fire Cloud Cave in the human world and visited the 5 human sages. The 5 sages have been secluded from the world, not interfering with anything in the human race, and have been practicing hard. Seeing Ingjung coming, the 5 sages very politely welcomed Ingjung into the cave. This made Ingjung feel a little emotional. In his early years, he survived the catastrophe with the help of the 5 saints. Although it was the Father God who asked him to help, he still had to accept this favor. In his early years, he was the highest emperor in the human world, but he had never entered the Fire Cloud Cave, or his status was not enough. Ingjung looked at the simple environment in the Fire Cloud Cave, and he was also a little shocked. The environment was really too simple. There were only 5 cushions in the entire Fire Cloud Cave. The sages sat on the cushions and studied the avenue diligently, which was admirable. After Ingjung explained his intention, they declined several times, but finally accepted the position with reluctance. Ingjung could see that the other party really had no idea about the position. But such 5 great powers must join the heavenly court system to demonstrate the power of heavenly court. Obtaining a heavenly court position can enjoy the blessing of heavenly court's luck and speed up the cultivation speed. But the 5 sages are not short of luck and merit at all. And finally take up a symbolic position. The 5 elders of the 5 directions assist heavenly court in taking charge of the 5 regions of the east, south, west, north, and center of the human world. Those with strength above the true immortal, but without a heavenly court position cannot stay in the human world. Which is also one of the reasons why they accepted it. Ingjung handed the 5 fragments of the wonders of the universe to the other party, and felt that this was the right decision. The Father God gave him a total of 10 pieces of cosmic wonders, so that he could strengthen the power of the heavenly court and win the hearts of the people. Now there are only the last 3 pieces left. 7 pieces added 7 powerful people to the heavenly court, which is quite a good deal. No matter who they are, once the incarnations enter the heavenly court, they must obey the orders of the heavenly court. Otherwise they will provoke the majesty of the heavenly court and will be severely punished, no matter who the other party is. If it is really not possible, Ingjung will go to the statue of the Father God and cry for 3 days and 3 nights. And he will not believe that he can't deal with him. Ingjung returned to the heavenly court and made the final preparations. Time passed, and finally arrived at the time of the opening of the heavenly court. At this moment, the underworld started the reincarnation of the heavenly court. From then on, those who have great merits in the 3 realms can be reincarnated into the first heaven of the heavenly court after death. The cultivators who have reached the stage of overcoming the tribulation suddenly felt excited and looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, golden light shone, and the 36 heavenly palaces and 72 treasure halls appeared and disappeared, which seemed mysterious. At the same time, they felt a little panic in their hearts, because they felt that there was an invisible eye in the sky staring at them. Especially some cultivators who have achieved the perfect overcoming of the tribulation. As long as they have a reason now, the heavenly tribulation will come immediately. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation, they can take their immediate relatives to ascend to the heaven, which is full of temptation. If you maliciously avoid the heavenly tribulation and want to stay in the human world, the power of the heavenly tribulation will increase when you cross the tribulation in the future, and you will not even have the chance to become a scattered immortal. It is very likely that your soul will be scattered and dissipated between heaven and earth, unless you don't show your full strength in the tribulation period in this life, and don't ascend to the heaven in this life. You may still stay in the human world, but you will also be noticed by the heavenly Tao and become an important person. Once you make a mistake, you will be immediately hit by the thunder tribulation. As the heaven opens, the monks in the tribulation period release their aura, and the sky is suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder. There are many kinds of heavenly tribulations, which are sent down according to the specific situation of the monks, 49 heavenly tribulations, 69 heavenly tribulations, and 99 heavenly tribulations. Some monks are gifted or have special circumstances. And the thunder tribulation will also change. And the purple thunder tribulation of silence, and the great thunder tribulation of the sky will be sent down. The monks who fail to cross the tribulation become scattered immortals. And they will cross the 1st to 9th transformation of scattered immortal tribulations. There are also different attributes of heavenly tribulations, such as the 5 elements thunder tribulation, heavenly fire thunder tribulation, mysterious water thunder tribulation, strong wind thunder tribulation, Ewig thunder tribulation, world-destroying thunder tribulation, etc., which are extremely difficult. So if you want to survive the heavenly tribulation, it is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. And it all depends on your personal ability. Merit is an important reference indicator. There is also a special situation. That is, being specially recruited by the heavenly court. To put it bluntly, it is recommended, after signing a contract with the heavenly court, you can enjoy special treatment by going to heaven and joining the heavenly court. After all, the heavenly court is a subordinate unit of the heavenly Tao, and it is normal to give some special privileges. But the cultivators who can enjoy special recruitment basically have extraordinary qualities and sufficient merits. Otherwise, they will not be specially recruited. To survive the heavenly tribulation, you don't necessarily need to cheat. From different regions of the human world, dozens of cultivators in the tribulation period flew out and began to survive the tribulation in the eyes of thousands of people. Chapter 188 Heavenly Court Recruitment. Employment. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and vortices formed in the air. And the cultivators in the tribulation period ascended to the sky. Look! It's the little princess of Qin, Xiang. Is she going to ascend today too? Nonsense. Her father is the Emperor of Heaven, the Lord of the 3 realms. She's going home. Oh my gosh! Do I have to survive the 49 heavenly tribulations even when I go back home? Of course. The way of heaven is fair, and everything is for the operation of the 3 realms. Look! Look! Xiang survived the heavenly tribulation. I saw a faint heavenly gate slowly opening, and streams of immortal energy surged towards Xiang's body. And her realm was also elevated. The sky was filled with immortal energy, and immortal sounds were heard around her, which was very impressive. A suction force came, and Xiang followed the suction force and flew towards the heavenly gate. It was not until she flew into the heavenly gate that the heavenly gate slowly closed. Xiang was a little curious about the huge heavenly gate, on which there were several large gold-plated characters, East Heavenly Gate. There were 3 other heavenly gates around, and the heavenly gate was tightly closed. Looking at the heavenly gate, detailed information about the heavenly gate emerged, and she knew the world behind the gate. Just as she was curiously looking at the 4 heavenly gates, South Heavenly Gate slowly opened. A figure walked out of the heavenly gate, and when he saw Xiang, he waved his dust whisk, with a smile on his face, making people feel like spring breeze. Tai Bai Jinxing. Have you met the princess? Xiang looked at the person who came, and blurted out in surprise, Huh? Qinglian, you sure? Xiang thought of Tai Bai Jinxing's position and work scope. She quickly apologized, Sorry. I have met Tai Bai Xingjuan. Tai Bai Jinxing, one of the 5 stars in the heaven, is also a 3rd-rank official in the human world, and is considered a high-ranking official in the heaven. Another point is that this is the secretary of the Emperor of Heaven, and the secretary is half a level higher than anyone he meets. If you don't give face to the secretary, it means you don't give face to the Jade Emperor. I'll say a few more words to you. Your Highness, you are welcome. Please follow me to the heaven. His Majesty is waiting for you. Xiang nodded and followed Tai Bai Jinxing to the 32nd heaven. Looking at the palaces of each heaven, she was shocked. After seeing the man in the Lingshao Palace clearly, although he was prepared in his heart, he still opened his mouth wide. Father! Xiang shouted in surprise, and ran towards Xingzheng quickly. Xingzheng smiled when he saw the concubine, walked down from the throne, and strode towards the concubine. Tai Bai Jinxing saw this, bowed his body and retreated, and came to the 10th heaven again. At this time, there were still 7 cultivators standing in the 10th heaven, looking at the 4 heavenly gates around them with curiosity. In just a few hours, more than 30 people ascended to the heaven. They ascended to the heaven, passed through the East Heavenly Gate, and appeared directly in the 1st heaven. The direct relatives could not follow them now, The information had been recorded on the heavenly gate and needed to wait for arrangements. Because the heavenly court has no heavenly soldiers and generals. They must select the generals first before they can summon the heavenly soldiers. The cultivators who appeared in the first heaven did not see the 7 cultivators who stayed in the 10th heaven at all. This is also one of the functions of the heavenly gate. When the cultivators in the human world pass the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the heavenly court, if they meet the selection standards of the heavenly court and have the intention to join the heavenly court, they will stay in the 10th heaven. At this time, Tai Bai Jinxing came on the scene. He was equivalent to the heavenly court HR and began to recruit and interview for job positions. The heavenly court job recruitment is a little different. Tai Bai Jinxing has tokens for various positions in the heavenly court. The tokens have intelligence. For cultivators who fit the positions, the corresponding position tokens will vibrate. It is not that you will get a high position just because you have a high realm. The two choose each other. Simply put, treasures have spirits and will choose their masters. Some cultivators will be recognized by several position tokens at the same time, holding multiple positions, which makes people envious. A golden light flashed, and Tai Bai Jinxing appeared in the 10th heaven. The two cultivators looked at Tai Bai Jiushi and shouted in surprise, "Jiushi Qinglian." After a while, they sensed Tai Bai Jinxing's position and hurriedly said, "I have seen the immortal. Jiushi Qinglian is famous in the human world. Even if you have never seen him, you have heard of his name. Now you dare not call him Jiushi Qinglian. Now he is the secretary of the Emperor of Heaven. And he is in a high position and has great power. You're welcome. Let's get back to the point. Do you have any intention to join the heavenly court?" Although they knew that the other parties subconsciously wanted to join the heavenly court, they still had to ask again, according to the heavenly court's rules. The 7 monks looked at each other and shouted in unison, "We are interested. I hope the immortal can give us some advice." "You're welcome. We will all be colleagues in the future. Let's go. Follow me to the Jiang Palace." The 7 monks followed Tai Bai Jinxing and flew into the sky with curiosity. If Tai Bai Jinxing hadn't led them, they wouldn't have been able to fly up. They had tried before. The Jiang Palace of the heavenly court. The 7 monks had survived the heavenly tribulation and were all in the realm of true immortals. They looked at the palaces in shock. I don't know if it was an illusion, but looking at a certain palace made me feel a little familiar. Just like my own home. Everyone came to the Jiang Hall, where the position tokens were placed. They needed to make important life decisions here. If they could come here, they would basically stay in the heavenly court. But they still needed to go through the process. And they still needed to undergo job training, learn the heavenly rules, and understand the heavenly court's rules. As the 7 monks entered the Jiang Hall, the tokens inside glowed with golden light. Tai Bai Jinxing looked at the lit tokens and said with a smile, "Zhuge Liang." In line with the wingcuxing of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the heavenly court. Zhuge Qingyun. In line with the wakwing of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in the heavenly court. These 2 people were the brothers of the Zhuge family, who were recognized by the wingcuxing and wakwing and became 3rd-rank officials. The 2 were overjoyed and said quickly, "Thank you, Immortal." Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, "Strictly speaking, you are the immortals. But you dare not call yourself an immortal. This is true. There are many star gods, and their ranks vary greatly. Among the star gods, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper are the most respected, followed by the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, and the 5 stars are ranked last. But they are all 3rd-rank officials. As for the 36 heavenly stars and the 72 earthly evil stars, they are also called star gods. But they belong to the 6th rank, and are in the same rank as the heavenly generals and the Jiazi gods. Tai Bai Jinxing is indeed not as high as the 2 in terms of the ranking of star gods. And this is true. The Zhuge brothers hurriedly said, "I dare not. I dare not. We are all colleagues in the future. The 2 of us will go to heaven later. So please teach me, Lord Star God. How stupid do you have to be to take this seriously? He is the Emperor of Heaven's secretary." Tai Bai Jinxing smiled, took out 2 tokens, handed them to the 2 brothers and said, "This token is a symbol of identity and position. It will take effect only after you have seen His Majesty and officially conferred it." Another point. Taking the example of the civil and military Star Lord. This is the title of the position. And there may be other people who will take up the position. So you can only take the deputy token. The 2 suddenly realized that there seemed to be a lot to learn, until they saw Tai Bai Jinxing hand over more than 5 meters of information to the 2. The 2 looked at each other. especially Zhuge Qingyun, who swallowed hard. Zhao Yun, who was qualified for the position of the 36 heavenly generals, commanding 100,000 heavenly soldiers, can recruit on his own. And the recruitment standards and salary are all standardized. Guan Yu, you are eligible for the position of Azure Dragon Mengzhang God of the Four Spirits, the position of the Four Marshals, the position of the 36 heavenly generals, and the position of the God of Wealth. The highest rank among these positions is the position of Azure Dragon God, which is the 4th rank. The Four Marshals are of the 5th rank, and the position of the God of Wealth in the heavenly court is not high, and it is also of the 5th rank. Guan Yu took a deep breath and rejected the position of heavenly general, which was somewhat in conflict with the position of the Four Marshals. He carefully took the 3 tokens from Tai Bai Jinxing and stood aside. Bai Qi, you are eligible for the position of White Tiger Guardian God of the Four Spirits, the position of the Four Marshals, and the position of the 36 heavenly generals. Wu Zetian, you are eligible for the position of Suzaku Lingwang God of the Four Spirits. Zhu Di, you are the one who is in line with the position of the Great Emperor Zhenwu, and the position of the Xuanwu of the Four Spirits. The 7 people took the token and followed Tai Bai Jinxing to the 32nd heaven and came to the Linshao Palace. Ing Zheng sat majestically on the top, looking at Bai Qi below without any fluctuations. Bai Qi was the same, standing respectfully below, listening to Tai Bai Jinxing's description of the positions of the 7 gods. Ing Zheng officially conferred them with the positions of gods, and from then on they entered the heavenly court. The 7 gods quickly entered the roll. Each of them took their own positions, and began to assist Tai Bai Jinxing in his work. As time went by, they would occasionally stay in the 10th heaven, and the rest would appear in the 1st heaven. Zhao Yun frequently traveled between the heaven and the human world to recruit soldiers. The current minimum realm requirement is the Yuan infant period, and the standard may be raised in the future. For the heavenly soldiers, realm is only one aspect. The speed of cultivation will be doubled when they come to the heaven. Heavenly soldiers cannot bring their family members to the heaven, and they are required to have meritorious power and righteousness. Some are happy, some are sad. According to statistics from the human world, 87 people successfully ascended to the heaven, and 95 people failed and became scattered immortals. 128 spirit beasts ascended, and 203 failed. Time passed slowly. The 3 realms cycled, and the strength of Blue Star became stronger and stronger. Zhang Yang watched Blue Star develop steadily. Just when he wanted to take a nap, he saw the alarm sound from the virtual platform of the universe, and he was a little surprised. He did not hesitate and instantly appeared in the virtual platform of the universe. Chapter 1890786 Breeding Galaxy. Zhang Yang entered the virtual platform of the universe and saw the email flashing red, forcing him to see it. Zhang Yang opened it and saw, Dear Lord of Blue Star, according to the war regulations of the Cosmic Elders Council, arrangements are now made for you. Brief description of the matter. A space-time rift was found at a certain YQ coordinate. It was determined that there was an invasion from an alien universe, and it occupied more than 2,000 planets and invaded the universe. It is suspected to be the Zerg. The Zerg points are as follows. The on-site analysis report of the Cosmic Elders Council is as follows. Everyone has the responsibility to protect the universe, and now makes the following requirements for Blue Star. 1. Kill the invading Zerg, leaving no survivors and no future troubles. 2. Repair the cracks in the universe. Do you accept the mission? If you refuse, unspeakable things will happen. Zhang Yang saw this and understood the whole mission situation. It was nothing more than the Zerg invading through the cracks and occupying some planets. The planet owners were also corrupted. The opponent even used the genes of the Time Demon to create new Zerg. Let the blue planet disappear and repair the cracks. The Cosmic Elders Council can also be very considerate to let him choose. This, unspeakable, is unnecessary. Zhang Yang chose accept without any hesitation. As Zhang Yang chose to accept, the Cosmic Elders Council sent another letter. Congratulations. You made the right decision. According to the analysis and calculation of the Cosmic Elders, it takes 63 pieces of wonder fragments to repair this rift. In order to prevent accidents, the Elders will issue a total of 100 pieces of Cosmic Wonder fragments. 2 advanced star migration orders can allow the entire Blue Star family to travel back and forth within the Milky Way once. Considering the difficulty of this mission, after the mission is completed, the 0786 Nursery Galaxy, permanent, in the outer Ruidud Belt area will be rewarded. Galaxy 0786 is a nurture galaxy with a galaxy diameter of about 40 light-years. Star Masters are all born from the nurture galaxy. Galaxy 0786 consists of a star core and 10 star rings. There are currently about 2 million planets, including 800,000 first-level civilizations and 100,000 second-level civilizations. A total of 900,000 birth-will planets. 100 new planets can be born every cosmic year. The number of will planets born is random. The awakening probability can be increased according to the guidance of the Star Master. As a permanent manager, Galaxy number 0786 will be your private domain. The Star Master can manage it at will, such as race template management, collecting energy points, star seal aura, bestowing it on Star Masters and Saint-level star citizens. Zhang Yang was stunned. Dozens of wonder fragments, round-trip tickets, and permanent territory. Zhang Yang muttered to himself, developed. Ha ha! I'm developed. The rewards are really too generous. With a private territory, is it still a problem to advance to a higher civilization? This is such a huge fortune. How many Star Masters and Star Citizens will be born? From now on, the Blue Star family has the ability to generate blood, and will only become stronger and stronger. Zhang Yang can cultivate a large number of human Star Masters, or give a first-level planet to a third-level Star Master who has made meritorious contributions as a reward, so that the other party can cultivate subsequent forces in a targeted manner. You can also give a planet without the will to be born to the Saint-level Star Citizens, so that they can become Star Masters. It is mainly the will of the Saint-level Star Citizens that can bear such a huge task. But after becoming a Star Master, you will lose your Saint-level strength and cannot take action. If you want to take action, you must rely on the power of your Star Citizens. If the highest level of Star Citizens is the refining realm, the Star Master is the cultivation of the refining realm. Two completely different growth systems. This is fundamentally different from cultivating one's own interstellar cloud. The Quafu family manages the interstellar cloud, with many restrictions and restrictions. They are not allowed to interfere with the development of the galaxy. They must hand over most of the energy, with the help of the Starry Sky virtual platform. They are at most a tenant. After a while, Zhang Yang calmed down. The reward was so generous, which meant that the mission was also very difficult. No one knew what level of Zerg would emerge from behind the crack. If a Saint level 1 came, it would be a disaster. But then again, the other party could reinforce. And Zhang Yang could also call for resources. The letter clearly stated that Zhang Yang could summon several level 4 Star Lords to carry out the mission together. Or he could call for support. In view of the fact that there are 8 quasi-saints on Blue Star, when the Zerg clan has 8 quasi-saints or above, or Saint-level Star Citizens, the Cosmic Elders Council will also send saints to help. Please rest assured to fight. Having said that, what is there to hesitate about? Zhang Yang replied, we will win the battle and conquer the enemy. Please rest assured. Zhang Yang collected all the supplies and instantly appeared in the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. Zhang Yang's mind moved, and Ying Zheng, who was in the 32nd heaven, received a notice, immediately summoned quasi-saint level monks to the 36th heaven. Ying Zheng was startled and knew that something big had happened. He was about to fly towards the sky. But then he changed his mind and understood the good intentions of the Father God. This is to increase the status of the heavenly court and also to increase his prestige. Ying Zheng said lightly, where is Tai Bai Jinxing? A golden light appeared in front of Ying Zheng. And Tai Bai Jinxing said respectfully, the little fairy sees your majesty. This is the power of the heavenly court. If Ying Zheng wants to summon a fairy, the other party can hear it, and then appear here in an instant. Go and summon the 3 pure ones, and the 5 saints of the west to come to the Lingxiao Palace. Tai Bai Jinxing was startled and hurriedly said yes. He walked outside, but he was thinking in his heart, who should be notified first, and who should be notified later? After thinking about it, he turned into 8 golden lights and met the 7 quasi-saints at the same time. After explaining his purpose, Tai Bai Jinxing retreated respectfully. Tai Bai Jinxing returned to the heavenly palace and touched the sweat on his head. The pressure was too great. After a while, 7 figures appeared on the Lingxiao Palace at the same time, looking at the empty throne. They greeted each other, feeling a little dissatisfied. What a big event! Summoning 7 quasi-saints at the same time? At this time, Ying Zheng also appeared on the throne. No matter what the 7 saints thought in their hearts, they still said, hello, your majesty. Zheng quickly stood up, walked down the throne, and said apologetically, "Fellow Taoists, don't be so polite. I've kept you waiting for a long time. To make a long story short, the Father God summoned us to go to the 36th heaven immediately." The saints were shocked, but they knew in their hearts that this was a warning to them. Let them take Zheng as the core, and the heavenly court as the core to assist the heavenly court in managing the three realms. The 8 quasi-saints flew towards the 36th heaven at the same time. Without the permission of the Father God, they could not fly up. When they arrived at the 36th heaven, they saw the figure in front of them, and said in unison, "I have seen the Father God." 8 cushions appeared on the ground, and Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Sit." Watching the 8 quasi-saints sit down, Zhang Yang slowly told them about the battle between the demons and gods, the information of the 4 major cosmic races, and the situation of this mission. The 8 quasi-saints were solemn. They knew a little about the insect race. When they were promoted to quasi-saints, the Father God explained it to them. But it was just a passing mention. "I didn't expect the other party to be so powerful. Is there such a crisis in this universe? If we talk about the people who want the universe to survive forever, they are the ones. They have a long lifespan, almost immortal. As long as the blue planet is not destroyed, they can survive forever. Isn't it for today that we work hard to cultivate?" For a moment, there was a sense of urgency in my heart. Chapter 190. The army is assembled. Confrontation. Zhang Yang looked at them and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. It was so difficult back then. But didn't this universe survive? Why do I tell you everything? It's to let you know that learning is endless, and you can't be careless. You are now in the quasi-saint realm. There are also the saint realm and the virtual realm. How many realms there are is still unknown. At today's realm, I believe you also know how difficult it is to advance to the quasi-saint realm without the enlightenment tea, and how difficult it is to break through the saint realm. You must not be careless." The 8 quasi-saints felt a little ashamed and said yes quickly. Zhang Yang had 40 pieces of cosmic wonders in his hand, and he gave them to the 8 quasi-saints. 5 pieces for each quasi-saint. Go back and refine them. You know how to use them. Speed is the key to success. 30 cosmic days later, the Blue Star family will move to the destination and prepare for battle. Yes. The 8 quasi-saints watched Zhang Yang disappear, and after a while of communication, they returned to their respective territories. As soon as they left, the subordinate Star Lords came one after another, and after a while, all the subordinate Star Lords arrived, and everyone communicated with each other. Due to the special system of Blue Star, everyone has a good relationship, and they always socialize with each other, which is a bit like the life of the star people. Zhang Yang appeared here. Looking around, he was somewhat amused. These subordinate star masters actually condensed into human forms. It looked like thousands of human beings were having a meeting. For the star masters, this didn't matter at all. They could condense into any form they wanted. But they all condensed into human forms, which was enough to explain a problem. That is, family cohesion and recognition. Zhang Yang looked at the star masters below with some emotion. Unknowingly, there were already 3,846 subordinate star masters of Blue Star. Seeing Zhang Yang appear, many star masters didn't know where they learned it, and they bowed and said in unison, "Meet the Lord God." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "No need to be polite. Everyone take a seat." Many cushions appeared on the ground. Everyone was not surprised, and sat down next to each other. It was still the same topic, slowly telling the information of the Zerg, the invasion of the 4 universes, and the history of the 3,000 demon gods. But compared with the content of the 8 quasi-saints, it was simplified. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, the audience was in an uproar. Many star masters changed their faces and talked about it. It turned out that there were so many enemies, and so many crises behind the universe. The struggle within the universe, after all, still has a certain bottom line. Unless it is an enemy, or in extremely rare cases, slavery is the worst result. But the outer universe is different. The demons and monsters eat living beings, and the faith of the angels will make the enslaved creatures lose all thoughts and become devout believers. As for the Zerg, well, let's not talk about it. No matter how serious the situation is, life has to go on. Zhang Yang continued to talk about the characteristics of the Zerg, precautions and other issues. After talking about the painful things, Zhang Yang changed the subject and talked about rewards. Hearing the news that the Blue Star family will soon have their own brooding galaxy and can cultivate first-level planets, these Star Masters laughed wildly and were extremely excited. This means that they all have the opportunity to be promoted to the 4th-level Star Master. Or in other words, the probability of being promoted to the 4th-level Star Master has increased significantly. From another perspective, the Blue Star family has become stronger, and their lives will be better, especially after hearing about the invasion of the 4 major universes. This further reveals the importance of the family. When the chaos comes, the family must be strong to protect them. In this way, these Star Masters hurried back to their respective planets. The Blue Star Heavenly Tao also sent down its will, informing all the star citizens to return immediately. If they really did not return in time, please wait patiently for the Blue Star to return again, or provide the latest coordinates. This time, Blue Star is fighting for the universe, and all the products on the Universe Star virtual platform are half price. The logistics department of the Universe Elders Council also provided a large number of mind and will isolation suits, alien universe breath detection devices, and Zerg encyclopedias and other post support. A few days later, one after another, spaceships set off from the headquarters of the Milky Way, loaded with a large amount of supplies, all of which were special supplies to fight against the Zerg, all of which were free of charge. During this period, Blue Star was very busy. The Heavenly Court was mobilizing troops and increasing the power to find many immortals. Some immortals took replica tokens and went to the 3 realms to search, and really brought back a large number of talents. Some cultivators were in line with the Star God position, and although the realm was lower, they were not afraid. With the blessing of the God position and the assistance of immortal energy, the realm would be improved quickly. The dynasties and sects of the human world were also gathering, and the entire Blue Star family was united and put the preparation work at the forefront. Establish a wartime command center and let the commanders of all affiliated planets join it. Knowing the special abilities of the Zerg, they specially prepared several backup plans. The spaceships that used to flow endlessly all shrank. The original 3-3 group system also changed, and all were organized into various formations according to the pre-deployment. There were the 8 formations that were formed to fight against Man Huang before, as well as the Tiangang Beidou formation, the 28 Constellations formation, the Zhou Tian Xingdou formation, etc., which were formed by the stars in the heaven. According to the requirements, no one was allowed to be alone, and no one was allowed to act alone. As time passed slowly, the agreed date finally arrived. Zhang Yang took out the Advanced Star Migration Order, slowly opened the star map, and looked at the position marked by the Universe Elders Council. There were already 3,000 planets in the area occupied by the Zerg, and the entire area was marked in green. The Cosmic Elders Council originally wanted Zhang Yang to choose a few level 4 allies to fight together, but Zhang Yang refused. The two sides did not understand each other, and they were still facing strange Zergs, which could not help but might even cause trouble. Don't fight. The allies betrayed? That would be funny. Instead of worrying about these problems, Zhang Yang thought that the Blue Star family should fight alone. Finding a distance that was not too far, Zhang Yang entered the location coordinates, and with the sound of mechanical reminders, the Blue Star family disappeared in this space. Many Star Lord's eyes went dark, and after a few seconds, the surrounding cosmic environment changed dramatically. Quick! Prepare for war according to the prearrangement. The subordinate Star Masters issued orders one after another, and a large number of satellite-level defense star cannons and orbital cannons were deployed near the planet. Start debugging. Open the psychic shield. One after another huge energy shields, enveloping the planets. In recent years, they have also purchased some fragments of cosmic wonders and used them to make planet-level defensive magic treasures. If any planet does not even have the most basic planetary defense shield, the Star Master will not know how to go out. It is really too embarrassing. Zhang Yang did not hold back, and converted all the divine sources in his hands into supplies. On the premise of ensuring that Blue Star has enough, he distributed them to the affiliated planets. Just as the Blue Star family was deploying tightly, the other side also noticed that thousands of planets had landed here. The queen of the insect tribes sneered. Finally here? Huh? Just one family. Both sides knew each other very well. The other side was very clear about the planetary system of this universe, and she had been waiting. She was a little disappointed that she had waited so long, but she only waited for one family. Both sides were actually testing each other, and neither had sent out all their forces. There must be a large army behind the rift. And the Cosmic Elders Council was also watching the battlefield here through the eye of the universe. The Zerg Queen transformed into a huge spider and made a sharp cry. The Zerg did not need to defend. They only knew how to attack. One warship after another took off from various planets and flew towards the Blue Star family. The Zerg used their usual means to control the alien army to launch a suicide attack. And the Zerg followed behind. A great war slowly began. Chapter 191: The Cautious Blue Star Family. At this moment, the Blue Star family is very busy, and non-combatants have retreated to the secret space. This made Zhang Yang realize a problem. After the war is over, the human world will also build a second heaven. Put the Blue Star human cultivators, whose realm is lower than the Jinden stage, in a separate heaven, so that the spiritual energy can be communicated. And they need to come to another heaven to break through the Jinden stage. This can protect the low-level human race and place them at the lowest latitude, which will be safer. Facing such a war, those below the Jinden stage cannot participate at all. Even as time goes by, the level requirements for participating in the war will be higher. To operate the weapons and facilities on the battleship, you need to have strength. Otherwise, the battleship cannot exert its due power. Through genetic modification, some scientists have already possessed the strength of the Yuan infant period. And through cell technology, their lifespan is even higher than that of the immortal cultivators of the same realm. Quick! Move faster! The enemy is coming! A researcher quickly controlled the equipment in his hands and shouted loudly. As they installed and debugged, an invisible composite particle defense shield enveloped the entire planet. Staring at the composite shield carefully, you will find that the shield is divided into several layers, including magnetic field layer, force field layer, nano layer, plasma layer, and immortal formation layer. A substance was also added. That is, antimatter energy. At the last moment, some antimatter was finally extracted on a large scale. Originally, according to the current level of technology, 1 kilogram of antimatter energy can be extracted every year using a super time and space collider. However, in the face of so many scientific research team experiments, these antimatter can only be used for experimental research and development, and cannot be used in practice. As Lan Xing took on the task, Zhang Yang directly asked for a large amount of antimatter energy. Later, the Universe Elders revealed a top-secret message. That is, the fragments of the universe's wonders. The universe fragments contain a large amount of antimatter energy, and each fragment contains a large amount of antimatter energy. The most important thing is that the wonder fragments can absorb the antimatter energy around them. After being developed and utilized by scientific researchers, the speed of antimatter extraction has increased hundreds of times. Due to time constraints, a large number of scientific researchers were sent to carry antimatter energy to the affiliated planets. These antimatter energies are added to the composite shield to improve the overall defense and endurance. The composite shield is also a consumable. As the enemy attacks, it continuously consumes energy and needs someone to constantly replenish it. To activate the composite shield, there must be hundreds of thousands of monks busy behind it to ensure the stable operation of the shield. There are many war fortresses, interstellar battleships, planetary orbital cannons, meteor cannons, and all-round automatic defense particle cannons outside the planet. The teams are fixed and are prohibited from moving around. Each team is responsible for its own area. Once you walk without permission, there is reason to suspect that you are possessed by the Zerg, and your death will be in vain. This is all in view of the special abilities of the Zerg. When you go out to fight, you need to wear a mental protective suit. After going out to fight, you are forbidden to return to the base camp. In the entire Blue Star family defense system, 50 planets are reserved. These planets are prepared for these people, to prevent the Zerg from possessing you, coming to the base camp to wreak havoc and hurting the Foundation. After the battle, check them one by one, and only if there is no problem will you be allowed to return to the family. Zhang Yang is sitting in the 36th layer of the Blue Star. The subordinate Star Masters are all here. There is a Star Master consciousness and a Zhang Yang consciousness on each planet to prevent the Star Master from being polluted. Double insurance. Blue Star Human Race Think Tank. Affiliated Planetary Joint Think Tank. There is also a super large Blue Star Family Command Center, which is divided into the Technology Command Group, Human Realm Command Group, Underworld Command Group, Heavenly Court Command Group, Buddhist Command Group, Taoist Command Group, Spiritual Realm Command Group, and United Star Citizens Command Group 1 to 99. It can be said that the Blue Star family has been defended to the extreme. And these plans have also made the Universe Elders Council a little confused. Human race is 666. Be careful. Hide. Every time you can come up with something new for me. Blue Star. Heaven. 36th Heaven. Zhang Yang looked around and saw that there were no less than 100,000 command groups in the entire space. And behind each group there were countless subordinate command groups. Otherwise, why is it said that if you are not in the Jinden stage, you are not qualified to participate in the war, and your reaction ability is limited? Many commanders in the 36th layer of heaven, except for a few special personnel, are at the lowest level of the Huashan stage. Zhang Yang sat in the center, and every planet of the entire Blue Star family had a trace of his consciousness, which could fully perceive all the situations of the entire family. Blue Star. This is the War Auxiliary Center of the Universe Elders Association. Please reply if you receive it. Received. The insect tribe has discovered your arrival, and has sent a large army to attack. Coordinates XX. Please be prepared. The Vanguard troops are all controlled star citizens of this universe, carrying dream insects. Please pay close attention. Special reminder. No matter what these polluted stars do, please do not hold back and attack with all your strength. If you need help, please call the command center. Special reminder. If it is not a serious situation, please do not call for support frequently. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and said carefully. Blue Star received. The Cosmic Elders will not command them, but will only provide remote auxiliary support. For example, the intelligence support currently provided. They use the eye of the universe to detect the entire universe, including whether the stars are polluted. They can check it. Even so, it can't stop the weird mind control ability of the Zerg. But one thing is that, not to mention the entire universe, there are countless wars breaking out in the Milky Way alone. And there is only one eye of the universe, so it can't provide help all the time. As long as we provide help at the critical moment, that's enough. There was no sound in the entire Blue Star family command center. Everyone was communicating with their spiritual consciousness and making the final adjustments. Zhang Yang sent the screen captured by the auxiliary center to the 36th heaven. Everyone was like being there, watching the Zerg army flying over the sky. Zhang Yang said, Coordinates XX. The Zerg launched an attack. Received. Everyone was shocked. Here they come. The relevant personnel began to command, and the troops near the coordinates on the entire front line began to mobilize frequently. Manwan Star. Guan Yu sat in the army, surrounded by countless soldiers and horses, distributed on the entire planet. Manwan Star is one of the 4 frontline command centers. The chief commander here is Guan Yu Shui, one of the 4 marshals of the heaven, not to mention the status in the human world. After ascending, everyone's status has changed. If you are doing well in the human world, you may not be recognized by the gods in the heaven and the underworld, and your status is very different. Just like the 3 sworn brothers at that time, they have gone their separate ways after ascending. Guan Yu has many positions, and is doing well in the heaven, and has many friends. Zhang Fei entered the underworld and became the city god. It is said that he has done a good job recently, and has been promoted to the ambassador of the Yin and Yang patrol world, managing many day and night wandering gods, and doing well. The eldest brother Liu Bei is a little worse. He has not found a job yet, and is still developing in the first heaven of the heaven. But he has been doing well recently. He is well known in the heavenly court, and is called the true Lord of Benevolence. He is preparing to create power, and develop on his own. Guan Yu stroked his beautiful beard, and a voice appeared in his mind. Marshal Guan Yuan, the Zerg are advancing towards your jurisdiction. Please make sure to spread the reputation of the human race. Guan Yu immediately stood up and said loudly, Turn on the first level of combat readiness. Chapter 192 XY Positioning Cells. With Guan Yu's order, the entire eastern defense line was immediately activated, and all weapons were loaded. The combatants were already wearing mechas and waiting in formation. The first level of combat readiness means that everything is ready, and the war will come, and they will go to the battlefield immediately. The star map within 200,000 light years of the entire battlefield has been presented to the command center through technological means. The unmanned reconnaissance warships were dispatched, turned on the space jump function, and spread out to the universe beyond the field of vision, providing the army with precise coordinates and real-time images. As time passed, the soldiers' heartbeats accelerated, and they stared at the front nervously. Each mecha, battleship, and single device has a virtual screen that allows you to see the situation on the battlefield ahead. An unmanned reconnaissance warship was speeding forward. Enemy detected. The unmanned warship suddenly burst into flames and was shot down. The surrounding unmanned warships moved forward at full speed, flying towards the front of the exploding warship. As warships were shot down one after another, the enemy's coordinates were also calculated. Some special reconnaissance aircraft were mixed in and flew towards the Zerg army. Guan Yu immediately ordered, Coordinate XX. Launch a propulsion barrage attack towards the coordinates in front. Waiting for the attack order. As Guan Yu ordered, the interstellar orbital cannon, the star cannon, and the ultra-long-range antimatter missile silo in front began to charge. One group is ready. The 72nd Regiment is ready. The 9600th Regiment is ready. Guan Yu stared at the fighter planes that were constantly being shot down in front of him, and did not give any orders, but waited patiently until the special battleship was captured by the enemy. The precise coordinates were finally analyzed. Guan Yu no longer hesitated and immediately ordered, attack! The muzzle of the interstellar orbital gun quickly extracted the energy in the gun body, and the muzzle emitted a faint red light. The red light energy became more and more concentrated, and a 100-meter thick energy beam extended towards a certain coordinate. The missile silo located inside the surrounding planet slowly unfolded, and a 70-kilometer-long interstellar missile, propelled by antimatter energy, suddenly flew into the starry sky. After that, its speed slowly slowed down, and under the control of the personnel at the rear, it adjusted its coordinates and suddenly accelerated. The missile flew towards the target at the speed of light, gradually fading and merging with the surrounding universe, as if it did not exist. There was no missile information on the surrounding radar satellites, and it was invisible. The void in front of the missile suddenly broke, and the missile passed through the void and disappeared. Some missile silos launched 2 missiles, one dark and one bright, flying forward. From the special instruments, it can be seen that the dark missile is hidden in the space, and the two are flying together. Zerg. The army found the enemy reconnaissance plane in front, and immediately opened fire, and shot it down. As the reconnaissance plane was shot down, many warships suddenly flew out from the surroundings, shuttling through space, and flying towards the Zerg army. Report to the commander. Life has been detected in the enemy battleship ahead. Should we capture it? Capture it immediately. All the battleships without life aura were shot down, while the battleships with life aura detected were not attacked. The War Scorpion troops located behind the entire Zerg army sensed the order of the Zerg commander, and the folds of its tail slowly unfolded, and a group of web-like energy balls were launched. These energies flew very fast, and reached the sky above the fighter plane in an instant. The energy group unfolded in an instant, and huge spider webs fell down, covering these battleships with life aura. Looking at the strange energy balls in the sky, the battleships opened fire at full power, and particles shot towards the sky at the speed of light. But there were too many energy balls, and the spider webs fell very quickly, forming a strange arc-shaped net that tightly covered the battleships with life. As the net shrank, the human race at the back was terrified, and the net was covered with white insects. These small flying insects formed a large net to surround the Blue Star battleship, and the tough battleship escort was swallowed into the stomach by these densely packed insects. After the insects swallowed the energy, their bodies began to grow larger, and soon they swallowed the warriors inside into their stomachs. What was a little strange was that these warriors did not resist or wail, but sat there motionless like wooden men. The queen of the insect tribe saw the creatures inside being devoured through the insect tribe's shared vision, and her face was expressionless, as the battleship was completely devoured into the stomach of the insect tribe. These insect tribes began to devour each other, and finally only a huge insect was left. Nearly 100 battleships with life breath were devoured around, and the warriors sitting inside were all the same, expressionless, but with life breath. As time passed, the battleships without life breath were shot down, and the battleships with life breath were devoured by the insect tribe, leaving hundreds of big insects on the battlefield ahead. These big insects gathered together, and suddenly began to bite each other. After a while, a huge flying insect flapped its wings and flew towards the base camp. The flying insect returned to the army, and stayed in front of the grassroots commander Brainworm. The giant snail Brainworm stretched out a tentacle, and stabbed it into the flying insect's body. The flying insect quickly shrank, and was swallowed by the Brainworm. As the flying insect was completely swallowed, the Brainworm let out an angry roar. The brainworm sensed all the living beings and remembered. Zerg. Humans were afraid that the other party would not understand. So they translated these languages into the languages of dozens of races in the universe, such as the Protoss, the mechanical race, etc. They were all beautiful languages to greet the queen of the Zerg. These swallowed life forms were all Gene X cells studied by humans. These cells were very tenacious after being transformed. Countless X cells form a special creature waste. In the minds of these wastes, there are only such recorded beautiful voices. Of course, the human race will not be so boring. These wastes are composed of countless X cells. The waste is swallowed into the stomach of the insects, and will not be completely digested in a short time. Even so far, these cells are still alive in the brainworm. After a while, the queen of the insects asked the brainworm to convey all his will to her. The hierarchy of the insects is strict, and the brainworm actually hesitated. The brainworm hesitated for a moment, and still passed these beautiful languages to the queen of the insects. The queen of the insects heard the message and was rarely silent. This capture tactic is a common tactic of the Zerg. Flying insects can devour the opponent's living beings and swallow all the opponent's cells into their stomachs. Brainworms can sense all the information contained in the cells and pass it to the queen of the Zerg. As long as the brainworm swallows, all the information known by the living beings will be copied by the Zerg. The Zerg can immediately understand most of the enemy's intelligence. As the war progresses, the enemy has no secrets at all. It is a very terrible tactic. The tactic that has been tried and tested is a bit embarrassing now. There are special organs in the brainworm's body that can kill the cells in the body and extract the information. As all the X cells died, Guan Yu, who was on Manwang Star, finally sensed an exact coordinate and launched an attack. When these XY positioning cells are cultivated by special genes, there are two of them, one X, one Y. They are companion cells. When X cells die, Y cells will have a weak sense and sense the location of the dead X cells. With so many X cells dying, the location information provided is already very accurate. After a while, the skywide attack flew towards the coordinates of the brainworm. This brainworm is located in the center of the alien army, which is mainly composed of countless aliens infected by the insect mind. The brainworm suddenly sensed something and let out a wail. Those were beams of energy that fell accurately into the insect army. Chapter 193: The Secret of Advancing to Level 5 Civilization. The brainworm let out a mournful cry. The enemy attacked too quickly and clearly concentrated its firepower towards its coordinates, which made it realize that all of this was a trap set by the enemy. The brainworm had an IQ of 287, but it did not expect that the opponent's attack methods were so bizarre. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. High particle beams fell indiscriminately towards the Zerg vanguard army. The antimatter missile, which was more than 70 kilometers long, suddenly suspended in the air, and the front end slowly opened, revealing a dense array of small antimatter missiles. Each missile is only 1 meter long and carries 5G of antimatter energy and 5G of matter energy. The annihilation of the two will release 214,000 tons of TNT equivalent. The front of each missile is equipped with a YYDS command system to facilitate the command of the soldiers in the rear. Warheads intersect in the air, like a metal storm, and hit the targets of the Zerg army accurately. The warships in this universe contaminated by the Zerg also have particle shields and automatic defense systems. But these weapons are all from level 3 civilizations, and only a few warships are level 4 warships. And the antimatter energy weapons are pitifully few. It can be said that any civilization that has mastered the technology of extracting a large amount of antimatter is a leader among level 4 civilizations, using antimatter as a propulsion energy. The weapons are too fast and powerful, and it is difficult to defend against. If Blue Star had not received the secrets taught by the Cosmic Elders, it would not have been able to extract a large amount of antimatter. This thing is not a supertime and space collider. A piece of space debris can be developed, and it also involves very complex theoretical knowledge and some auxiliary equipment. These things are the secrets of various civilizations, and no one will trade them out. If it weren't for the Zerg invasion this time, or if Yangmei Patriarch was on duty, Blue Star would not have obtained this top-secret technology. These things have a great impact on the peace of cosmic civilization and broke the balance point between the 4-level civilizations. Yangmei Patriarch gave Zhang Yang a secret letter, and also reminded him that with so much help, he must make a difference, because there are countless demons behind the scenes who are paying attention to the human race. With the help of the demons, the human race can move faster. Giving him the 0786 brooding galaxy is also telling him to cultivate his own reserve forces and expand the proportion of human civilization in the universe. It is far from enough to have only one human race on Blue Star. In addition, don't start a war easily to enslave the 4th level civilization. Blue Star has 8 quasi-saints plus antimatter weapons. To enslave some families that have just entered the 4th level civilization is like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Such a high profile is not conducive to later unity and future development. A 5th level civilization can rule the entire galaxy, and it needs 100 4th level civilizations under its command. But this is only the basic condition. There are 4th level families in the galaxy that meet this standard. There are indeed several families. But if you want to upgrade to the 5th level of civilization, you also need to sacrifice to the consciousness of the universe and let the consciousness of this universe recognize it. Yes, the universe also has consciousness. If you want to upgrade to the 5th level of civilization, you need to be recognized by the will of this universe before you can successfully upgrade. Regarding specific issues, the secret letter did not explain, only saying that when the most basic conditions are met, you will know everything. Another problem is that the 9 on-duty members of the Universe Elders Council recognize it, and you only need to get the support of 5 of the demons to successfully upgrade to the 5th level of civilization. The demons advocate strength as king, and the strongest families will be divided and placed in other galaxies to suppress a galaxy. Each galaxy has a limited number of quotas, and there is also a comparison between them. This also involves the issue of the demons behind the races. Each demon supports a different race, and they all want to support their own family to defend a galaxy in order to strengthen their demon foundation. Most demons want the races they support to cultivate the avenues they control. Demons also need to improve their realms. They are just the incarnation of one of the 3,000 avenues, or the initial avenues. When the 3,000 gods and demons were just born, they thought they didn't need to cultivate, and they couldn't find a way to improve their strength. Until the end of the war, they saw the 4 universes create countless creatures, and they tried to imitate the creation of races, and the result was really significant. As the number of creatures in the universe increased, and the realm of cultivation became higher, the 3,000 avenues of this universe were actually slowly getting stronger, although the increase was very limited, which also gave the demons a new life. The speed of the great Tao of this universe is slow, which must be because there are few creatures and weak strength. The demon god found that the 3,000 great Taoists were only the first great Taoists of the universe. As the creatures cultivate and comprehend, the great Tao will become stronger and stronger. That is why the planet master of this universe is designed to manage the star people. Continuously upgrade the civilization level, create more potential star people, and let them continue to cultivate. In this way, the power of the demon god will increase, and the will of this universe will also increase. But this involves another core problem of the universe: the total amount of energy in this universe. The energy of the universe has an upper limit. The total amount of creatures and the number of great Taoists that he can accommodate are all limited. If you want to strengthen it further, you have to expand the upper limit of the universe capacity. Just like a fixed pool, it can only hold so much water. What should we do if we want to increase the area? That is to grab other pools. When the 2 pools are added together, the area is larger and there is more water. But the problem is that the other pool is guarded by creatures. Without water, the other side will die. Both sides will inevitably break out in war. The Great War on the other side countless eons ago made these demon gods understand that there is no end to cultivation. They must fully develop the entire universe. Only when the universe becomes better can they survive forever. That is why there are countless races. If you study some races carefully, you will find that some races specialize in the path of demon gods and are also the core races of a certain demon god. The gods were cultivated by all the demons, but their number is too small. The immortals were created by the ancestor Hongjun, who is the immortal law of the 3,000 great Taoists. Unfortunately, in the Great War countless eons ago, most of the consciousness of the ancestor Hongjun was plundered, leaving only a small part of his will to hide in the Demon Valley for cultivation, which resulted in immortals not being very strong in the universe. Why do the elves have so many magical attributes? It is because of the support of many demons. There are also countless races, each of which has the support of demons behind them. There are 2 reasons why the major families in the Milky Way have not been promoted to the 5th level families. The first is that the 9 demons on duty support the families with different strengths and have not reached 5 votes. The second reason is that the galaxies in this universe are becoming saturated. and all galaxies are competing for quotas. This leads to increasingly fierce competition, and the quotas are particularly precious. So the 9 demon gods cannot reach a consensus. The above are all the mysteries of this universe, and they were revealed to Zhang Yang by Yang Mei Patriarch. Why did Yang Mei Patriarch support the human race? He also said in the secret letter that some demon god avenues belong to the innate avenues, such as his avenue of space, avenue of time, avenue of power, etc. These avenues do not need to specifically support any race. As long as the universe becomes stronger, their avenues will also become stronger. It doesn't matter to them which race to support. They also don't want to see disputes between races and demon god brothers. In the past, the races created were more specialized, and the entire race cultivated a certain demon god avenue. Now suddenly there is a very special race, whose cultivation is very chaotic, involving every avenue. And there are creatures cultivating all kinds of different. This race has the same sense of belonging to the 3,000 demon gods, because it is a race deduced by the 3,000 demon gods together. This is extremely special, and each demon god does not want to strongly support it, nor will they maliciously suppress it, because they all have a stake in it. This race is the human race. All demon gods are paying attention to the development of the human race and want to embark on a new path. The human race can cultivate the 3,000 avenues, and the creatures have strong reproduction ability, certain wisdom, desires, and ambitions. If there is only one universe, according to the deduction of the demon god, the human race will kill each other for resources and fight each other. But if the universe is very large, infinite, as long as it can continue to plunder the energy of other universes and return resources to the original universe, the human race is the best race. The human race has a strong ability to resist pressure. Where there is pressure, there is resistance. Combined with the above factors, the status of the human race is improving. Zhang Yang and many other star masters are in the 36th heaven, watching the live broadcast of the war with excitement. Zhang Yang thinks that he still underestimated the power of technology. After this battle, it is necessary to establish a technology industry. The queen of the insect race watched her army being washed by ammunition, and didn't care at all. These were just cannon fodder. The entire vanguard army did not retreat but advanced. Countless warships took off from the surrounding planets, and flew towards the human race in an overwhelming manner. Chapter 194 Crazy Zerg. The Zerg-controlled army ignored the artillery fire, and turned on the space jump function to rush towards the human position. The space changed, and spaceships flew out of the void and fired at the human position with all their strength. The human defense position had already been fully alert. Seeing the sudden appearance of the alien army, they opened fire indiscriminately, and the war officially kicked off. The polluted army that shuttled to the front of the position launched a fierce attack on the Blue Star family position. Many polluted army groups did not control the distance well, and actually shuttled into the Blue Star family position. The brain worm was overjoyed, and controlled the entire fleet to self-destruct without hesitation. Boom boom. The power of the self-destruction is very strong. Fortunately, each planet of the Blue Star family has multiple layers of protective shields to withstand the impact of the explosion. However, some war weapons and war fortresses outside the planet were inevitably destroyed by the aftermath of the explosion. Seeing that the attack was effective, the Zerg control army behind them all turned on the space jump function at a certain point, instantly appeared in the Blue Star family, and immediately self-destructed. Faced with such a crazy attack, this made the human commander behind them frown. The self-destructing army did not hesitate at all. Just like a controlled robot, the command was entered and executed without any error. This is not the end. Due to the desperate suicide attacks of countless warships and the pollution legions, the Zerg army behind them began to slowly advance forward. One by one, strange bugs bite open the dimensional wall of the universe, forming space tunnels. The space bugs bite the space towards the direction of the human camp at a very fast speed. Although the space bugs are hidden in the space, they can sense the situation outside and dig towards the designated target point. One by one, the heavy armor bugs drill into the space wormhole and move towards the target. One by one, the transport bugs, with countless tentacles supporting the bottom, are completely suspended inside. The interior is similar to the human mustard space, which can hold many bugs. They follow the heavy armor bugs and move forward slowly. Behind them are the suicide mosquitoes, warrior bugs, puppies, hydralisks, scorpions, and other war arms. There are more than one passage leading to the Blue Star family's position. The Zerg controlled the Pollution Army and launched suicide attacks on the Blue Star family. At all costs. Because these were just enslaved puppets. The warrior worms at the rear of the army turned into starry sky colors and flew forward. The Blue Star family got information about Zerg arms, conventional tactics, etc. from the Cosmic Elders Council. But after all, they had never fought against the Zerg in person. And faced with such a fearless fighting method, they were still a little bit overwhelmed. The mechanical soldiers on the periphery of the Eastern Front controlled the war fortresses and fought fiercely with the Pollution Army. A group of suicide bugs rushed forward madly through the hail of bullets. When they got close to the war fortress, they started to self-destruct, not caring about the warrior bugs around them. The mechanical soldiers in the fortress were not killed because they were wearing mechas. They controlled the mechas and fought tenaciously with the Zerg. The warrior worms tore open the mechas, swallowed the mechanical soldiers into their mouths, and immediately retreated towards the brain worms. The brain worms immediately sucked these bugs into their brains, analyzed the other party's information, and transmitted it back to the Zerg Queen's mind. The Zerg Queen had many questions. Weapon control, combat consciousness cultivation, Zerg characteristics. These robots did not have any extra knowledge in their minds. Their minds were full of war knowledge. And there was not a single useful knowledge. It was obvious that the other party had made sufficient preparations. The formations in other directions were on full alert when suddenly large holes appeared in the surrounding space. Countless Zerg rushed towards the Blue Star family's formation from all directions. The Zergs fought in one go, without any probing or exaggerated tactics. Boom boom. Boom boom. A large number of Zergs emerged from the space around the Blue Star family, tearing at the nearest weapons, fortresses, and planetary shields. The Blue Star family opened fire, and the self-defense counterattack star cannon kept spraying particle beams, and a beam could penetrate hundreds of Zerg warriors. But the Zerg army was boundless, and more Zerg armies drilled out of the wormholes, fearlessly tearing at the nearest enemy fortresses. Zergs were not afraid of death, had no pain perception, but had spiritual perception, and were strictly classified, so they were indeed a bit difficult to deal with. The heavy armored insects that drilled out of the wormhole are also called Zerg tanks. They have amazing defense capabilities. When the beam hits them, it is bounced away. Only the meteor cannon can penetrate their shells. The heavy armored insect began to accumulate power, glowing red, and with a loud roar, it suddenly rushed towards the nearest planetary shield. The shield pattern did not move, as if it was not affected. But the maintenance personnel inside the planet changed their faces and immediately shouted, "Quick! Speed up the energy supply! Energy drops by 5%. Energy drops by 5%. Every time a heavy armored insect hits violently, the energy of the entire shield will drop by 5%. Plus other insects are constantly biting the shield. And there are scorpion insects outside that are firing energy bullets at the planetary shield. The weapons inside the planet were also firing continuously. Heavy particle self-propelled artillery on the land kept making noises, and particle beams hit the abdomen of the armored insects outside the shield. These armored insects have hard outer shells, but weak abdomens, which are their only weakness. If the abdomen is hit, the armored insects will be seriously injured or even die. But there are too many insects. They crawl on the planet's shield and bite the shield from all directions. Energy drops to 50%. Report: the energy of the planet Kelka drops below 50%. Requesting the mecha troops to go to battle. Report: the energy of the planet Vincent drops below 40%. Requesting the Dragon Knight troops to go to battle. Report: the energy of the undead star planet has dropped below 90%. Please ask the undead knights to go to battle. I want to show them who is the cosmic disaster. The urgent reports were transmitted to the command center in the rear. The intelligent brain troops in the rear began to analyze and then said, "Kyle, Vincent planet allows the battle. The undead star planet is waiting for orders according to the pre-planned plan. According to the pre-planned tactics, we must make full use of the defensive advantages of the shield and snipe the Zerg army from the inside of the shield to the outside, and try to avoid hand-to-hand combat. The shield energy is constantly replenished, but it continues to decline. It is obvious that the replenishment speed cannot keep up with the consumption speed. When the shield energy drops to 50%, the troops inside the planet will be dispatched to actively clear the Zerg on the shield to prevent the energy shield from being shattered. The Zerg will devour all the matter inside the planet to strengthen itself. So try to avoid hand-to-hand combat. Of course, there is an exception. That is the undead race. A large number of troops rushed out of the planet, where the energy was declining too fast. These warriors wore combat mechas, and Taoist magic weapons were worn inside the combat mechas. There was also a layer of close-fitting protective clothing inside the magic weapons to isolate the mind control. A large number of troops fought with the Zerg, and the energy of the protective shield began to recover rapidly. 60%-70%-80%. And the energy soared rapidly. A special signal was sent from the inside of the planet. And these soldiers who went out to fight retreated in groups of 3 to 3 in an orderly manner towards the inside of the planet. Our warriors instantly entered the protective shield. But the Zerg roared in anger and incompetence. The shield was designed like this from the beginning. The inside can attack the outside enemy without any impact. The outside cannot attack the inside. The shield also adds a genetic recognition function, so the friendly side can shuttle freely, and the enemy can only honestly break through the shield. As time goes by, the Zerg Queen becomes increasingly irritable. With so many Zerg dead, they have not yet attacked the interior of the enemy planet. It is simply out of the ordinary. In the previous battle, some Blue Star warriors were still devoured by the Zerg. These memories were absorbed by the Zerg and gradually passed to the Zerg Queen's consciousness. The Zerg Queen discovered the operating principle of the shield and began to adjust tactics. With her roar, the Zerg army's attack tactics changed. Chapter 195, Pulling War. The Zerg can devour enemy cells and obtain all the memory intelligence of the opponent. This is also one of the reasons why the Zerg is very difficult to deal with. Under this racial characteristic, it is difficult for the enemy to have any secrets. As the saying goes, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you fight 100 battles without danger. The enemy knows all your deployments and attacks your weaknesses, which naturally gives them a great advantage. Following the order of the Zerg Queen, the Zerg army changed its tactics, began to gather together, and attack several shields fiercely. The shield energy dropped rapidly, and the Blue Star family creatures inside saw this and immediately came out to fight. But there were too many Zerg, and the shield was still broken. The Zerg army rushed towards several planets, and the creatures inside the planets were all wearing mechas and fighting against the Zerg. Mechas are divided into many levels and are constantly being updated. The eliminated mechas are not destroyed, but are developed towards all the creatures in the entire family so that they can have a little self-protection ability. Sky Star. Hurry. Everyone put on mechas. The defense shield is about to break. The Blue Star family's interstellar trade activities for thousands of years have led to the integration of various planets. And the races of the star people living inside the planets are different, regardless of gender, age, or ability to move. All creatures wear mechas and fight against the Zerg. As the warrior bugs continued to devour energy, their bodies grew larger and larger, and they began to bite their targets fiercely. At the same time, the Blue Star commander behind them saw this and immediately said, "Send the Undead Legion to the field." A large number of undead legions rushed out from the surrounding planets through the teleportation array. Various warships and fighters circled in the air and fired laser particle cannons at the target. For a while, several planets with broken shields became the key points of contention between the two sides. Both sides kept sending large troops to reinforce, and the Sky Star became a battlefield meat grinder. The battle continued, and each star cannon could take away a line of Zerg. But the number of Zerg alone was endless and reinforcements were constantly coming. Blue Star also responded to every move, sending heavenly soldiers and generals, and the army of the underworld to support. If there is a major crisis somewhere, or if it can't hold on, the gods of heaven will go to support. Blue Star is neither fast nor slow, and it responds to changes with constancy, constantly fine-tuning, and fighting with ease. The Zerg tribe keeps sending armies to the planet to fight, and they always have the illusion that they are going to attack. Blue Star has the advantage of home field, and there are countless weapons around to assist. The ground transmission array keeps transmitting armies to fight. Some of the wounded with low combat power are transported to the core planet through the array. The only pity is that the Zerg tribe's ability is too weird, and the souls of the dead creatures in the battle are devoured by the Zerg tribe, and they cannot be reincarnated. As the battle continued, the Queen of the Zerg finally knew the location of the enemy's 4 major front command posts and the enemy's command center. Through the Zerg's vision of the battle, the Queen of the Zerg also found the difficulty of the enemy's formation. The enemy's command center is located in the center of the family, surrounded by 35 planets that are closely coordinated. The remaining planets are also composed of 72 planets and 36 planets. The special formation is both offensive and defensive and very difficult to entangle. Just like the current attack on the Sky Star. It wants to concentrate on attacking a few planets. But the enemy continues to support it. And it is in a stalemate, resulting in the Zerg having no results so far. The queen of the insect tribe thought for a moment and decided that she couldn't go on like this. She had consumed too many insects and couldn't get any replenishment. And her own strength would also be seriously damaged. The Zerg tribe has a strict hierarchy. And without strength, they may be swallowed up at any time. After thinking about it, looking at the space-time worm on his shoulder, he decided to implement the beheading plan. The Zerg queen made a strange cry. And the surrounding Zerg army gathered towards her. These Zerg turned into energy and were absorbed by the queen. The Zerg queen is the core soldier of the Zerg tribe. They can breed countless Zerg armies and become a base nest-like existence. Or they can absorb the Zerg army and transform it into personal strength. The two can be freely converted. So many Zerg troops do not have the ability to think independently, all of which come from the genetic fighting instinct. Or the queen controls their actions. The Grand Corticeal was absorbed by the queen's energy. But her realm has not changed. The strength of this Zerg queen itself is the early state of quasi-sanctuary. With the absorption of energy, the realm began to be improved to the middle period. If you want to break through the quasi-holy realm, you need the universe will give great merit. This merit is purple. And some villagers are called the cosmic purple gas. The number of purple in the universe is limited. So the number of beings that can break through the realm of saints is limited. In other universe invasion, if you want to devour the energy of the universe, you also want to devour the purple chi of these universe to cultivate their universe and enhance the strength of the universe. The queen of the insect tribe touched the time-space insect on her shoulder and said with a smile, "This time it depends on you, baby. Whether you can make a contribution and break through to the queen of insects, saint, depends on this battle." The time-space insect squirmed and gently rubbed the queen's shoulder with its head. At the same time, the Blue Star family, who were fighting in the front, felt abnormal, and the opponent's backup force was a little insufficient. Zhang Yang was a little confused. Judging from the data transmitted by the Universe Elders, the number of the opponent should not be this small? Could it be? Zhang Yang communicated with the Universe Elders with his will. The logistics department said, "Please observe the situation near the rift. There is an abnormality on the battlefield, and the insect tribe's backup force is insufficient. Receive the other side also urgently checked the situation through the eye of the universe, and saw countless insects sacrificing and turning into energy streams rushing towards an insect king, and quickly passed on the information. Blue Star family. The Zerg tribe has started to offer sacrifices. Based on past experience, the other party is likely to implement the beheading plan. The other party's strength has been upgraded to the perfect quasi-saint realm, plus the assistance of the time-space worm. You have a total of 8 quasi-saints. And the highest realm is the late quasi-saint realm. You can fight. The Elders' Council has increased the risk level of this place, and can provide support at any time." Zhang Yang frowned a little. The Zerg tribe is really difficult to deal with. He immediately said, "Blue Star received it." Zhang Yang said to the 8 quasi-saints on the side, "The queen of the Zerg tribe has offered sacrifices to the army, and has become a perfect quasi-saint. With the assistance of the time-space worm. You must be careful. The opponent doesn't know our strength now. When you attack, don't care about your status. Use all the means you can. Don't be careless. Attack with all your strength." The 8 saints looked solemn and said in unison, "Please rest assured, Father God." The 8 quasi-saints exchanged ideas with each other, concentrating their minds and calming down, with a little bit of nervousness. After all, the opponent is a quasi-saint with full strength. When it comes to the quasi-saint realm, each small realm is very different. The 8 quasi-saints showed the innate spiritual treasures in their hands and began to formulate tactics. All the cosmic fragments in their hands were refined to enhance the power of the innate spiritual treasures. The innate spiritual treasures refined from cosmic fragments are also divided into levels. The more cosmic fragments are fused, the more powerful the magic weapon will naturally be. The insect army was not completely absorbed, and there were still many insect armies outside. With the queen's order, all the troops went out to attack. The queen changed herself and disguised herself as a warrior insect, mixing in with the army. The general offensive began. Chapter 196. The cautious queen of the insect tribe. The queen of the insect tribe felt that her plan was flawless. So she quietly hid in the army, preparing to catch the opponent off guard. What a coincidence. It was also at this time that Zhang Yang called the Council of Elders of the Universe to request reconnaissance. Her every move was observed by the Eye of the Universe, and the complete report was given to Zhang Yang. There is a saying that it is better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. The queen of the insect tribe transformed into a warrior insect, hid in the army, and flew silently towards the Blue Star family's camp. After Zhang Yang learned the news, he summoned the 8 saints and asked them to fight with all their strength. The 8 quasi-saints muttered and merged the fragments given by Zhang Yang into the magic weapon. As the refining was completed, the 8 quasi-saints decided to take advantage of the situation. They turned into 8 little skeletons, limping and mixing in the battlefield. This is the emotional entanglement story of a warrior worm and 8 little skeletons. Zhang Yang looked at the 8 quasi-saints turned into skeletons, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and could only say, 6. Many immortal gods around heard the Father God say 6, and secretly guessed the holy intentions, whispering to each other, "What does the 6 mean?" Zhang Yang didn't expect that the 6 he said casually today would still be said by new humans countless eons later. Let's get back to the point. The Zerg Queen was hiding in the army. A meteor cannon was fired towards her, but she dodged it instantly. As time went by, she finally saw the deployment of the Blue Star formation with her own eyes. With her brain, she quickly figured out where the weakness of this formation was. This planet was fighting on a large scale. She hid here and suddenly attacked the opponent's main star. She used time and space stillness and quickly killed all the creatures on the main star. This battle was won. In this way, the task assigned to her by the Queen of Insects was completed, and she also made contributions. It is very likely that she will be given the purple heir of the universe and promoted to the Queen of Insects. If she is not promoted to the Queen of Insects, she will eventually become an ant. She is just a lord under the Queen of Insects. Like her, each Queen of the Insect clan has many Queen-level lords under her. Fortunately, when the Queen of Insects encounters a fatal crisis, she will swallow all her Zerg tribes, including the Queen, into her stomach to protect herself. Only when she is promoted to the Queen of Insects can she protect herself. The Queen of Insects is already an absolute high level in the Zerg tribe. The Queen of Insects can guard a galaxy alone. It is difficult to kill the Queen of Insects. As long as she survives, she can quickly breed a Zerg civilization again, which is the foundation of the Zerg tribe. She landed on the planet silently, like an ordinary warrior worm, without showing any abnormality. As she landed on the Sky Star, the surrounding Zerg tribes were very excited and attacked the Blue Star family frantically. At the current distance, the Queen of the Insect tribe can land on the other side's main star in an instant. Landing on the other side's main star in an instant. Then using time suspension, slaughtering living beings, and then devouring all energy, and then retreating into the rift. It can be considered a successful retreat. But she didn't dare. She was still observing. If possible, she didn't want to be exposed. She wanted to get closer to the rift and let her children fight. If the battle goes well, everyone is happy, slowly accumulating merits. And one day she can be promoted to the Queen of Insects. If the battle is not smooth, she will retreat into the rift in an instant, save her life, and slowly plan. This is also the ultimate way for her to survive for so long. To survive, she has lived for a long time. So she naturally knows that there is always someone stronger than the strong. She is a quasi-saint. And so is the opponent. Fighting behind enemy lines is a disadvantage. If you are careless, you will live too long. This race is so difficult to deal with. She doesn't believe that there is no higher level existence on the other side. So if you can avoid taking risks, try not to take risks. War is about who is more patient. If you want to be the final winner, you have to be cautious. Cautious. And cautious again. As time goes by, a Zerg finally ascends to the Xianxian realm. The Heavenly Court sent Zhuge Qingyun to fight. Since Zhuge Qingyun became the Wu Chu star of the Heavenly Court and was blessed by the godly position, his cultivation speed has become faster and faster, and he has successfully broken through to the Xianxian period. The godly position has an amplifying effect on the realm. The higher the godly position, the more obvious the amplification effect. Even if you become a soldier in the heaven, your realm can be suddenly improved. This is the power of the divine position. However, if your divine position is abolished, the realm blessed by the divine position will also fall. Therefore, you still have to rely on your own strength. And the divine position can only be auxiliary. After the realm is promoted with the help of the divine position, It is the correct way to practice in the heaven to stay at home and continue to promote to the next realm. The queen of the insect clan secretly observed in the dark, watching an insect clan promoted to the Xiantian realm. And the opponent sent another Xiantian realm cultivator to fight, and secretly said, "It is true." She secretly transferred some energy to a certain insect clan, and this warrior insect was promoted to the Xiantian realm. And the opponent sent another Xiantian realm cultivator to come over. She really didn't believe it. So she continued to hide. The war continued. More and more insects were promoted to the true immortal realm. And the other side was also constantly reinforcing. When the insect queen ruthlessly allocated more energy and evolved a Xiantian realm insect to the golden immortal realm, the other side sent an old man, who was also a golden immortal realm. Zhang Yang watched the insect queen constantly testing, knowing that she was also unsure in her heart and wanted to test the bottom line of Blue Star. The other side transmitted more and more energy, and several golden immortal insects were born one after another. And her own realm also fell from the perfect quasi-saint realm to the late quasi-saint realm. This process is cyclical and gradual, just like boiling a frog in warm water. She unknowingly fell to the late quasi-saint realm. She was getting more and more upset. She didn't know why she couldn't find out the bottom line of the other party, even after devouring so many of their lives. The creatures who died in the battle knew at most the information about the heaven, the underworld, and the Father God. They had no idea how high the specific realm of Blue Star was. The queen of the Zerg tribe was not surprised. This was also a common method used by opponents to erase some memories of creatures to prevent the Zerg tribe from leaking secrets. Zhang Yang knew the other party's strange abilities, so he naturally had to be on guard and erase all the memories of the heaven, the underworld, etc. in the minds of the creatures who went out to fight. The Star Lords hiding in the 36th heaven focused on this work. It is not difficult to block or even eliminate certain memories of creatures. It can be done easily, but they can't clear all of it. They can only remove key information in a targeted way, which is a huge project. So these Star Masters hide here and concentrate on doing this, including Zhang Yang. He is also watching. Once the energy of a certain shield drops below 30%, he will also assist his subordinates in clearing the memory. As time goes by, she is a little irritable. What she doesn't know is that the 8 little skeleton soldiers hiding in the distance staring at her are a little excited. It's good that the realm has fallen. The queen of the insect tribe has fallen to the late stage of the quasi-saint realm, the same as the realm of the Taoist heavenly venerable. We still have 7 quasi-saints to assist, and then suddenly attack you. Snap. A right leg. Won't it kill you? The 8 quasi-saints are people who plan before they act, so they are naturally not in a hurry to act. If it was a low-level plot against the other party, the queen of the insect tribe would sense it. But they are all in the quasi-saint realm, and they really can't sense each other. The queen of the insect tribe finally made up her mind and catalyzed several more golden immortal realm insects. And her own realm fell to the middle stage of the quasi-saint realm. She has already thought about it. If she still can't test the bottom line of the other party, she will command the army to retreat and slowly plan. Zhang Yang has been observing the demeanor of the queen of the insect tribe. The other party is getting more and more impatient. In the end, she catalyzed 5 golden immortal realm cultivators, which obviously made up her mind. If the bottom line of Blue Star cannot be tested, the other party will probably retreat. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang dispatched Nua, Huandi, and Fushi, 3 late-stage Jinxian cultivators, to take action, and specifically informed the 3 of the plan and precautions. Acting skills are the most important. The 3 great gods took action with a mission and flew from Blue Star to the Zerg in the Jinxian realm. The Zerg queen patiently observed for a while. The 3 Jinxian cultivators of the other side were besieged badly, and the other side no longer sent people to support. The Zerg queen's eyes finally lit up. This wave. The Zerg is stable. The Zerg queen looked coldly at the enemy's main star position, and instantly flew towards the Blue Star position, roaring with a fierce expression on her face. All must die. Chapter 197 Group Fight. When the queen of the insect tribe attacked, she did not hold back at all, revealing her heavenly and earthly power. Tens of thousands of feet tall, she compressed all the energy in her body into a ball, and this ball of energy was enough to destroy a planet. Countless creatures around her looked at the queen of the insect tribe with a hideous face, trembling all over. This terrifying pressure made them lose all desire to fight. The queen of the insect tribe was full of vigilance, but she did not forget herself. The Dharma body that she showed outside was just an empty body. As the saying goes, Laymen look at the size, while experts look at the Holy Soul. The Holy Soul is the foundation of the quasi-saint level and above. As long as there is a trace of the Holy Soul, it can be cultivated again. Therefore, cultivating to the saint level is almost immortal. But everything has its absolutes. If Zhang Yang is destroyed, the saints of Blue Star will also die. If the Queen of Insects is destroyed, the insect tribes under her will also die. Seeing that no one is blocking her, the Queen of Insects, possessed by the Holy Spirit, finally used all her strength to attack. A ball of energy that could destroy the world was spit out by her, and flew towards Blue Star. Just when it was about to attack Blue Star, a yin-yang Tai Chi diagram that covered the sky and the sun came towards it. The energy hit the Tai Chi diagram and disappeared as if it disappeared out of thin air. The Queen of Insects was startled and knew that she had been fooled. She immediately ordered the spacetime insect to perform the spacetime pause. A mysterious force permeated the surrounding space, and the Tai Chi diagram was somewhat stagnant and slowed down, as if it had encountered resistance. The creatures below the golden immortal realm around them immediately stopped moving. The golden immortal realm could barely move, but their movements were slowed down by hundreds of times, which looked a little funny. The Queen of the Insect tribe let out a long sigh, looked at the blue star that was close at hand, and slapped it ruthlessly. As long as she killed the other creature, she would immediately retreat. 5 small flags slowly appeared in the 5 directions of the Queen from the east, south, west, north, and center. The flags fluttered in the wind, and a dark yellow barrier trapped the Queen of the Insect tribe in the center. The innate 5 directions flags are a set of defensive and innate spiritual treasures refined by Yuan Shi Tianzuan. They are the central Wuji Xinghuang flag, the eastern Qinglian Baos flag, the southern Lidi fireworks flag, the western Plain Cloud boundary flag, and the northern Xianyuan water control flag. The Queen saw that she was trapped, and knew that there must be a quasi-saint cultivator around. The spider legs behind her turned into spears, and stabbed at the 5-sided flag. Ding dong. 5 collision sounds came, and the spears encountered resistance, emitting golden light. Looking at the cracks on the 5-sided flag, the Queen prepared to attack again and smash it. The strange black and white picture instantly surrounded this world, and they entered a special space together. As the Tai Chi picture showed its power, the power of time and space in the outside world dissipated, and countless creatures fought again. The universe flashed with several golden clouds, and there were 100,000 heavenly soldiers standing on the clouds, and the majestic heavenly generals stood in front of them, flying towards this place. Waves of cold wind came, making people feel cold all over. There seemed to be countless creatures in the dark clouds, holding warning sticks. In front stood 10 sinister generals, flying out of the blue star with ferocious faces. The immortal beasts and gods hidden in the back did not follow suit. The overall situation was decided, and it was also a good time to train soldiers. The Queen of the Insect tribe trapped in the Tai Chi diagram was uncertain, just when she was about to attack. 4 swords flew towards her from 4 directions. The Queen was shocked because she wanted to hide, but found that she could not. She had a hunch that no matter where she dodged, the swords would hit her at the same time. The speed of the sword was too fast, and despite the obstruction of the power of time and space, it could only be slowed down a little. Looking at the time-space bug panting on his shoulder, he felt helpless. The time-space bug is still powerful against those below the quasi-saint realm, but it can only affect the speed a little when it reaches the quasi-saint realm. If 2 people fight one-on-one, it can slow down the speed a little, which is also a huge advantage. But it is a pity. She didn't know how many quasi-saints there were on the Tai Chi diagram. From the current point of view, she sensed the aura of 3 quasi-saints from the spiritual treasure. The opponent's realm is not weak, and it is almost the same as hers. She immediately regretted it. If the quasi-saint realm is perfect, he will definitely break the Tai Chi diagram and escape from here, or before the Tai Chi diagram surrounds her. There are also a few seconds to escape. Only she wants to run, and the opponent has no way. Seeing the 4 swords approaching, the Queen could only retract a few spider legs and try her best to block the swords. Ah! The Queen of the Insect tribe screamed in pain. The 4 swords pierced the spider legs fiercely, and a crack appeared on the spider legs, and golden liquid flowed out of them. 108 golden prayer beads were mixed with the Queen's body, making her soul faint and in pain. Dao Yu, what other magic weapon do you have? Let us see it. Good. This is a purple gold bowl, which can freeze the opponent and put it into the bowl. The bowl turned into several hundred feet, and appeared in the sky. A golden light shone down, making the queen unable to move. Good. This is the Qianquan ruler. The ruler of heaven and earth became several hundred feet long and smashed hard on the queen's head. This is the pestle of demons. This is the pestle of blessing. Listening to the miserable cry of the queen of the insect race, who was getting weaker and weaker, the 8 quasi-saints were in a heated discussion. The 8 quasi-saints were discussing fiercely. And Amitabha suddenly sighed, alas. The Tathagata Buddha asked in confusion, why sigh? Amitabha said slowly, I think the Taoist sect has 4 great beasts, 9-tailed foxes and dozens of other beasts to protect the religion. But my Buddhist sect has none. The saints don't come out. And the disciples under the sect don't even have a helper when they encounter hardships. Maitreya Buddha also said, brother, this is not right. My Buddhist disciples should practice hard and suffer more hardships before they can achieve the right results. But, then again, our Buddhist sect does not have a guardian beast. Medicine Buddha, alas. It is our incompetence that makes our disciples suffer in vain. The Tathagata Buddha looked at the 3 pure ones without saying anything and sighed, 3 Taoist friends. I think my Buddhist disciples are looking forward to having a guardian beast day and night. Today, we are not shy to say, can this insect queen be suppressed by our Buddhist sect and guaranteed to make her change her ways and become an insect again? Looking at the 3 pure ones without saying anything, the 5 Buddhas sighed in unison and looked at the sky, as if they were about to shed tears. The 2 heavenly masters looked at the heavenly master of Dowd. The heavenly master of Dowd made some deductions and then said, forget it. Since the 5 junior brothers have spoken, the 3 senior brothers have no choice but to give the bread skin. Let's hand over this quasi-saint level insect to the Buddhist sect. The 5 Buddhas looked at each other and naturally understood what Dao Tianzuan meant. From then on, they were of lower generation, and they used to call each other Dao Yu. But now they have to call each other senior brothers. The 5 Buddhas communicated with each other through voice transmission and whispered to each other, and finally felt that skin was not as important as strength. Tathagata Buddha, then thank you 3 senior brothers. Looking at the dying queen of the insect race, Dao Tianzuan, I wonder if several junior brothers need our help to subdue her? Amitabha, then I won't bother the 3 senior brothers. Please take a rest. The Buddhas used their methods together to beat her half to death and put her into the purple gold bowl. Looking at the queen of the insect race, who had fainted, Amitabha took out the Qianquan bag and put her in it to prevent her from escaping. Ling Bao Tianzuan, brother, is this just a free gift to Buddhism? The queen of the insect tribe can breed an endless army of insects. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, don't worry. Look carefully at the holy soul of the insect tribe. Chapter 198 3 Demon Gods on Duty. Ling Bao Tianzuan took a closer look and found a clue. If you don't remind me carefully, I really can't see that the holy soul is missing a strand. This strand of holy soul is estimated to stay in the insect race, universe, to avoid direct death. Ling Bao Tianzuan asked himself, if he went to the other universe, he would do the same, although leaving a strand of holy soul. Although there will be hidden dangers, but the chance of survival is greatly increased. The hidden danger is that the holy soul is destroyed. The road cannot be complete, and it is impossible to ascend to the holy realm without repairing it. The holy soul is a miniature road. If the road is missing, it is not complete. If the holy soul is missing, it cannot be filled back. Just like a broken glass, it is difficult to mend a broken mirror, not to mention that it takes a long time to repair. And after repair, it is not the same as before. It is necessary to make comprehensive fine-tuning of the avenue, which is very difficult. The 3 pure ones returned to the 36th heaven of Blue Star and watched many creatures fighting, because Blue Star kept sending heavenly soldiers and ghost messengers to help. The Zerg tribe was besieged because of the queen. The subsequent strength was weak, and the brain worm could not contact the supreme leader and was weak in command. The entire Zerg army began to fall into chaos. In this way, as time passed, the battle fell into an end. Cosmic Elders Council, Galaxy Branch. 2 shadows sat in front of the Yangmei Patriarch, and the 3 of them watched the Zerg Queen being besieged with interest. The Yangmei Patriarch smiled and said, it's interesting. Right? Shun, interesting. Is this the race we deduced together? Patriot Yangmei nodded. And the 3 of them were on duty at the Eye of the Universe to observe the overall performance of the human race. The performance was not bad, whether in terms of strategy or tactical arrangements. There were things worth noting. Shun, the universe is full of human races. It should be quite interesting. How could it be pitiful that the races I created were so few in number? Pitifully few? How dare you say that? It's like there are none. The number of creatures of a race is less than that of 3,000 demon gods, which is also extremely rare. Patriot Yang Mei looked at Shun speechlessly. Very powerful. Okay. Yes. How many galaxies are there? Shun sensed it, and awkwardly stretched out a finger. One? No one. Shun is the god of speed among the 3,000 demon gods. The race he created is called the Shunling clan. Shun refers to speed, and Ling refers to the spirit body. They are similar to elemental bodies, and ordinary creatures cannot see them. They can wander in space, and even shuttle freely in space. Very fast. This race is born with the law of speed. When the level is promoted to the 3rd level, it can master the law of space and shuttle through space. It is the fastest race of the same level in all universes. The Shunling clan is immune to absolute physical attacks, some magic, and soul attacks. This race wanders around the planet, and they don't advance, because they can only give birth to one every hundreds of millions of years, resulting in a very small number of races. The entire Instant Spirit clan has only a few thousand people, because they are very fast and like to travel through space. This leads to a very scattered distribution of the race. There is no living creature in the Milky Way, but the Instant Spirit clan is extremely knowledgeable and knows a lot of secrets. The Instant Spirit clan has a racial characteristic, that is, holding grudges. Once a creature of the race is killed, it will be marked with the power of time and space, and the same race will quickly rush over to avenge it. The demon god of Instant is one of the 9 on duty at this session of the Universe Elders Council. This is also the fundamental reason why the Star Lord is allowed to create races instead of the demon god. The races created by the demon god are very strong and have the characteristics of the laws that created the demon god, which is not conducive to the development and growth of the universe at all. Shun is also a demon who likes excitement. Seeing the blue star is so lively, he is naturally very happy. Shun looked at the silent Chu and said, "Hey, why don't you say anything?" Chu just looked at Shun coldly and continued to stare at the eye of the universe. Yang Mei Patriarch, you don't know him yet. He has always been cool. In the words of the human race, this is called cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Chu seemed to be deaf to it. He just looked at the eye of the universe coldly and said nothing. Chu also agreed that the human race could get the 0786 territory. Chu is also one of the demons on duty this time. He is the shadow demon among the 3,000 demons. Wherever there are shadows, they are his eyes. He can monitor the entire universe and is considered one of the most important demons at the moment. The universe can discover so quickly, and it cannot do without his help. He is the inspector among the 9 demons. He is responsible for the fine-tuning of the universe, paying attention to and supporting potential star masters, erasing some races that endanger the universe, and has been maintaining the balance of the galaxy and removing threats to the universe. Although he is indifferent to everything, he is extremely concerned about the affairs of the universe, and will pay special attention to things that are beneficial or harmful to the universe. Anyone who is qualified to catch his eye will be secretly watched by him, or he will save his life at a critical moment. If there is a threat to the universe, or even something that destroys the balance of the galaxy, he will deal with it with iron-blooded means, and will not tolerate betrayal. Once it is found out, it will be directly wiped out. Chu has a heavy responsibility. It can be said that he helps monitor the universe at every meeting of the Universe Elders. The race he created is called the Shadow Clan, a special race composed entirely of shadows. This race uses shadows as a secret, and can freely control the shadows of living beings. It is very scary, especially when it merges into the enemy's shadow. It is a fatal crisis at all times. But then again, although the opponent's power is strong, it also has the same problem. That is, the number is small and cannot reproduce freely. But the number is also as high as hundreds of millions, not as rare as the Shun clan. While the 3 gods were discussing, Chu suddenly snorted coldly, and a figure appeared in front of the Blue Star family. It turned out that while the 3 gods were chatting, a claw stretched out from the crack of time and space and grabbed the Blue Star family. The claw covered the sky and the sun, and went straight to Maitreya Buddha's Chiankuan bag. The purpose was very obvious. That is, to ask for help from the queen of the insect tribe trapped in the Chiankuan bag. The 5 Buddhas of Buddhism were confused, looking at the big hand covering the sky and the sun, and they actually felt a little powerless. Although there is only one word difference between quasi-saint and saint. There is a world of difference in realm. The big hand firmly grasped the Qianquan bag, as if retreating to the rear, and shadows slowly condensed from under the surrounding objects. Looking at the huge hand that covered the sky, the shadows moved closer and tightly wrapped around the arm, making it unable to move. The shadow pulled the thick arm hard, and the two shadows squeezed the arm in half. Before the arm fell, the palm suddenly squeezed hard, and the dying queen of the insect race in the Qianquan bag suddenly roared, "Human race, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood." Then she was squeezed into nothingness by the palm. The queen of the insect race in the Qianquan bag completely dissipated in the universe. A majestic voice came out, "The insect race cannot be trapped." Fortunately, a trace of the holy soul was retained in this universe, and it was not considered a complete destruction of the soul, and there was still a chance of resurrection. This scene happened too quickly, as if it was an instant. If you don't become a saint, you will end up being an ant. The 5 Buddhas of Buddhism were dumbfounded. The holy beast that protects the religion is gone? Are we still disciples? Especially Maitreya Buddha, who stretched out his hand to take a piece of rag and cried out with tears in his eyes, "My bag of heaven and earth is gone too." Chapter 199. The crack is repaired. The innate spiritual treasures are extremely precious, and they are all magic weapons that match their own great way. Now one of them is destroyed. For Maitreya Buddha, it can be said to be a heavy loss. At this moment, he regretted it a little. If he had known earlier, he would have used the purple gold bowl to hold the insects. The 3 pure ones looked at this scene and the huge hand, and knew that it might be the saint realm that made a move. The pressure of just one hand is much stronger than that of the quasi-saint. They realized at this moment that if they don't become saints, they will always be ants. The hand of the insect clan just now can crush the 8 quasi-saints present. Even that shadow. They can't understand. There are still many mysteries in this universe. The mentality of some saints, who originally regarded the world as ants, has changed a little at this moment. The 8 quasi-saints present have all made up their minds to advance to the saint realm as soon as possible. As for the 9th quasi-saint Ingzheng, he did not end up, nor did he participate in the mass fight. His avenue is destined to be different from others. Maintaining the operation of the 3 realms is his supreme avenue. Orders were issued one after another, and the Blue Star family began to clean up the battlefield. Zhang Yang was a little entangled. How to deal with these 3rd-level planet masters? Thousands of planets should be spoils of war. But these star masters have been contaminated by the Zerg. No one knows whether the wills of these star masters are normal. What if there are some mental illnesses? The shadow that had just helped condensed into a human-shaped shadow, looking at its own body with a hint of weirdness. The shadow instantly appeared on the 36th level of Blue Star, looked at Zhang Yang and said, "According to the human race, Shadow 9 has seen the Lord God." Zhang Yang was a little surprised. Ranked 9th? No. Shadow 8 is not as good as Shadow 9. Then you rank 8th? No. I am the 99th generation leader of the Shadow clan created by the Shadow Demon God. I was ordered to come to protect Blue Star for a period of time until the Saint clan is born in the Blue Star family. And I will leave. What is he talking about? I said the city gate tower. He said the hip axle. Zhang Yang was secretly surprised at the same time. Not because of the Shadow Demon God, but because of the Shadow clan. There are so many saint-level strongmen. So terrifying. Zhang Yang looked at Ingzhou and couldn't help but admire. Your noble race actually has so many saint-level leaders. It really has a deep foundation. He couldn't help but sigh. As a new race, the human race still has a long way to go. Ingzhou, you seem to have misunderstood that. The Shadow clan does not distinguish between rankings, status, and inheritance. As for how many saint-level people there are, we don't know. Each Shadow clan member is an independent existence and a leader. We don't live together and have no civilization inheritance. From the day we are born, we follow the Lord of Shadow and wait for orders. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang said respectfully, "Thank the Shadow ancestor for me." No need to thank him. He can hear. Every shadow is one of his great ways. Also, why call him Ancestor Ing? You should call him Ancestor Chu. Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang said respectfully to the distance, "Thank you, Ancestor Yang Mei and Ancestor Chu, the 2 demon gods, for your care. After all, courtesy is always a plus. It's always better to be careful. You're done. You didn't thank Ancestor Shun. According to the human race, be careful of being tricked." Zhang Yang. Which other ancestors haven't been thanked? Zhang Yang said, staring at Ingzhou. Well, just thank these 3. The other 6 ancestors haven't woken up yet. And I don't know which 6 ancestors are on duty. Although there are 9 people in each session. It's not a major event. In fact, only 3 demon gods are on duty. And they take turns to rest. Zhang Yang listened silently, and heard a lot of secrets. An old man in the family is like a treasure. It seems that the first ancestor has no ill will towards the human race. According to Ingio's description. Even the Shadow clan is the same. They have no likes or dislikes for any race. They just carry out the mission of the first ancestor. Support the races with potential and destroy the species that threaten the universe. Zhang Yang thought of the more than 3,000 planets and said, how to deal with the planets occupied by the Zerg? Destroy? Destroy? Zhang Yang was a little surprised. Ingio nodded and said nonchalantly, yes. It is destruction. After being polluted by the Zerg's mind perception. The Star Lord's consciousness has changed and has been subtly affected. It's okay now. Once the Zerg descends again, they will get close to the Zerg. This is an iron rule summed up from countless battles, including the angels, demons, and monsters. It's the same principle. Zhang Yang, what about these creatures? Ingio, it's the same. If they are polluted by the mind, they will also be affected. But for the star citizens who are not polluted, the star seal can be removed, and they can be allowed to wander the universe. Zhang Yang just sighed, and didn't say much. This universe is like this. And maybe one day the blue star will be like this. What he can do is to make the blue star stronger and stronger. And make the human race stronger and stronger. The fiefdom obtained this time is an opportunity to strengthen the human race. With the help of the galaxy, the human race will take root and sprout in various parts of the universe, like other races. Maybe one day, the human race will kill each other. But all this is for the overall benefit. Only with a large base can more powerful geniuses be born. This war made Zhang Yang see clearly that the number of human race is still too small compared to other races. Even if the human race is very strong, with only 20 billion people, it cannot support the entire galaxy, let alone the universe. Zhang Yang looked at the more than 3,000 planets in the distance and said lightly, can I take the materials of these planets? That's no problem. There will be a special department to deal with these planets. Zhang Yang issued an order to distribute each polluted planet to the mini-star masters of the Blue Star family, 1 for each person, and give them 100 years to mine. 100 years later, Blue Star will start the planet migration order and move to the front of the territory. The Wairui Good Belt is the top priority of the Milky Way and the key area for alien invasion. Galaxy number 0786 has been given to the Blue Star family. The Cosmic Elders will no longer send the Protoss Star Guard to this place. Everything needs to be defended by Blue Star itself. Blue Star has to develop planetary civilization, cultivate new star masters, and defend its own territory. The task is heavy. We must seize the time to strengthen ourselves in order to deal with the great crisis in the future. With Zhang Yang's order, many star masters returned to the planet to preside over the overall situation and began to dig and pollute the planet. There are still a large number of star citizens on these planets, but many of them have Zerg in their bodies and must be dealt with carefully, because there was no queen of the insect tribe to command them. The brain worms were also destroyed, and these dream worms fell into a deep sleep and lost their ability to move. In this way, the Blue Star family became busy. Zhang Yang was not idle either. He brought 9 quasi-saints and Ingio, a saint-level strongman, to the cosmic rift to repair the rift. Zhang Yang looked at the rift and felt that 103 pieces of cosmic wonder fragments were needed to repair it. Originally, these were not needed. But in the end, the queen of the insect tribe took action and enlarged the rift with her arm. He was really reluctant to let Zhang Yang take out 100 fragments. He thought that since the queen of the other side took action to save the queen, it meant that the other side was not far away. The other party did not dare to attack into this universe, which means that there is only this one saint-level person nearby. So they're still a little cautious. Zhang Yang thought about this and whispered something to Ingio. Ingio thought it was interesting. This Star Master was interesting and different from all the Star Masters he had met. Star Masters are generally boring. They are high above the world because they give birth to living beings. They are usually serious and unsmiling. To put it bluntly, they are rigid, dull and boring. In addition to these Star Masters, there are countless creatures created by demons in the universe. The creatures are wandering around the universe and are used to loneliness. When other Star Masters saw him, they were very respectful. not to mention in the 4th level civilization. Even in the 5th level civilization, saints are the top existence. It is very easy for a saint to destroy a small planetary system. So he protected so many potential 4th level star masters. And none of them dared to act so casually. After all, they all needed him, and relied on his protection. The saint level could destroy a 4th level family. But the 4th level family did not have the power to destroy the saint level. Especially for creatures like them who had no ties, no main star, and no star master to restrain them. They were used to being free. After hearing what Zhang Yang said, Ingjio started to attack, throwing balls of energy behind the crack. The 9 quasi-saints saw this and followed suit. Balls of energy were thrown behind the crack, exploding the opposite queen worm gnashing her teeth. Fortunately, the other party threw for a while, and then stopped. After a few years, the other party came to throw it again. This happened several times, and the other party finally couldn't bear it anymore. Take out the fragments of the cosmic wonders and repair the cracks. Looking at the complete cosmic wall, the queen insect nodded with satisfaction and fell asleep. When Zhang Yang and others came again, they found that the cracks had been repaired and nodded with satisfaction. Mission accomplished. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. Chapter 200 800 Years of Development. Arriving at the territory. After nearly 100 years of mining, the resources of more than 3,000 polluted planets in the battle were transported back to the Blue Star family. This battle made Zhang Yang realize again that technology is an indispensable part and must be vigorously developed. During these 100 years, because of consuming so many resources, Zhang Yang's pockets have bulged. Zhang Yang directly opened up a Hextech world and guided the technology masters of the human world to ascend to the Hextech world. Give 50,000 quotas to allow some of the top technology masters in the human world to ascend to the Hextech world with their families. According to the requirements of the star people in the technology world, Zhang Yang purchased a large amount of technology and equipment on the virtual platform of the universe. He made up his mind again and handed over 10 cosmic fragments to the technology madmen in the technology community. He also sent some fairy energy to enhance their physical fitness. Genetic engineering has made limited progress. Currently, through genetic modification, the physical fitness and strength of living beings can be improved in multiple dimensions. According to the improvement ratio, Zhang Yang named these medicines Hex Gene Potions, and divided them into levels according to the improvement effect. Gene Potions can only be drunk one level at a time. Otherwise they will explode and die. In addition, this potion is expensive. These potions were placed on the Blue Star Skynet and the Universe Virtual Platform for sale, and they were quite popular. In addition, Zhang Yang officially took the treasures such as pills, refining tools, and talismans to the Universe Elders Mall for sale. The elixirs and spiritual treasures refined by Taishang Laojun are very popular. They have to be auctioned every time, and can be sold at sky-high prices. Although cosmic fragments can be condensed into spiritual treasures, there are great differences between spiritual treasures. It's like a good material. The effect produced by civilians and masters is different. So Taishang Laojun is very busy recently. In this way, the spiritual energy of the human race on Blue Star began to spread towards the Milky Way. This is like cultural output, which is gradually known by the creatures in the universe, including technological products, such as mechas and battleships. Some obsolete ones are put on the cosmic virtual platform for sale. When the weapons on Blue Star are updated, some level 4 battleships will be auctioned. The technology maniacs of Blue Star had long looked down upon the level 4 battleships made by these foreign families. In this way, Zhang Yang's wallet became more and more bulging, and the Blue Star family became wealthy. Zhang Yang watched countless creatures shuttle day and night, and he was not idle. He studied the 0786 management plan with Quark and Ingjio, including the addition of territory race templates, race selection, galaxy civilization promotion rules, Skynet system, planet allocation and other issues. These are the foundations of the territory, and cannot be taken lightly. Quark only provided some ideas for reference, and did not dare to interfere too much. Only Zhang Yang could make such a decision. Ingjio provided Zhang Yang with some training methods of other families. Each family has a different method. Some only provide one type of creature template, and concentrate on cultivating the core race. This is the choice of most main gods. After all, being able to advance to the 4th level civilization and obtain territory is enough to prove the potential of the race. Some people don't care, and completely copy The race settings of the universe elders. After nearly 100 years of research, Zhang Yang also has a preliminary idea, which is still being improved. As time passes, 100 years have passed. Many creatures have already returned to their respective planets in advance, waiting for migration. Zhang Yang did not look blindly this time, and the coordinates of the migration destination were very clear. Enter the coordinates of the territory into the star map and make the choice without any hesitation. Please enter the territory coordinates, token, and contract for verification. Zhang Yang entered the information as required, and the entire family began to fade. The Blue Star family instantly crossed the space wall and came to the distant Good Belt. After entering the Good Belt, due to the power of the law, it was impossible to teleport there. The entire Blue Star family could only show its traces and slowly move towards territory 0786. This is also to prevent aliens from breaking through the space wall and coming to the breeding galaxy instantly. The other party can only fly when entering the Good Belt. Zhang Yang and many star masters can clearly see small-scale wars taking place everywhere through the star map. They are all powerful star citizens who are fighting against the 4 major universes. Zhang Yang saw the insects and some angels with huge white and black wings. There were also demons with demonic energy, and demons that looked like the Blue Star spirit beasts, but with completely different auras. These alien races were fighting with the creatures of the universe that guarded the galaxy behind them. However, they were just small groups of troops making trouble, and no large-scale battle was found. Seeing a family moving towards this place, countless creatures around looked towards this place. There was a team of angels, with 6 pairs of wings behind them, holding a flaming sword, flying towards the Blue Star family. Zhang Yang looked at the flying team, which had 20 people in total, but all of them were in the Xianxian realm. It seemed that they wanted to test the strength of the new race, and Zhang Yang didn't care at all. Seeing this, Ingzheng took out the sword of contempt and swung it forward. A sword energy several thousand feet high flew out and killed all the angels. The creatures around him were not surprised, but they did not come to disturb Zhang Yang. Instead, several level 4-star masters around added Zhang Yang as a friend, wanting to get to know him. After all, they would be neighbors in the future. Zhang Yang accepted everyone and added them as friends. The Blue Star family slowly moved towards the coordinate 0786. Along the way, they saw many families, each of which defended a section of the star wall and protected their own territory behind them. Each planet of the family defended a section of the star wall, forming a linear defense position, and behind the star wall was their own natal galaxy. The cosmic dimension wall of the breeding galaxy is very strong. Even the Saint Realm cannot forcibly break the dimension wall of the breeding galaxy and appear in the breeding galaxy. If the alien race wants to invade, they can only land from the Good Belt like Zhang Yang and fly towards the breeding galaxy. Each family hides behind the star wall and sends star people to patrol the front. And small-scale battles often occur. But there are also times when there are large-scale invasions. So the star wall is built, which is all experience. After a while, they finally arrived at the family location. Zhang Yang saw a group of Protoss monks patrolling. Each of them was in the Golden Immortal Realm. Seeing Zhang Yang coming, the other party did not waste words and asked Zhang Yang to show 3 certificates. After careful inspection, the 2 sides conducted a handover. The other party also suggested that Blue Star build a star wall to surround the neighbors on both sides to prevent harassment from foreign races. The Protoss guard can stay here until Blue Star builds the star wall and retreat. Zhang Yang looked at the vast and boundless galaxy behind him and smiled. This will be the cradle for the human race to soar. Looking at the star walls built by the neighbors on both sides, there is nothing in front of him, and he has an idea in his mind. For long-term peace, it is still necessary to build a star wall. As the saying goes, listen to others' advice and eat your fill. Blue Star relies on the star wall to assign the star masters of each family to the rear of the star wall. Each planet defends a section of the star wall. This can prevent frequent harassment from foreign races and develop the rear steadily. But there is no idea what to use to build the star wall. Looking at a certain place in the human world, I suddenly had an idea. Chapter 201 Galaxy Great Wall. Zhang Yang looked at the great continent, the origin of the human race, on which stood the wonder of the universe, the Great Wall. This was also his first wonder of the universe, which gave the human race a great sense of security at first. But as time went by, this wonder was somewhat inconsistent with its level. Compared with wonders such as the underworld and the heaven, the function and power of the Great Wall are somewhat different. Looking at the Great Wall on the Great Continent, it is now more symbolic than practical. The Great Wall has become a tourist attraction and has lost its original role. Zhang Yang transformed into a human and appeared on the Great Wall. Looking at the endless stream of people, they are all tourists from all walks of life and all over the place. Basically, all of them are human, because only human beings can understand this kind of feeling. At that time, Blue Star had just been promoted to the second-level civilization and was still in constant PK. Zhang Yang listened to the conversation between the two people beside him. "Grandpa, what's so good about this black stone wall? Let's go." "Alas, sonner, you don't understand. At that time, our ancestor once stood guard on the Great Wall," I heard him say. Zhang Yang quietly listened to the tourists chatting around him, and he also felt good about it. Time flies, and the years pass by. Zhang Yang picked up a piece of cosmic wonder fragment and integrated it into the Great Wall. Detected cosmic fragments. 100 fragments can upgrade the Great Wall. Current effect: the wonder itself is never damaged, immune to magic and physical attacks, and increases the morale of the human race within the defense range by 50%. Stargates cannot be formed within the Great Wall. Introduction: this wonder triggers the indescribable causal power in the dark according to the consciousness of the Star Master, and obtains the accompanying special effect. This wonder is unique. The so-called causal power should be that the Blue Star has evolved countless human civilizations, and these civilizations have had the Great Wall. Zhang Yang wanted a defensive wonder at the time, and instinctively thought of the Great Wall, which triggered the causal power that existed on the Blue Star, which caused the Great Wall to undergo unknown changes. Zhang Yang did not hesitate, took out 100 pieces of wonder fragments, and integrated them into the Great Wall. Just after the Great Wall absorbed 100 pieces of wonder fragments, it emitted a burst of golden light, and under the guidance of Zhang Yang's will, its shape began to change. Zhang Yang immediately used his magical power to suspend the time of Blue Star, and the Great Wall shrunk countless times and appeared in Zhang Yang's hands, and another identical Great Wall was generated in the original place. Zhang Yang looked at the identical Great Wall, but knew that a fake is always a fake, because the characteristics of this Great Wall, such as never being damaged, have disappeared. As Zhang Yang disappeared, time and space returned to normal, and the people around him did not notice any changes at all. Zhang Yang returned to the 36th heaven and took out the Great Wall. Galaxy Great Wall 3 stars, attack and defense. According to the will of the Star Lord, the Great Wall will evolve comprehensively. The range of the Galaxy Great Wall can be deployed at will according to the amount of divine power. The Galaxy Great Wall has additional characteristics, buildings, and weapons that need to be unlocked by yourself. Passive effect of buildings. The Great Wall will produce passive effects according to the will of the human race. As long as the human race exists, the miracle will last forever. The wonder itself, theoretically, will never be damaged, and is immune to magic and physical attacks. This is interesting in theory, but it is too strict. It seems that when the wonder is generated, it will also perceive the comprehensive situation of the Star People under the Star Lord and describe it. Just like the Great Wall before evolution, it was also written like this: no damage, immune to magic and physical attacks. But Zhang Yang knew that these special effects were only for the human race at that time, and the human race was only in the foundation building stage at that time. So it was indeed impossible to damage it. When the human race's strength reaches the fairyland, it can actually break the Great Wall. Zhang Yang can input the divine source points to repair it. After the repair, it will be exactly the same as before. But what is this theoretical value? It is indeed necessary to figure it out. Zhang Yang looked at the functions to be unlocked inside the Great Wall. Weapon Spirit 1000 points of divine source. Activating the weapon spirit can unlock functions: city defense, buildings, and other ancillary functions. Zhang Yang did not hesitate to directly input 1000 points of divine source to activate the Great Wall weapon spirit. The Great Wall glowed with silver light, and a weapon spirit condensed above the Great Wall. Star Lord, please name the weapon spirit. As a naming expert, it is easy to name it, isn't it? Zhang Yang did not hesitate at all and directly named it 10,000 Stars City. A will floated out, and Zhang Yang understood it. This thing is like an instruction manual, which is convenient for the Star Lord to control. The weapon spirit has 2 modes. You can infuse it with a trace of the Star Lord's will and make it an independent living body. You can also make the other party without any wisdom and emotion, and become a machine, completely controlled by the Star Lord. Zhang Yang did not hesitate, and merged a trace of his own will into it, so that 10,000 Star City has the ability to handle it independently. Make it no longer a mechanical spirit, and all problems must be decided by the master. Wanqing City has independent processing capabilities, and there is no difference from the human race. Zhang Yang instilled a core idea in Wanqing City. That is, to take Blue Star as the core interest. Everything starts from Blue Star, and make the most favorable deployment for Blue Star. As Zhang Yang input his will, Wanqing City came alive, looking at Zhang Yang in front of him and said, "I have met the Lord God. Thank the Lord God for giving me life." Zhang Yang nodded slightly and spoke directly. What is the upper limit of the attack that the Galaxy Great Wall can theoretically withstand? Quasi-Saint. Can the defense ability be improved? It can be improved. 2 ways. The first one can input 1,000 fragments and be promoted to 4 stars. The second method is to increase the upper limit of human strength. The stronger the human strength, the greater the attack and defense power of the Galaxy Great Wall. The weaker the human race, the weaker the wall. The Great Wall is different from other cosmic wonders. It is a special wonder that is integrated according to the will of the ancient human ancestors. The Great Wall has witnessed the unyielding iron will of the Chinese human race throughout the ages. Zhang Yang nodded, knowing that the human race was born in countless epochs during the deduction process, and each epoch was deduced through various media such as movies, novels, etc., which gave birth to the current human race. Before that, countless epochs were deduced, and the born human race had never really walked out of the blue planet. It was just a cold deduction, and the gods and demons decided their fate. The human race now lives for themselves, and every living being lives in the real universe. After countless epochs of deduction, the human race is qualified, capable, and confident to stand above all other races. Feeling the mental journey of the Lord God, Wanqing City feels the same. He is a special creature born with the help of Zhang Yang's will. From the moment of birth, he is also a human. Wanqing introduced Zhang Yang to his abilities. He needs a special energy that combines energy and human will as the core energy. The energy here is not only cosmic energy, but also energy mastered by living beings. Fairy energy, spiritual energy, electricity, nuclear energy, spiritual energy, antimatter, and even corpses and blood are all energy, which can be absorbed and stored by the Galaxy Great Wall, and then used for defense and attack. The Great Wall itself will also absorb the energy of the universe to charge itself. Zhang Yang understood, and the Galaxy Great Wall understood the Lord God's thoughts. The Great Wall floated from his hand to a certain location and began to extend infinitely. This process is long to say, but in reality, it only took a moment. Many star masters and creatures saw Zhang Yang throw a magic treasure from his hand, and the magic treasure fell to the ground, turned into a rope, and spread around. The rope soon connected with the neighboring city wall, and then surrounded its own galaxy. Each territory has a clear family aura, and there is no mistake in identification. Whoever owns the territory belongs to him. But there is a problem. That is, when a planet is promoted to the 3rd level of civilization, it has the function of interstellar movement, which makes it easy to be captured by other families. The melons that I worked so hard to grow were stolen by others? The neighbors around me didn't build it, but Zhang Yang did. No one, including the neighbors around me, thought that Zhang Yang would do such a big thing. A thin rope enclosed the entire territory 0786, the space where the Blue Star family was currently located. Zhang Yang looked at the galaxy wall that encircled the entire family, and nodded with satisfaction. A figure resounded in the minds of all the Blue Star family creatures, including the Star Master. This is the foundation of my Blue Star family. The Galaxy Great Wall, formerly the Great Wall of my human race. It was transformed according to the will of the human race. As long as the Blue Star is immortal, the Great Wall will be immortal, and will always protect my Blue Star family. At this moment, the name of the Galaxy Great Wall spread throughout the Blue Star family, and every creature with the Blue Star seal could hear it. Lord God, I feel it. I feel all the creatures in the family. I exist in their will, Wanqing has said with a little excitement. Zhang Yang summoned many Star Masters, and each Star Master had to inject 20% of the God Source points. Many Star Masters did not hesitate to input energy into the wonders of the universe. After fighting with the Zerg, they knew that the universe was not peaceful. and it was not easy to have a place to settle down. Zhang Yang treated them very well, and they also liked the human race's lifestyle. Compared with the previous lifeless life, it is now much more lively. Many quasi-saints could sense that many star masters transformed into human form and input precious energy into the thin rope. They could see that as many star masters input energy, the thin rope gradually became thicker. Many quasi-saints immediately flew in front of the thin rope and input their holy power into it. Even Ingzhou did the same, inputting his holy power into the wonder of the universe. A shocking scene happened. Under the leadership of Ingzhou, all the immortals, heavenly soldiers and generals of the heavenly court went out and input their magic power into the wonder. A burst of dark wind blew past, and the dark soldiers and gods in the sky, and even the evil ghosts in the underworld flew out of the planet and input their magic power into the wonder. Countless creatures in the human world drove spaceships, came outside, and input their spiritual power. The immortal beasts in the spirit world, many spirit beasts that had not been born for a long time, all woke up. For a while, the entire blue star family of more than 3,000 planets had to be dispatched. Zhang Yang sighed a little. He couldn't move, and if he moved, it would be a mess. So he immediately lowered his will and told him not to move. Just stretch out a hand and point it towards the sky. All the creatures stretched out their hands, and they could feel that 20% of their power disappeared. The energy in the sky turned into golden light and surged towards the galaxy Great Wall. Wan Qinghe was very excited, and immediately controlled the wall to change and make rational use of these energies. The frontal Great Wall of the galaxy quickly grew taller. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, and 10,000 meters high. The Great Wall of the galaxy quickly grew wider. 1 meter, 10 meters, and 100 meters wide. On the frontal wall of the defense against alien races, there are many kinds of defense fortifications such as enemy towers, forts, camps, guard posts, and beacon towers. The wall around the 0786 territory is only 100 meters high, which is considered an identification system. Some of the other fertile territories have walls, and some do not, but they all have a star master to guard an area. Because after the civilization level reaches level 3, the star people have the ability to rush out of the planet, and the star master can also control the movement of the planet. So it is easy to come to other family territories to cause war, or be captured by other families. Zhang Yang's purpose is to prohibit others from entering the Blue Star family's territory. If they want to form their own system, everyone will do the same thing. They are all building defensive walls, but the materials and financial resources required are too much. It is a super large project. Unlike other families, Zhang Yang uses 3-star cosmic wonders. Zhang Yang will arrange for the heavenly court to patrol and spread the planets to various places, letting them guard a section of the wall. Wanqing City itself also has an identification function. Who can cross his body? How can he not know? There is another important function. That is, to develop the galaxy economy. These affiliated planets are all stations, which can use the laws of the universe to form a perfect service area with each other. Let these affiliated planets form a circle around the territory, and teleport forward a fixed distance every 100 years. Just like a Ferris wheel. The current wall is still a little low. This is a long-term project and cannot be rushed. In this way, the galaxy wall was completely deployed. Chapter 202 Territory Handover. The Protoss Self-Defense Force, who were in the process of handing over and wanted to wait for Blue Star to defend the wall before retreating, were stunned. After looking at each other, they were speechless for a long time. It was the Protoss captain stationed in the local area who spoke first. Great ability. Let's hand over. Does the Blue Star family have an internal platform? Yes. That's convenient. I will transfer the authority of Territory 0786 to you, and you can activate it with a token and contract. After the other party finished speaking, he started to operate. Zhang Yang connected these data to the Blue Star Skynet system as required. Crackling. A burst of operation. After a while, Zhang Yang has been looking at the other party. The Protoss is really different from the others. The other party has no emotional fluctuations and works very calmly. During this period of contact, these Protoss soldiers have no arrogance, indifference, anger, happiness, jealousy, or any other emotions. Zhang Yang suddenly asked, "What is your name? Or code name?" "My code name is God Good 0786-1. The Protoss captain said calmly. They are 2 to 9. My fellow team members. Code names don't mean anything to us. They will be changed at any time according to the mission. Okay. The data has been transferred. You just need to activate it. And we have to go back to the garrison. Zhang Yang listened to the other party's narration quietly. And when he saw that the other party had completed the operation, he wanted to return. So he casually threw out a jade porcelain bottle. The other party reached out to catch it and looked at Zhang Yang quietly. Here are 9 9-turn golden pills. A total of 9. Which can heal injuries. They are golden immortal level pills. I give them to you. The other party took the golden pill without saying thank you and flew towards the garrison. Zhang Yang also ignored them and asked the many star masters of the Blue Star family to wait for a moment. Without the star map, it is impossible to deploy accurately. Zhang Yang placed the token and the contract in a special location for activation. Territory number 0786 has completed docking and started activation. Authority transfer. Star map activation. Multifunction template is being activated. Activation completed. As the activation is completed, Zhang Yang comes to the Blue Star Skynet. This is a magical will space, where the Skynet laws of the Blue Star family are located. This is his will space, and no living creature can enter except him. In the future, Zhang Yang can set up a sub-base for galaxy management, grant some authority, and let Quark help him manage it. As the transfer of the ownership of the territory is completed, this 0786 territory is officially transferred from the Cosmic Elders Council to the Blue Star family, and becomes a private territory. Everything in this 40 light-year territory is under the management of Zhang Yang. But some cosmic rules must also be followed. Blue Star has achieved class leap from capturing planets everywhere to having private territories. The 4th level families here are all top level, and Zhang Yang is considered a newly promoted noble. Other main gods should have many 4th level star masters under their command. And there must be quasi-saints and even saints under their command, with good and bad people mixed together. There are laws set by the Universe Elders Council here. First of all, prohibiting 2 4th level families from going to war with each other here. If there is a problem, you can start a star war in the periphery, and the families will try their best to play with the stars to make profits for each family. To put it bluntly, wars are prohibited in the Brooding Galaxy to avoid affecting the low-level civilization of the Brooding Galaxy. In addition, each family must guard the safety of this place to prevent alien invasion and destruction. And the responsibility is heavy. It is forbidden for high-level civilizations to attack low-level civilizations, but they can fight each other at the same level. For example, a first-level civilization fights against a first-level civilization. A second-level civilization fights against a second-level civilization. To put it bluntly, at this level, they have to compete with each other, and they don't want to start a family war to the death. After all, everyone's enemy is the outer universe. There is a huge star map in front of Zhang Yang, which shows the location of all the planets in the entire family, the level of civilization, race, combat power assessment, potential assessment, etc. It is equivalent to the background of the galaxy. Every decision made here will affect countless lives. After the activation was completed, the Star Master of the 0786 territory suddenly found that he could not land on the Galaxy Virtual Platform. Zhang Yang started to reform the Skynet Virtual Platform according to his preconceived ideas. First, it was divided into the Star Citizen version and the Star Lord version, each with its own way. In order to avoid panic, Zhang Yang first dealt with the Star Lord version platform. Zhang Yang did not make much change. Still the level system. 1 to 4 levels of Star Lord. Each level of Star Lord is on a virtual platform. Cannot cross each other. Each level of civilization can open the corresponding mall to purchase goods and trade. The mall also contains the mall items of each level of the Universe Elders Association, which is not difficult. Just take over the port. Since then, the Blue Star Family Mall has a particularly rich variety of items. After Zhang Yang finished handling it, he released a message so that all Star Lords in Territory 0786 could hear it. The Starry Sky virtual platform is being updated and upgraded. The upgrade has been completed. This update content, the Starry Sky virtual platform has been changed to the Skynet trading platform. With the announcement, the 900,000 awakened Star Masters in the gestational galaxy were stunned and quickly landed on the Skynet platform to experience the changes in the platform, including some of the current 3rd level Star Masters, who also entered the Skynet platform to hang out. As for the 4th level platform, no one has landed yet. Zhang Yang looked at the many first level and second level Star Masters with some emotion. He also experienced that era. Zhang Yang thought this was a good thing. These Star Masters and Star Citizens were targeted talents and had jobs after graduation. Zhang Yang thinks that the welfare benefits are not bad. If these Star Masters are not satisfied, they can cancel the contract after a certain number of years and ascend to the universe to experience it. There are about 2 million planets in the 0786 territory, 800,000 first-level civilizations, 100,000 second-level civilizations, and all the third-level civilizations have ascended to the universe before Zhang Yang took over. The remaining 1.1 million planets have not awakened the will of the Star Master, and are considered waste stars. If you want to increase the chance of awakening, you need Zhang Yang's will to guide them. The territory can give birth to 100 new planets every year, and Zhang Yang also needs guidance. Zhang Yang thinks that these waste stars should not be abandoned. Try to guide them to see if they have the possibility of awakening. It really cannot be awakened, so it can only be used as a resource planet. Zhang Yang looked at the star map and made deployments, rationally distributing the subordinate planets within 40 light years to form a circle that surrounded the entire territory. These planets are all in the outermost orbit of the territory, far away from the low-level civilizations in the territory. At the same time, the will was sent down by the way of heaven, prohibiting any high-level civilization from descending, attacking, interfering, or helping low-level civilizations in anything. Violators will be severely punished. The Blue Star family will be fixed here forever and can move around with confidence. The same is true for these Star Masters. Zhang Yang also warned them to strictly control their star people, including them, and those who violated will be severely punished. At the same time, they were told that there were still 900,000 planets in the Blue Star territory. Each level 3 civilization with 2,000 planets could be promoted to level 4 civilization. It can be said that every level 3 Star Master present had the opportunity to be promoted to level 4 Star Master. There were only more than 3,800 level 3 Star Masters, and there were 900,000 level 1 and level 2 Star Masters in total. The opportunity was too great. It can be said that anyone who did not commit suicide could be promoted. Many Star Masters were overjoyed. They made up their minds to perform well. At the same time, they also realized that joining the Blue Star family was the most correct choice in their lives. After receiving the notice, the Star Citizens were also overjoyed. The family was finally fixed, and they no longer had to worry about returning from an outing and having no home. They could boldly participate in interstellar exploration and other activities. Zhang Yang watched as the Star people began to go out, and the Blue Star family returned to normal. He ordered Ying Zheng to guard the eastern gate of the Galaxy Great Wall to prevent foreign invasions, and to regularly inspect the walls of the entire territory. Zhang Yang arranged everything and continued his research. Chapter 203 Territory System. Zhang Yang looked at some data in his hand and fell into deep thought. These data are all reference materials left by the Protoss Self-Defense Force, and they are all some private lord training systems. The systems of private territories are varied, all for the core interests of their own families. This belongs to targeted training, which can be trained at will, all for the purpose of making the planet combat ready as soon as possible. This universe is a holistic training. Whether it works or not depends entirely on personal ability, and it belongs to a state of laissez-faire. So the growth time is uncertain. It will take tens of millions of years for a first-level civilization to be promoted to a second-level civilization. Even if there is a race technology tree, it will take billions of years or even longer to be promoted to a third-level civilization. The more time, the higher the potential. There is only one special Star Master like Zhang Yang in the universe, and he can develop so quickly, thanks to the deduction of the Demon God. The Universe Elders are for the overall development, so they encourage competition and maintain combat effectiveness. And they have a large base. But private territories are not good. Only 100 planets are born every year. If they are not carefully cultivated, they will be in vain. There is another important issue. That is, family finances. The energy needed to cultivate new planets is paid by the Lord himself. And the content of the technology tree can also be customized freely. So how to do it depends on the choice of the main god. You can give 10,000 energy points when you come up, or you can help them walk. However, cultivating new planets is a bottomless pit. There are too many planets under your control, and all of them require you to provide energy points. When you upgrade your civilization level, The Cosmic Elders will provide rewards. If there are planets with special potential, the Cosmic Elders will give additional rewards. When a second-level civilization upgrades to a level of star ring, the absorption of energy points will increase. Where do these energy points come from? They are all the supreme laws of this universe set by the demon god's planet evolution system and the will of the universe. There is an upper limit to the energy of the universe, and it needs to be distributed reasonably. So in the end, the absorption law was set. Because the first-level civilization needs a lot of time to settle, giving too many energy points. The trial and error cost is too high, and it can absorb 1 energy point per universe year. The second-level civilization increases the upper limit to 10 points per year. The third-level civilization planets are fixed at 100 points of energy per year. The fourth-level civilization planets are fixed at 1,000 points of energy per year. This is the general rule, and the implementation plan will change when it comes to the region. The demon god has been continuously optimizing based on countless eons of observation, and finally adjusted it to 1,000 points for the first-level civilization. This money will be paid first by the Cosmic Elders. Each first-level civilization absorbs 1 point per year, which is adjusted to 1 point per 10,000 years. The energy generated in the meantime is transmitted to the Cosmic Elders through the Galaxy Virtual Platform. The Cosmic Elders will then redistribute the intercepted energy points. Change to the second-level civilization 10-star ring promotion system. Each time you upgrade a ring, the absorption speed increases by 10 points, and the absorption range is 10 points. 20 points per 1,000 years. Even if you are promoted to the first ring, absorbing 100 points every 1,000 years, the Cosmic Elders will also intercept a large amount. Because the fixed income of the second-level civilization is 10,000 points every 1,000 years, the intercepted energy is an astronomical number, and it is all transported to the third and fourth level civilizations. To ensure that you are promoted to the third level civilization, you will have 100,000 fixed energy points every year. There is no difference between the fourth level energy and the third level civilization. But there is a core problem. That is, slavery, contract, and an internal circulation mechanism. Just like the current blue star. Although there are 100,000 fixed energy points every year, the energy produced by the third-level planets under it must contribute a certain proportion every year. Now, the right to distribute the energy generated by the territory planet every year belongs to Zhang Yang, and he can re-establish the system. So when you reach the fourth-level civilization and get a private territory, you really don't lack money, but you lack things that you can't buy even if you have money. For example, high-end technologies such as antimatter energy and weapons, and spiritual treasures are rarely put on the Cosmic Virtual Platform. Zhang Yang quickly looked at the information in his hand, and as he learned more, he gradually had ideas in his mind. If you want to change the system, you have to start from the new planet. The civilization that has already been born should also interfere, and you can reward the third-level star master according to the race, so that the other party can cultivate in a targeted manner and be self-sufficient. When the other party is promoted to the third-level civilization, they will join the other party. In this way, the energy in the hands of these third-level star masters will be drained. They also have to buy a large amount of low-level technology and equipment on the Skynet platform. Zhang Yang can charge a fee for these energy through the platform. In the end, these third-level star masters are rewarded, so that the other party can see the hope of upgrading to the fourth-level civilization. If you can't upgrade, it means that you are not capable and have no money. Then you have to work hard to make money to support these low-level star masters. In the end, the promotion to the fourth-level star master also enhances the strength of the blue star family. By purchasing low-level civilization items and fighting against foreign enemies, Zhang Yang can make more money. The energy points generated by these low-level planets every year can also be retained by Zhang Yang for reasonable distribution. In this way, with the support of 1-to-1, the strength of these low-level civilizations will be accelerated countless times and quickly transformed into combat power. Kill N with one move. Thinking of this, Zhang Yang laughed. Hee hee. Hee hee. Fortunately, no one around saw it. Otherwise everyone would be shocked. The Lord God is crazy. After studying how to deal with the civilized planets that have been born, Zhang Yang began to study how to deal with the 100 civilizations that are born every year. These planets are the cornerstone of the human race and the top priority in the future. First of all, the race template has been determined, and only the human race is retained. This point is beyond doubt, no matter how powerful other races are. They are not the core races of Blue Star. Moreover, the human race is very flexible and not inferior in strength. Zhongyang has no technology tree and has grown to the current level by simply developing civilization, which is enough to explain the problem. At that time, the human race had no technology tree. Zhongyang could only explore slowly according to the pictures in his memory. Now it is different. The human race has walked out of a road to heaven. The whole model has been opened up, and the highest cultivation of the human race has reached the quasi-saint realm. Even with the blessing of enlightenment T, it only speeds up this time. And the road is correct. What model should be used for cultivation? Zhongyang thought about it. The current system is definitely not good. First of all, it takes too long to cultivate a first-level civilization. The promotion system is too cruel. This is not Zhongyang Saint Mother's heart. The 0786 territory only gives birth to 100 planets every year. The number of wills that a planet can give birth to is unknown. With this number, we still have to fight 1 versus 1? The civilization that we have cultivated with great effort. 2 human civilizations fight to the death. And finally 1 civilization is left. This is too stupid. Moreover, the human race has 7 emotions and 6 desires. And there are many colorful intestines. Fighting to the death is easy to distort the mind, which is not conducive to the development of civilization. But too peaceful is not good either. There is no progress without competition. Zhongyang would rather not cultivate a group of saints. After all, the universe is not peaceful. Wars happen every year. Maybe one day, the 4 universes will invade, and then barbecue will be in trouble. Zhongyang pondered over it, and finally came up with a solution. After repeatedly deducing this solution, Zhongyang began to build a system of Blue Star territory system. After repeated deductions and confirmation, Zhongyang input the system into the territory law. From this moment on, the system officially took effect, and the newly born planets grew step by step according to this system. Zhongyang looked at the time, and there were still 256 cosmic days before the next batch of new planets were born. Zhongyang flashed and appeared in the 36th heaven of the heaven. Chapter 204 Quark takes the throne. Permanent cooperation contract. Zhongyang's mind moved, and Quark was summoned by Zhongyang and immediately appeared in the 36th heaven. Quark looked at Zhongyang and immediately said, "I have met the Lord God." Zhongyang said unhappily, "Get lost. I call Brother Xian here today to discuss important matters. Come, sit down and talk." Quark was not polite either. Knowing that it was about the new territory, he sat aside. Zhongyang directly talked about the management system of the civilization that had been born, and Quark opened his mouth wide when he heard it. After a while, Quark murmured, "Dark. Really dark. Evil capitalists. Don't you feel guilty?" Zhongyang laughed. "If you want to talk about capitalists, it has to be you." "What do you mean?" Zhongyang looked at Quark and said, "Because you will be the general manager, responsible for managing these planets where civilizations have been born. I don't care about how to interfere with the development of low-level civilizations, or which third-level star master to assign them to. I only look at the results. That is, how many third-level star masters and fourth-level star masters are born. At present, these first-level and second-level civilizations still implement the standards of the Cosmic Elders Council. They still need to PK each other to be promoted to second-level civilizations. After being promoted to second-level civilizations, they still need to be promoted to the Star Ring Ascension system for the 900,000 low-level civilization planets. If you want to allocate them to the third-level star masters under you, there must be detailed rules. You can't give them to anyone who wants them. There must be a corresponding system for how much you give. The promotion rate and extinction rate of the allocated planets must be recorded and presented to me every 1,000 years. Quark was stunned. Although this job was tedious, he had great power. To put it bluntly, he had the final say on who could advance to the 4th level of civilization and how fast. His status was elevated. Even the Star Masters, who had advanced to the 4th level of civilization, had to be polite to him when they saw him. Without Quark, it would be almost impossible to advance to the 4th level of civilization. Quark immediately refused. No. No. Lord God. This power is too great. Zhongyang waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. I believe you. And the 4th level Star Master with a territory has the right to decide whether the 3rd level Star Master under his jurisdiction should be promoted to the 4th level. He only needs to report it to the Universe Elders Council for review. To put it bluntly, Even if a third-level Star Master has 2,000 affiliated planets and meets the standards for promotion to the fourth-level civilization, whether to promote or not is still up to me. I want to see the promotion rate of the other party's cultivation of low-level planets. And you have to see it too. If the promotion rate is low, the distribution will be reduced, or no distribution will be given. Do you understand? Quark thought for a while, took out the slavery contract and said, in this case, I will not infer. The contract must be changed to permanent. All Star Masters who want to be promoted to level 4 must sign a permanent contract. If there are more than 100 planets under their control, they must re-sign the contract. Before the contract expires 100 million years ago, they must decide whether to renew the contract. If you want to cancel the contract, you can only leave the house cleanly, and you cannot take away a subordinate planet. If you agree, you can revise the contract again. If you don't agree, I can't do this job. Zhang Yang was not hypocritical, because he also had this concern. When he saw Quark's proposal, he redrafted a contract for Quark. Quark did not refuse and directly signed a permanent contract. He really did not expect that one day he could manage 900,000 Star Masters. Although they were all first and second level Star Masters, the decision at that time really changed his life trajectory. He wanted to be promoted to a fourth level Star Master, and he always had the conditions. Zhang Yang patted Quark on the shoulder and said, "Go back and think about it carefully. Give me the whole specific plan. I will call all third-level Star Masters to a meeting and announce this matter." Zhang Yang immediately notified all third-level Star Masters to come to the meeting with his will. Many Star Lords heard the call, and one after another appeared in the 36th heaven at an extremely fast speed, because they all knew and were waiting. The moment to change their fate had come. After a while, Zhang Yang looked at the nearly 4,000 Star Lords below and said slowly, "Sit down. I summoned you here today. I believe everyone knows the reason." Seeing the Star Lords under his command transformed into human form, they smiled, which was a recognition of the Blue Star family. Zhang Yang continued, "Yes. Summoning you here is related to the allocation of territories and planets. This is Quark, my savior, who once managed a galaxy for hundreds of billions of years. In the future, he will be responsible for the allocation of the planets of the Blue Star family's new civilizations. Now he will explain the system to everyone." Quark stood up and walked to the front under the astonished eyes of many Star Masters. Quark first explained his previous work experience, and then briefly explained the distribution system. Quark looked at many Star Masters and said slowly, "The future is bright, for the common interests of everyone. There is one thing I must say. After the recent wars, everyone has also realized that the universe is not peaceful, and there is even a huge crisis. What is everyone's biggest wish? It's nothing more than being promoted to the fourth level Star Master and achieving immortality. The universe is not destroyed, and the Star Master is not dead. Then now the opportunity has come. There are 900,000 low-level Star Masters in the Blue Star territory. These are the cornerstones for everyone to be promoted to the fourth level Star Master. Each one is very important. It can be said that as long as the third level Star Lords present are not stupid, they can all be promoted to fourth level Star Lords. First come first served. But there is a problem. The Blue Star family has brought so much to us. What can we give back to the family? The contract signed now is only 30 billion years, and the Lord God is benevolent. But the problem is, if we vigorously cultivate a Star Lord, and there are too many planets under his control, what should we do if the contract expires and he runs away with the planets? You know, there are many fourth-level Star Lords around, and there is competition among them. The outer universe is also frequently invading, and they all need the Blue Star family to defend. The stronger the family is, the better our life will be. Everyone understands this truth. Without further ado, I can now represent the Lord God and tell you that if you want to leave the Blue Star family, you can now unconditionally cancel the slavery contract and return you to freedom." Quark waited for a while and saw that no Star Lord said anything, because they all understood that anyone who left now would be the biggest idiot in the universe. Quark continued, "Two options. First, change the contract to a permanent contract like me. Second, modify the contract content, and you will not be able to be promoted to the fourth level Star Lord. You can leave the Blue Star family at any time, provided that all the affiliated planets and God source points under your control are returned to the family." Star Lord Chioshue stood up and shouted, "I sign a permanent contract." Carlos stood up and shouted loudly, "Me too." Finally, the entire 36th heaven shouted in unison, "Me too." Sign a permanent slavery contract. Zhang Yang took out the prepared cosmic contract, waved his hand, and walked in front of each Star Master. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "There is a mistake. I must correct everyone. There is no slavery contract on Blue Star. We are all one family. There is only a cooperation contract." Many Star Masters looked at the big words on the contract book, and they were really moved by the change from slavery contract to cooperation contract. Too much detail. Quark suddenly remembered something and shouted, "I will fight for the Lord God in this life. I will fight for the Blue Star family in this life." Many Star Masters seemed to be injected with chicken blood and shouted in unison, "I will fight for the Lord God in this life. I will fight for the Blue Star family in this life." Zhang Yang nodded and suddenly felt that this sentence was so familiar. Chapter 205 Pull. Help. Lead. Zhang Yang suddenly remembered and glared at Quark. Quark secretly saw Zhang Yang glaring at him and turned his head away, pretending not to see it. Zhang Yang thought to himself, "Why does it sound so familiar? Isn't this what I said when I asked Quark for energy points in Chapter 88? Zhang Yang disappeared on the spot and handed the piece to Quark to deal with. Quark did not disappoint Zhang Yang and got along well with many third-level Star Masters. Some of them became old buddies with him. Quark saw that the time was almost right, apologized, and went back to sort out the specific system. After all, the sooner it is implemented, the more contribution it can make to the Blue Star family, and the sooner it can be converted into family combat power. In this way, time passed slowly. Quark came up with a specific plan, and many Star Masters knew that they could not claim blindly, and began to claim first-level and second-level civilizations according to their own financial resources and strength. There is a characteristic of Star Masters claiming planets. That is, they like to claim planets of the same race. Some like second-level Star Masters, thinking that they can quickly become masters, be promoted to third-level Star Masters, and form combat power. Some Star Masters also choose first-level Star Masters, thinking that they are easier to cultivate and have stronger plasticity. Even Quark chose 2 first-level blood-race civilizations and started to cultivate them. Raising a first-level Star Master is worry-free and saves money. And let the Fox Girl Xiaomei help him manage it. The Fox Girl Xiaomei is also in the realm of the Tribulation Crossing stage. She is not considered a master in the Blue Star family. Going to a first-level planet is a godlike existence. The 2 first-level planets have signed a slavery contract, and Quark moved them to the side of Quark's planet for management. After receiving the notice, Fox Girl flew towards the first-level planet. Because it was very close, she didn't care and flew directly to the first-level planet, Olsen Planet. Olsen was in a deep sleep and suddenly found that he was moving. Ever since the platform was updated that day, he felt strange, but he didn't know where the change had occurred. As a Star Master, a planet creator, he could feel himself moving. After a while, he finally stopped moving. A majestic voice sounded in Olsen's will. "I am the third-level Star Master Quark, your direct ruler. I come from the great 4th-level Blue Star family. The family gave birth to you at all costs. Without the guidance of the family, your growth will take too long. Now the universe is in crisis, and the family system has changed. I have sent an envoy to guide you. You must cooperate well. I look forward to your growth. I will wait for you in the galaxy." Olsen was a little scared, a little surprised, and a little happy. According to the previous inscription, it was the system preached by the Cosmic Elders Council. Now it seems that the Cosmic Elders Council was created by the Blue Star family. The universe is in a big crisis, and they can't be allowed to grow slowly, so they are specially guided? According to the previous rules, if you want to advance to the second-level civilization, you need 2 first-level civilizations to PK, and only one of the 2 can be promoted, which is quite cruel. Now, according to the third-level Star Master, the system has changed. Someone will come to guide, and there is no need for PK anymore. Just as he was thinking, the Fox Girl had already set off towards the planet Olsen. Olsen suddenly sensed that there were creatures approaching. Because of the law problem, the first-level Star Master could only see a very small distance nearby. Huh? As the creatures got closer and closer, Olsen finally sensed the Fox Girl Xiaomei. The other party was also a vampire star citizen, but he found that her body contained huge energy. He could deduce that the power in this creature's body was enough to destroy all the vampires on the entire Olsen planet. If there were no vampire creatures on the planet, he would also become a lamb to be slaughtered and could die at any time. Olsen could not help but yearn for it. Is this the terrifying power of a third-level planet? It is so terrifying that its citizens can reach such a state. Olsen looked at the envoy who was getting closer and closer, and immediately condensed into a vampire image and appeared on the surface of the planet. I have met the envoy. Olsen was a little restrained. The fox girl was stunned and said with a smile, Star-Lord, you are too polite. Don't be restrained. I am here to help you. Star-Lords are all from first-level civilizations. This is normal. I am just an ordinary citizen in a third-level civilization. Olsen was stunned. He really didn't expect that the envoy would be so easy to talk to. But he didn't dare to be careless. He was just being polite. You can't take it seriously. He immediately expressed his opinion. Thank you for your guidance, Special Envoy. I will listen to your suggestions. The first-level vampires have very limited combat power. They only have a few basic skills and can fly. According to the Blue Star Realm classification, they are in the early stage of the refining body realm. The combat power of the Blue Star family has been unified. The realms of all races must be modified and calibrated, with the realm of human cultivation as the realm standard. This is a unified family realm system. For example, the knights, barons, viscounts, and earls of the vampires will be changed to the refining chi, building foundation, and golden core realms. With the arrival of the fox girl Xiaomei, a huge sum of money was brought to the two first-level vampires. 2,000 energy sponsorships for each first-level planet. These energy sources are really a windfall for the first-level civilization. These energy points were all notified by the fox girl to Quark, who then marked them. In this way, the fox girl constantly put forward more reasonable suggestions based on the specific conditions of the two planets. And the speed of the planetary civilization level improvement was accelerated by more than 100 times. There will also be various competitions between the two planets, and material rewards will be given according to the performance of the two planets. The two first-level Star Masters are very motivated. After all, they know some things in advance. The lifespan of a first-level Star Master is 100 million. The second level is 10 billion. The third level is 100 billion. And the fourth-level Star Master has an unlimited lifespan. They are the first batch of experimental subjects for the reform of the system, and they will be released in large quantities immediately. At that time, their sponsorship will also decrease. There are still 900,000 first-level and second-level Star Masters waiting for assistance. These words are all true. As for whether they work hard or not, it depends on whether the Star Masters are competitive. The two first-level vampire planets are constantly carrying out secret explorations, martial arts competitions, and even competing with first-level civilizations under other third-level Star Masters. Other third-level Star Masters are similar. Some manage themselves, while others send capable Star citizens to manage. After the second-level Star Masters received a large amount of sponsorship, the planet changed every day. This is like standing on the shoulders of giants. The planet is booming and prosperous. After Quark distributed the first wave, he did not sit idle, but kept patrolling the 900,000 civilized planets in the star map. He wanted to find some potential planets and potential races. Once found, he would issue energy points, some technologies, materials, treasures, and other rewards through the Skynet platform in the name of the Blue Star family, especially for the Star Masters who were about to reach the third-level civilization. He kept assisting them and distributed them to the third-level Star Masters such as Qiu Shui, Man Huang, and Carlos. He wanted to help Zhang Yang and create the first fourth-level subsidiary Star Master of Blue Star as soon as possible. Quark was busy all day and night, and Zhang Yang finally waited for the birth of the first batch of planets. Chapter 206 The Traveler. The strongest Star Master system. Zhang Yang stared at a certain place in the universe. Under the evolution of a force of creation, an explosion occurred and 100 planets were born. Just like Zhang Yang at the beginning, he was blown away by the explosion and bounced all over the surroundings. As the planets kept spinning, Zhang Yang could sense that 31 planets had their wills born. And with the explosion, they fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yang immediately used his will to guide other planets, constantly hinting to them that planets have life and will. This is like an autistic patient who is unwilling to wake up, and the psychiatrist is constantly giving psychological comfort, slowly guiding them out of the predicament, including the 31 planets that directly gave birth to Will. They are also in deep sleep. When they just gave birth to will, they are still very fragile. They need to absorb the remaining power of creation in the universe to nourish their will. When they wake up again, their will be complete. Zhang Yang has a deep understanding of this. When he was born, there was an explosion. He felt like a spitting top. Spitting non-stop. Soon he realized that he was a ball. With the memory. I thought I had traveled through time. Now I think about it, and find it interesting. With Zhang Yang's constant hints and guidance, another 43 planets had weak wills, and fell into deep sleep. No matter how Zhang Yang hinted, the remaining planets did not respond. They should be barren planets. Zhang Yang tried again. But it was still the same. There was no response. So he had to give up. Seeing that 74 planets had given birth to will, Zhang Yang was already very satisfied. This ratio was very high. If Zhang Yang did not interfere, there would probably be no more than 40 planets that had given birth to will, which was not even half the success rate. Zhang Yang waited expectantly, wanting to see the first planet awakened. This thing was like a cultivation game, full of expectations. Zhang Yang also had a special feeling, thinking that this was a kind of inheritance. A torch passing. Thinking of the original blue star. Although there were a lot of memories, there was no technology tree to rely on, and it could only develop slowly on its own. The predecessors planted trees, and the descendants enjoyed the coolness. Zhang Yang also left the power of inheritance for the future human star masters. Zhang Yang changed all the previous training systems. According to the online game system in a certain deductive civilization, Zhang Yang created a system. The newly born star masters are all pure rookies, and their personalities in the future are all acquired. Just like the third-level star masters who have joined the blue star now. They are just high gods at the beginning, without emotions. Now, they are all funny. After having the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human race, the Star Masters have also become interesting. It is said that several Star Masters are studying food and want to develop special dishes that Star Masters can also eat. As a Star Master, eating anything is like chewing wax. Zhang Yang remembered that when he was in the first-level civilization, he had tasted the soul-enchanting wine, which could make the Star Master feel happy. This kind of product has always existed on the Universe platform, but few Star Masters buy it. But recently, the sales volume has increased, and all of them have been bought by the third-level Star Masters of the Blue Star family. They also want to try eating, drinking, using and wearing it through constant contact with the human race. Last time at the meeting, Zhang Yang saw the Star Masters wearing a variety of clothes, and he didn't know what stimulated them. Sure enough, the human race's assimilation ability is terrifying. Even the gods, who are high above, have changed. When Zhang Yang was thinking, he suddenly looked at a planet somewhere and smiled. The first planet with consciousness has awakened. Zhang Yang possessed the planet with a trace of consciousness. He wanted to have an immersive experience. He also wanted to personally experience whether the rules he had established were reasonable, so that he could fix the bugs in time if there were any problems. 0786 territory. A certain planet. Yi Fan finally recovered his will and woke up. He sensed everything around him, and was a little confused. Zhang Yang watched the source program start to start, and nodded with satisfaction. The Star Master didn't know about these data, but the backstage saw them clearly. They belonged to the hidden law code. The birth of the Star Master's will was detected, and the database began to be randomly extracted. Name, Yi Fan. Identity generating. Identity, male in previous life. 286 years old. Both parents orphaned. A cultivator who grew up in the Blue Star family. Full of affection for the Blue Star family and the human race. Cultivation to the spiritualization stage. Script generating randomly. Yi Fan lost both his parents when he was young. Grew up in a social welfare institution. Grew up happily under the protection of the social system. Because all expenses were free. He was not discriminated against. Felt the truth, goodness and beauty of the world. Full of affection for Blue Star. He vowed to repay Blue Star. But his talent was limited. He only cultivated to the spiritualization stage, and was struck to death by thunder during the tribulation. Zhang Yang nodded with satisfaction. The database was well done. Zhang Yang added a large number of novel templates to the database. The protagonist is full of love for the human race, Blue Star, and the country, core law, and is decisive in killing. Wise and brave. A perfect template for a time-traveling protagonist, with a fusion of a large number of memories and wills. Yi Fan woke up. My head hurts. Huh? Wasn't I killed by the thunder tribulation? I traveled through time? Traveled through time and became a planet? Yi Fan was shocked. I traveled through time and became a star master in the blue star territory? Ha ha ha. Bursts of laughter came out. And it can be heard that our time-traveling protagonist is very satisfied. Yi Fan laughed for a while, and swore to himself that he didn't expect that he could become a star master in this life despite his mediocre qualifications in his previous life. Star Lord. That is a god who can reproduce countless lives and manage a population of 10 billion. With an unlimited lifespan. No illness or disaster. It can be said that he has a peak start. And he is also the first batch of Star Lords under the 4th level family. As far as he knows, Blue Star has just obtained the territory not long ago. From the time of birth, he knew that his fate in this life was tied to the Blue Star family. The permanent contract signed was that if the Blue Star family was destroyed, he would die. So he needed to desperately protect the interests of the Blue Star family. Only when the Blue Star family was good, he could be better. In his previous life, he was just a cultivator in the god transformation stage. He had too few mysteries to touch. But he also knew that the universe was full of crises. Zhang Yang sensed the other party's thoughts, and was very satisfied. The identity template he set was not bad. In the later stage, more identities will be added to the database to make the traverser more involved. This is the best way Zhang Yang thought of to bring in the human race. So that the new Star Master can like the human race and recognize the blue star from the heart. Moreover, when they were born, they knew that they had signed a permanent contract with the blue star. If the blue star perishes, they will also die. This point cannot be changed. This is indeed the supreme law of the universe. Zhang Yang has a thought. And this planet must perish. It guarantees that these Star Masters cannot have a rebellious heart, and will not come up with a my life is my own. Not gods. Another point is that the character has a normal personality, loves the blue star and the human race, and there is no extreme or distorted identity brought in. Double insurance. To put it bluntly, the character given is goodness. Man is born good. Yi Fan was a little confused and didn't know how to create a living being next, when a sound came from his will. Ding! The strongest Star Master auxiliary system is being activated. System activation is successful. The planet's consciousness has been awakened successfully. Please name your planet. Yi Fan was ecstatic. Ha 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 ha. A golden finger is necessary for crossing. MD. I'm rich. Chapter 207 Life Replays. Yi Fan was overjoyed. And then came great sorrow. He said excitedly. Ha. A golden finger is essential for time travel. MD. I'm rich. Zhang Yang said with a hint of mischief. Ding. The planet has been named successfully. And the data has been uploaded. Yi Fan, who was laughing wildly, suddenly became sad and dumbfounded. It always feels like taking a shit and suddenly being pinched. Yi Fan said incredulously, Hey. I'm sighing. Don't joke. Named Hongxing. He shouted a few times. And seeing no response, Yi Fan frowned a little. The system is not intelligent. The system continued to follow the program without caring. Star Lord. Your location is Laniakea Supercluster Virgo Galaxy Cluster Local Galaxy Cluster Milky Way Galaxy, Yruga Belt Territory 0786 Level 4 Zhuho Blue Star Family's fiefdom. Your planet number is Blue Star 1. The Laniakea universe has many races. United and friendly. And loves peace. But there are 4 major universes around this universe that are eyeing us covetously. Namely the Zerg universe, the Angel universe, the Monster universe, and the Demon universe. They are powerful, and have always wanted to invade, and have continuously launched wars against us. They want to occupy this universe, and take away our homeland for survival. Can we agree? Yi Fan was concentrating on listening to the system's narration. But he could not hear the rest of the voice. He said tentatively, No. As if a certain mechanism was triggered. The system continued. Under the leadership of the Cosmic Elders Council, the Blue Star family was not afraid of difficulties, fought bravely, and made great military achievements, and was awarded Territory 0786. The Lord of Blue Star first created the human race, and led the human race from the 1st level civilization to the 4th level civilization in just 1,000,000 years. Under the leadership of our great Lord God, the family has flourished, and the name of the human race has resounded through the sky. Are you willing to create the human race, and work hard for the rise of the human race? Yi Fan understood and shouted loudly, I am willing. You are now a planet and a star master. You have the right to breed, cultivate, and guide life. All your power comes from the star people. Please work hard to develop the level of planetary civilization and contribute your own strength to the beautiful future of the Blue Star family. Do you agree? Yi Fan shouted loudly. I agree. The novice guidance is over. Congratulations. You have successfully joined the Blue Star family. Yi Fan understood that it was not him who got the system, but the guidance system of the Blue Star family, which belonged to each star master. Yi Fan felt a little disappointed, and then thought of traveling through time and space to become a star master, which was already a great advantage over other star masters. The novice guide ended, and a page of information popped up below. After reading it carefully, he learned a lot of information about the 4 major cosmic races and a brief introduction to the information of the thousands of races in this universe. This is to let the star masters understand the basic information of the universe and at the same time have a sense of urgency. Let these star masters understand the truth that the universe is very large and dangerous, and let them have a sense of crisis. As Yi Fan finished reading, the surroundings were originally pitch black, and suddenly the terrain of the planet was revealed. Yi Fan showed a shocked expression and blurted out unconsciously, Wow! A beautiful blue planet appeared in front of him. There was water, land, and ocean on the planet, just like a blue star that was born at the beginning. The only difference is the location of the land, the size, the proportion of land and ocean, and the landform. All of this was designed by Zhang Yang. These planets and star owners are bred by the power of the universe. The lords and the universe elders can design freely. Some terrain and material requirements can be added at the beginning. Of course, the life that does not exist must be created by the star owner himself, or choose to cultivate according to the race technology tree. Zhang Yang did not give the star owner the opportunity to choose the race at the beginning. The default is human, and he will even respectfully ask you if you are willing. Anyway, whether you are willing or not, you have to be human. Once you answer no, then he. After a while, the system continued, since the planet has no oxygen, no sun to emit light and heat, and regulate the temperature, the planet does not have the factors for the birth of life. Should we officially open the auxiliary mission system? Yi Fan's will materialized into the appearance in front of him in his memory, and nodded, open. Growth Mission 01, God-Made Sun. The Great Lord God sponsors you 1,000 energy points, which have now been stored. The auxiliary system is turned on. Lord Star, are you willing to spend 315 energy points to create a God-Made Sun, which can bring sunlight and temperature to the planet? The God-Made Sun is a special magic weapon created by the Lord God with supreme divine power. It cannot be explained by science, fantasy, or science fiction, but its existence is reasonable. Yi Fan said without any hesitation, create. As soon as the voice fell, 315 energy points disappeared instantly, and a light source appeared in the sky, rotating around the planet. As the sun shone, the new planet shone for the first time. The dazzling light dispelled the darkness, and the temperature of the planet slowly increased. Do you want to turn on the time acceleration function of this planet? The first time can be accelerated for free by 100,000 years. The passage of time on this planet is accelerated, and the time in the outer universe remains unchanged, which will reduce the life of the Star Master. When Yi Fan heard the lifespan, he asked hesitantly, how many years do I live? The system mechanically replied, 100 million years. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and said carelessly, let's start. The sun began to rotate rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years had passed on this planet, but only a few minutes had passed outside. 100,000 years had passed. The planet's temperature had stabilized, and the planet had clouds. Yi Fan, like Zhang Yang at the beginning, was eager to play and began to control thunder, rain, dark clouds, and white clouds, having a lot of fun. Do you want to spend 500 energy points to open the human technology tree? If not, please deduce the biological development process yourself. Yi Fan thought about it and felt that it was better to open the technology tree, so that development would be faster. After all, the technology tree is ready-made content. As long as it is unlocked, it can be unlocked. Even if you can grow to a 4th level planet master, it is completely enough. There are giants walking, so of course, he has to walk on the shoulders of giants. Yi Fan immediately said, bye. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, a huge first-level civilization technology tree unfolded. Zhang Yang looked at the huge technology tree and felt a little emotional. The human race at that time was really shit. It was really shit luck that cells were born at that time. Now it's good. There are leaks. And with the start of the technology tree, the 500 points of energy consumed will flow back to the Blue Star account. This is called capital reflow. Chapter 208. The end of the universe is fabrication. The system designed by Zhang Yang charges some fees. Isn't that reasonable? Anyway, it is taken from the people and used for the people. In the economic circulation, these star masters will grow up. Yifan looked at the first icon of the technology tree, microorganisms. Cell colonies. 100 points. Microorganisms. Cell colonies. According to the birth order of molecules and cells, replicate the early cells of the blue star, evolve rapidly, and release them into the ocean of the planet, including the function of accelerating time by 500,000 years. Yifan clicked to confirm with his will, and he could sense in his will that countless molecules were released into the planet. And these molecules evolved rapidly. As we learned in biology class, cells started their evolutionary journey. These molecules and cells evolved very quickly, as if assisted by God. Blue algae, green algae, and various cells appeared in the ocean and began to multiply and evolve rapidly. The oxygen level on the planet rose rapidly, starting from 1%. Yifan widened his eyes, watching cells constantly dying and dividing to form various types of plants and animals. Just like watching a movie, organisms evolved rapidly. Arthropods, brachiopods, snails, typical arthropods, and mammals appeared one after another. A large number of animals were produced. Dinosaurs were born, and the entire planet became a paradise for dinosaurs and other animals. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 years had passed on this planet, and a large number of plants and animals had been born. Zhang Yang curled his lips. This is the power of the technology tree. It combines the entire initial cell evolution process and gives away a 500,000-year time acceleration package. It is quite cost-effective. For this process, 100 energy points are far from enough. They are all care packages given by Blue Star. It is equivalent to the novice guidance process. According to Zhang Yang's deduction, until the birth of the human race, the evolution process of each planet will change. At that time, it depends on the ability of each star master. At present, this process is necessary to ensure that the human race is born. The same human race as Blue Star. The family cultivates all new planets of human civilization in order to better help the development of Blue Star. With such a large base of creatures, whether animals or plants, they can fill the history of human development. The talent detection system has been turned on all planets. Humans and animals with special talents will be secretly taken away for special training. Talent is something that is innate. So far, everything is going very smoothly. Zhang Yang sensed that several planets have given birth to wills one after another, and the steps are still the same. With private backgrounds, character settings, introduction of cosmic crisis, family situations, and the degree of recognition of the human race, the technology tree is lit up smoothly. Animals and plants evolve, and dinosaurs are born. Zhang Yang looked at a large number of dinosaurs and wanted these first-level star masters to earn some energy. Suddenly, he remembered that the spirit world seemed a bit empty. Whether it is used as food, or for raising spirit beasts, or even for viewing, it is a good choice. Zhang Yang suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to not allow the circulation of goods at all levels. Every star master has a special opportunity, and it is okay to allow advanced civilizations to visit these low-latitude planets. It is not necessarily a bad thing for advanced civilizations to interfere with low-level civilizations. Low-level civilizations may suddenly obtain technology that surpasses their times, and may also develop different technologies or even systems. The same is true for them all. Even if low-level civilizations see good things, they cannot afford them. This is also a desire to move forward. Just like making money to buy luxury goods, only with desire can one move forward better. Zhang Yang called Quark, and the two of them chatted in a whisper. In the end, it was decided to open it up completely. But a series of heavenly rules were formulated to allow the heavenly way to supervise. Advanced civilizations can interfere with the development of low-level civilizations in a small range, but are prohibited from harming, threatening low-level civilizations, or destroying the internal environment of low-level civilizations for any reason. It is prohibited to show technology, power, and strange phenomena that exceed the level of low-level civilizations to cause panic among creatures. If you want to go to a low-level civilization planet for activities, you must report to the Heavenly Court. Otherwise it is illegal smuggling. One by one, the rules were spread throughout the Blue Star family through the Skynet system. Countless creatures were delighted. It sounds interesting to help low-latitude development from this god's perspective. The first civilizations to start the experiment were the third-level civilization and the second-level civilization. The Skynet system of the Blue Star family was updated. The Skynet system was transformed into a world, which allowed the fourth-level, third-level, and second-level civilization stars to be located in one world and carry out various tasks and transactions. Not to mention, the transaction amount increased by 40% after one universe day, which is enough to explain the problem. There are still many wealthy creatures in low civilizations. They can afford some high-level technologies and magic weapons to promote the development of the world. After a year of observation, no major problems were caused. But some minor problems occurred. That is the problem of supervision. If the supervision is not strong, there will always be some creatures who think they can hide the heaven and the way of heaven. After discussion, heaven and hell prepared to expand and summon a large number of land gods, city gods, mountain gods, and water gods to be assigned to various civilized planets to ensure that each level of planet has at least 2 gods, one from heaven and one from hell, to supervise each other. The heaven and the underworld sent a large number of gods to patrol the world day and night. The heaven also set up the positions of clairvoyance and windier, and established the 3-realm supervision department to monitor the internal situation of the family day and night. Ingzheng has begun to dream of opening branches of the heaven and the underworld in various worlds and bringing all the creatures under management. Especially in the underworld, the human race can reincarnate and be reborn. It can't be that only the Blue Star is reborn, and the human race on other planets will disappear between heaven and earth after death? This is going to be a big problem. Zhang Yang also thought about this problem, and went to rescue the ancestor Yang Mei and asked him to help deduce it. The ancestor Yang Mei told him that if he wanted to open a branch, he could upgrade the wonders of the heaven and the underworld. The heavenly palace is 3 stars. When it reaches 4 stars, you can start to build branches. 5 stars can build more branches, but the number will not be too many. The underworld is currently 2 stars. When it reaches 3 stars, you can build branches. 4 and 5 stars can build more. There is no limit to the number of 5-star underworlds. The branches of the heavenly palace and the underworld are all cut off. The heavenly palace branch can only reach the 5th-grade gods at most. For example, the 4 marshals, Lei Gong and Dian Mu, the 5 dragons, the 5 waters, the heavenly generals, the Gong Chao, the Jiazi god, the Tian Gang, the Disha stars, the Zheojiang water emperor, the 5 lakes god, the city god, the mountain god, and the land god. The underworld branch can only reach the level of the 10 palaces of hell at most. And that's the end. These positions can be reselected, or the heavenly palace god can hold concurrent positions, or the incarnation can go there, all for the purpose of earning merits and luck to assist in cultivation. This is good news for the heavenly court, the underworld, and all the meritorious monks. To put it bluntly, with more staffing, more people can enter the system and get a stable job. The end of the universe is the staffing. As for where the cosmic fragments come from, it depends on the family's financial resources. Zhang Yang happened to have some dirty money recently. He started to buy wonder fragments on the cosmic virtual platform, but the number of fragments is limited and not often available. In addition to squatting on the platform every day to buy, Zhang Yang also sent the family's star masters to find ways to collect some cosmic wonder fragments. While the star masters were all thinking about it, one star master's eyes lit up. The opportunity to make a contribution has come again. He'll led dozens of star masters to mutter and mobilize some new type 4th level space fleets from Blue Star, and flew quickly towards a certain place. Chapter 209 Hill, the All-Rounder. Achievement. Hill has already reported to the family, and took dozens of planets and a large 4th level antimatter fleet to fly towards the Quafu family. The family wants to collect a large number of fragments of cosmic wonders, not because there are no divine source points, but because they lack materials. There is no place to buy even if you have money. The quantity of this thing is limited. But there is one thing. The 4th level family should have summoned stock. But the Blue Star family has been promoted to the 4th level civilization for a short time. And they know too few main gods. Otherwise they can collect a lot with just one sentence. Zhang Yang also sent a purchase message to the 4th level Star Master, with whom he has a friend relationship, but has not received a reply so far. This thing is a spiritual treasure, which can arm the star people and increase the strength of the planet. It has a wide range of uses, so it is in short supply. Another point is that the 4th level Star Master did not read the private chats of friends, or there were too many private chats every day, so he did not see the messages. Besides, Zhang Yang was not familiar with them, due to various reasons. He has not collected a large number of cosmic wonder fragments so far. The underworld is currently a 2-star wonder, and it requires 100 fragments to upgrade to a 3-star wonder. The heaven is currently a 3-star wonder, and it requires 1,000 fragments to upgrade to a 4-star wonder. This leads to the Blue Star family needing a large number of fragments. The more the better. To upgrade to a 5-star wonder, the fragments required are likely to be an astonishing 10,000. Zhang Yang looked at the balance, 37. After upgrading the Wangxing Great Wall, there were only a few left. Recently, he had been buying up in the virtual platform auction house every day, and only 37 fragments were collected. Zhang Yang was buying up every day, which caused other Star Masters to be short of money. As more people bought up, the price went up. The mall price was 100 points, and the auction house price was 105 points at the beginning, and finally rose to 110 points. The price rose by 10%. For Zhang Yang, this was acceptable. The top priority was to upgrade the level of the underworld and open up a branch of the underworld. This was the most important thing for the Blue Star family. The underworld was of great importance. The reincarnation and rebirth of the human race had to be completed here. Previously, 23 billion human races had reincarnated through the underworld. And in the future, there might be hundreds of trillions of reincarnations. There will be many monks with great merits who can be reincarnated into the heaven. And there will also be talented geniuses who will supply talents to the heaven. If the underworld can be built on each human planet, then the human race can be twisted into a rope, indistinguishable from each other. And with so many more positive gods and gods, the overall combat power of Blue Star has also increased. First, Blue Star feeds back to the Territory Star Master, then collects a large number of energy points from the Territory Star Master, and finally many subordinate planets feed back to Blue Star, completing an overall big cycle. Zhang Yang already knew about Hill's application, and also knew who he went to trade with. That was Quafu. Yes, it was Quafu, the only 4th level Star Master that Zhang Yang had contacted. Maybe with him as a breakthrough, a large number of wonder fragments can really be collected. However, the 0786 territory is really far away from the Quafu family, so Zhang Yang is not worried about this guy. Hill is not like a Star Master, but now he is a bit like a human businessman. He is very close to many Star Masters and some righteous gods in the heaven, and his social circle is very wide. The old man is very friendly and often goes to the heaven, because he has chatted with Ying Zheng. He often goes to Ying Zheng now, and they look very close. Ying Zheng is also a bit helpless. This guy is very friendly, speaks without airs, and keeps complimenting him. Hill also has some planets under his command, so he is also very powerful. There is no big trouble. Ying Zheng really likes to chat with him. He has helped many races passing by Hill's planet, especially the human race, and he has many friends in the human race. He knows that the technology is advanced and the weapons and equipment are advanced, so he often goes to the Hextech technology world. Whatever these technology madmen lack, he will collect some. The 99 planets that were taken away were the teams under Hill. This guy had some ideas and made many military achievements. He has been promoted to the captain of the squadron. The captain of the squadron can command 333 planets and 100 teams. This time, he took away 30 teams, which is considered an elite Star Master, and also took away a huge level 4 fleet. The level 4 fleet is equipped with antimatter energy and a large number of antimatter weapons, which can reach the true fairyland. Technology is different from single cultivators. With a large amount of technology, mass production, and good cooperation, even the Xiantian will be defeated. For his own safety, the old man went to the heaven to ask Ying Zheng for help during this long journey. Everything was ready. and he'll let his planets to fly towards Quafu planet. With the birth of dinosaurs, the number of animals became larger and larger. Yi Fan stared at a group of ancient apes, or more precisely, Homo sapiens. He lit up the human technology tree and the cell colony, which contained information about Homo sapiens. What surprised him was that in his previous life, the ancient apes needed to evolve a little bit before they could evolve into Homo sapiens, the human race. The ancient apes born on the planet now have reached the IQ of Homo sapiens in the late stage. In fact, he didn't know that Zhang Yang combined the genetic engineering of the technology industry to improve the species' genes. The born ancient apes directly possessed the brain power of late Homo sapiens, and were very smart. This can save a lot of time. The physique and intelligence of the newly born Homo sapiens are stronger than those of the original human race because of the genetic enhancement. Why is it called Homo sapiens? Because the current Homo sapiens are not intelligent. They don't know anything, and they lack the process of exploration. They cannot be said to be real humans. This requires him to guide them. Yi Fan looked at the human technology tree, Stone Age 50 points. This is the second icon of the human technology tree. When this icon is turned on, the Star Lord can learn all the technology, culture, thoughts, and methods of teaching Homo sapiens in the Stone Age. This requires him to learn it himself, and then transmit it to Homo sapiens, so that they can master certain skills, thoughts, etc. When Homo sapiens can speak, they are members of the human race. After Yi Fan lit up the Stone Age technology tree, a lot of information was added to his will. How to guide the development of the Star People. Yi Fan turned into a Homo sapiens and secretly hid in a tribe. Although the Homo sapiens in the tribe could not count, they felt something was wrong. There were too many people in the tribe, but they didn't care. Yi Fan lived with them. After all, Yi Fan was the Star Master. He was a human in his previous life. He knew everything. In addition, he lit up the technology tree and knew everything. With his help, Homo sapiens began to make various tools. With tools, they could catch more prey, and the tribe became stronger. After several years of observation, Yi Fan discovered several smart Homo sapiens. He taught them some skills, so that these Homo sapiens suddenly knew them and had these things in their minds. For example, he gave the technology, ideas and meanings of character creation to a Homo sapiens and gave him a name Sangjia. He also passed on various technologies and ideas to Homo sapiens from different tribes. And he gave the leaders of each tribe names of some human ancestors with a sense of fun. For example, he passed on the skill of making fire by drilling wood to a smart Homo sapiens and named him Swirenshi. The name of the fire ancestor is known to all humans, and he is no exception, since there is a chance to recreate the human race. Of course, the other party must be named Swirenshi. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed in the universe. Yi Fan was worried about these Homo sapiens, constantly making macro adjustments to expand the number of races. In this way, when 90% of the Homo sapiens on the entire planet could speak, Yi Fan suddenly heard a voice. Achievement, the birth of the human race. Reward, 200 energy points. A name change card. Every achievement will receive a family reward. Homo sapiens can use tools skillfully and can speak. So the human race is born. Ding. The human race is born. And the Blue Star Skynet system is officially opened. Chapter 210 Bustling Skynet Platform. Zhang Yang was observing each planet one by one, watching the birth of the human race and the achievement of Yi Fan, showing a satisfied smile. This proves that this setting is completely fine. Starting the technology tree and letting the Star Master pass it on to the Star People is also a good way to increase cohesion. In these 200 years, 1,376 human Star Masters were born on Blue Star. These Star Masters all thought that they were traveling through time and were human in their previous lives. And they were all passionate young people who loved their families. They were all like Yi Fan, who were particularly excited at the beginning, resulting in very strange names. Zhang Yang saw this and decided to give everyone a name change card to let them know that every decision they made would have different consequences. Since there is now a race technology tree, everyone's early progress is similar, and the technology level is the Stone Age. With the development of technology, people's hearts will become more complicated, and there will be a gap, and the gap will become larger and larger. When each planet completes the first achievement, the Skynet system will be officially opened. This time, The Skynet system will be opened for the entire first-level civilization. Previously, only the second-level Star Master Authority was opened. The Skynet platform has 100,000 more Star Masters, and it is very lively. The third-level Star Masters also walked into the platform, looking at the lively and noisy platform, and were a little excited. They have never seen so many Star Masters of the same kind. Each Star Master has a medal on his chest, which records the planet level and race information. When these second-level Star Masters saw the third-level Star Masters, they were not calm at all, and went up to lick them crazily. Not to mention, some third-level Star Masters really like this. Just giving them something casually makes these second-level Star Masters happy. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. A civilization-level technology difference. Wherever the third-level Star Masters go on the platform, they will attract a bunch of second-level Star Masters to watch, all looking forward to it, and want to take shortcuts. With these newly born planets opening the Skynet platform, Zhang Yan opened the first-level Star Master rights, and the first-level Star Masters of all territories can enter the Skynet system. The entire platform instantly entered hundreds of thousands of first-level Star Masters, and they looked at various things on the platform with excitement. The mall, the task system, and the streets were full of Star Masters. They looked at their badges, which said Level 1, and walked around. The Level 2 Star Lords, who had been licking them crazily before, had not gained much recently. After all, they were all Star Lords, so they didn't have any words to say, and it was not good to be too excessive. They just gave a few words of praise. Seeing so many Level 1 Star Lords appearing on the platform, they immediately acted like masters, put their hands behind their backs, and wandered around the platform. Seeing the Level 1 Star Lords licking them crazily, they nodded slightly, looking like masters from the world. Occasionally, when a Star Lord was satisfied with the licking, they would give him some technology and magic weapons. The Level 3 Star Lords saw so many newbies on the platform, and they also went back to the Skynet platform, put their hands behind their backs, and walked back and forth. Level 3 Literary Star Lords. Some Star Lords shouted, and a group of Star Lords gathered around. Level 3 Star Lords were so majestic. When Yifan and other newly born Level 1 Star Lords saw the platform open, they immediately logged into the Skynet platform. Others had white cards with black letters, but their badges were blue cards with white letters, which recorded the planet level and race information. Yifan looked at so many Star Lords and was amazed. There were too many Star Lords. And, like in the previous life, there were so many races. Some Star Lords saw more than 1,000 special Star Lords appear on the platform, and their badges were different. You know, even Level 3 Star Lords have the same badge style. So why are these people different? When they came over to take a look, they suddenly realized what was going on. It was not surprising. They immediately came forward to communicate enthusiastically. Yifan looked at the Star Masters in the inner 3 layers and the outer 3 layers, and listened to the noisy sounds around him. He also understood what was going on. He immediately held his head high and communicated with the Star Masters around him in a gentle and elegant manner. After a while, he really had a lot of special products from various planets in his hands. As Yifan walked, he saw a second-level Star Master, and his eyes lit up. He didn't care about his status. He was serious only when he got benefits. Yifan was about to come forward to chat, and the second-level Star Master also came over enthusiastically. They chatted quite happily, and Yifan also learned some secrets. It turned out that they had been born hundreds of millions of years, tens of millions of years, and they were still second-level Star Masters. They are also the natives of this territory. Since the territory was given to the Blue Star family, they have also become members of the Blue Star family. And Yifan and other Star Masters are the first batch of human Star Masters born in the 0786 universe. Everyone knows who is the race that rules the Blue Star family. That is the human race. In the entire Blue Star family, which race has the highest status? It must be the human race. Therefore, these Star Masters are so enthusiastic. They are all Star Masters, and have lived for such a long time. There is no fool. In this way, Yifan wandered around the platform. Seeing the third-level Star Master, he dared to approach. When the other party saw his identity as a human Star Master, he really gave a lot of resources. And some even gave energy points directly. All these treatments made him feel proud of his race. Yifan accepted all the guests and added these Star Lords as friends. Even several third-level Star Lords. As Yi Fan was walking, he suddenly saw a Star Lord of the same identity. The other party also saw him, and the two immediately walked towards each other. According to the etiquette in his previous life, they shook hands. Both of them were human, but neither of them revealed their identities in their previous lives. After all, he was a time traveler, and he was different from other Star Lords. Yi Fan said directly, "Hello, I am Yi Fan." The other party also said, "Hello, I am Xiao Feng." After a while, several more human Star Lords came over, and their names were also very domineering. Long Outhian, Lin Dong, Xu Kuang, Xinan. Everyone started chatting, because they are all human technology trees. Currently they are all dinosaurs, and the human race is just born. Everyone sat together and exchanged experiences, but they all tacitly did not mention their identity as time travelers. This is their biggest secret, and they cannot reveal it to anyone. These human Star Masters have harvested a lot, and are welcomed wherever they go. They return with their own opportunities. This is the first time to log into the platform. It is estimated that there will not be much harvest if you enter again in the future. After all, as time goes by, more and more new human Star Masters are born, and the bonus period of identity is over. After all, no one can sponsor you endlessly, and the more people you sponsor, the less likely you are to encounter opportunities. So these human Star Masters have been hanging around the platform every day recently, and when they meet a third-level Star Master, they will greet him and ask questions humbly. Not to mention, the human Star Masters are really good at expressing themselves in language, and they never repeat good words, and they always gain something. In this way, after a while, these human Star Masters each had their own opportunities, and gradually there was some difference. At the same time, Hill led 99 planets, and quickly arrived at the area near the Quafu family. From a distance, he saw the Quafu family and a force fighting. Chapter 211, A Mysterious Family from a Distant Galaxy. Hill saw a war going on in the distance from a long distance. Two families joined forces to attack a force, and the other side was struggling desperately. Judging from the aura of the star seal, the two families were the Quafu family and the Huang family. As for the attack force, Hill didn't care. This kind of thing is normal. The universe is a world of the weak. Hill originally thought that he would wait there for a while, and when the other side finished fighting, he would go over to trade. Unexpectedly, the other side fought very fiercely, and the besieged force fought back bravely. The shape of the spaceship was very strange. The shape of the planet was also very interesting, and the race was also something he had never seen before. The other side is composed of more than 2,000 planets, half white and half red, and a large number of spaceships are firing at the two families from outside the planets. There are two races of starmen under this force. One is all white and cold, as if it is a creature made of ice, and the attributes used in combat are also ice attributes. The other race is all red, and the air around it is a little distorted, as if it is a creature made of fire, using fire attributes to attack. It is a bit confusing that two conflicting races actually live on the same planet, and their skills are integrated with each other without any conflict. Seeing this, Hill commanded the stars to move forward towards the galaxy ahead, and a missile exploded on the route ahead. A voice came from afar, "There is a battle ahead, and you are forbidden to move forward. Otherwise you will bear the consequences." Hill frowned a little, but he didn't say much. After all, he came here for a deal, and it would be bad if there was a conflict. The battle ahead was fierce. The other side fought bravely, with advanced weapons and the strength of the Star People. But at this moment, they were beaten badly. The other side was surrounded by nearly 8,000 planets, attacked from front and back, and faced with a continuous stream of warships and Star People's attacks. They were also somewhat powerless. As far as Hill knew, there were more than 7,800 planets in the two families, and no fourth-level subordinate Star Master had been born yet. If it were in the past, he would think that the fourth-level Star Master was very powerful, and it would be impossible to be promoted in this life. But after the family got the private territory, he felt that although the fourth-level Star Master was very powerful, he was not high and mighty. He also had the opportunity to be promoted, and the opportunity was still great. When he came out, there were already second-level Star Masters, who were promoted to third-level Star Masters, and they continued to join several War Generals. According to the deployment of the Lord God, after being promoted to fourth-level Star Masters, they must take their newly established family to a new location to guard. expand the family base, collect materials for the family, independently develop new families, absorb new star masters to join, and expand the reputation of the Blue Star family. Reputation is very important. According to the Lord God's description, the reputation of Blue Star needs to spread throughout the galaxy, so that it is possible to be promoted to 5th level Star Masters and control the entire galaxy. He didn't know the specific situation. He just knew that following the Lord God would be awesome in the future. While Hill was thinking, Kwafu and Huang were discussing with each other. Kwafu frowned. Is what they said true? Huang also stood up and stared at the besieged forces and said, whether it's true or not, we've done it now. Huang looked at Kwafu and smiled and said, you can't just stop halfway. Right? If we don't stop like this, not only we will feel uncomfortable, but the other party will feel uncomfortable too. Kwafu was worried. He was a very cautious Star Master, but he was a little careless today when he was pulled over by Huang. Kwafu sighed as he recalled the incident. The thing is, this level 4 family was flying towards somewhere, and was spotted by the Huang family. Seeing that the other family only had more than 2,100 planets, they wanted to swallow them up. The other party naturally refused, and politely said that the other party came to the Milky Way from other star systems to expand the market. They came from a level 4 family called Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. It is a peaceful, neutral family. They came to the Milky Way to do business and have no intention of war. Huang doesn't care about these things. You say neutral. So what? Relying on the fact that he has nearly 3,800 affiliated planets, nearly twice as many as the other party, he decisively declared war on it. And the two sides launched a large-scale interstellar war. Huang originally thought that 2 against 1 would give him a certain advantage in the battle, but he did not expect that the opponent's warships were strange and powerful. The most powerful warship reached the middle stage of the true immortal level, and there were more than 300 true immortal level cultivators among the star people, which was very powerful. You should know that the 4th level warship purchased by the Huang family has the strongest power of the early stage of the true immortal level, which is the treasure of the star. The family has more than 200 true immortal level cultivators, all of whom are the foundation of the planet. The battle started, and it was not as easy as Huang thought, but he was beaten by the opponent and could not resist. The Huang family has a large number of people, a large number of middle-level star people, but not as many high-level star people as the opponent. So he suffered a great loss. Seeing this, the Huang family immediately called their old rival, the Kwafu family. Huang did not tell Kwafu the specific problem, but said that he wanted to swallow up the other party, but found that the other party was strong and hit a wall. He wanted to unite with the Kwafu family to get rid of the other party, and the number of planets was divided equally, half for each. Although the two families often fought, they were also enemies for many years. When they met opponents, they would form an alliance every 2 years. In this way, the Kwafu family joined the battle, and the two families surrounded the opponent with nearly 7,800 planets. It was almost 4-1, and the high-end combat power exceeded the opponent by dozens, and the balance of war gradually tilted. When the other side saw Kwafu's family joining the battle, the Star Lord called out to Kwafu's family not to join the battle, and said they would be rewarded handsomely after the war. But Kwafu didn't care. Why, thank you. We will devour them completely, and all gifts will be divided equally. Originally, we thought that they would not be able to hold out for long under such siege, and would have to surrender. But we did not expect that they were determined to fight to the end, even if it meant fighting to the last soldier. Moreover, they claimed that the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce was very rich, with hundreds of 4th level Star Masters in the family, and countless 4th level Star Masters in the Alliance. They were just one of them, and the smallest family. According to their description, they wanted to come to the Milky Way to do business, but were besieged by the Huang family. They had been marked with a special mark, and a truce was reached, and they could let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, even if the clan is exterminated, there will definitely be a family to avenge them. Kwafu had a thought of retreating after hearing the other party's call, but when he saw that the true immortal level cultivators of both sides had already intertwined and suffered casualties, he wanted to cease fire, but was afraid of hurting morale. In addition, Huang had been persuading him that the other party's family was not in the Milky Way and was very far away. The other party had no vision and was not within 100,000 light years of the star map. It was impossible to come here instantly with the help of alliances and slavery contracts. By the time the other party's army came, tens or even millions of years of cosmic time might have passed. It was even impossible to determine whether the other party could come to such a distant place to avenge this family, and whether the other party was bluffing. And if the other party is really a member of the Chamber of Commerce, that would be great, and all the resources on the planet would belong to the two of them. Even if the other party is captured, if the other family really comes, they can release the other party and move freely. Therefore, Quafu was tempted. And the Quafu family also participated in the encirclement and suppression, wanting to swallow up the other family. Who would have thought that the other party was not what the two Star Masters imagined? And the other main god would fight to the death, and put on an attitude of either you die or I die. The two families of Quafu and Huang frowned, and felt like they were riding a tiger, and couldn't get off. Chapter 212 Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. June D. Quafu and Huang were a little bit in a dilemma, and were communicating in the back. If the other side really wanted to fight to the death, the two families would suffer a great loss. After such a life and death fight, they finally got a group of ruined planets. All the supplies were gone, and their own family suffered heavy losses and hurt their vitality. That would be a big loss. The only consolation now is that after the death of the other star people, a spirit bead will condense. There are two colors of liquid in the spirit bead, red and white. The other side is also collecting it. According to the other star people, the white spirit bead is called Xianbing spirit bead, and the red one is called Jiang spirit bead. The stronger the opponent's strength is, the better the amplification effect of the spirit bead condensed after death. This is also the case when the opponent died in battle, and dropped a bunch of spiritual beads. The star people on our side picked them up curiously, and squeezed them hard. But the beads broke. After the liquid was accidentally absorbed by the star people, it was found that one could increase the power of the soul, and the other could increase the power of the body. The amplification effect was very strong, which caused the monks on our side to scramble for it. This is also a kind of treasure. If you really want to win the battle, it can be considered a gain. The two main gods looked at each other, and sighed in unison. Alas! Junsu looked at a large number of his star people who died in battle. And the opponent kept picking up the spiritual beads. And he also showed a trace of helplessness. He came from the Laniakaya Supercluster Virgo, Galaxy Cluster Local Galaxy Group Scorching Sun Galaxy Winting Cow Citran Star Belt Lundi Cloud. His planet is called Bingyan Star. And all the affiliated planets of the family are these two companion races. Even if the citizens of Bingyan Star family die, they can still produce spirit beads. And the race produces a large amount of resources. The innocent man is guilty of holding a treasure, which attracted the attention of many fourth-level families, and was often invaded. After more than 1 billion years of hard work and hardships, he finally promoted to the 4th-level civilization. After being promoted to the 4th-level Star Master, he responded to the call of the Universe Elders, and participated in the Universe War. Because of the characteristics of the race, he was forced to start tens of thousands of Star Wars of various scales. Their race is called Bingyan Clan. Because of the characteristics of the race, it is difficult for them to grow to the 4th-level Star Master. They have been invaded on the road to growth. And they are all tears when they talk about it. During the 3rd-level Star Master period, he was always worried and hiding. Finally, he relied on his personal courage to start uniting with other Ice Flame Clan Star Masters, using his own advantages to find a balance between several large families, providing spirit beads for other families, and successfully promoted to the 4th-level Star Master. But it is not a solution to continue like this. During the transaction process, he accidentally met a 3rd-level Star Master and learned about a mysterious organization. Finally, he joined this mysterious family in desperation, which is called Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. He did not lie to the other party. This family really exists. Wanjia Chamber of Commerce is the largest force in the Lion Galaxy. But the other party is very secretive. This family is very powerful. He has seen hundreds of level 4 star lords under them. And there are even more allied families. The family is very mysterious. They never charge any energy points from them. Nor do they need to hand over energy. They only need to collect various treasures, and sell them to the Chamber of Commerce to earn the difference. There is an advantage of joining the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. There will be no more level 4 families invading and causing wars in the Sun Galaxy. This Chamber of Commerce is not hostile to any forces, and is considered a neutral Chamber of Commerce. But nothing is absolute. As long as the level is high enough, you can also get the protection of the family. He is now a level 3 member, a low-level member of the Chamber of Commerce. If he is promoted to another level, he can become a mid-level member. That is, a VIP. When a level 4-star lord joins the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce, he is a level 2 member. It is said that the Chamber of Commerce is divided into 10 levels, and the highest member he is seen is a level 5 member. Although they are all level 4 families, they are already VIPs of the Chamber of Commerce. According to what he knows, in the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce, having 100,000 points of divine source is a level 3 member. 1 million points is a level 4 member. 5 million points is a level 5 member. And 10 million points is a level 6 member. As for higher levels, according to this calculation, it is an astronomical number. With a high level, not only can you get VIP discounts on shopping, but you can also enjoy VIP treatment, loans, deposit interest, free employment of high-level monks for protection, provide star vein resources, collect resources, and even help you destroy other families, etc. According to gossip from other seniors, some big guys have too many loans, and the Chamber of Commerce has to send saint-level bodyguards, just in case you die unexpectedly and can't repay the loan. In short, money can make the world go round. This is also the life he longs for. Many seniors have stopped working hard. They are high-level members, and they can get high interest every cosmic year by depositing their wealth in the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. This interest is enough to maintain the operation of the family. If they hire 2 high-level monks to protect the family, they can ask the Chamber of Commerce for help in case of crisis, or pay to hire other families to fight for them. It's really great. Why did he come to the Milky Way? It's because of the racial characteristics. Due to the previous racial oppression, he was forced to sign low-price supply contracts with many families. There was no difference between giving away the spirit beads and giving them away for free. They were all very cheap. Otherwise, with so many resources, he would have been promoted to a mid-level member, and his status would have been raised. In the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce, you must be a mid-level member to have a certain status. The first 3 levels are low-level members. Levels 4, 5, and 6 are mid-level members. And levels 7, 8, and 9 are senior members. Level 10? That is the Supreme VIP member, which is too far away, so it's better not to mention it. He thought about it, and wanted to get rid of the current predicament. Finally, after discussing with his brothers, everyone unanimously decided to go to other galaxies. There should be no Ice Flame clan in other galaxies. They are confident that they can sell at a sky-high price and accumulate a lot of wealth. In this way, they can return to the Liang galaxy with a huge amount of wealth and become a senior member. With the status of a senior member, they can completely change the status of the Ice Flame clan. The virtual platform of the universe is divided into regions. Each galaxy is a separate platform. Only the Star Masters born in this galaxy can log into the platform. This is considered a regional price protection. But these are not problems. You can find an agent to sell locally, or travel around and sell the spirit beads at a high price. A group of Star Masters thought of this and were excited. After a lot of research, they finally decided to go to the neighboring galaxy. Although the spirit beads were sold at a very low price, he had accumulated hundreds of thousands of divine sources, and was an absolutely wealthy Star Master. He spent 100,000 divine sources to buy a star migration order, and one day, he suddenly flew from several major families to the edge of the fiery sun galaxy. Then he quickly passed through the galaxy barrier, and came to the Milky Way. He originally thought that from now on, the sea was wide, and the sky was high. This is indeed the case. When he first started selling to the 4th level Star Master of the Milky Way, he did not dare to say a word, and took out spirit beads of various levels, asking the other party to gather the star people and conduct experiments on the spot. The effect was quite good. Otherwise the Ice Flame clan would not be so eager to buy it. When the other party saw this, they wanted to make a large purchase. However, when they learned that this product was sold by tons, they looked hesitant. When thinking about the effect of this treasure, he made a painful decision. When asked about the price, Junyu stretched out a palm very calmly, showing 5 fingers, and then squinted his eyes and looked at the other party. The other party gritted his teeth. His face showed a ferocious look, and finally said fiercely, 500 is 500. Give me 100 tons. Junyu swallowed his saliva, trembling a little, and put a large number of spirit beads of various levels into the space ring as required. After completing the transaction, Junyu wanted to run forward, because he was afraid that the other party would regret it. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the other party, which frightened him a little. He suppressed his nervousness, but heard that the other party wanted to add a friend. Junyu wrote down the other party's ID number and flew forward with his family. How could he have the Galaxy Universe platform ID? Naturally, he couldn't add it. He flew far away and summoned many subordinate Star Masters, and everyone screamed excitedly. They really didn't expect that they would be suppressed to 10 points of Divine Source/Ton by the damn Star Master in this universe. He boldly offered 50 points of Divine Source/Ton here, but the other party gave 500 points of Divine Source/Ton. This made them very excited. This thing worked very well at the beginning, but creatures also have resistance, and the more you use it, the worse the effect. After tasting the sweetness this time, Junyu also learned it. He took the family to sell everywhere, and the price was different every time. So he just held out 5 fingers and said nothing. The lowest was 500 points. And he even met a fool who gave 5,000 points. Junsu didn't have an ID either. He just sold things everywhere, flew around, and just happened to fly to the area where the Huang family was. Before he could find the other party to trade, the other party directly declared war. This operation made Junsu unable to handle it. Big brother, what are you defending? You want to beat me up right away? This 4th level Star Lord seemed to be stubborn. No matter what he said, he just wanted to swallow him up and capture him. He said he had money, so there was no need to be so rude. And he could talk about cooperation. Who knew that the other party was even more excited, and even found another family to besiege him together. Junsu recalled these, and also revealed a bitter smile, muttering, "Alas, why am I so unlucky?" He looked at the star people who had suffered heavy casualties, and his face was also fierce. He could not surrender. "Even if I die, I will make you pay a price." He looked at a force watching the battle in the distance, but he didn't care. The number of the other side's planets was too small. But then he thought, the other side saw tens of thousands of planets fighting, and he didn't run away? Isn't it a bit strange? Thinking of this, he used his will to send a message to Hill. "Brother, save me. You can ask for anything you want, and I will thank you generously." Thinking of this, he added, "I'm not short of money." Chapter 213 Help. The Almighty World Tree. Jundiao originally had no hope, as if he saw an oasis in the distance in the desert. But he didn't know if it was a mirage. But this oasis was his only hope, so he had to give it a try. Hilden was watching the excitement, but suddenly he was stunned when he heard the voice transmission. He then realized that this was the trap force asking for help. What did the other party say? Not short of money? It's as if I'm short of money. Hill replied disdainfully. How much can you give? Junsu originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect to get a response. Junsu took a deep breath and said anxiously, I'm a galaxy merchant. I passed by here and was robbed by the other party. If you can save me, I'm willing to give 100,000 divine sources. When Sierra heard that the other party was a businessman, he was stunned for a moment. And then he was overjoyed. This is great. I came here just to collect some cosmic wonder fragments. Merchants should have a lot of fragments. Right? Before he finished thinking about it, he heard that the other party was willing to pay 100,000 God Source points. Sierra's eyes widened and asked quickly, 100,000? Junyu hesitated for a moment. If you can save us as soon as possible and retain the family's strength, I am willing to pay 200,000 God Sources. Sierra swallowed his saliva, ignored his men, and asked anxiously, Do you have wonder fragments? Yes. How many? Junyu realized that the other party wanted this, and immediately said, More than 100. This stuff is used by some star masters to offset the God Source. I collected some. I can help you collect this thing in the future. And I can also give you 200,000 God Sources. We can't hold on any longer. If it's any later, everything will belong to the other side. Sierra immediately said harshly, How dare he? MD, don't you see what level you are? Dare to compete with my Blue Star family. If you dare to lie to me, humph. Don't worry. I'm from the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce. Jun Di quickly told his origins. You wait. Sierra immediately contacted Zhang Yang through the family's internal channel. After all, he didn't dare to declare war on 2 level 4 families without the consent of the Lord God. And now there are only nearly 100 planets here. And the main forces of the family are not here. and they still need to ask for support. It was too late to rush normally. But 2 star masters in the family were about to be promoted to the 4th level family. It was easy to promote them. Just give them more. Let them use the star migration order to rush to this coordinate. And everything would not be late. He knew the man named Kwafu. Knew his character. And he also knew the strength of Blue Star. So it would not be a problem to delay for a while. CR connected the channel. Without the arrogance just now. And said with a few laughs. Report to the Lord God. There is a major situation to report. It is very urgent. Zhang Yang, speak. CR said a lot. Talking about this matter and his thoughts. Zhang Yang was surprised. This Hill is a talented person. He can encounter such a good thing in such a short time. Whether it is the 200,000 God sources, these wonder fragments, or this 10,000 worlds chamber of commerce, they are all what he needs. Saving this June Dai can help the tower collect cosmic fragments with his identity, which will be of great help in the future. Zhang Yang thought of this. Just do as you said. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Zhang Yang instantly appeared on the planet Carlos. The planet Carlos has the largest number of affiliated planets, and only lacks 100. Carlos saw Zhang Yang coming and immediately said respectfully, "Meet the Lord God." No need to be polite. Prepare to be promoted to the 4th level Star Master. You move to this coordinate. Merge with Hill. And guard this coordinate in the future. Zhang Yang simply gave a few instructions and told him about the past mission. Carlos was overjoyed and immediately expressed his position and promised to complete the task. Zhang Yang immediately divided a part of the planets under Carlos. And the number of the other parties' affiliated planets immediately exceeded 2,000. Carlos immediately gave his will and put all the planets under his command into the highest state of combat readiness. It has been detected that the number of affiliated planets exceeds 2,000, which meets the standard for promotion to the 4th level Star Master, and is ready for promotion. The identity has been reported to the Universe Elders Council, and is being investigated. After the investigation, it is confirmed that you are a creature of this universe. It has been detected that you are promoted to the Star Master of the Blue Star family, and the approval authority has been transferred to the Blue Star family. After receiving the notification, Zhang Yang directly chose, agree. The family has approved your request, and you can be promoted to the 4th level Star Master. Carlos felt that his will had been sublimated. The feeling of being bound by life disappeared. There was no longer a life countdown. And he would be with the universe from now on. As long as the universe is not destroyed. The 4th level Star Master will not die. Carlos was very excited. He did not expect that he could be promoted to the 4th level Star Master in this life. It is important to follow the right person. At the same time, he was more grateful to Zhang Yang for the opportunity he gave him. Zhang Yang did not listen to his loyalty, and immediately appeared in the heaven, asking Yingzheng to mobilize some of the heavenly soldiers and generals, the true gods of the heaven, and go with Carlos. This time, I will take these 2 families into my pocket. These 2 races do not have any big backgrounds, nor are they big Star Masters with private territories. It's all taken. With Zhang Yang's order, the machines in the heaven started, and a large number of heavenly soldiers and generals, and the true gods of the stars descended on the planet Carlos. Tai Bai Jinxing received the notice, transformed into several golden lights, and a clone appeared in the spirit world. Tai Bai Jinxing looked at the lazy mini-immortal beasts, and came to a certain place. I have seen Bai Laozu, and I need to mobilize 100,000 spirit beasts to fight under the order of the Jade Emperor. Xiao Bai waved his paw and pointed to the center of the spirit world. A towering tree said, in the future, if you need to mobilize troops in the spirit world, just find Xiaoji. After Xiao Bai finished speaking, he closed his eyes and concentrated on practicing. The human race has surpassed the spirit beasts by a lot. It must be promoted to a semi-saint as soon as possible, and cannot let the human race fall too far behind. Otherwise, the spirit beasts will not be able to share the worries and solve the problems for the Father God. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled, bowed respectfully, and came to the center of the spirit world. A towering tree that was 1,000,000 feet tall stood here, and countless birds lived in front of this tree. Xiaoji saw Tai Bai Jinxing and said with a smile, Tai Bai, are you here to play with me? I have met the tree ancestor. I came here to mobilize the troops today. I will come to play with you another day. Xiaoji curled his lips. And some spirit beasts, who were practicing in various parts of the spirit world, received the order and gathered here. After a while, The 100,000 spirit beast army understood everything. Most of them were spirit beasts in the Mahayana period. And there were also immortal beasts in the tribulation period and the true immortal period. Taibai Jinxing looked at the army with admiration and led them to a certain place to assemble. The same was true in several other places. There is also a towering tree in the heavenly palace. This tree blocks out the sky and penetrates the 31 heavens of the heavenly palace. The underworld, the human world, the Buddhist world, and the technological world all have a tree that blocks out the sky and the sun. It is the former world tree Xiaoji. Zhang Yang did not forget this world tree. After moving to the 0786 territory, he observed the human planet and bought enhancement coupons to infinitely enhance the world tree. After continuous Krypton gold and enhancement, the world tree has undergone different changes according to the environment and creatures of each world. The world tree can split into 2 parts and transform into many world trees, taking root in various worlds. The peach tree in heaven, the immortal tree in hell, the Fusang tree in the spirit world, the Jinmu in the human world, the Bodhi tree in Buddhism, and the Tech tree in the Hextech world. The world tree has different names and functions in different worlds. But the tree spirits are all Xiaoji. The Jinmu in the human world is the world tree itself, which can communicate with the 3 realms, ghosts and gods, and even use the power of Jinmu to go to all worlds. It can be said that there is nothing in the 3 realms that can be hidden from Xiaoji. This is also a means given by Zhang Yang to heaven, the all-powerful encyclopedia tree of the 3 realms. Of course, Xiaoji will not respond unless it is a big deal. If you encounter a problem that you don't understand, you can ask Xiaoji for help. It knows everything about the 3 realms. Xiaoji can branch out countless branches and plant them on the affiliated planets of Blue Star. In this way, unlimited communication and monitoring functions can be realized. No matter where the affiliated planets and families fly to, they can control each other's whereabouts through the world tree. Of course, Xiaoji only obeys Zhang Yang and rarely cares about other creatures. Even the heavenly court treats Xiaoji as an encyclopedia. When they encounter something they don't understand, they will ask. And their attitude is very respectful. When Taibai Jinxing goes to various circles to convey orders, Xiaoji can be seen. When he encounters problems, he comes to him for help. In this way, the two get along very well. After Carlos was promoted to the 4th level Star Master, he also formed a family. The full name of the family is Blue Star Carlos Family. Just add Blue Star Family in the front of the name. The main thing is the Star Seal Aura. The Blue Star Seal Aura is in front, and the Carlos Family Star Seal is in the back. Other Star Masters can know the identity of the Carlos family at a glance. A large number of advanced warships in the technological world were transported to the Carlos planet. Monks who wanted to participate in the war all rushed to the Carlos family. War means opportunity. While the Carlos family was making emergency preparations, he'll continue to move forward with his planets. The warships inside each planet have all entered a state of combat readiness and are taking off urgently. The troops inside each planet have been assembled and can enter the battle at any time. Chapter 214, Tactical Genius Sierra. Junyi looked at Sierra standing still, feeling somewhat sad. The other party might be just foolish and bold, or the family was too far away and couldn't come over. Watching his high-end creatures die in battle one after another, Junyi could only stare into the distance, praying that the other party could arrive in time. At this moment, a large number of level 4 warships emerged from the stars under Sierra's command and moved forward. The Quafu and Huang families sent a fleet to stare at this place, and immediately fired several psychic compressed bombs in the direction of Sierra's advance. This is a warning. If it were before, Sierra would have stayed there and waited for the battle to end before going over to trade. Now? Haha. Not only do I want to save the other party, I also want to save your 2 families. Hill looked at the fleet launching missiles in front of him and said calmly, "Keep moving forward and start recording." Hill led the stars slowly forward. Seeing this, the other party launched missiles again as a warning, and a missile hit the interior of Hill's planet. "Have you finished recording?" "It's finished. Multiple copies. Prepare to edit." The soldier answered immediately. Hill said calmly, "Kill them." With Hill's order, several warships took off and launched antimatter superluminal missiles at the other party. The other party didn't react at all and was hit by the missile, and a ball of fire appeared. When the 2 forces were exchanging fire, several explosions were heard in the distance, and all the creatures and Star Masters looked over here. Under the gaze of countless creatures, Hill ordered the battleship to take off, fly around the planet, and move forward at full speed. When the opponents saw that their battleship was shot down, several space battleships turned around and wanted to attack Hill. Before the opponent launched, Hill's fleet had already launched an attack. One after another, superluminal missiles were launched at full speed towards the front. The star cannon has been upgraded to the antimatter star cannon, which is the main weapon of the 4th level battleship and has great power. Aiming at the enemy's largest battleship, it launched an attack and successfully destroyed the opponent. Huang, who was standing behind, looked at this place with anger. The losses were already heavy, and now there is another troublemaker. If the Ice Flame clan is not taken down, this battle will end in a disastrous defeat, which is a big loss. Quafu was a little confused, looking at the attacking front, and said, "Something is wrong. This family seems to be the Blue Star family." Huang turned his head and looked at Quafu. Blue Star family. Sounds familiar. It's the human race. The family that suddenly disappeared. How come it's back again? Huang said impatiently. So what? The opponent is Green Star, and now we have to take down the Ice Flame clan. Otherwise, what is the point of our action? Is it funny? Quafu knew this truth, and now he had to fight. If he didn't defeat the opponent, this battle would be a loss. But looking at Hill in the distance, and then looking at Huang, he said carefully, "I know. But this Blue Star family is special. The opponent has more than one cultivator who has surpassed the Xianxian realm." Huang stood up and looked at the distance, his expression uncertain. Now use a word to describe it. That is troublesome. Originally wanted to take advantage, but didn't take advantage, but caused a lot of trouble. Now there is a change, which makes him upset. Huang stared at Quafu and said word by word, "It's too late. If we retreat now, we can't catch up in hundreds of millions of years, and it is very likely to become a subsidiary of other families. Now we can only quickly take down the Ice Flame clan, divide them, and migrate quickly. Can this Blue Star still chase us in the universe? Besides, the other party suddenly joined the battle. Don't you think it's strange?" Quafu thought for a moment. Yes. At the beginning, the other party didn't move, just watched, and suddenly joined the battle. It should be to rescue the Ice Flame clan. This shows a problem. The other party didn't know each other before, and just reached an agreement. Huang nodded. Yes. There are only 100 planets here on Blue Star, but they dare to participate in the war. It means that the benefits are great enough to make Blue Star help him regardless of everything. Quafu said slowly, "This family is incredibly rich. The Blue Star family should be far away from here, and the other side should be stalling for time, before the enemy's main force arrives. Swallow the Ice Flame clan, destroy the Blue Star combat group, and leave this place. Even if we meet the other family, we will claim that we have never seen it." The two looked at each other. A gleam of light flashed in their eyes, and they made a decision in their hearts. The two family coalition saw Hill launching an attack, and some warships attacked Hill planet one after another. Layers of positive and antimatter shields appeared on Hill warships, and the guards also kept firing beams to block the enemy's attacks. Whether there are antimatter weapons is a sign of the family's foundation. Antimatter, as a propulsion energy, is much stronger than psychic energy, with great power, lightweight and fast speed. Junyu was so excited when he saw Hill launching the attack, especially when he saw the weapons were so advanced. He stared at the distance. The two families of Xian and Huang sent a large number of warships and troops to fly here. In the eyes of the other side, this is courting death. No matter how advanced the weapons are, you only have 99 planets. Seeing this, Hill was not polite and ordered the warships to fire at full power. The weapon port on the battleship clip slowly opened, and antimatter missiles leaked out one by one. Following the order of the Star Master, they quickly took off, stayed in the air for a while, and flew towards the target. This is a missile that exceeds the speed of light, and the speed is extremely fast. Before the opponent has time to fly far, missiles hit the opponent and exploded on his body. Some true Immortal Realm monks used means to defend themselves, but there were too many missiles, and missiles attacked one point after another, hitting the true Immortal Realm monks. Hill condensed a huge figure, stared coldly, and said, "Lord Quafu, don't you recognize old friends?" Hill saw that the other party did not respond, and knew that the other party guessed some problems. Why did he suddenly say hello? Because antimatter energy is limited. This thing is too difficult to refine, and Blue Star has no method to master it. All antimatter is synthesized from miracle fragments. He did not expect this to happen during this trip, and did not bring too much antimatter energy. Don't look at the opponent, who has been killed without leaving a single piece of armor. After a few rounds, most of the antimatter energy has been consumed. Without antimatter energy, facing so many warships and creatures, our side will also suffer heavy losses. Kwafu, you dare to attack the Blue Star family without reason. Are you going to declare war? Kwafu did not reply in the back, knowing that he was trying to delay time. Order the large forces to speed up the attack on the Ice Flame clan. As for this small Blue Star force, just deal with it simply. Hill saw that the other party was not fooled and accelerated the attack on the Ice Flame clan, and was also a little helpless. This old fox, he will not be fooled. Hill thought about it, and gave the order. Hill condensed his Dharma body. Very good. Since I don't recognize my old friend, I don't need to hold back. The missile silo located inside the Hill planet slowly unfolded, and 99 huge strategic-level death missiles, with a length of 70 kilometers slowly took off. This is the treasure used to stabilize the clan when fighting against the Zerg, and was named Death by Zhang Yang. It is the most terrifying strategic-level technological weapon on Blue Star, and is absolutely the family foundation. The Death Missile is completely powered by antimatter energy, with great power, and is particularly suitable for group attacks. The Death Missile slowly rose to the sky, at a very slow speed, and after rising to the sky, the missile stood up. 99 death missiles moved in unison, and stood up at the same time. Each death missile is more than 70 kilometers long, which is quite exaggerated. I saw a missile hatch slowly open, leaking tens of thousands of 5-meter-long cruise superluminal missiles. All the creatures on the other side felt a chill all over their bodies. Even though they were still fighting with the Ice and Flame clan, they could clearly see the huge creatures in the distant universe. Junsu also swallowed his saliva. What kind of family is this? Too social. Hill condensed his Dharma body again, looked ahead and said slowly, "Stop! It seems that you are shameless?" Seeing that the other party still did not respond, Hill ordered, "Shoot a few. Let old friends see the power. Don't say we are merciless." In the distance, a true immortal cultivator of the Kwafu family was fighting with the Bingying clan. The two sides fought very fiercely, and were evenly matched. He only heard the sound of breaking through the air in the distance, and more than a dozen cruise super light-speed missiles flew towards him quickly. As a true immortal cultivator, he could naturally feel the danger. He used all his strength to knock back the warrior in front of him, and then tried to retreat to one side. The missile was too fast, and was close to him in an instant. He took out his magic weapon to destroy the missile, but found that the missile quickly changed its direction, dodged the attack, and stopped far away. More than a dozen missiles stopped strangely in different directions, staring at him closely as if they were alive. The true immortal level cultivator of the Ice Flame clan rushed over, and the two fought again. The cultivator of the Blood clan kept looking at the missiles in the distance, a little absent-minded. This thing is quite scary. When the Blood clan and the Ice Flame clan were fighting, the Blood clan revealed a flaw, and the missile suspended in the air in the distance quickly hit the Blood clan cultivator. The front of the missile was very sharp, and because of its high speed, it hit the Blood clan member's body and exploded instantly. The Blood clan member spat out a mouthful of blood, was seriously injured, and looked at the missile with horror. This thing was too fast. Seeing that the Blood clan monk was seriously injured, the Ice Flame clan monk wanted to pursue the victory, and the Blood clan could only retreat slowly to the rear. Several missiles flew over from a distance, hit the Blood clan monk's body, and exploded instantly. Boom boom. Boom boom. Several loud noises came, and the missile that penetrated the Blood clan exploded, and the body of a true immortal monk was blown to pieces, leaving only the Blood clan immortal soul to flee frantically. It only took 5 of them to kill the body of a vampire immortal, making him lose his fighting ability. The more than 200 true immortal level monks present looked at the hundreds of thousands of missiles in the distance, and completely lost the will to fight. The remaining 5 missiles that stayed in the universe quickly hit the 5 vampire monks in the tribulation period. With a few explosions, the tribulation period monks completely dissipated between heaven and earth. All the creatures present were stunned, and they had no will to fight, staring blankly at the god of death in the distance. Hill looked at the quiet scene in the distance, waved his hand, and flew out 10 more cruise light-speed antimatter missiles. The missiles were in different places, and no matter how the opponent dodged, they could accurately hit the target. After a while, Hill took out a stool and sat on it arrogantly. With a wave of his hand, he shot out 10 missiles. With 2 swings, 20 missiles were fired. Kwafu looked ahead and finally couldn't bear it anymore. After a while, all the cultivators above the tribulation stage of the 2 families were killed. So there was no need to play a 4th level family. The highest cultivation level is the Mahayana stage. This is more cruel than being enslaved. The family is completely ruined. Kwafu condensed a Dharma body, looked at Sheer and said, "Let's talk." Sheer ignored him, waved his hands again, and sent out 10 more missiles. Waving, waving, and waving again. Having a lot of fun. Kwafu showed a trace of anger, then smiled and said, "Is the fire gone? Let's talk. Fighting will do no good to either side." Hill wanted to show off. And just as he was about to raise his hand, a voice came from his mind, "Boss, stop showing off. The antimatter missiles have been used up. If we launch them again, we will be exposed." Hill just raised his hand halfway, clenched it into a fist and stood up, with his hands behind his back, and said with a sad face, "Alas, old friend, you finally remembered me. Then let's talk." Chapter 215 Sun Tzu's Art of War. Acting. Hill looked at Kwafu in the distance, without saying a word, just looking at the other party. Since the Zerg War, the Lord God has ordered that a death missile be deployed on each subordinate planet. The death missile is 70 kilometers long and fully loaded with 35,000 superlight cruise missiles. Each missile is 5 meters long and contains 20 G of positive and negative matter. The missile is made of special materials and is extremely hard. Under the propulsion of positive and negative matter, the speed can exceed the speed of light. It is equipped with a special cruise chip intelligent program inside, which can automatically lock and identify the strength of the attack target and make a judgment in the shortest time. It can be said that each death missile has its own ideas and adjusts the attack method according to your real-time status. The front end of the missile is sharp, using the speed beyond the speed of light to provide kinetic energy, instantly penetrating the enemy, and then adjusted in real time by the internal chip to achieve maximum power. The death missile is currently the most advanced and top-level technological weapon on Blue Star. After all, technology has key research directions, combined with the situation in the universe. Zhang Yang listed missiles as the focus of Blue Star's future development. How to make missiles more powerful, faster, and more accurate is the most important research direction for current scientists. If one day, missiles can be launched from Blue Star and hit other universes, accurately hit targets, and have the power to kill saints, then Blue Star will probably be the undisputed overlord of the universe. By then, we can attack or defend, saving the demon god. Isn't it a piece of cake? But the current resources and technology level are limited. The chip inside the missile is not a problem. The material is not a problem. The most difficult thing is the kinetic fuel. That is, the problem of extracting positive and negative matter. Because the positive and negative matter energy is limited. Only the Star Master who is on a mission will load some antimatter missiles. This time, Hill applied for 100 missiles just in case. And he really used them. Of course, the 99 70-kilometer-long Death God-class missiles behind him are all real missiles, which can be launched and are very powerful. But the energy inside is not positive and negative matter. It is loaded with spiritual energy. After testing, it can pose a threat to the Mahayana stage. It can also kill if it is fired too much. The damage to the cultivators in the tribulation stage is very small. It is mainly because spiritual energy is used as fuel. The speed is too slow, and it can't hit the cultivators in the tribulation stage and above. It was blown up before it reached him. In the face of such a large number, it can cause great damage to the enemy. But there are too many enemies. Once the enemy finds out, it is easy to overturn under the crazy attack, and 99 planets can be easily seized. Even if Hill wants to run, he can't run, because after reporting it, he has declared war on the Kwafu family and the Huang family to prevent the other party from negotiating. At the same time, he also declared war on the Bingying clan. Don't run away after saving them. Kwafu looked at Hill with a hint of apology and said, Sorry. I fell into a deep sleep, and everything was managed by my subordinates. I just woke up after feeling the breath of my old friend." After Kwafu finished speaking, he sensed it, and his face changed drastically. He immediately called a Star Master over and scolded him. "What did you do after I fell asleep? Why did you declare war on them? Why did you declare war on my friend? The Star Master said ashamedly. It's all my fault. I was a little anxious when my life was coming to an end. I just joined forces with the Huang family to besiege the Bingying clan, wanting to devour them and become a 4th-level Star Master. But it was indeed my fault. I didn't discipline my subordinates well, which led to the conflict between the two sides. Later, I found out that the other party was your former friend. I tried my best to avoid him and didn't dare to conflict with him. And, Quafu shouted angrily, you still dare to quibble. His mind moved, and the Star Master screamed and trembled. Humph. Quafu looked at Sheer and said apologetically, I'm really sorry. It was all done by my subordinates. I will bear any losses you have. Who said we are all friends? Sheer smiled and watched the other party acting. Who said that gods are arrogant and look down on everything? What a good acting. He gave face and pushed the responsibility. And he made you feel embarrassed. While they were apologizing slowly, the two families over there were attacking the Ice Flame clan in a suicidal manner, just to take down the other side as soon as possible. Regarding this behavior, Hill remembered a sentence once said by the Lord God, and looked at Quafu and clapped his hands and said, 6. You are really 6. Your operation is really amazing. Show me off. Hill pointed to the front and said, this Ice Flame clan is a friend of my Blue Star. Please let him go. How about it? Quafu nodded and said with a smile, of course, no problem. We are all friends. Quafu looked at the Star Lord who was beaten and said coldly, immediately? Let your men stop attacking. We won't fight anymore. I have to give my friend face. The Star Lord immediately hugged Quafu's legs and wailed, this won't do. We have been fighting for several years and have suffered heavy losses. The Huang family is also fighting, and they have also suffered heavy losses. If we retreat, the Huang family will be ruined. Huang is also your old friend. And if we do this, we can't lead this team. Brothers, do you have any opinions? As soon as he finished speaking, thousands of Star Lords gathered behind him and chattered. After hearing this, Quafu could only sigh. Looking at Seer, he said, you can see it too. It's not that I don't want to. I can't manage the current family. Seer laughed. This Quafu is a talent. He has never seen such a Star Lord before. However, if he were an ordinary Star Master, he would probably give in after seeing the other party's attitude. He has given enough face. Do you still have the nerve to use force against him? Unfortunately, Hill is not ordinary. Hill was about to say something, but he got a command in his will and showed joy. He sent the cosmic coordinates of this place to his family, and said to Quafu, you are really a talent. According to the Lord God, what kind of general leads what kind of soldiers? If it were other Star Masters today, they might have given in. But the strategy you used is too old-fashioned. I recommend you to read Sun Tzu's Art of War. Quafu saw that the other party was not willing to give in, and he felt it was difficult to entangle him. He could only let his star people work harder and take the other party away as soon as possible. Quafu was also stalling for time by chatting like this. While chatting, his men were still attacking frantically, and the opponent was already on the verge of defeat. As long as it could delay time, Quafu did not suggest chatting with the opponent for a while. Quafu smiled and asked, oh? What is Sun Tzu's Art of War? Hill's mind moved, and his troops and fleets launched a fierce attack towards the front. Hill looked at Quafu's slightly angry face and said, you are stalling for time. So am I? You are a talent. When you join the Blue Star family, I will teach you what Sun Tzu's Art of War is. Sun Tzu's Art of War is very powerful. A mortal who sells fish on Blue Star has fought back all the way and has now cultivated to the tribulation stage. It's very inspiring. Oh, by the way, your acting skills are okay, but your subordinates' acting skills are too poor. It depends on the self-cultivation of the actors. Hill said a few more words, pointed to the surrounded Ice Flame clan and said, look, a plane. Chapter 216 Surrender. As the two were talking, Jun Dai had received Sierra's order to adjust the positions of the planets under his command to make room. After the two families declared war, they were not unable to move, but they could not be too far apart. While Sierra was talking nonsense with Quafu, he communicated with Jun Dai and asked him to adjust the coordinates of the planets and provide him with precise coordinates. How accurate are the coordinates? As Sierra pointed, Quafu also felt it, and Huang, who was in the back, also felt it, and both of them turned pale. The space around each planet of the Bing clan emitted silver light, and the space energy flashed. Jun Dai had already given orders to the star people in advance, telling them not to panic. Hold on, and reinforcements will arrive soon. With the silver light shining, planets landed here one after another. A total of 2,000. The planets stayed at the designated coordinates without any deviation, and the army and fleet inside the planet were ready. After the planets landed, Carlos condensed his Dharma body and said loudly, "Haha. The fight is quite lively. No need to fight. We are all family now. Come on." With Carlos's order, the army started, and the warships flew everywhere. 2 white clouds floated in the universe, and in front of each white cloud stood 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals. There are also 108 star gods of Tiangang and Disha, all of whom are in the realm of true immortals. The leading general is the Qinglong star god, who is also Guandajun, one of the 4 great marshals. Guan Yu stood on the 10,000-foot-high blue dragon, pointing forward with a solemn expression. Kill! 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 3 earth-shaking roars broke through the clouds, and the army rushed forward to kill. The legions located inside each planet are all in the Yuan infant stage and Huashan stage, and the leading generals are in the crossing tribulation stage. They formed an army formation and rushed forward to kill. The interstellar battleships opened fire at full power, and the death missile was launched at a very fast speed. This is a genuine antimatter missile. When Carlos came out, Zhang Yang told him not to be careless in everything. Be careful, and you will be safe. The villain died because of talking too much. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also uses all its strength. In addition, take a look at the human race's Qi Min Dun Jia, 36 stratagems, and Sun Tzu's Art of War, which are also applicable to the Star Masters. Therefore, Carlos must fight well, and win the first battle after he comes out of the mountain. After Carlos showed up, he did not hesitate at all, and went all out without holding back. Jun Su was stunned. This family is too powerful. Right? The family is very powerful, with powerful technology and powerful personal force. He saw the battles everywhere, and the stone in his heart finally fell. Jun Su lowered his will and ordered his men to go all out and fight hard. MD. So frustrated. Kwafu was also furious when he saw the change in the battle situation. He looked at Hill and roared, "Is this how Blue Star treats friends?" Hill said apologetically, "No. It should be treated like this." Hill led the stars to fly forward, and the death missiles in the sky opened fire at the same time. More than 3 million cruise missiles flew towards the interior of the planets of the Kwafu family. The dense missiles were like a metal storm, interweaving in the universe and flying towards targets everywhere. Before, the 2 families besieged the Ice Flame clan, and the monks were fighting in the front. Since there were only Hill's 100 planets in the back, they naturally didn't pay much attention. Now it's good. Completely empty. Kwafu's face changed drastically. Now he has suffered heavy losses, and these 3 million antimatter missiles exploded inside his planet. The Kwafu family really doesn't need to develop in the future. Hill looked at Kwafu and said, "Surrender. Join the Blue Star family, and change a boss to protect you. You have developed too poorly. Blue Star has private territory, protected by the Galaxy City Wall, and there are dozens of level 4 families inside. The difference in strength is too great. Look around. You don't have a chance. Once these missiles fall inside your family, the Hua family will have no value in existence. If you want to surrender later, the Blue Star family will not accept it, including you. All Star Masters must die. The planets on the field are 4,000 to 8,000. The Hua and Huang families still have an advantage in terms of numbers. But if they rely on numbers to win, there is no need to develop technology. Moreover, the 2 sides have been fighting for too long, and both are exhausted. In terms of top monks and technology, the Blue Star family is obviously stronger than the other side. Kwafu looked at the metal storm getting closer and closer, then looked at the army fighting in the distance, and looked at the universe with some dejection. Years of hard work finally came to nothing. According to previous data, 1 antimatter missile can kill a person in the tribulation stage, and 10 can kill a true immortal stage. His entire family has only more than 40 true immortals, which is less than the Huang family, and now 12 have been killed in the battle. All the dense missiles fell on the Kwafu family. It can be said that the entire family was completely destroyed. Seeing this, Hill added fuel to the fire. "I control the missile speed to the slowest. This is the greatest help I can do for your friend. I'll give you the last 10 seconds. Hill started the countdown regardless. And the speed was very slow, 10.3.2. Kwafu was panting with anger. What about 9.8.7? I give in. I surrender. Hill smiled when he heard what Kwafu said. He thought to himself, the books of the human race are not read in vain. This is also the result of Bong Yang's training for them. And now the learning results have been tested. Zhang Yang opened a class in the 36th heaven, and occasionally led some of the top military masters, strategists, psychologists, and even mortal movie stars of the human race to train the star masters. These human cultivators who were invited up thought they were dreaming, because the star masters were transformed into human forms. And they didn't know that the people sitting in front of them were all star masters. The ones who were invited up were the heavenly souls of people. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits. And the 3 souls are divided into heavenly soul, earthly soul, and life soul. After a human dies, the heavenly soul goes to heaven. The earthly soul goes to the underworld to be reincarnated. And the life soul stays in the grave, which is also a ghost that remains in the world. Let's get back to the point. Kwafu didn't know that many of the missiles in front of him were psychic missiles. Another point is that he didn't know how many 4th level star masters there were on Blue Star. If there were really more than 40, and he was still chasing after them, he would really be courting death. Why do star masters always surrender? As if they have no backbone? In fact, backbone is useless. Even if these star masters surrender, they are still 4th level star masters and will live forever. And joining a powerful family is not a bad thing. So no one resists surrendering. Only a small number of them are different. Like Jun Shua, who fought to the death and caused great trouble to the 2 families. If it were another level 4 family, with only 2,000 planets, they might have surrendered and joined the other side when they were surrounded by 8,000 planets. Because there was no point in fighting. If Blue Star did not come, the Bingyang clan would definitely lose. Other star masters might live, but Jun Shua would definitely die. Maybe it was because of this that Jun Shua was able to get out of the predicament, become a level 4 star master, and resolutely escape from the galaxy and come to the Milky Way. With the surrender of the Kwafu family, the Huang family did not dare to insist and chose to surrender. Blue Star expanded again, with nearly 8,000 planets joining the Blue Star family, 2 level 4 star masters, and a lot of wealth, which can be said to be a great victory. Even the missiles that were launched were retrieved. Missiles are like drones. As long as there is energy, they can return with 1 click. Of course, the monks have to go to pick them up and place the missiles securely. Hill thought to himself, after Kwafu's training, he will know that these missiles are all psychic missiles. There is only 1 4th level star master in the family. I wonder what his expression will be. As the battle ended, Hill flew towards the Bingyang clan. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 217 Layout. Hill watched the battle end, and flew with the stars towards Junxia's location. Junxia watched the battle end, and then looked at the heavy losses of his family, knowing that he had to rest for a while. At the same time, he was also very curious about the Blue Star family. If possible, he wanted to make friends with them, and if he could establish an alliance, it would be even better. As for why the other party declared war on him, he knew very well in his heart that they were afraid that he would run away. Of course, the premise is that the other party did not want to swallow him up. After declaring war, under the constraints of the laws of the universe, the 2 forces cannot be too far apart from each other. Even if there is a star migration order, it must be released after the combat status before it can be used. Every planet of the Ice Flame clan has a planet of the Blue Star clan around it. It can be said that they have a firm grip on it. If he really wants to swallow up the Ice Flame clan, he will not be able to resist for long even if he fights back. At present, the Ice Flame clan is outnumbered by 10,000 to 2,000, and there is no chance of winning. The imagined storm did not come, and Junsu knew that he had overcome the difficulties. Seeing Hill flying towards this place, Junsu did not waste words and directly asked for a deal. Junsu asked to trade with you. Do you agree? On the way over, Hill heard the pop-up window and directly chose to agree. But in his heart, he secretly praised, it's quite sensible. Give me the resources first. Then we can talk better. Otherwise, there is no point in talking. Even if Hill takes the initiative to ask for it, and the other party gives it, it will be different. Although June Dai is not from the Milky Way and cannot enter the platform to shop, auction, and put on the shelves, he can still use the most basic transactions and communication universe unification. Through the transaction, 200,000 points of God Source and 137 pieces of Wonder Fragments were transferred. This does not require Hill to transfer it to Zhongyang again. The transaction account is also the public account of the Blue Star family, which uniformly receives the resources within the family. After the massive amount of God Source and fragments were credited, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. Just after the resources were stored, a voice came from his will. You did a good job. Take Jungyu back to the base as soon as possible, and let him help us collect resources in the future, so that we can form an alliance. You can be the captain when you come back. Hill was overjoyed and responded immediately, Thank you, Lord God. I will fight for my family in this life. Hearing that there was no response, Hill flew forward happily. The captain can command 1,000 third-level affiliated planets. Inside, the captain is called the 4th-level Star Master candidate. At present, there are only 4 captains in Blue Star, including him. No. 3. Carlos has been promoted to the 4th-level Star Master and no longer occupies the quota. The captains of Blue Star are Hill, Manhuang, and Xiaoshui. The other 2 are expected to be promoted to the 4th-level Star Master soon to defend the family. Then, it was his turn. Promoted to the 4th-level Star Master. He had never dared to think about it before. 3 pop-up windows popped up in succession in the Skynet of the Blue Star family. Hill made great contributions to the family and was promoted to captain. This was the title, and a detailed contribution description was attached below, letting all Star Masters and Star Citizens know that another captain was born. Many voices of blessing came from Hill's will at once, and he replied one by one, which made him very satisfied. This model was also pioneered by Zhongyang in the Milky Way, who said that Star Masters don't need a sense of recognition or vanity. All Star Masters and Star Citizens who have made great contributions to the family will get a pop-up window. The scope of pop-up windows is different. There are various circles and exclusive ones for Star Masters. For example, in the Star Master block, the captain, the squadron leader, and the squadron leader will have performance rankings and be announced. The same is true for the heaven, the underworld, the human world, and the science and technology world. Examinations, rewards, and punishments are like newspapers, letting everyone know something. After Sierra and Junyu met, they simply exchanged a few polite words and flew towards the Blue Star with the Bingyan tribe. Sierra and Carlos exchanged a few polite words and congratulated each other. And then it ended. The 2 were not familiar with each other before. Sierra is a squadron leader under Manhuang, and he can't talk to Carlos. There is a level difference. Now they can chat politely because Sierra has just been promoted to captain. Carlos has been divided out, which is equivalent to a wholly owned subsidiary, although it is still under the Blue Star family and uses the Skynet platform uniformly. It has its own independent operating qualifications and a system of its own. But the fate of the Carlos family is still controlled by Zhongyang. He has to do whatever he wants and needs to hand over 30% of the total income to the Blue Star family every year. For example, scarce materials must be sent back to the Blue Star family unconditionally, such as Wonder Fragments. Even when encountering difficulties, you have to ask the family for assistance, appropriations, etc. In short, it is the relationship between the group and the wholly owned subsidiary. The difference is that there is no equity dispute, and they all obey Zhongyang. They can never leave their jobs. Their lives and deaths are controlled by the group. The group is the family, and the family belongs to Zhongyang. Carlos is stationed at the place where the battle took place. From then on, this place is his base, and he wants to take root here. He needs to capture new planets, collect wealth and materials, develop the family, and strengthen the Carlos family. Every 10,000 years, there are family examinations. If the performance is too poor, it may be demoted back to the 3rd-level Star Master. So it still needs to work hard. As for the other 2 4th-level Star Masters, who have just joined the Blue Star family, they have also been notified. Go to the 2 coordinates and form a pincer attack with the Carlos family, and take care of each other. The 2 newly joined 4th-level families have suffered heavy losses in the battle just now, and they still need to recuperate. Compared with the Carlos family, they are closer to the Blue Star base camp. After the 3 families are separated by 300,000 light years, they begin to disperse to the surrounding areas and implement the 3-3 system according to the requirements of the blue star family. I believe that after 100 years of adjustment, the nearby million light-year area will be ruled by the blue star family and once again form an impenetrable interstellar network. After the big network borders the blue star territory, with the help of the power of the slave contract, the Star Master can instantly appear in the area a million light-years away. As time goes by, the scope of the big network is getting wider and wider. The family power is getting stronger and stronger, and the family reputation is getting more and more famous. When the blue star family is mentioned, most star masters and star citizens know it, and even other star systems have heard of the blue star family. The will of the universe is estimated to recognize the blue star family, and it will be a piece of cake to control the galaxy. Being recognized by the will of the universe, recognized by the Council of Elders, promoted to the 5th level Star Lord, and controlling the entire galaxy. This is the direction of all 4th level Star Lords. Not only Zhang Yang is making plans, but other 4th level Star Lords are also making plans, especially the 4th level families with territories, which will sooner or later erupt in conflicts due to territorial issues. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. Private territories are large and small. The 0786 territory that Zhang Yang got is only a small territory. There are also medium-sized, large-sized, and super-large territories. The larger the territory, the more Star Lords can be born, and the faster the family's strength will increase. Although the territory has been given to the Blue Star family, Zhang Yang still has to accept the test. And the content of the test is to kill creatures from the outer universe and contribute to this universe. There are also rankings among families, which is also an important means of spreading family reputation. If you want to be a level 5-star master and rule the galaxy, you can't take shortcuts. You can only rely on hard power to compete for family reputation. When the family is famous in the galaxy, it can be popular. Therefore, you have to fight for every step. If you fall behind, you will never have the opportunity to be promoted to a level 5-star master. The number of star masters in the Quafu and Huang families is still okay, and the base number is small. I believe that after a period of time, the Blue Star family can have 2 more level 4-star masters. The decision-making power of their promotion has been transferred to the Blue Star family. Even after they were enslaved, they were kicked out of the level 4-star master group by the elders. The group is an independent family, and after being enslaved, they cannot stay in it. After being enslaved, their platform has been closed by Zhang Yang and connected to the Skynet platform of Blue Star. In a blink of an eye, 200 years have passed, and the 3 families have finally adjusted and successfully bordered the 0786 territory of Blue Star. The Sierra and Junyu families have finally arrived at the periphery of the 0786 territory. They did not fly alone, but followed the 2 4th-level families to adjust and move forward slowly. In these 200 years, Sierra has also been constantly explaining the system of Blue Star and training them. Sierra is really a talent, and he gets along well with these new Star Masters who have joined Blue Star. Sierra is worthy of being called a versatile person. Chapter 218 Land Upgrade. Negotiation. At the same time, Zhang Yang began to use the resources he got. Staying in the space is always an item. First, he took out 100 pieces of wonder fragments and upgraded the wonder of the underworld. With the golden light shining, the underworld was upgraded to a 3-star wonder. At the moment of the underworld upgrade, a large amount of black ghost energy came out of all the buildings in the underworld, and the concentration of ghost energy in the entire land increased. The ghosts in the underworld made excited ghost calls, and the weird sounds echoed throughout the underworld, and some of them were infiltrated. All the Yin gods in the underworld felt that their cultivation speed had doubled, and the proportion of merit blessing had also been improved. As the underworld is upgraded, a line of words appears below the wonder on the human planet. You can create a branch of the underworld. The administrative level of each branch is capped at the level of the 10 palaces of hell. The main underworld handles the reincarnation of 100 billion creatures per year, and the branch underworld handles 10 billion creatures per year. The upper limit of the 3-star underworld is 100,000 branches, and each branch requires 100 points of divine source to materialize. Zhang Yang frowned when he saw that the upper limit was only 100,000. The number was too small. From the current point of view, it is really impossible to have an underworld for each affiliated planet. If it is distributed in this way, the number is far from enough. In just 10,000 years, there will be no more branches in the underworld. In this way, Only a few or dozens of human planets can share one underworld. And more city god temples and land temples will be set up. And the ghost messengers will take away ghosts for trial at designated locations. It is really a pleasant surprise that Blue Star can handle 100 billion creatures. It seems that the Blue Star underworld will have to expand again. As time goes by, all other races' planets will be divided. And only the most promising human planets will be left in the territory. No matter how it develops in the future, this place must be the base camp of the human race. And it will go to other territories and regions through this place. Zhang Yang can descend on all the affiliated planets of Blue Star through his will. And the entire territory covered by the family is Zhang Yang's back garden. Just got a lot of God Source points. First save 50,000 God Source points for the underworld as a development fund for the underworld. For the remaining God Source points, Zhang Yang bought a large number of strengthening scrolls. Strengthen the land of the heavenly court, directly strengthening it to the primary fairyland. For a while, the concentration of the fairy energy in the heavenly realm increased again, and the speed of cultivation of all creatures was improved. The heaven that can generate immortal energy by itself is a real fairyland. After the land of the heaven is strengthened, the concentration of the heaven, Buddhism, science and technology, and spirit world in the heaven will be improved. The immortal energy after birth is absorbed by the buildings of various worlds. The stronger the cultivator, the more immortal energy he can absorb. This leads to different concentrations of immortal energy in the heaven. After the heaven is upgraded, Zhang Yang upgraded the land of the human world once, and the land of the underworld twice. The money is not spent in vain. After the land is upgraded, the speed of cultivation of the creatures in the three worlds of heaven, earth and man will be improved. Zhang Yang thought to himself, if the human race on a first-level civilization planet travels to the Blue Star heaven, even if they stay for a few seconds, they will be invincible when they return. Whether it is spiritual energy or immortal energy, it can strengthen everything. After a long time, all the divine source points were consumed. It was easy to make money, and it was even easier to spend money. The daily energy flow in the territory was astronomical. Star citizens, Star Master shopping, and the universe subsidized. A large number of energy points were credited every moment, and when there were 100 million energy points, they would be automatically converted into divine source points. After Zhang Yang arranged everything, Hill and others finally arrived near the territory. Juntiao was far away, and he saw the majestic and magnificent galaxy Great Wall. The Great Wall of tens of thousands of feet was covered with various weapons, and a large number of heavenly soldiers and monks with uniform equipment stood on it to patrol. Seeing the stars return to their positions, the patrolling heavenly soldiers immediately stopped, moved in unison, and saluted, which was quite ceremonial. The stars crossed the sky above the Great Wall of Stars and returned to their respective territories. The entire Junyu family had already stayed outside, and only Junyu followed Sierra and other planets into the territory. After waiting for everything to be dealt with, they finally settled down. Junyu waited anxiously for a few days, and Sierra found him. Sierra smiled and said, "Let's go. The Lord God is waiting for you in the 36th heaven." Junyu was a little nervous, but Sierra was very relaxed. After all, he had been with the Lord God for some time, and knew that the Lord God was very kind. After the two arrived at the 36th heaven, the whole world was beautiful, with birds singing and flowers blooming. An antique pavilion stood in the middle of the lake. Junyu followed the local customs, and was also influenced by the culture of the Tianren people. He turned into a human form, and followed Xier. When Junyu saw Zhang Yang, he immediately said, "I have met you, Taoist friend. Thank you for saving my life." Zhang Yang waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Sit down and talk." "You are welcome." The two chatted casually, and Zhang Yang was basically listening to the other party's tragic fate. Hearing about the Wanjia Chamber of Commerce, Zhang Yang was a little strange. Why does it sound so much like a human bank? Other civilizations also have banks? Zhang Yang did not ask much, but secretly remembered this organization. The other party is in another galaxy, too far away from Zhang Yang. The current work focus is to be promoted to the 5th level Star Master and control the galaxy. When Zhang Yang has a galaxy as his territory, he will be more confident whether he fights against aliens or protects himself. As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, the general will stop it. And when the water comes, the earth will cover it. I just work hard and leave the rest to God. When the disaster came, I had already made the greatest effort. I have never regretted it. Which is enough. After listening to the other party's story, Zhang Yang smiled and said, I asked you to come here today. And I also want to reach a cooperation. Jun Yu immediately stood up and said seriously, you are my benefactor. According to the human race, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. The old man learns very quickly. It seems that he has learned a lot about human culture. Zhang Yang smiled and said, the Blue Star family is still a new family and needs to work hard. I need you to help sell some items and give you a commission. At the same time, I also want you to help me collect fragments of cosmic wonders. The quantity is unlimited. The more the better. I am very interested in the spiritual beads of your race. Let's talk about it together. You don't have to think too much. Just sell it as you want, and give me a little more discount. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he looked at Hill again. This matter is left to you to discuss. Finally, report it to me for approval. Take Junyu around the Blue Star family. I'll leave first. That's it. Junyu hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but say, Dao Yu, can we form an alliance? Zhang Yang smiled. No hurry. Wait until you understand Blue Star, and the negotiation is over. Then you can study this matter. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he disappeared instantly. For the next period of time, Junyu stayed in the Blue Star family, followed Hill to observe everywhere, put some products on the list, and finally started negotiations. The whole family was busy, and Zhang Yang was no exception. He summoned nearly 8,000 Star Masters, who had just joined Blue Star to the 36th heaven. After changing his mind, he finally summoned all the Star Masters to Blue Star to hold a meeting together. Chapter 219 Grievances Meeting. Zhang Yang was quite touched when he looked at the more than 13,000 Star Lords below. After all this journey, we have finally achieved some success. These more than 10,000 Star Lords represent countless lives, and these lives are ruled by the Blue Star family. Zhang Yang did not give a long speech. He explained the policies and benefits of the Blue Star family, and then disappeared on the spot. The remaining specific policies will be explained by Quark. Quark still had the image of a Minotaur, and walked slowly from the back to the front. The other Star Lords were fine. Those in the Quafu family who knew Quark and Quafu himself widened their eyes. They looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. Is the world changing so fast? Quark walked to the front and looked at the more than 10,000 Star Masters below. He said with emotion, there are a lot more people. Hill shouted, this is all thanks to the good leadership of Lord God and the good management of Lord Quark. Blue Star can develop so fast. The old Star Masters below laughed and followed suit. If Hill had done this before, other Star Masters would think that he was trying to attract favor and show off. Now that such a beautiful battle has been fought, it can be said that the resources brought back by the nearly 8,000 Star Masters who have newly joined Blue Star are all related to Hill. This is the fundamental reason why the development of each family is different even if the resources are the same. It depends on the Star Master and the Star People. If a different Star Master had come, there might not have been this victory. He might have waited patiently, or dared not to go forward to fight, and the result would have changed. This is the same principle as leading troops to war. If one general is incompetent, the whole army will be exhausted. Quark looked at Quafu below and nodded slightly. He looked around and said, there are old friends and new friends who have joined the Blue Star family. Let's applaud and welcome the new friends. The old Star Master clapped his hands, and the applause was thunderous. The new Star Master was a little puzzled, but felt very proud. This meant to welcome them. I won't talk about the old Star Master. The new Star Master believes that everyone is a little afraid and a little worried. This is all normal. Now I will talk about the family system. When Quark said that the new Star Lords who joined the Blue Star family could unconditionally terminate the cooperation contract after 30 billion years, the audience applauded. When Quark explained that the family had 900,000 first and second level Star Lords waiting to be promoted to third level civilization, and the third level Star Lords could claim lower level civilizations and merge them into their own after being evaluated, it can be said that every Star Lord has the opportunity to be promoted to fourth level Star Lord. The applause at the scene became even more intense. Quark asked Hill to talk about his personal experience. Hill held a grievance meeting, explaining how well the family treated him after he was captured, how quickly he was promoted, and now he has commanded 1,000 third-level Star Lords and is one of the 3 captains of the Blue Star family. I believe that in a very short time, he can be promoted to the 4th level Star Master. Before joining Blue Star, he was just an ordinary 3rd level Star Master. He talked about his painful experience, hiding from place to place, etc. Under Hill's emotional explanation, the nearly 8,000 Star Masters who had just joined Blue Star felt the same way, and the scene became lively. Under the warm hospitality of the old Star Masters, the new and old Star Masters became one, just like brothers. After the meeting, Quark found Quafu and Huang, the two 4th level Star Masters. Before Quafu could speak, Quark said excitedly, "Lord God, I miss you so much." Quafu was stunned. "Whoa, I miss how happy I was under your protection. After leaving you, I realized how hard it is for a Star Master to grow." After Quark's speech, Quafu said with emotion, "Alas, you have worked hard. It's all my fault that I don't have the ability to protect you and let you." Before Quafu finished speaking, he was interrupted by Quark. "No. Without this experience, I can't grow up to this day. I don't blame you, old leader. Don't worry. I still have a say in the Blue Star family. I won't let you suffer any grievances. You can still be your 4th level Star Master. If you have any problems, just come to me." These words touched Quafu, and he regretted it and kept apologizing. Huang on the side understood it. It turned out that the two Star Masters knew each other before and were Quafu's subordinates. He hurried over to get close to them. The 3 Star Masters started chatting. After Quark's communication, the 2 Star Masters finally felt relieved. Quark took them to the Heavenly Palace and introduced Ing Zheng. When he learned that this star citizen managed all the creatures in the entire family, he was also polite, because except for the Star Master spending money to buy supplies, Ing Zheng had to make the final decision when he wanted to mobilize troops and supplies from the family. To put it bluntly, on Blue Star, Ing Zheng was Zhang Yang's white glove and could mobilize all resources on behalf of Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang only managed major events, and the rest had to be managed by Ing Zheng. So no matter whether it was a 3rd level Star Master or a 4th level Star Master, he would always have to ask the family for help. That is, to ask Ing Zheng. For example, if he needed some weapons, he would ask a golden fairy to help. Or even ask Ing Zheng for help. Didn't we just talk about the system? There are also examinations among the 4th level Star Masters. And if you keep stagnating, you may be dismissed. Quafu knows that this man can destroy a planet with a slap, and he keeps calling him fellow Taoist. In fact, whether it is a Star Master or a Star Citizen, it all depends on strength. Ing Zheng himself is a quasi-saint, and he can mobilize 8 quasi-saints. Anyone who comes has to call him fellow Taoist. Relying on himself, he can destroy a 3rd level planet with a slap. So he is not afraid of the Star Master. The Star Master is also a kind of living being, but the will and form are different, as the Star Citizens cultivate. In addition to being particularly respectful to the main god who gave birth to them, they treat other Star Masters no differently from their own people, and handle matters impartially. Therefore, this universe still depends on strength. After this round of combined punches, these Star Masters cannot say that they regard Blue Star as their home, but they also have a certain sense of belonging. This is the benefit brought by the system. A good system can allow the family to survive as long as possible. The country has its own laws, and the family has its own rules. The system is the foundation for maintaining the operation of power. Zhang Yang knows everything about what happened in the Heavenly Court. This grievance meeting was also taught to the 2 of them by him. From the current point of view, the effect is good. After dealing with the affairs within the family, Zhang Yang came to Planet 01. From the opening of the Platform Authority to the present, the human race has been born for more than 200 years. These human Star Masters keep going back and forth to the Skynet platform. They all have their own opportunities and purchase items in different directions, which leads to differences in the development process within the planet. At present, it is still a struggle within the planet. After a while, Zhang Yang will also start a new function to let the planets compete with each other. This kind of review of the rise of the human race makes Zhang Yang quite satisfied. At the beginning, he was busy with the promotion of the civilization level, so he had no time to observe the development process of the human race. When he reached Zhang Yang's level, he had to be busy with family management and timely adjust unreasonable places to make the family stronger. By the way, he had to arrange the underworld branches in various places. This matter can be handed over to Ing Zheng. This is quite similar to the emperor in the human world, who has to deal with various problems every day, whether it is internal affairs or external wars. With Zhang Yang's intervention, the family is getting better and better, which is also a kind of happiness. Chapter 220: The development of the human planet. Since Blue Star had its territory, the family's strength has been growing day by day. In just 200 years, more than 15,000 human civilization planets were born. Humans are the most complex creatures. When people are not enlightened, everything is still easy to control. With the development of civilization, people's hearts have become more complicated. Blue Star is the most special planet in the entire universe. And Zhang Yang is also the most special Star Master. Although other human Star Masters are also reborn as time travelers, their world has no prehistoric, no foreign countries, and no background that Blue Star had before. They do not have all kinds of nationalities, races, domestic and foreign factors, etc. The history they know is the current history of the human race. From the time they were born, the entire planet was inhabited by only humans, with a unified history, unified language, culture, constant star wars, advancement of civilization, cultivation of immortals, technological explosion, animals becoming spirits, and so on. Even the reborn humans have different randomly generated human identities, different occupations, different fields of knowledge, different growth experiences, and different personalities. Some human identities were not born on Blue Star at all, but were born on other planets, calling Blue Star their ancestral planet. Various identities, cultures, and experiences will affect the process of planetary evolution. In addition to the various opportunities of the platform, the first, second, third, and even fourth level Star Masters are all on the same platform, and can communicate with each other and obtain materials from different civilizations. Another point is that the heaven, the underworld, Buddhism, the science and technology world, and the spirit world will interfere with the development of low-level civilizations. And there are infinite changes in this. Tianshu Star. Zhang Yang's consciousness descended on Tianshu Star, which was previously planet 01. 01 is the planet number, and Tianshu Star is the official name given by Yi Fanqi. At this time, Tianshu Star was at night, and the earth was pitch black. It was obvious that it had not yet entered the electrical age. Zhang Yang used his will to scan the entire planet. There were only a few million people, and the civilization was still in the Black Iron Age. But there were also some special weapons and items. What did Zhang Yang see? There were also some guns and ammunition from different eras in the warehouse, and even a few spiritual veins. Many star people use spirit stones to strengthen their bodies, and they are quick-witted and powerful. Zhang Yang saw some cultivators at different levels, refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, and refining bones. This is the path of martial arts cultivation. Only after all of them are strengthened once can they reach the first level of body tempering and reach a strength of 1,000 pounds. Every time they upgrade one level, their strength increases by 1,000 pounds. When the body tempering realm is perfect, their strength reaches 10,000 pounds. Zhang Yang nodded secretly. This is their own opportunity, which leads to the appearance of some items that are beyond the times. Of course, technology cannot be too far ahead of the times. Otherwise it cannot be used. It's like giving a primitive man an airplane, without relevant supporting facilities. He can't use it even if there is a technological reserve. The development of the industrial system must be comprehensive, step by step. At present, the development is very fast. It took only more than 200 years from the Stone Age to the Black Iron Age, which can be described as changing with each passing day. Zhang Yang saw that several tribal leaders on Tianshu Star were ruled by Yi Fan's incarnation. There were even several scientific research masters, and he was also leading the development of the era. Zhang Yan observed a circle and felt that the development was not bad. So he came to another planet. Planet number 035. The name of this star master is Long Altian. He has a somewhat arrogant personality and is self-important, but he is very good to the star people. The technology is also in the Black Iron Age. There are also several spiritual veins. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual energy is not bad, and the star people are also practicing. Zhang Yang went around again and again. Some star masters got spiritual veins, some got some technological products, and some got spiritual tools and elixirs. Zhang Yan also found a particularly interesting place. That is, the power of faith. These Star Masters have one thing in common. That is, they all guided the Star People to build statues and temples of the gods. These temples are from Taoism, Buddhism, Confucianism, the science and technology world, and the spirit beast world. Zhang Yang deduced it and felt a little amused. These forces have all taken action. Various forces have sent monks to various planets to attract faith and earn merit. After all, helping the human race develop and guiding the Star People to be good are all merits. It also increases the strength of each force. In this way, the monks born on this planet may have a natural liking for a force, or they may have received help, and they will naturally join various sects after they have achieved success in cultivation in the future. These Star Masters have chosen one thing at the same time. That is, not to offend anyone, and share the benefits of all families. It doesn't matter who comes to preach. You can send your own monks here, pass down the skills and resources, and help me cultivate the Star People. Of course, you have received so many benefits. Giving me some sponsorship. Isn't it too much? No Star Master chooses to support one family. Obviously no one wants to offend anyone. This leads to the Star People praying to gods and Buddhas for help when they encounter problems. These immortals and Buddhas will occasionally appear to help them solve problems, showing that they are very effective. No one is a fool. If you don't help, others will help. The believers will believe in other gods and will not get the power of merit. Zhang Yang turned around and found that the dead souls were still staying in the same place. Some ghosts and even supernatural events occurred. This requires the establishment of a branch of the underworld. The population of each planet is only more than 2 million, and the smallest is only a few 100,000. It is enough to build a branch of the underworld. Zhang Yang handed this matter to Ying Zheng and asked him to send the underworld to investigate and see how many branches to build and where to build them. Building the underworld is not an easy task. It requires a lot of resources and a lot of people to invest. First, the heaven needs to dispatch the positions of land god, city god, and mountain god to each planet. Some people may say, aren't these positions in the underworld? In fact, the underworld is just an agency under the heaven. Of course, the underworld is a completely autonomous region with its own system, but it still has to be managed by the heaven. The 10 kings of hell are 5th rank officials in the heaven, the same level as the 4 marshals. The city god is 7th rank, the mountain god is 8th rank, and the land god is 9th rank. This requires sending a large number of gods to each planet to settle, which is also convenient for the heaven to rule. These are just the most basic ones, and there are many problems that come with it that need to be solved. Even with development, the heaven manages the gods of all walks of life and needs to set up department offices on each planet. Zhang Yang handed this idea to Ying Zheng and asked him to deal with it. In the end, the underworld would just submit a general report. As for the appointment of positions, Zhang Yang did not need to worry about it. The heaven and the underworld would handle everything. After receiving the notice, Ying Zheng, who was in the heaven, immediately summoned the Emperor Qiyu of the underworld. That is, the Yin Emperor of the underworld. He also summoned Shuntian Ziafai Ho Tun Yang Yang, one of the 6 imperial guards. Ho Tun Yang Yang is also one of the incarnations of a certain human sage. After Zhang Yang handled all the matters, he returned to the 36th heaven. He handed the negotiation results to Zhang Yang. After reading them, Zhang Yang was still very satisfied and readily agreed to the alliance. Zhang Yang put all the spiritual beads of various levels he got on the Skynet system, and put all the strange things on the other party's mobile phone on the platform. He also sold the special products of the human race, such as talismans, elixirs, and technology, to Junyu, and asked him to go out and sell them. After this battle, Junyu also realized that his family's military power was still a little weak, and began to open the buying and buying mode on Blue Star, purchasing a large number of weapons and equipment. He bought a large number of elixirs and talismans to arm the Star People, and finally said goodbye to Zhang Yang and went out to trade. Zhang Yang looked at the many planets, remembered that many gods and Buddhas intervened in the development of civilization, and smiled. Don't you like to interfere? Then do it in a bigger way. Only with competition can there be progress. As Zhang Yang waved his hand, a notice popped up on the platform, and the notice was issued 3 times in a row. The entire Blue Star family was in an uproar. Chapter 221 Human Planet Ranking. A Fight for Luck. 3 forced pop-up windows appeared in succession. All Star Masters and Star Citizens who registered on the Skynet platform could see this message. Mail, title, Human Planet Ranking Function. For the better development of the Blue Star family, the Human Civilization Ranking function is now enabled. See the attachment for details. After many Star Masters received the news, they went online to check it out. Looking at the contents in the attachment, they suddenly realized it. This ranking is very simple. All first-level Star Masters of the human race are merged into one ranking and ranked according to their battle records. The Star Masters engage in 1 versus 1 battles, with 2 camps confronting each other. The battle map is randomly generated, with a crystal tower in the middle. Whoever occupies it for 3 days wins. The battle mechanism is a matching system, and the family's intelligence will balance the match to prevent the 2 planets from having too much difference in combat power. The 2 forces are evaluated by the intelligence, and this data is hidden data, and neither party can know it. The battle lasts for a season every 100 years to determine the final ranking, and different rewards are obtained based on the ranking. The rewards are energy points, and 1 point of luck and merit. Everyone understands energy points. But what does this 1 point of luck mean? As we continue to read, everyone understands it and feels shocked and ecstatic. After winning once, the Star Lord can gain a bit of luck power, which can increase the luck of the planet, make the people luckier, improve the talent of the people, and gain more priority. The power of luck can be traded and transferred to the Star Lord and the people. The people can enjoy the blessing of luck individually, or they can enhance the luck of the power by forming a group, such as a faction, family, or sect. The power of luck of the loser is transferred to the winner. Note: 1. The luck increase is only valid within the Blue Star family. 2. Priority selection of luck. Under the same conditions, the one with higher luck will be promoted first. 3. All the rights of interpretation of this activity belong to the family. Many Star Masters discussed it, and soon understood this function and intention. This is to encourage PK between 2 first-level human civilizations. Star Masters, Star People, and various civilization forces can assist, and finally gain luck points. The power of luck. This influence is too great. In the final analysis, luck is the root of everything. 2 third-level civilizations. Planets with high luck can give birth to more talented geniuses. The Blue Star family rules the planets with a captain system, which is divided into 4 levels: small captain, middle captain, big captain, and main god candidate. The captain of a small team commands 33 planets. The captain of a middle team commands 333 planets. The captain of a big team commands 999 planets. The candidate for the Lord God can command 1,500 planets. The Blue Star family has a strict performance evaluation system for promotion. When the performance is the same, the party with higher luck can be promoted first. For example, if both of them have reached the level of the candidate for the Lord God and have higher luck, the family can give priority to the allocation of planets, so that they can be promoted to the 4th level civilization first. The same is true for power. For example, Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism also have to compete for luck. With more luck, the sect can be more prosperous and give birth to more geniuses. Genius is the root of everything. You need people to do anything. Even the gods have to fight for it. Luck and merit are also very important to them. They can increase the speed of cultivation. With high luck, they can avoid natural disasters and calamities. Quasi-saints also have to fight for it. They want to advance to the realm of saints. The only thing they lack is great luck and great merit. Helping the development of the family and the human race can certainly gain luck, which is also recognized by the will of the universe. If the Blue Star family has tens of thousands of saints and golden immortals fighting for the universe will certainly recognize it. You know, it is a war period now, and the universe may be invaded by the 4 universes at any time. The consciousness of this universe is eager to have a powerful character to resist the invasion. In short, as the news came out, the whole family was boiling. As for the rules of battle, Zhang Yang is still perfecting them. First of all, there must be a requirement for the number of combatants. Not all of them can go up. Otherwise it will be a life and death battle, which will not have the effect of training. Another point is that in order to prevent the difference in strength between the 2 sides, the battle balance mechanism will be activated to intervene. If one civilization still holds an iron stick, and the other planet has missiles and other weapons due to the assistance of unscrupulous Star Masters and Star Citizens, it will not be training, but a massacre. In other words, Star masters and forces must also be adjusted. They cannot give too high and advanced resources. They need to be cyclical and gradual. If they cannot match the opponent, it will be in vain. This scale needs to be slowly explored in battle. But this competition will definitely be exciting. And it is a win-win situation. Star citizens and star masters of high latitude can get the power of luck. The first-level star masters of the human race can get help from high-level civilizations, obtain massive resources, and improve the power of civilization development. In fact, there is another point. High-level star masters and star citizens dare not be too presumptuous. The combat power of civilizations of various levels has a reference value. The upper limit of first-level civilization is 50,000 points, and the upper limit of second-level civilization is 200,000 points. Zhang Yan adjusted the promotion rules within the territory and increased the difficulty of promotion. The Universe Elders Council set it at 10,000 and 100,000 points. Zhang Yang promoted it, which shows his confidence in the human race and the family. Zhang Yan believes that as time goes by, the upper limit of each level of civilization will gradually increase. One day, it may even be possible to make a mushroom head, which is still a first-level civilization. In this case, a professional formula will be needed to calculate the level of civilization. And even zero-level civilization, 0.5 level, 0.72 level, etc. will appear. After Zhang Yang finished the announcement, he began to study it in depth. There are too many aspects involved. Every time the heaven and earth are randomly generated, Zhang Yang needs to prepare, simulate, set a series of rules, and improve the work in advance. Zhang Yang started to study it in depth, and all the star masters, forces, gods, heaven, and hell studied it privately. All living beings are selfish. Who doesn't want their family and individuals to have good luck, practice quickly, and be promoted to a higher position and level as soon as possible? Heaven. Ing Zheng convened a meeting with the two great gods of the underworld in advance. The three of them conducted research and finally formulated a plan, which has been submitted and is waiting for a reply. Although the Father God's plan is very good, it also needs to be followed by relevant supporting facilities. First of all, as mentioned before, some people from the heaven and the underworld will be left in various circles of the human race to manage, so that the heaven can control these human worlds. In case something excessive happens, even if a land god shows up, other star people will have to be more restrained, knowing that the heaven is paying attention to this place. Once the land god reports to the heaven, or the land god is attacked, the impact will be huge. Even the star master behind the scenes will be affected by the performance evaluation, which is a very bad thing. A golden light flashed in front of Ing Zheng, and the whole plan has been approved by the Father God and can be implemented. Chapter 222 Human Planet Construction Management and Security Bureau. In fact, this plan is very simple. It is to set up two departments in the underworld and the heaven, called the Human Planet Construction Management and Security Bureau. The Underworld Department is specifically responsible for the construction of the new planet Underworld, responsible for recruitment, allocation, construction, management, and other duties. The Underworld is mainly responsible for recruiting the 10 courts of hell, various judges, directors, chiefs, ghost soldiers, and ghost generals. The heaven is responsible for the recruitment and management of the positions of the land god, mountain god, and city god temple. The leaders of both the heaven and the underworld are the great Emperor Dongyu, who is responsible for managing the underworld and the heaven, and is also Chiyo's top boss. Emperor Dongyu first established a branch of the underworld with 1,000 human planets as a unit. Currently, there are nearly 15,000 planets, so 15 underworld branches need to be built. As the population increases, they will be filled in. In the end, 100 planets will share one underworld. 10 planets will share one underworld. And in the end, every planet will have an underworld. At present, if you want to build 15 underworld branches, you need to prepare 15 sets of administrative teams in advance. Of course, you don't have to select all positions. Just select a few generals, and let the other party select them according to the human race in the area under their jurisdiction. Just report to the underworld in the end and pass the review. Except for the 10 Hell Kings, the Heavenly Court will not interfere with other positions. The underworld can select them by itself. If there is a problem, the relevant leaders of the underworld will be held responsible, and after a period of time, There will be rotation to prevent the phenomenon of forming cliques. Just like the 10 Hell Kings. Gonshao, Judge, Black and White Impermanence are all job titles. When this position is born, it is called this name. The underworld. The entire underworld has been reformed since thousands of years ago. And now it is a modernized underworld. Buses, cars, buildings, computers and other items are now available in the underworld. There is no difference between the underworld and the human world. Except for the color. The entire underworld is only gray. And it is gray everywhere. The underworld also has its own platform, called the Underworld Platform, which is a group chat created on the basis of Skynet. The Heavenly Court also has one. And all the gods, big and small, are in the group chat. This is also a sub-platform created by Zhang Yang based on the group functions of the human world. And it is also convenient for various departments to work. The name of the group is very simple. Called Underworld Work Exchange Group. Somewhere, the Emperor of Dongyu sat on it. And Chiyu, the 5 Ghost Emperors, and the 10 palaces of Yanluo sat below. The Emperor of Dongyu looked at the many high-level officials of the underworld sitting below and said, "Everyone already knows the current situation. We need to build 15 branches of the underworld. Let's discuss it." Chiyu pondered for a moment and said, "It is not realistic to rely on dispatching. Although many Yin gods can split themselves, the effect is limited. The place is too big. And according to the current situation, basically one branch of the underworld needs to be built every year. And a large number of Yin gods need to be promoted to the position." The Western Ghost Emperor said, "Well, what the Fengdu Emperor said makes sense. But in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we still have to let the 10 courts of hell send their avatars to the various branches. After arriving at the branch, they will work while looking for suitable talents to replace themselves within their jurisdiction." The Central Ghost Emperor also agreed. This method is not bad. It is not difficult for each Yanluo to transform into 15 avatars. They can divide the work in the branch and find suitable candidates to work in the underworld. Just get through the early stage, and it will be easy to build later. The Southern Ghost Emperor said, "I agree. The headquarters also needs to reserve talents. The Great Tao should promote some outstanding Yin gods and promote them 1 or even 2 levels." The Northern Ghost Emperor, "Then let's do it this way. As long as everyone holds on in the early stage, we old guys will also send clones to patrol various worlds and summon Yin gods for the underworld. At the same time, we will also inspect various branches to prevent problems. What do you think?" With many Yin gods talking, this matter was quickly settled. After returning to their respective mansions, many Yanluo also found some capable subordinates and prepared to take office together. They always had to promote some of their own people to the top. As the meeting ended, many underworld Yin gods were promoted and notified to become acting King Yin, acting Judge, and acting Ghost Messenger. Everyone couldn't believe it. Is this a promotion? Even the Ghost Messengers in the underworld have many outstanding performances, and were promoted to positions such as Black and White Impermanence, Ox-headed and Horse-faced, and asked them to go to the new underworld branch with someone. Let them gather their own men and form combat power as soon as possible. As time went by, these acting positions have undergone a lot of training and are considered to be out of school. Emperor Dongyu went to the Heavenly Court with a feasibility report. After reporting to Yingzheng, the plan was finally determined. Emperor Dongyu said respectfully, "Your Majesty, should Yingzheng's position be changed as well? Promoted to King Yin?" Yingzheng waved his hands. "Forget it. I asked him. He is still willing to do construction. Let him lead people to continue to build the underworld." Yingzheng also asked Yingyu. The 2 brothers would chat occasionally. Yingyu was now a cultivator in the Tribulation Crossing stage. It should be no problem for him to be promoted to the True Immortal. With Yingzheng's promotion to the Heavenly Emperor, Yingyu was a rampant existence in the underworld, and no one dared to provoke him. Yingyu was not arrogant, but was just free and easy, occasionally making some designs and inspirations. Yingzheng submitted the report to Zhang Yang and soon received a reply. After receiving the memorial, Zhang Yang immediately used his magical powers to build 15 land realms and the underworld. It was still the old rules. First opening up space. And the area of the space opened up was very large, which was considered a permanent solution. After all, it had to accommodate hundreds of millions of living beings and ghosts, and even exceeded the standard. Soon, 15 lands were created, and 15 underworlds were placed. After the underworlds were placed, ghostly auras began to appear in the sky and spread to the whole world. Zhang Yang turned on the time and space acceleration, making each land full of ghostly auras. And the task was completed. Zhang Yang built an underworld according to the number 01, 1001, and so on. After the underworld branches were built, the incarnation of the 10 kings of hell took the agents of the Yin gods of various levels to work. With the Yin gods stationed in the underworlds began to operate one by one. These Yin gods are very energetic. Did they just get promoted? They all want to remove the word agent in front of their positions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While they were busy with the selection of the underworld, the heavenly court also took action. The heavenly court selected from the heaven, the underworld, and the human world at the same time. The minimum standard for selection was to reach the stage of transformation of the spirit. And the main thing to look at was luck and merit. After training, a large number of land gods, mountain gods, and city gods went to various human planets to guard. Due to the limited number, each human planet only set one land god, mountain god, and city god. They need to select some by themselves after they enter the planet. They have the right to make suggestions, but not the right to decide. After the nomination, it has to be transferred to the heavenly court. As long as there are no major problems, it will generally pass. These god selections do not require high strength. As long as you take up the position of God, get the blessing of the position, and then receive the immortal stone, your cultivation realm will advance by leaps and bounds. The grassroots gods set over are also very happy. They are all powerful and can easily show their achievements to the leaders and get promoted. Especially now that there is a shortage of gods everywhere. As long as they perform well, the chance of promotion is very high. In this way, the heaven and the underworld are actively building on the planets of the human race. The heaven and the underworld are taking action. And these quasi-saints are also taking action. Chapter 223, Chanjiao, Jiejio, Mahayana, and Hinayana Buddhism. As the heavenly palace built infrastructure everywhere, Buddhism and Taoism were plotting to send disciples to various human planets to preach. The dispute between Buddhism and Taoism has lasted for 10,000 years. And both want to suppress each other and become the most powerful force on Blue Star. The establishment of the heavenly palace can be regarded as Taoism suppressing Buddhism. After all, the three pure ones are behind the heavenly palace. The high-level Buddhists are plotting to use this ranking list to gain more luck and power, so that Buddhism can give birth to more masters, so as to suppress Taoism. But there are also differences within Buddhism. With the development of Buddhism, the understanding of Buddhism has deviated, resulting in the division of Mahayana Buddhism and Hinayana Buddhism. This is due to different understandings of Buddhism, which has led to some disputes. Although the 5 saints of Buddhism are 5 independent individuals evolved from the thoughts of Tathagata Buddha, they have different thoughts, understandings of Buddhism, and management concepts. The Hinayana Buddhism is based on the ancient Buddha Dipankara. He believes that if people want to become Buddhas, they must accumulate enough merits and practice hard in every life to achieve success. The Mahayana Buddhism is based on Amitabha Buddha, Maitreya Buddha, and Medicine Buddha. They believe that people have Buddha nature and all living beings can become Buddhas. They only need to be enlightened, and they can enter the Buddha's knowledge and insight. Becoming a Buddha is a matter of sooner or later. As for Tathagata Buddha, he is retired and no one cares. Anyway, they are all my disciples. No matter how you fight, I will also have a share of merit. Buddhism was founded by others, and they don't care about these things. The leader of all Buddhist sects must be Tathagata Buddha. This has been determined, and he is the founder. To put it bluntly, you can fight as much as you want, as long as Buddhism becomes stronger and stronger. Every Buddha has his own philosophy, and if you want to become a saint, you must go your own way. After creating the 2 factions of Mahayana and Hinayana, this is not enough. After all, except for Tathagata Buddha, the remaining quasi-saints also want to become saints. Not only do quasi-saints want to become saints, but the disciples of quasi-saints also want to become quasi-saints. And they also start to work hard. So there are 10 sects in Buddhism, 8 in Mahayana Buddhism, and 2 in Hinayana Buddhism. The 10 sects include 8 Mahayana sects, namely Zen, Tian-I, Esoteric, Faxiang, Huayan, Vinaya, Pure Land, and Sanluan. The 2 Hinayana sects are Kushu, Chengshi. They are all quasi-saints, quasi-saint disciples, and even incarnations. Who can tell whether they are incarnations? In short, it is all for merit, for luck, and for their own path. This is the case for Buddhism, and Taoism is no exception. The Tao Tianzuan among the three pure ones is the same as the Tathagata Buddha, who is the founder. No matter how he struggles, as long as he struggles within the framework of Taoism, he has a great merit in it. So he emphasizes inaction in everything, and just does whatever he wants. Yuanshi Tianzuan and Lingbao Tianzuan also have different ideas in their hearts. They want to walk out of their own avenues, and also need to create forces. Use their understanding of the avenue to create a force. Use this force to realize the thoughts in their hearts, and fight for power for their own forces. The force they created has the highest luck value, which also proves that their understanding of the avenue is the most in line with the Blue Star family and the universe consciousness. In this way, they should be promoted to the saint realm first, and no one can find fault with it. And there is also a priority issue. If their forces have high luck, they can be promoted first. In this way, many quasi-saints began to make arrangements and preparations. The Great Tao is the foundation for many quasi-saints to become saints. So the struggle for doctrines will not give up an inch. March 3rd. Clear. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star. Yuanshi Tianzuan showed his Dharma image. Just a hint of pressure made countless creatures feel suffocated. The terrifying momentum made countless creatures look at the sky. A majestic voice spread throughout the three realms. I am Yuanshi Tianzuan, and today I will establish the teaching. My teaching follows the will of heaven, and all things are divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels, and they are taught according to their talents. Today I will open a Taoist temple. Those who have the opportunity can come to the Yushi Palace in Kunlun Mountains. The news came out, and the 3 realms were shocked. You know, this is a quasi-saint, the top boss behind the Taoist sect, the top boss of Blue Star. If only I could become his disciple, and become a quasi-saint disciple. When they thought of this, countless creatures breathed quickly. And then, they were dumbfounded again. Where is the Yushi Palace in Kunlun Mountain? There is Kunlun Mountain in the human world, but it is a tourist attraction? Countless creatures ran around asking for directions, trying to find out where the Yushi Palace in Kunlun Mountain is. Many creatures were also wondering why the leader of this sect suddenly founded another sect. At this moment, another majestic voice spread through the 3 realms. I am Lingbao Tianzuan, and today I established Jeju. There are 50 great ways, and 49 heavens. All things have a ray of hope. Jeju emphasizes that there is no distinction between people. Anyone who has a heart for the Tao can join Jeju, and sees a ray of hope for all things. Today I will open a dojo, and anyone who wants to join my Jeju can join. Another explosive news came out, and countless creatures were dumbfounded. Is it so exciting? From what I heard, anyone can join Jeju? Lingbao Tianzuan is also a quasi-saint. Countless creatures said, I really want to join Jeju and become a disciple of the saint. I want to join Jeju. Please Lingbao Tianzuan accept me as a disciple. I want to join Jeju. As their strong thoughts came, they got a response in their minds. I have joined Jeju and become an outer disciple of Jeju. These creatures were stunned. And then, they were overjoyed. In just a few seconds, Jeju had millions more disciples. These disciples have different identities and races, including ghosts, dragons, spirit beasts, immortal beasts, mortals who have not practiced, cultivators in the tribulation crossing stage, and cultivators in the true immortal realm. Of course, you can't just join if you say so. It depends on how strong your desire to join is. In this way, as the news spread, more and more people joined Jeju. Lingbao Tianzuan's reputation spread even more widely, saying that he accepted disciples regardless of their roots and conduct, and treated them equally. Of course, those below the Mahayana stage were prompted to become outer disciples, except for some particularly talented ones, who were notified to become inner disciples. Among them, the cultivators who reached the Mahayana stage or above were notified to become inner disciples. The news they received was, having joined Jeju, becoming an inner disciple of Jeju. You can listen to the lectures of Tianzuan. The inner disciples who got the opportunity to become inner disciples knelt on the ground and kowtowed, shouting, "Disciple greets master." Everyone was so excited that they could listen to the lectures of the quasi-sage. This was a great opportunity. If the master appreciated them, and they became his direct disciples, they would be rich. As the news spread, more and more creatures knew that although everyone could join Jeju and become a disciple of the saint, Their identities were different according to their own realms. Outer disciples did not get any benefits. But they knew that they joined Jeju, and were considered disciples of the saint. But there were too many people who became disciples of the saint. Right? Joining the quasi-saint force can be sensed from the breath. Even the flowers and grass with intelligence on the ground. The cows and horses on the ground have joined Jeju. Joining Jeju is to get benefits. But nothing is gained? So some people quit Jeju and received a notice very smoothly. Quit Jeju. Some people tried to join Jeju again. Not only did they not get any response, but they also spit out blood and suffered a little backlash. Saints should not be insulted. It is easy to join, and it is also easy to quit. But going back and forth is an insult to the saints. Chapter 224 Sects Recruiting Disciples. The disciples who left Jeju were actually a little anxious. And Lingbao Tianzuan was actually observing. As more and more beings joined Jeju, the entire Jeju's fortune soared, and a large amount of merits were bestowed by heaven, which made him very satisfied. This shows that Jeju's teachings are in line with the Tao, and can be cultivated to become a saint. This is the recognition of his idea by heaven and earth. This recognition is not only the Tao of Blue Star, but also the Tao of the entire universe. Lingbao Tianzuan was happy, but also frowned. There were too many disciples joining, and their karma was also transferred to Jeju. After all, joining Jeju means being a member of Jeju. While they earn merits for Jeju, they will also bring the power of karma to Jeju. But it was too late to turn back. There were already millions of disciples, many of whom were good. Those who had reached the Mahayana stage or above became inner disciples, and were considered true disciples of Jeju. Other cultivators could only be considered outer disciples, with only a reputation, and could enjoy a little bit of Jeju's luck bonus. But it was extremely small. The inner disciples felt it clearly, and could feel that Jeju was increasing their luck, and could improve their cultivation speed. He could feel that many creatures had left Jeju, but he didn't care about it. This kind of person would be like this for the rest of his life. People with weak wills would have difficulty in achieving anything. Lingbao Tianzuan divided the disciples into 5 levels: outer disciples, inner disciples, elite disciples, core disciples, and personal disciples. As he had imagined, at present, many disciples have joined Jeju. They are all inner disciples, and they can be regarded as enjoying the benefits of Jeju. Lingbao Tianzuan is going to calm down for a while, so that the inner disciples can calm down, and then summon all the inner disciples to preach publicly. Select the disciples with potential and promote them, and slowly build Jeju. It is not too hasty. As for the outer disciples, Lingbao Tianzuan will not give up. After all, the doctrine is to teach without distinction. When he preaches, the sound will be transmitted, and the outer disciples can also hear it. Disciples who have some insights will be promoted to inner disciples. This is also considered to have potential, but the time of cultivation is short, and the realm has not reached the standard of inner disciples. It also depends on the opportunity, and even if they have talent, they can be promoted to elite disciples. Outer disciples have a chance to listen to the teachings in the lower world, and inner disciples can enter the 34th heaven and listen to the teachings on the spot. Elite disciples are the real backbone of Jeju, the executors of various tasks, with superb qualifications, and can always come to the 34th heaven to listen to the teachings. Core disciples can ask to meet the heavenly venerable, and they are considered the registered disciples of Lingbao Tianzuan, and can live in the 34th heaven permanently. As for the personal disciples, they are real disciples, and the heavenly venerable personally teaches martial arts and commands all the disciples of Jeju. After a period of time, Lingbao Tianzuan was ready to start preaching in the 34th heaven, and more than 100,000 inner disciples appeared in the dojo in an instant. These disciples are of all kinds, including humans and spirit beasts, and the types of spirit beasts are even more varied. The inner disciples are basically cultivators below the true immortal realm and have never been to the heaven. As they appeared in the 34th heaven, the immortal energy surged into their bodies, and some cultivators of low realms were directly upgraded. The immortal energy is a very gentle energy, which will only strengthen all living things in all directions without causing danger such as explosion. As Lingbao Tianzuan appeared, countless inner disciples shouted excitedly, "I have seen Lingbao Tianzuan, and I wish you infinite happiness." Lingbao Tianzuan looked at the many disciples sitting below and nodded with satisfaction. After some perception, he was even more satisfied. There were indeed some good seedlings who could be selected as elites, cores, or even personal disciples. A majestic voice came out, and Lingbao Tianzuan explained the great way to many disciples of Jeju. He went from immersion to depth, and pointed directly to the origin of the great way. As he explained, many cultivators fell into a state of enlightenment, and after a while, their realm was raised to a higher level. There were also many cultivators who simply did not understand and showed confusion. As for the outer disciples, even fewer understood. But there were some exceptions. The moment they understood, they appeared directly in the 34th heaven. There was also a hint in the mind that they were promoted to inner disciples. After the lecture, most of the inner disciples returned to their respective places. But some stayed behind. After receiving the notice from his mind, he burst into tears, knelt down, and became Lingbao Tianzuan's apprentice. Yuanshi Tianzuan looked at his third brother's mess and wanted to stop him. But after thinking about it, he could only sigh. There was no way. Jeju had been established and recognized by the will of the universe, which was considered to be qualified to become a saint. If he tried to stop them now, Lingbao would not listen. He was not optimistic about this method. There were too many disciples and too many types. The mistakes made by the disciples would be transferred to the sect, and the power of cause and effect was too great. It would be difficult to manage if there were too many disciples. Thinking of this, Yuanshi Tianzuan sighed again and shook his head. The Guanzhou he founded emphasizes teaching students in accordance with their aptitude, and it is an elite route. Every disciple is his disciple, and he must not be careless. So he cannot easily accept disciples. He will consider only those with good character, talent, and birth. He is not in a hurry. As he announced the establishment of the Guanzhou, all living beings have already known about the Guanzhou, and he can sense the disciples who want to join the Guanzhou. He will accept those who meet the conditions as his disciples and teach them wholeheartedly. To recruit disciples, he will not consider not joining the Taoist sect, because birth is very important. Yuanshi Tianzuan sent several good seedlings, all of whom were cultivators from the Taoist sect and the heavenly court. They had good talent, understanding, and background, and they all wanted to join the Guanzhou. As his mind moved, the other party appeared in the 35th heaven. Yuanshi Tianzuan taught him the skills and preached to him according to his situation, and began to cultivate him. After the Taoist sect took action, the Buddhist sect was not to be outdone. The Buddhist sect did not publicly declare Mahayana or Hinayana, but each sect sent many bodhisattvas, arhats, and dharma protectors to the first-level human planets to select forces and take the lead. After the Buddhist sect took action, the Confucianists also sent many great Confucian scholars to the first-level civilization planets to carry out education and gain the power of merit. In this way, time passed slowly. Since the ranking list has not been opened, the Star Masters are all working hard to develop. As many forces came to preach, they did not reject them, but welcomed them very much, and held friendly talks with various forces. The requirements put forward by each force are the same: helping the Star Master to win, providing resources, and finally taking away the luck points, which is considered to be what each wants. However, no assistance has been provided yet, fearing that after intervention, the combat power will exceed the standard, and it will not be able to match the opponent. Then the investment will be in vain. Even if they want to invest, the Star Master cannot let them. Now after the investment, the combat power is too advanced. It is easy to not match the opponent, and they will fight fewer battles and harvest fewer resources. For example, other Star Masters are 10,000, and you are 50,000. You have to wait until the combat power of other Star Masters rises, and the difference between the two is not big. Then you can match the opponent. The Star Lord also understands this, and so do many other powers. All powers are waiting for the ranking list to be opened. Finally, amid the anticipation of many beings, the ranking list is opened. Chapter 225: The Human Star Lord War begins. Zhang Yang saw that various forces were taking action, and finally decided to open the ranking function. If these forces do not take action, how can these first-level civilizations rise? Even with the help of the growth technology tree, it is still too slow in Zhang Yang's view. Zhang Yang always has a strong sense of crisis. If the universe invades, the forces under his command will not even have a saint level, relying on his current strength. He is only a medium force in the 4th-level family. If he really encounters a powerful 4th-level family, they can produce a saint to intimidate the Blue Star family. The higher the status, the higher the pressure. He has to be responsible for hundreds of billions of lives under his command. and the pressure is huge. After turning on the ranking function, you can kill two birds with one stone by relying on the theory of luck. These forces calculate and fight each other, which promotes the increase of strength. For low-level star masters, they can get more benefits. These forces can just reveal some things, which is enough for them. For the star people of the first-level civilization, they can also increase their strength and embark on the road of cultivation as soon as possible. Some people will say that there will be casualties when creatures fight each other. But this is a price that must be paid. You must know that the outside world is a chaotic world, and you must maintain sufficient family combat power. The Holy Mother is not needed, and the Holy Mother will be killed first in the chaotic world. Sacrificing some people is to reduce more sacrifices. In order to upgrade the civilization level and star ring, Blue Stars sacrificed countless people to get the 4th level family today. Let's get back to the topic. With a voice, ranking function is turned on. Rules: after the first level star master is successfully matched, a small world will be randomly generated. The war countdown will last for a full year. After occupying the crystal hub in the center of the small world, the countdown will start for 3 days. After the time is reset, the occupying party wins. Note: every battle will be broadcast live, and the creatures of the Blue Star family can perceive the screen through their will. All the Star Masters and Star Citizens in the Blue Star family have been notified, and they will be ranked from number 1 to the back according to the planet number. Tianshu Star. Yi Fan was a little trembling when he heard the ranking function started. This was not because he was scared, but because he was excited. This was the opportunity to become famous. The entire Blue Star family was paying attention to this event. Not only the Star Master was excited, but also the star people under him were excited. As the saying goes, people go to high places, and water flows to low places. This event was watched by countless high-level civilizations. His performance would be broadcast live throughout the territory. If he was really noticed by any force, it would be a step to heaven. Yi Fan turned into a human form and appeared somewhere on the planet. He looked at the disciple sent by Jiejiao and said with a smile, "This time, I will have Lao Xianggu to help." "Star Master, you are too polite. Jean Ling will do my best." The woman nodded slightly and said politely. Jean Ling thought for a moment and said, "It mainly depends on the command of the Star Lord. The star people under his command are fighting. Due to the restrictions of the rules, I cannot directly attack the star people. It will damage my merits. In addition, there is a balanced system, so I will inevitably be restricted." Yi Fan nodded, showing his understanding. "It doesn't matter. The other party is in the same situation. It is enough for the fairy to stop the other party's external aid." Jean Ling smiled and said, "Don't worry about this." Jean Ling raised her head slightly, appearing very confident. She also has the capital to be confident. She is the second disciple of Tianzuan and the first female disciple. In the future, the first person who joins Jiejiao will have to call her a senior sister. Moreover, she has a lot of strength and has reached the realm of true immortals. She is not inferior to anyone in terms of background, and the spirit world is behind her. Yi Fan saw that the other party had an extraordinary temperament, so he didn't say anything more and immediately went back to do war mobilization and military deployment. Countless Star Citizens and Star Masters watched the live broadcast. After they used their thoughts to perceive, a huge picture would be generated in front of them. On the left is the ranking list. With a thought, the ranking list will expand for easy search. There is a triangle behind each planet, which is almost all gray, and no battle is started. Yi Fan looked at the army standing below and said, "Are you ready?" Many soldiers were wearing steel armor, holding weapons made of titanium steel, with tactical pistols on their waists, and roared, "Always be ready." The weapons in the hands of each legion were also different. The leader was a burly man holding a heavy axe. There was a legion of 1,000 people, holding submachine guns, grenades and other weapons. Some legions held magic crossbows, various weapons, and talismans on their waists, and even some pills. Yi Fan took a deep breath at his 50,000 troops and took out all his belongings. The first battle must be fought well in order to get more help. All the forces behind the Star Lord did not provide assistance, which was the unanimous result reached by all forces. At first, everyone wanted to negotiate and rob, and the Star Lord was also waiting for the price. The various forces fought back and forth, and finally, the Heavenly Court came forward to mediate. First, each Star Master can only choose one force as a backer. Secondly, The forces should not provide assistance now to prevent an imbalance in combat power. If no one provides assistance, the difference in strength between them will not be too big. In this case, it is better to wait until the battle is underway. And then both sides will provide assistance to help the Star Master win. Exchange the minimum cost for the maximum return. And at the same time, they can also train soldiers. Why not? Even if there are any disputes among the forces, they can be completely resolved by the war between the first-level Star Masters. Zhang Yan also has this idea. And Ing Zhang will come forward to mediate. Each planet has at least one land god, mountain god, and city god. There are also countless ghost soldiers catching ghosts. They are not only doing their job, but also playing a supervisory role. Yi Fan looked at his 50,000 elite troops and selected the matching function with his mind. With millions of people under his command, he could actually form a larger army. But there was no need for that. This was not a life-and-death battle. Only a few seconds had passed, and a voice came. Matching successful. Planet 01 vs Planet 376. World generating. Generation completed. Please deploy stargates. 2 stargates were generated inside the 2 planets at the same time, and the generation location was determined by the Star Master. Yi Fan immediately deployed the stargate in front of the army, and he followed the army through the stargate to the new world. After passing through the stargate, the view in front darkened, and Yi Fan was shocked. Even he could not see the entire world view clearly. He could only see a crystal tower in the center of the continent. This tower can be seen by not only him, but also the soldiers under his command. As the army entered the stargate, there was a light golden light shield in front of the stargate. Yi Fan tried to rush out of the light shield but found that he could not get out. And neither could the star people. He wanted the army to exit the stargate, but found that he could not exit either, for a force prohibited him. It was detected that both Star Lords had entered the battlefield. The Star Lords could not leave the protective shield and could not interfere with the battlefield. They could only communicate with their star people at any time and share their vision. Both Star Lords made their choices, and Star Lord number 01 chose the power system, technology or cultivation. Yi Fan thought for a moment and chose cultivation. Star Lord number 01 chose cultivation, and the cultivation ability of his star people increased by 10%. As he made his choice, all technological items in the hands of the star people were sealed by a force, and pistols, submachine guns and other items were sealed and could not be used. If he chose technology, all the star people's cultivated strength was sealed, and they could only use uncultivated and enhanced strength. After choosing to cultivate, the cultivators who had already refining skin and blood, 01 planet comprehensively enhanced their abilities by 10%. Both Star Masters made their choices, and Star Master number 376 made the choice of the number of people on the battlefield. A voice came from Yi Fan's mind. The upper limit of the number of people on the battlefield is 50,000. And the upper limit of Star Master number 376 is 60,000. Random map has been generated, and the war has begun. Chapter 226 Rules. Battle. Hearing the start of the war, Yi Fan commanded the army to move forward. As the Star Master, he can be said to be the most knowledgeable, quickest to react, and smartest person on the entire planet. Because the Star Master knows all the knowledge on the planet, including what the star people under him know. He knows everything, and he knows what the star people think. So it is not the case that the Star Master knows nothing and an outsider commands the insiders. And in this kind of war, who dares to command and who dares to take responsibility? Just listen to the father without thinking. Everyone's perspective is different, according to different geographical locations and realms. The range of what can be seen is also different. According to statistics, humans can see up to 320 kilometers when standing on a high mountain. But the things they see are very small. So small that they cannot see clearly. Standing on the ground and looking at satellites in the sky, the farthest satellites they can see are 1,000 kilometers away. Here, the surroundings are all misty, and there are no obstacles blocking the view. You can see the mountains 10 kilometers away. Actually, you can only see about 2 kilometers. Jinling frowned. And sure enough, she was balanced. She was originally in the early stage of the true immortal realm, but was suppressed to the early stage of the golden core stage, which was suppressed by a full 5 realms. The field of vision she can see is within 100 kilometers, and she can see the objects within the field of vision clearly, and her strength has also been suppressed to the golden core stage. But the spells she mastered are still there. But the power has become smaller. The spells and magic weapons that are too powerful are now completely uncontrollable. And the talismans in her hand are partially restricted and cannot be used. Jin Ling told Yifan the actual situation. Yifan smiled and said, "Thank you for that. The range I can see is also 100 kilometers. It seems to be related to you. It's the same for the other side. It depends on your own means. Can you send more disciples?" Yifan asked. Jin Ling said, "Don't worry. Jiaju can send reinforcements at any time. With more people, it's easy to exceed 50,000 combat power. The battlefield only seals the participating Star Lords and their Star people. They can no longer send large troops to fight. But those from other families can enter the battlefield with Yifan's consent. In other words, Jin Ling can withdraw or summon Jiaju disciples to help. She didn't dare to call too many people, as she had already reached the Golden Core realm, which greatly increased her combat power. If a few more cultivators came and judged that the combat power of the planet of the Tianshu star exceeded 50,000, this battle would be in vain. When the combat power of the planet exceeded 50,000, the Star Master would be prompted and lose the qualification to participate in this battle. These hidden rules were only known after entering the battlefield. This is to prevent both sides from unlimited reinforcements and eventually losing their combat essence. Moreover, both sides did not know what their current combat power was, so they could only guess. Yifan said no more. And with his order, the 50,000 troops dispersed and moved towards the position of the crystal hub. The warriors walking in the front. They were in groups of 3, and they were considered scouts of the army. The scout explored the fan-shaped road ahead, and his vision was also opened. As he explored, he found that the whole world had mountains, seas, forests, and complex terrain. Yifan gradually saw animals, such as wind tigers, fire lions, thunder leopards, venomous snakes and other ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were nourished by spiritual energy, and there was a trace of magic elements in their bodies. They were strong and had the strength of the early, and even late Tendon refining realm. They were similar to some of his generals, and they were very strong. It seemed that this battle was not that simple. Zhang Yang had set up the rules. After the world was generated, some ferocious beasts composed of mana would appear. The highest level of Yifan's subordinates was the late Tendon refining stage, and the ferocious beasts were also at this level. Refining skin, refining flesh, refining tendons, refining bones. This is the path of martial arts. Only after refining bones can one be promoted to the first level of the body tempering realm. If Yifan's star people have the body tempering realm, the beasts will also have it. These beasts obviously have some intelligence, and they dare not move forward when they see so many troops. If they act alone, they will probably dare to attack. The scouts are in groups of 3, holding shields, and the 3 of them lean together and move forward. The titanium sword in his hand and the titanium armor on his body are all gifts from the second-level Star Master of the platform. These weapons are beyond his current technology. If he buys them in the mall, the price will be ridiculously expensive. But if a second-level Star Master buys it, it's a very cheap price. This thing is like a big data system. The price is different for the technology level purchased by the Star Master of each level. The scouts followed the army, who also held titanium shields, wore titanium armor, and held a titanium sword. The entire army moved towards the crystal hub in an orderly manner. Jin Ling walked in the front of the entire army, providing vision for the army so that Yifan could command. On the other side, Wang Lin also carefully commanded the army forward. He said 60,000 troops. Walking in the front was a Buddhist Arhat. He was also suppressed in strength. His vision reached 30 kilometers, and his strength reached the perfect state of the foundation building period. He was originally perfect in the tribulation period, but now he was suppressed to the perfect state of the foundation building period. The balance system is also based on the strength of the creatures. It is impossible for a tribulation crossing stage and a true immortal realm to be balanced to the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. This time, the 5 major realms are equally suppressed. Luohan saw the ferocious beasts around him and cast his telepathy spell to subdue some of the ferocious beasts and bring them under his command. As the 2 sides explored, the distance was getting closer and closer. Jin Ling's vision was farther, and he soon discovered the other side. After seeing the other side's warriors, Jin Ling cast the fog spell, and the originally clear sky suddenly fell into heavy fog. This heavy fog fell very suddenly, and the other side immediately became alert. but could only be more careful. Jean Ling's vision was 100 kilometers, while the other side's was only 30 kilometers, which took the lead. Moreover, this fog had no effect on his own soldiers, and they still had normal vision. The enemy soldiers had a vision of only a few dozen meters, and could not see the situation far away at all. This Arhat could only see less than 10 kilometers away, and he secretly complained in his heart, knowing that he had already lost the initiative. He was in the tribulation crossing stage, and was suppressed by 5 realms. The opponent was stronger than him, and it was very likely that he was a true immortal. The various forces were not yet rich enough, and there were hundreds of true immortals, and they were all sent down to participate in the battle. Arhat quickly reported this situation to Wang Lin, and Wang Lin also revealed a helpless look. There was no way. The reinforcements he had brought were not as strong as the opponent. He wanted to ask some bodhisattvas to help, but the opponent was basically fighting everywhere. After thinking about it, I can only give up. Losing here and winning other places are the same. Moreover, the battle here can be seen by the outside world. If there are people who can support, the enemy will come. Luohan can only comfort. It's okay. The enemy dare not attack the army directly, so they can only use unorthodox methods. Otherwise the consequences will be too great. Wang Lin said helplessly, it can only be like this. Yi Fan watched his side show great power, and immediately commanded the soldiers to move forward quickly, and ordered the archers to prepare. Technological weapons are prohibited, and he also has crossbows, javelins, bows and arrows and other weapons. As they get closer and closer, Yi Fan ordered to be prepared. He dared not move forward to prevent the enemy from hearing the sound. After watching the enemy enter the attack range, Yi Fan immediately said, "Fire!" Javelins and crossbows flew all over the sky and shot towards Wang Lin's army. Wang Lin had already ordered the army to stand in formation and form a formation. But if they were really shot, there would be some casualties, which would have a great impact on morale. At this moment, Wang Lin was overjoyed. He immediately chose to agree with his will, and a figure entered the star gate from the outside world. Amitabha. The poor monk is late. Chapter 227 Golden Spirit Holy Mother. The Heavenly King Venerable was overjoyed when he saw the visitor. He put his hands together and immediately said respectfully, I have seen the Vajrahan Bodhisattva. The Heavenly King Venerable is the Arhat mentioned in the previous article. Arhat is also called Venerable. The Vajrahan Bodhisattva, from the appearance, looks like a furious Vajra. Very scary. He has one face, 2 arms and 3 eyes. His body is black. He wears a skull, holds a Vajra pestle, wears a heavenly robe, and uses a white tiger skin as a skirt. He sits on a colorful lotus moon wheel. Wang Lin was not surprised. The human race under his command was scared, seeing that they had encountered demons. They screamed in fear. Wang Lin suddenly heard a series of sharp sounds. He knew that the other party had launched an attack, and immediately ordered, quickly use the escape armor to defend. Moreover, because of the appearance of the Vajrahan Bodhisattva, Wang Lin's vision was greatly increased, and he could see dozens of kilometers. Normally, he could see 100 kilometers, but because of the heavy fog, part of his vision was blocked. The Vajrahan Bodhisattva was also in the early stage of the true immortal realm. After being suppressed, he was also in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The Vajrahan Bodhisattva was regarded as the angry incarnation of the Great Power Bodhisattva. The Great Power Bodhisattva was in the mysterious immortal realm and was the right-hand attendant of Amitabha Buddha. His incarnations all had the strength of the true immortal realm, which was enough to show that the Great Power Bodhisattva had great magical powers. He was not the incarnation of a god, but was cultivated by himself. In the human world, Bodhisattva Mahastamaprapta was an enlightened monk with the Buddhist name Master Yin Guang. He was eventually accepted as a disciple by Amitabha Buddha, who taught him the Dharma with great care. Time is the least important thing for immortals and gods. For example, quasi-saints can completely turn on time acceleration. As long as the cultivator can have a sudden enlightenment and there is no bottleneck, he can quickly advance to a higher realm. After reaching the realm of immortals and gods, everything depends on sudden enlightenment, perception, and understanding of the Great Way. The Great Way of each immortal god is different. So some immortals and gods have been in seclusion for 10,000 years without any breakthrough or perception, while some have been in seclusion for 10,000 years and have broken through a great realm. Therefore, the immortals and gods who can see the names are not ordinary people. They are all gifted, have amazing perception, and have some special understanding of the Great Way. Seeing the angry face of the Vajrayana Bodhisattva was really scary, which caused the star people under one Lin to be confused, and the formation became chaotic. The Vajrayana Bodhisattva was not surprised to see this, and chanted a Buddhist name, Amitabha. When the star people heard the Buddhist name, they suddenly calmed down, immediately obeyed the command, and formed a defense. Javelins and crossbows fell from the sky, and the Vajrayana Bodhisattva snorted coldly, knocked the Vajra in his hand downward, and a golden light barrier was formed, protecting the army in it. Ding 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 dang dang. The skylong attacks hit the golden light barrier, causing ripples, and the attacks did not work. The Jin Ling in the distance saw another Bodhisattva coming. His face changed, and he used his hands to deduce, and quickly learned the origin of the other party. The Jin Ling snorted. It turned out to be an incarnation of a Bodhisattva. But she was not afraid. The realms are all the same. It depends on the means, magic treasures, immortal methods, and wisdom. They are all in the realm of true immortals. And the difference in strength is also very large. The battle is never determined by the realm. It is easy for a genius cultivator to challenge a higher level, or to rely on a magic treasure to surpass the level. She just doesn't believe that the opponent can have more magic treasures than her. Although the master just accepted her as a disciple, he was a pampering demon and gave her a lot of magic weapons, who made her the first female disciple of Lingbao Tianzuan. Although the power of the magic treasures was sealed by the world balance, it was not something that could be broken by the mere Jindan stage. Seeing that the opponent had formed a realm of law, Jin Ling immediately took out a treasure given to her by her master, for Elephant's Tower. This magic weapon was given to her by her master after he accepted her as his apprentice. He happened to encounter 4 ancient wild elephants from the true fairyland attacking the galaxy Great Wall. He killed them and refined a magic weapon. This magic weapon is also relatively simple. After recognizing the master, it can be big or small. The master holds it lightly and weightlessly. After inputting mana, the magic weapon weighs 10 billion tons. Just like 4 wild elephants stepping down heavily together. You know, this is a magic weapon refined by a saint, and some substances are added to it, making it more powerful. After seeing the opponent's defense, Jin Ling sacrificed the 4 elephants' tower and said softly, "Go." The 4 elephants' tower flew out, became countless times larger in the sky, and fell down. Seeing this, the Vajrayana Bodhisattva immediately offered the Vajra pestle, and with a roar, threw the Vajra pestle out. The Vajra pestle grew larger and thicker in the sky, and then it was heavily placed on the 4 elephants' tower. The 4 elephants' tower glowed with golden light, and all living beings in the world could hear 4 roars, which were the sad cries of 4 ancient wild elephants. The wild elephants were originally based on defense and strength. The Vajra pestle hit the 4 elephants' tower without any effect, but was instead cracked by the wild elephants. Jin Ling curled his lips mischievously. "What level of magic weapon do you have? Are you worthy of competing with me?" With a loud bang, the 4 elephants' tower fell down, and the golden barrier of the Vajrayana Bodhisattva was like a piece of paper, and it was instantly broken. The creatures below looked at the magic weapon that covered the sky and the sun, revealing a look of despair. But the magic weapon did not fall towards them, but flew towards the Vajrayana Bodhisattva. The 4 elephants' pagoda flew towards the Vajrayana Bodhisattva at a very fast speed. No matter how the Vajrayana Bodhisattva dodged, he was still covered. The 4 elephants' pagoda can not only hit people, but also trap and squeeze people. Seeing this, the heavenly King Arhat roared and flew towards the 4 elephants' pagoda. No matter how he used his means, the 4 elephants' pagoda did not move. And as he attacked, the 4 elephants' pagoda gradually shrank, causing him to not dare to continue attacking. As the pagoda becomes smaller, the living space inside will also decrease. Upon seeing this, the heavenly king flew towards the golden spirit, put his hands together, and chanted the Buddha's name, Amitabha. "I have met the golden spirit Saint Mother. Please release the Bodhisattva. I am willing to withdraw from this battle." Female fairies are generally called fairy ladies, while goddesses with status and great magical powers are called saint mothers. In fact, as long as the powerful do not deliberately cover up, the Mahayana cultivators can deduce and easily know the origin of the other party. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother is the first female disciple of Lingbao Tianzuan and the disciple of the saint. This status is also noble enough, and she was just accepted as a disciple not long ago, and she went out to do a mission. If she concentrates on practicing, it will be easy to accept the saint, and there will be no pressure to break through to the golden immortal realm. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. The golden spirit saint mother stretched out her hand, and the magic weapon flew into her hand. The Vajrahan Bodhisattva also showed a helpless look. He was not as skilled as others, so he had to stand at attention when he was beaten. The Vajrahan Bodhisattva put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name, Buddhist Vajrahan. Thank you, Holy Mother. The golden spirit Holy Mother asked the other party to be polite, and also said with a smile, Jinling of Jiejiao, Taoist friend, you are polite. Both parties recited their own forces and names, and also wanted to spread their names. The three knew them. You know, this is a live broadcast of the whole family. The other party did not hesitate, and after saying sorry to Star Lord Wang Lin, he retreated towards the Star Gate. Wang Lin was also helpless. There was no way. His skills were not as good as others. Without the help of the high civilization forces, he could not fight in the subsequent battles. Even if the opponent did not attack directly, he could not resist the wind, rain, and various magical powers. Wang Lin sighed and immediately said, I admit defeat. Please show mercy, fellow Taoist. After hearing this, Yi Fan also showed up and ordered his men to stop attacking. Wang Lin politely said, Thank you. Planet 367. Wang Lin. Yi Fan also bowed his hands and said, You're welcome. Planet 01. Yi Fan. After Wang Lin admitted defeat, a voice came from the world, Planet 01 wins. The ranking showed 100. Still firmly ranked first in the ranking. This means 1 win, 0 draws, 0 losses. The ranking is based on the record. If the record is the same, it is arranged in order of the planet number. Because of the number 01, Yi Fan also received the most attention. The live broadcast was seen by countless people, and the name of Star Lord Yi Fan, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother of Jiejiao, was spread. As for the losers, the impression was not so deep. But there were also creatures who would remember them for a while, but would soon forget them. After all, there were too many Star Lords, and only those who left a deep impression would be remembered. Chapter 228 Pet Crazy Demon Ling Bao Tianzuan. As time goes by, more and more battles have winners and losers. The winner can get 100 energy points, while the loser can only get 10 energy points. This is the obvious thing. The most important luck point, which is worth money. Another point is that the winner can get more attention from the forces and attract more investment. As the saying goes, one step slow, every step slow. With this victory, you can get too much ahead. After winning the battle, Yi Fan wanted to continue the challenge, but was notified that the next battle would start in 100 years. This is to give them time to develop, to prevent the Star Master from continuing to fight after the failure, and constantly consuming the potential of the planet. Yi Fan looked at the energy points and luck points he got, and said with a smile, Thank you. This is what you wanted. Yi Fan transferred a point of luck points to the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. This thing is not important to her. At least, it is useless now. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother looked at Yi Fan so straightforward and said, Star Master Yi is really straightforward. I love dealing with straightforward people. This is a miniature spiritual vein, worth 5,000 energy points, and I give it to you. Yi Fan was overjoyed and said quickly, Thank you, Golden Spirit Saint Mother. Don't thank me. It was given to you by your master and the Jeju. Come on. I will come again in the next battle unless there are special circumstances. See you again if we are destined to meet. The Golden Spirit Saint Mother smiled and said, then disappeared from the spot in a flash. Yi Fan looked at the Golden Spirit, who was going away with emotion, and said with emotion, The revolution has not yet succeeded, and we still need to work hard. He looked at the miniature spiritual vein in his hand, and cut it into 2 halves, and 1 half turned into dust and drifted throughout the planet. After setting the law, the spiritual energy generated inside the entire planet could not fly out of the planet. A stream of spiritual energy drifted out from the dust, and the spiritual energy concentration of the entire planet rose to 15%. As time goes by, the spiritual energy concentration will become lower and lower. Yi Fan also rewarded some tribal leaders and gifted warriors with spiritual stones, and then continued to develop civilization. With the newly acquired 100 energy points, he immediately unlocked the Iron Age technology tree. After obtaining a large amount of data, he began to develop slowly. You have to know that his planet is still in the early Iron Age. And the equipment in the hands of the Star People are all bought or sponsored by other civilizations. After this battle, countless Star People also knew that there is a world beyond the world. And it turns out that the human race can be so powerful. So they work harder. Jean Ling took the luck points and returned to Jiejiao, and transferred them to the Jiejiao account. Jean Ling transferred 1 luck point to the Jiejiao account. Duobao transferred 1 luck point to the Jiejiao account. Wudong transferred 1 luck point to the Jiejiao account. Yu Xiao, Xiongqiu, Bixia, Xiao Gongming, Gailing. Jean Ling was a little dazed as she listened to the notifications in her mind. Everyone had a good harvest. She knew Duobao, who joined Jiejiao before her. He was a bit honest, but actually very smart. His original body was Duobao Rat, who cultivated to become an immortal. And he was deeply loved by his master. And his magical powers and abilities were very unique. He naturally had a keen sense of smell for treasures, and always encountered natural treasures. She had never heard of many of the remaining names. It seemed that Jiejiao had accepted many talents. After all, the cultivators who could defeat their opponents and win had their own unique characteristics. After Jean Ling came to the 34th heaven, the whole world changed a lot. Infrastructure was being built everywhere. The originally empty world became rich and colorful. Elite disciples, core disciples, and direct disciples can all live in the 34th heaven to practice, which is a special permission of Jiejiao. Some of these creatures live in the spirit world. Some are cultivators in the first heaven of the heaven, and some are immortals from the heavenly court who have joined Jiejiao. Everyone builds caves and palaces everywhere. Some refine the spirit sea, some refine the spirit mountain, and some refine the fairy island, etc. The distance between them is very far, because the territory is too large. There is also a rule. That is, the higher the status, the closer to the Bio Palace. There are also rules for living locations, and the range of activities of disciples of each level is stated. Needless to say, direct disciples have unimpeded access in Shangqingshan and Bio Palace, and can go to find the master at any time, unless there are special circumstances. They can see the master when Tianzuan is in seclusion. The status of core disciples is slightly lower. They can ask to see the heavenly venerable. Only when the heavenly venerable agrees can they enter the Green Tur Palace. It depends on their mood. Elite disciples can enter the Green Tur Palace only when they are summoned by the heavenly venerable. They basically have no chance to see the heavenly venerable alone. Inner disciples have to go to Shangqingshan to give public lectures, and they can come to listen. As for outer disciples, they can hear the heavenly venerable give lectures when they first join the sect. Those who are savvy and talented may be promoted to inner disciples. Jean Ling looked at the busy disciples of the same sect on the road without saying a word. She didn't know them either, and soon arrived at the Green Tur Palace. She was a direct disciple, so she ran directly to the Green Tur Palace. When she came to the outside of the heavenly venerable's room, before she could say anything, she felt a slight fluctuation in her mind. This is to let her in. Looking at the meditating Ling Bao Tianzuan, kneeling on the ground and respectfully saying, Jean Ling greets the master. Ling Bao Tianzuan looked at the disciple with a gentle face. Get up, have you seen the disciples outside? Jean Ling knelt on the ground and nodded. My sect is full of talents. Thousands of immortals come to pay homage. And the Jiejiao is flourishing. I wish the master to enter the holy way as soon as possible. Ling Bao Tianzuan laughed and pointed at Jean Ling Xingmu. You are the only one who can talk. I have accepted some direct disciples and core disciples, who are considered your junior brothers and sisters. As the eldest senior sister, you have to take good care of them. This mission has been done well, and it can be regarded as the reputation of Jiejiao. There are still many disciples who have not returned. You should close the door first. When you come back, I will convene a Jiejiao meeting for everyone to get to know each other. Jean Ling nodded solemnly. The master publicly called her the Jiejiao elder sister, and the title was set. The female fairies were headed by her. As the elder sister, she was under great pressure. She had to work hard to cultivate, and could not let her junior brothers and sisters outperform her. If the junior brothers and sisters encountered troubles and asked the elder sister for help, she would be embarrassed for the master and Jiejiao because of her low realm. Her original body was a phoenix, with high talent and good comprehension. As long as she was willing to cultivate, she would be good. Ling Bao Tianzuan, as the name suggests, was very good at refining instruments and had many treasures. His kindness to his apprentices and disciples was obvious to all. He refined hundreds of magic weapons, which were all given to many of his personal disciples and core disciples. He seemed to see the pressure on Jin Ling, and when he stretched out his hand, several more magic treasures appeared on it. Ling Bao Tianzuan looked at Jin Ling and said, "This is the Dragon and Tiger Rui, the 7 fragrance cart, the flying golden sword, and your 4 symbols tower. It is both offensive and defensive. If you are defeated, you can escape with the 7 fragrance cart. Remember, magic treasures are only auxiliary, and your own cultivation is the foundation." Jin Ling was very moved. The master had just accepted her as a disciple and gave her so many treasures. She knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times, choking and saying, "Thank you, master." Ling Bao Tianzuan waved his hand. "Go. Don't act like a fool. And take this one too." A ball of flame appeared in Ling Bao Tianzuan's hand. The flame was orange-yellow. For fire cultivators, this was a rare treasure and very rare. Jin Ling was very excited. Her true form was a phoenix, and flames were a great tonic for her. Jin Ling stood up and bowed deeply, and wanted to go out with the holy fire to open up a cave. Ling Bao Tianzuan knew what she was thinking. Just live in the Bio Palace. All my disciples will live in the Bio Palace from now on, and practice with me. The Bio Palace was very large, and there were many palaces in the distance, which were specially prepared for these disciples, and they were very far apart. After bidding farewell to her master, Jin Ling happily came to a certain place, and after sensing it, she knew that this palace was prepared for her. She looked at a certain place with a little sense, and the plaque read Duo Palace, and the sign, Retreat, was hung on it. There are several other palaces in the same state, all in closed-door cultivation. Jin Ling curled his lips, looked at the blank plaque, wrote Jin Ling Palace, and hung up the closed-door sign, then took out the holy fire to cultivate. Several direct disciples came back one after another. They also first met the master, received rewards, received instructions from the heavenly venerable, and came to the palace to practice in closed-door cultivation. Each direct disciple received treasures from Ling Bao Heavenly Venerable. The quantity varied. Ling Bao Heavenly Venerable instructed each disciple to practice, and then gave them palaces, and allowed them to live in Bio Palace, all in the same process. I have to say that he is actually the best to his disciples. Ling Bao Heavenly Venerable watched many precious disciples walk away, then looked at a certain place, revealing a helpless look. He thought to himself, "Damn, I just lent my disciple a fire. Why would he chase him to our family territory?" Ling Bao Tianzuan looked somewhere, took the 4 swords, and disappeared instantly. Chapter 229 Sword Cutting Quasi-Saints 36 Heavens. Yuanshi Tianzuan is giving a lecture to many disciples. The Guanjiao did not participate in this ranking meeting. He does not compete for the moment. He only accepts disciples with high talents, good backgrounds, and high comprehension. To put it bluntly, he takes the elite route. He is very satisfied with these disciples, and their cultivation is all true immortals. Some gods and immortals in the heavens have also joined the Guanjiao. The most shocking one is the Guanjiao's eldest disciple Nanji Xinwang. Nanji Xinwang is the Changsheng Emperor of the heavens. He was originally in the realm of Xianxian Yuanman. After joining the Guanjiao, he worshipped Yuanshi Tianzuan as his teacher and broke through to the realm of Jingxian. Yuanshi Tianzuan accepted 12 more disciples, all of whom are in the realm of true immortals. They are all very talented and have a promising future. Yuanshi Tianzuan's teachings are strict. The disciples who worship in the teachings are all practicing hard in the 35th heaven. Yuanshi Tianzuan instructs them one by one, and is extremely strict. As the saying goes, a strict teacher produces excellent students. These disciples have made rapid progress. Yuanshi Tianzuan frowned, looked at the disappearing Ling Bao Tianzuan, and deduced. After the deduction, he showed a helpless look, sighed and said, "Nanji, take the junior brothers to practice." An old man with a white beard, who looked very kind, held a fairy staff, nodded, and nodded in agreement. After Yuanshi Tianzuan disappeared, these disciples stretched their waists and wanted to be lazy. Nanji Xinwang did not stop them, but took out a video ball and threw it into the sky. Tai Zhenren, who was about to run away, froze inside. When will it end? The Jeju has been in the limelight recently and has won many fortunes. Since then, our Changju has fallen behind. Although the other disciples did not say anything, they had the same idea. After complaining, Tai Zhenren still sat down obediently. It is the dream of many cultivators to have a golden immortal to constantly guide their cultivation. When Nanji Xinwen heard the complaints, he seemed to feel the thoughts of his junior brothers and said gently, "Don't worry. It's almost the end. The master said that after you reach a certain realm, you can be born." When he said this, the junior brothers, who were practicing around him, brightened their eyes and pricked up their ears. But no one opened his mouth. Someone would ask. Sure enough, Tai Zhenren came behind Nanji Xinwen, patting his back and legs, and asked jokingly, "Big brother, tell us, what level do we need to reach before master lets us go out?" Taiji Xinwen looked helpless. This little brother was really carefree and humorous. He didn't look like an immortal at all, but like a mortal, calling friends and being carefree. But don't mention it. He is the one with the best interpersonal relationship, and he has a good relationship with everyone, Nanji Xinwen said with a smile. Gold. Xian. The many disciples who were listening to the sound with their ears erect suddenly opened their eyes, like copper bells, looked at each other, and swallowed their saliva. "Oh my god!" Tai Zhenren wailed. Nanji Xinwen took out his magic staff and tapped Tai Zhenren's head lightly. "Practice. Don't let them all go to the golden fairyland and leave you here to practice." Tai Zhenren shuddered when he thought of this and immediately began to practice. In a certain space, Lingbao Tianzuan was fighting with 3 quasi-saints of the Fire Spirit clan. But 2 hands could not defeat many fists. And even a good man was afraid of a group fight. So he was at a disadvantage. Lingbao Tianzuan narrowly avoided the opponent's attack and angrily scolded, "Hey! Hey! Hey! Isn't it just borrowing a fire? Is that a big deal? Humph! You shameless person! You stole our clan's holy fire while we were in seclusion. Return the holy fire today, and I will spare your life." The Fire Spirit clan leader said angrily. "Why waste time talking to him? Clan leader? Capture him, and go to Blue Star to ask for an explanation. That's right. He must return the holy fire and apologize. Otherwise we will destroy his family." When Lingbao Tianzuan heard this, he was shocked. These little guys are quite rude. He took out the most powerful magic weapon, the Immortal Sword. There are 4 immortal swords in total. They are named Zhu, Lu, Xian, and Zhu, which means kill, kill, and kill without mercy. When facing the Immortal Sword array, there is only destruction. It is the most powerful magic weapon in Blue Star. The 4 swords were transformed into thousands of forms under the control of Lingbao Tianzuan, forming an invincible sword array and flew towards the 3 quasi-saints. The 3 quasi-saints sensed a dangerous aura as they saw the sword flash. This treasure was extraordinary, and could definitely pose a fatal threat to them. They wanted to hide, but the swords of immortals had already formed a formation. The formation was mysterious and strange, full of murderous intent and danger. The swords were too fast, and even the quasi-saints could hardly dodge. In just a few seconds, their bodies were injured, and their holy souls were also cut a little. This treasure could actually hurt the holy soul, which was terrifying. Ah! A few screams came, and the 3 quasi-saints showed fear on their faces. They looked at each other and wanted to retreat. The 3 saints made a spell, and 3 holy fires appeared in their bodies. This was their lifelong holy fire, and the foundation of being a living being. It was their strongest means. When the 3 holy fires appeared, the swords of immortals also wanted to retreat. The treasure had spirits, and also felt the danger. The 4 swords of the Sword of Immortals formation were unpredictable, dodging the 3 holy fires, and attacking the 3 people from all over the gaps. The 3 quasi-saints saw this and knew that this would not work. So they immediately dived into the holy fire. They manipulated the flames to turn into spiritual fire meteors, and tried to escape. The spiritual fire flew through the Sword of Immortals formation. Lingbao Tianzuan saw them trying to run, and then thought that since they had offended each other, it would be best to destroy them and cut off the roots. Then he made a spell, and the 4 swords became a giant sword. With Lingbao Tianzuan's 3 shouts, "Cut! Cut! Cut!" the Sword of Immortals became countless times larger, and chopped down the slowest flying quasi-saint cultivator in the early stage. The quasi-saint felt the breath of death and shouted in fear, "Ancestor! Save me!" A huge hand full of flame stretched out from a distance, and slapped Lingbao Tianzuan. Lingbao Tianzuan's face changed greatly. The aura of this hand actually reached the realm of quasi-saint perfection. The huge hand pressed down on him, and immediately took out the 9-dragon cauldron. This cauldron was refined from 9 starry sky dragons, and was a defensive treasure. Ling Bao Tianzuan liked to refine offensive magic weapons when refining treasures, and his defensive means were a little weak. The 9-star dragons in the 9-dragon cauldron seemed to be alive, roaring desperately, protecting Ling Bao Tianzuan. Even in such a critical situation, Ling Bao Tianzuan did not summon the Xiaoxian sword back. Instead, he spit out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "The sword is alive!" Chop chop chop. The sword of the immortal execution was blessed with blood essence, and it became more powerful. It killed a quasi-saint of the Fire Spirit clan with one sword. The ball of holy fire was split into 2 halves, and the quasi-saint's holy soul inside was cut into 2 halves, and the holy soul was covered with dense cracks. After the holy soul was cut, the remaining holy soul wanted to gather together to revive. But the power in the sword of the immortal execution actually prevented it, and sucked all the holy souls into the sword of the immortal entrapment, making it impossible for the other party to revive. A quasi-saint died here like this. The creatures in the Fire Spirit clan suddenly felt extremely sad, and tears unconsciously flowed down. They felt in their hearts that the quasi-saint of their own family was actually killed. Every quasi-saint is the foundation of the family. It takes billions of years for a quasi-saint to be born. But they were actually killed. The other 2 quasi-saints could not sense the aura of the quasi-saints of the same clan. They were shocked and then angry, and they did not run away. The Fire Spirit clan leader was furious and roared, "Ah! Today I will make your soul fly away and destroy your clan." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately recited the mantra and spat a mouthful of blood on the holy fire in his body. The 379th generation chief of the Fire Spirit clan, begging the ancestor to come. The holy fire has been taken away. Chapter 230. The Sword of the Immortals is showing its power again. He didn't want to disturb the old patriarch. The old patriarch had been in seclusion for countless years, and had already reached the realm of quasi-saint perfection. He was comprehending the Great Way, and wanted to ascend to the realm of saint. Once the Fire Spirit clan has a saint, they can get a private territory reward and become a top-level 4th-level family. In fact, they don't know which family Ling Bao Tianzuan belongs to. Ling Bao Tianzuan deliberately concealed it. After all, if you want to steal something, you must hide your identity. Ling Bao Tianzuan took the initiative to attack, because he didn't want the other party to chase him into the family. He guessed that there might be some means to perceive the holy fire. So he followed the holy fire, and chased him from thousands of miles away. So he took the initiative to leave the family, and fight in a place far away from the family. He went out to find some materials to refine some treasures for the disciples of Jeju. He sensed the presence of 3 quasi-saints on the other planet. 1 in the middle stage of quasi-saint, 2 in the early stage of quasi-saint, and they were still in the dead end. He wanted to borrow some holy fire, and some materials without anyone noticing. He hadn't reacted to the other things. But as soon as he took the holy fire, his face changed, and he felt that the 3 quasi-saints were about to wake up. After seeing this, Ling Bao Tianzuan took the holy fire, and immediately fled far away, and even deliberately transformed his aura and circled back several times. Unexpectedly, the other party still found him. He was a little depressed, but he didn't know that the holy fire was the luck treasure of the Fire Spirit clan and the foundation of the family. The holy fire is the foundation for the Fire Spirit clan to give birth to a quasi-saint. This is prepared for the next Fire Spirit clan leader. When he reaches the Golden Immortal, he can devour the holy fire and ascend to the quasi-saint realm. After the Fire Spirit clan was promoted to the 4th-level clan, only 1 holy fire could be born every billion years. It is considered the most important treasure of the Fire Spirit clan, and is guarded by 3 quasi-saints in seclusion. The Fire Spirit clan has been born for several billion years, and there are only 4 quasi-saints. A 3rd-level civilization can only give birth to 1 every billion years, and it is better for a 4th-level clan. In these years, there are only 3 quasi-saints. Another point is that the holy fire is produced when the Fire Spirit clan is born, and it grows little by little, and it is the foundation of the race. Even when it is mature, the Fire Spirit clan quasi-saint will leave a strand of it as a spark before devouring it, to ensure that the holy fire will continue to burn. If the holy fire is gone, it will take too long to cultivate it again. How can he not be angry when such a treasure is stolen? The flaming hand slapped down. The 9-star dragons wailed. The 9-dragon cauldron cracked. Ling Bao Tianzuan groaned, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Bao Tianzuan stretched out his hand, and the 4 swords flew back to his hand. Seeing that they were a little dark, he wiped them with heartache. looking at the two quasi-saints rushing over. There was another breath of rushing air flying towards this place in the distance. And there was actually a trace of regret in his heart. Ling Bao Tianzuan did not regret stealing the holy fire. The strength of the universe is king. And it is normal to plunder each other. He regretted. Damn. Not calling a few more people. Senior brothers should be on their way. The three pure ones became one. He was injured. The other two should have some realization. He did not hide the secret when he left. Just to leave a way out. Senior brother can figure it out as long as he deduces. But since he and Yuan Tianzuan founded their own sects, the three of them have had less contact. And they did not go to see the eldest brother. This time, he provoked another quasi-saint Yuan man, who is one level higher than the eldest senior brother, looking at the two quasi-saints rushing over. Especially the quasi-saint initial stage cultivator. He snorted coldly. You dare to be so arrogant at the initial stage? Stay with me today. He did not retreat but advanced, holding the Juxian sword and rushed towards the Fire Spirit Clan quasi-saint initial stage cultivator. Ling Bao Tianzuan held the sword of immortal extermination and moved very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of the opponent. Before he could chop him off, he heard a furious voice. How dare you? A magical treasure, with golden flames all over it, flew from afar. On the way, Ling Bao Tianzuan saw clearly that it was a pagoda. As a magic weapon, the pagoda is nothing more than a pacification, confinement, and refinement. The magic weapon is very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ling Bao Tianzuan and sat down. The sword of immortal extermination in Ling Bao Tianzuan's hand was divided into four, and countless precious swords were transformed. They chopped at the pagoda with a clang, leaving some traces, and soon returned to normal. Obviously, this is also an innate spiritual treasure. The main body is composed of many pieces of wonder fragments, with some natural treasures added and combined with supreme refining techniques. The innate spiritual treasure is very powerful, but it also needs to be matched according to the strength of the owner. The stronger the master's strength, the more powerful the spiritual treasure will be. Ling Bao Tianzuan is in the middle stage of quasi-saint, while the other party is in the perfect stage of quasi-saint, just a little short of being promoted to a saint. The realm gap is quite large. Humph. No wonder you are so rampant. You do have a good weapon, and the refining method is clever. But in the end it depends on strength. The pagoda stood above Ling Bao Tianzuan, and a strong law force restrained him, making him move slowly, as if there was a mountain weighing billions of pounds pressing on him. The ancestor of the Fire Spirit Clan snorted coldly. Humph. Stop struggling. My Holy Fire Universe Tower is made up of 21 pieces of cosmic wonders plus the Holy Fire of my clan, as well as hundreds of various natural treasures. Not to mention you. Even a quasi-saint in the late stage would find it difficult to escape. I think it's not easy for you to practice. So I give you two choices. First, return the Holy Fire and join my Fire Spirit Clan. The second is death. Before Ling Bao Tianzuan could speak, the two quasi-saints beside him changed their expressions, and the clan leader hurriedly said, Ancestor. He killed Wu Laihong. How can we let him go? The ancestor of the Fire Spirit Clan controlled the flames, and the flames formed a slap and slapped the current clan leader hard. You waste. Shut up. The holy fire was stolen. Are you a pig-headed? I am breaking through the key of the saint, and you dare to disturb me. If you were not the current clan leader, I would have abolished you. After being beaten, the current clan leader dared not say a word. He did not expect that someone would dare to do this. The ancestor of the Fire Spirit Clan looked at Ling Bao Tianzuan and advised, What do you think? Join my Fire Spirit Clan. Owe a slavery contract, and I will spare your life. You are still a quasi-saint. Your status will not be bad, and it will be difficult to practice. Ling Bao Tianzuan looked at him and said lightly, Q&M. Although the Fire Spirit Clan ancestor didn't quite understand what it meant, he could deduce that it was a dirty word. The Fire Spirit Patriarch showed a look of pity. I wanted to spare your life because I valued your weapon-making skills. Forget it. I will refine you into a quasi-saint puppet to guard the house. Ling Bao Tianzuan laughed and said, You old thing. Do you think you can eat me? Ling Bao Tianzuan looked solemn, bit his finger and shouted, 9 heavens mysterious bravery. Turn into divine thunder, and use the sword to guide the mighty power of heaven. As Ling Bao Tianzuan chanted the spell, the law of the universe thunder descended, and the divine thunder was attached to the sword of extermination. The strong pressure made the surrounding space a little distorted. This was Ling Bao Tianzuan's strongest attack. No matter how strong the power of the magic weapon of Huling Patriarch was, it was not as strong as the power of thunder. The power and pressure of thunder were both super strong. As the thunder descended, the surrounding power dissipated. Ling Bao Tianzuan held the Tianlei sword of extermination and flew towards Huling Patriarch. Huling Patriarch's face changed slightly. This attack was very powerful, and he did not dare to take it lightly. He quickly retreated and defended with all his strength. It was not that he could not take it, but if the Holy Soul was injured, even a little injury might affect his breakthrough to the Saint Realm. He didn't want to wait any longer. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Anyway, after this attack, the opponent would be a waste. At his mercy, Ling Bao Tianzuan saw him retreating, showing a disdainful expression, and did not swing the immortal sword, but instantly appeared in front of the current patriarch of the Fire Spirit clan, and chopped him down with one sword amid the angry roar of the Fire Spirit ancestor. In the unbelievable eyes of the Fire Spirit clan chief, he slowly looked at his body that was split into two, and his holy soul was full of tiny cracks, and was sucked into the sword body by the immortal sword, including the holy soul. Fire Spirit clan chief is dead. All the creatures on the planets of the Fire Spirit clan had not wiped away the tears of the last wave, and they cried again. The elders are gone, and the patriarch is gone too. In a rage, the Fire Spirit ancestor put away the Xuanhui Qianquan tower, held the meteor flame blade, and chopped at Ling Bao Tianzuan. Ling Bao Tianzuan picked up the Zhuxian sword, and the two fought. The two sides fought back and forth, but after a few rounds, Ling Bao Tianzuan was beaten by the Fire Spirit ancestor and vomited blood, and was chopped away by another sword. The Fire Spirit ancestor instantly appeared behind Ling Bao Tianzuan, chopped him down with a sword, and roared, "Die for me." Ling Bao Tianzuan couldn't resist at all. He had used all his strength in the previous attack. Now he was trembling all over, and couldn't hold on any longer. Looking at the attack getting closer and closer, the Zhuxian sword had a spirit and blocked in front of its owner, trying to block a little attack for it. Ling Bao Tianzuan touched the Zhuxian sword lovingly, and looked at Huling Patriarch coldly. Chapter 231 Talk about Morality. Pay for life. At this critical moment, 5 small flags appeared in front of Ling Bao Tianzuan, and the flags formed a circle, surrounding him in the middle. The Fire Spirit Patriarch slashed the innate 5-color flag with a knife, and was shocked back a step by the recoil force. A black and white magic weapon that covered the sky and the sun flew from a distance, which was the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram of Dao Tianzuan. The Tai Chi diagram flashed with golden light, bringing everyone here to the world in the diagram. Ling Bao Tianzuan saw the innate 5-color flag and the Tai Chi diagram, and his face was overjoyed. Big brother. Second brother. Yuan Shi Tianzuan had a solemn expression, but when he heard Ling Bao Tianzuan call him second brother, his expression relaxed slightly. Dao Tianzuan still looked like the old man, stretched out his hand, and threw a gourd to Ling Bao Tianzuan. Ling Bao Tianzuan opened the gourd and poured the 9 revolutions golden pill into his stomach. A stream of energy moistened his whole body, and his strength was recovering rapidly. When Huling Laozu saw that the other side had 2 helpers, his face turned livid. One was so difficult to deal with, let alone 2 more. Huling Laozu put away the Qianquan lion knife and snorted coldly. "Humph. Are you his brother?" Yuan Shi Tianzuan said lightly. "That's right, humph. Your brother came uninvited, stole the sacred fire of my Huling clan, and killed 2 quasi-saints of my Huling clan. What do you say?" Huling Laozu knew that he had no chance of winning by fighting hard. He inadvertently looked at the Tai Chi diagram of heaven and earth. The 3 quasi-saints of the other side looked very strong. If he couldn't beat them, he would use righteousness to suppress them. "What do you want?" Yuan Shi Tianzuan was very calm throughout the whole process. "What do I want? Return the sacred fire of my clan. If you kill 2 quasi-saints of my clan, then you will be buried with me," the Fire Spirit Patriarch said directly. "Old man, you want to be buried with me? Don't even think about running away today," Ling Bao Tianzuan said disdainfully. Dao Tianzuan, who was silent on the side, said with a smile, "Hello, fellow Taoist. I didn't teach my brother well, so I'm giving you a gift as compensation. The holy fire has been refined, and the quasi-saint has been killed. Why don't we compensate you a little? We can help you collect the spiritual fire, cultivate a new one, and give you some compensation. What do you think?" After hearing this, Huling Laozu said disdainfully, "Then how about I kill you too, and give you some compensation. Yuan Tianzuan looked a little cold. Oh? Then you do the killing. The fire spirit patriarch snorted coldly and said nothing. Nonsense. If you are at the saint level, why bother talking? Just kill the other party directly. The other party dared to steal the holy fire, and he was killed as soon as he came in. After the deduction, the Lord of Morality said with a smile, I already know the whole incident. It is indeed my third brother who is wrong. According to you, it is because my third brother stole the holy fire of your clan and killed 2 quasi-saints of your fire spirit clan. You want him to pay for his life. Right? The fire spirit patriarch narrowed his eyes. Yes. Stealing the holy fire of our clan is not morally justifiable. Right? And killing the quasi-saints of our clan. It is not too much to pay for his life. Right? The Lord of Morality nodded. It is indeed not too much. He should pay for his life. The Lord of Morality ignored his 2 younger brothers, who changed their expression slightly, and continued, but I want to ask. When your clan was promoted to the 3rd level of civilization, you slaughtered 379 planets of the fiery clan, killed all the creatures on the other side, extracted the great Tao of fire, and used it to nourish the holy fire of the fire spirit clan. After being promoted to the 4th level of civilization, your clan captured no less than thousands of 3rd level fire attribute planets everywhere, all of which were brutally killed by your clan to cultivate the holy fire and cultivate quasi-saints. According to your theory, this is morally unacceptable. Right? The other side of the golden immortal realm came to revenge, but was also killed by you. So it's not too much to kill them, the Lord of Morality said with a smile, looking at the other side quietly. The face of the fire spirit ancestor changed drastically, and he said in a somewhat embarrassed and angry way, you for a long time. But in the end, he didn't say anything. In fact, he was a little shocked in his heart. Who was the other party? How could he know so much about their race? The other party was right. The Fire Spirit clan was originally a small clan. When it was just promoted to the 3rd level civilization, the Star Lord accidentally obtained a secret technique that could sacrifice fire-attributed creatures to extract the Great Tao of Fire. Using the Great Tao of Fire to nourish the holy fire of the Fire Spirit clan can accelerate the growth of the holy fire. After swallowing the holy fire of different levels, it can forcibly improve the realm, and even cultivate the holy fire to the peak, and can be promoted to the quasi-saint stage. It was with this secret method that his family was able to rise rapidly after just being promoted to the 3rd level civilization, giving birth to powerful people, and even quasi-saints. But this is the highest secret of the race. How could the other party know it? Suddenly remembering something, his eyes changed. Is it possible? Dao Tianzuan looked at him coldly and said, haha. Are you curious about how I know? When your race was promoted to the 3rd level of civilization, relying on the secret of the holy fire, the strength increased rapidly, capturing fire-attributed planets everywhere, and domineeringly declared that all the fire spirits either submitted to your race or sacrificed, resulting in almost all the fire spirits submitting to your family. Remember? When you were promoted to the 3rd level of civilization, your family had an ally. Right? After your race obtained the secret, you didn't know how powerful the secret was. So you tricked the ally's master to your planet, and suddenly sacrificed the other party. When you saw that the secret was effective, you immediately declared war, and wanted to devour the other party. However, the other party had other means and fought bravely. After a stalemate of 10 years, the other party escaped, and the star master of the Fire Spirit clan was called Wanchuan, and he happened to join my family. Even the 2 younger brothers looked at the Lord of Morality in shock. This was deduced? In fact, this was really a coincidence. The incarnation of the Lord of Morality, Taishan Laojun, was refining pills in the heavenly palace and often collected various spiritual fires. He helped the Fire Spirit Star to refine magic tools. It happened that during that period, Lanqing wanted to form an alliance with the Zhenshuo family. Wanchuan himself talked about this matter and said that the alliance was unreliable. Wanchuan of the Fire Spirit clan showed the holy fire of his clan to Taishan Laojun, and Taishan Laojun also remembered the breath of this holy fire. Combined with this story, he remembered it more deeply. After Lingbao Tianzuan stole the holy fire, he kept it in the space. It happened that Lingbao Tianzuan gave the holy fire to Jin Lingxingmu 2 days ago. If Lingbao Tianzuan was in Bio Palace, Dao Tianzuan would not be able to sense the holy fire. But Lingbao Tianzuan left in a hurry. without Lingbao Tianzuan to cover up the secret. Jin Ling Xingmu inevitably exposed the holy fire when she was refining it, and it was sensed by Taishao Lao Jun. So, today's incident happened. The facts were indeed the same as before. Seeing the other party's face change drastically, Dao Tianzuan knew that everything was right. Seeing this, the fire on the body of the fire spirit patriarch was a little turbulent, and he backed down in his heart. He hesitated for a moment and said, "If that's the case, forget it. See you tomorrow." The fire spirit patriarch turned and flew away. But he was thinking that he would settle the score after he was promoted to the Saint Realm. Before he could fly far, the innate five-color flag surrounded him in the middle, and a formation was formed under his feet, which was the sword formation of the immortals. The Lord of Morality said lightly, "No need for tomorrow. Let's do it today. According to the order of my Blue Star Patriarch, the Fire Spirit clan backstabbed the core member of my family, the Star Lord of Wanchuan, causing serious damage to his young soul, and he has not yet walked out of the shadow. At that time, you slaughtered 239 Jindan stage cultivators under the Star Lord of Wanchuan and sacrificed their lives. According to your theory, you two should kill two first, and we will go to your family to talk about the rest." Chapter 232, Killing the Fire Spirit Ancestor. When the Fire Spirit Ancestor heard what Dao Tianzuan said, his face changed greatly. He immediately sacrificed the Qingkuan Tower and smashed it towards the Tai Chi diagram in the sky. Just as he threw the Qingkuan Tower, Yuan Shi Tianzuan took out a Hunyuan pearl from his arms and flicked it with his finger, hitting the Qingkuan Tower. The Qingkuan Tower fell down directly, and no matter how the Fire Spirit Ancestor tried to drive it, he couldn't drive it. The Hunyuan pearl can seal the magic weapon for some time, unless the Hunyuan pearl is broken, or Yuan Shi Tianzuan is a certain distance away from the Hunyuan pearl, or Yuan Shi Tianzuan is killed. The seal can be lifted. Seeing this, Lingbao Tianzuan rushed up with the Zhuxian sword and fought with the Fire Spirit Ancestor. Yuan Shi Tianzuan and Dao Tianzuan used all their skills, and the three of them fought against the Fire Spirit Ancestor. As for the Fire Spirit clan cultivator at the early stage of Quasi-Saint, he stood there stiffly, not daring to move forward or run away. The Fire Spirit Ancestor became more and more depressed as he fought, and let the opponent suppress him. Most of the holy fire in the clan was swallowed by him, so that he could be promoted to Quasi-Saint perfection. However, after practicing hard for millions of years, he has never been promoted to the Saint Realm. As the fight went on, his holy soul began to be damaged, and his mentality collapsed. He took out the Qingkuan flame blade for a few seconds, and was sealed by the Hunyuan pearl, and no longer had divine power. He took out the Fantian seal for a few seconds, and was sealed by the Hunyuan pearl again. The angry Fire Spirit Ancestor kept shouting, extremely angry. In fact, the three pure ones, including Yuan Shi Tianzuan, could feel that the other party's Quasi-Saint Yuan man was somewhat unworthy of the name. How to say it? Castle in the air. This is a state that is completely forced to rise by swallowing the holy fire. There is too little understanding of the great way, and the power of cause and effect is too great, slaughtering countless lives to breed the holy fire. It is better to call it karma fire than holy fire. As time passed, the Fire Spirit Ancestor was injured more and more, and roared to the sky, "Damn it! Give me another 10,000 years. I will definitely be able to ascend to the realm of saints." Lingbao Tianzuan attacked while disdainfully saying, You can't be promoted even if you are given another 10,000 years." With the cooperation of the three pure ones, the opponent's body was broken and the holy soul was cracked, which looked very miserable. "I will fight you to the death," the Fire Spirit Ancestor roared, sacrificed his own holy fire, and threw it towards Lingbao Tianzuan. Dao Tianzuan took out a tower and threw it out. This tower is the special magic weapon that Dao Tianzuan refined with supreme merit, the Tiandi Xin Wang Linglong Pagoda, which naturally restrains all evil and demons. The opponent's holy fire is also a kind of karma fire, which is suppressed under the pagoda, and the power of merit inside is constantly eroding the holy fire, and the opponent has lost the holy fire, and his strength has declined seriously. Finally, he can't hold on. The three pure ones ignored the opponent's plea for mercy and finally killed the opponent. The holy soul was sealed in the Hunyuan pearl by Yuan Shi Tianzuan. As for the Fire Spirit clan Quasi-Saint cultivator in the early stage, he was still stiff in the place, and immediately knelt down to beg for mercy. How could he look like a saint? With the death of the Fire Spirit Ancestor, The battle came to an end. The sacred fire of the quasi-Saint Yuan Man was taken away by Dao Tianzuan. The Fantian Seal, Qianquan Tower, Qianquan Flame Blade were taken away. And the 3 quasi-saints, holy souls, and 2 sacred fires were taken away by Lingbao Tianzuan. The remaining quasi-saint also followed the 3 people to the Blue Star family with interest. His heart was full of uneasiness. But it was good to be alive. On the way back, Yuan Shi Tianzuan kept teaching Lingbao Tianzuan. Although Lingbao Tianzuan was a little unconvinced, he didn't dare to say anything. And Dao Tianzuan nodded from time to time, as if to say, Yuan Shi Tianzuan was right. On the way back, the army within the family had been assembled. And the Star Master leading this time was the Fire Spirit Star Master Wang Chuan. This time, he led the army to the Fire Spirit tribe and took over the entire Level 4 family. After discussion, Lingbao Tianzuan was finally allowed to lead the Fire Spirit tribe quasi-saint to follow the army to the Fire Spirit tribe to subdue the other party. He believed that with Lingbao Tianzuan, the hot-tempered quasi-saint, who was extremely powerful, and the other party's enslaved quasi-saint, who was persuading him internally, it should be easy to take down the other party this time. This Fire Spirit tribe quasi-saint was named Fire Whirlwind, and he would stay on the Fire Spirit Star in the future, and let Wang Chuan manage him. When this news came out, many Star Masters were jealous. This is a quasi-saint. How could this unknown Fire Spirit Star Master Wang Chuan get such a good chance? But the Star Masters could do nothing about it. Who made the other party so lucky? The other party's family are all Fire Spirit clan. The same clan as Wang Chuan. The Star Masters knew them before. Although this acquaintance is a bit special, he is really the most suitable candidate. Just like that, the army flew towards somewhere in a mighty manner. This time, Wang Chuan led 1,000 planets, without a single human Star Master, all of which were fused with various races. However, the Fire Spirit clan had nearly 7,000 planets, which was a big difference. Just as the Fire Spirit clan was rushing past in a mighty manner, the Star Master of the Fire Spirit clan felt that 3 quasi-saints had died in his family, and the aura of another quasi-saint had also changed, leaving the Star Seal, and his face was pale. He knew that something big was going to happen this time. He was a little unwilling to be enslaved by the other party, and thought about it again and again, and finally made up his mind. He climbed onto the platform, looked at several familiar old friends, and finally sent a message to the other party. Yuan Shi Tianzuan took the treasure back to the 35th heaven and began to teach his disciples carefully. He then handed the Fantian Seal to a beloved disciple. This is the magic weapon of the Saint Fantian Seal, which has infinite power. I will give it to you. Guang Chengzi was very surprised and stood up and said, Thank you, Master. Well, I have to be in seclusion for a while. I have some insights from this trip. Nanji Xianwang has another job in the heaven. You should take care of the affairs of the sect and urge the junior brothers to practice. Remember, you are not allowed to practice until you reach the Golden Immortal. The battle for luck is not urgent. Do you understand? Guang Chengzi said quickly. Follow the master's instructions. The disciples standing below also stood up quickly. Follow the master's instructions. Yuan Shi Tianzuan nodded and disappeared on the spot. This time, he successfully fought with the quasi-saint. Even though the opponent was a little weak, his strength was equivalent to that of a quasi-saint in the late stage. He also gained some insights during the battle. If everything goes well this time, he will probably be able to advance to the late stage of quasi-saint. Thinking of the still unfathomable Dao Tianzuan, he wondered in his heart. Could his elder brother have already been promoted? Probably not. Right? Dao Tianzuan handed the holy fire he got to Taishang Lao Jun, and then returned to the 33rd heaven, secluded himself. After Lingbao Tianzuan came back, he used special means to refine the holy soul into a stone tablet, and engraved his own insights into the realm and understanding of the quasi-saint on the stone tablet. You know, this is a holy soul. Watching the holy soul can speed up the cultivation speed and increase the chance of understanding the holy way. It is a priceless treasure. If this were to be spread, countless cultivators would be shocked and envied to death. Lingbao Tianzuan risked his life to retrieve the holy soul, and gave it to his disciples just like that, just to give them a chance to become saints. Even if they were quasi-saints, Lingbao Tianzuan could be said to have any flaws, but no one could compare to him in terms of how he treated his disciples and Jeju. Because he had to follow the army to the Fire Spirit clan immediately, he summoned many of his direct disciples, gave them some instructions, and disappeared on the spot. And many of the direct disciples of the Bio Palace began to cultivate immortality around the stone tablet. In the blink of an eye, 500 years later. Chapter 233 Unprecedented Melee. Time flies. Years change. Blue Star Family. Space warships are constantly being mobilized, and a large number of personnel are urgently transporting supplies. Even the Heavenly Court has sent 12 corps of heavenly soldiers and generals, which is a total of 1.2 million heavenly soldiers. The strength of the heavenly soldiers has reached the God transformation stage at the lowest, and the heavenly generals have reached the true immortal realm. Many heavenly soldiers and generals saw the visitor, and said in unison, "Meet Marshal Zhao Well." "Are you ready?" Zhao Gongming asked majestically, while riding a true immortal realm black tiger. "Everything is ready well." "Set off immediately?" Zhao Gongming nodded, and wanted to jump onto a planet. At this time, a voice came from afar, "Brother, be careful." Zhao Gongming looked at the person coming, and a smile appeared on his solemn face. "Don't worry, third sister. I will be back soon." Sanshao looked worried, watching the army set off and fly farther and farther. "Sister, are we going?" "Yes, sister. Isn't it good for us to go with you?" Yuanshao flew towards the family without looking back. Concentrate on cultivation. Otherwise it will only cause trouble. At this time, Sanshao had not yet made a name for himself in Jeju. Although he was also a second-generation disciple and a direct disciple of Lingbao Tianzuan, his realm was only the real fairyland. Zhang Yang sighed as he watched the army set off everywhere and the quasi-saints fighting in the distance. It is said that 500 years ago, after Lingbao Tianzuan killed 3 quasi-saints with his sword, Zhang Yang ordered the Fire Spirit Star Lord Wang Chuan to take 1,000 planets to the Fire Spirit clan to take over. He thought things would go smoothly, but he didn't expect that the other party had already prepared and reached an agreement with another big clan, deciding to join the other party. Swallow up the Blue Star family. Occupy the Blue Star family's private territory, and share the Holy Fire secret. The Fire Spirit clan belongs to the Fire Spirit clan, one of the 5 major elemental families of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. The entire race system is huge. There are many in the galaxy, and some races are quite ancient. Zhu Rongfeng, the Star Lord of the Fire Spirit clan, who had 4 quasi-saints killed, saw that things were not going well, and asked for help from the Yanling clan, an even older Fire Spirit clan. He expressed his willingness to join the Yanling family, and offered the Fire Spirit clan secrets. The only requirement was to destroy the Blue Star family. After investigation, the other party found that Blue Star had just obtained a territory. The family had 9 quasi-saints, but no masters in the saint realm. So he had an idea. If he could swallow the other party, get a private territory, and add the Holy Fire secret, it would be very tempting. The most important thing is that the Blue Star family does not have a saint realm. A family with a saint realm is considered a top-level 4th-level family. And this Fire Spirit clan has a saint realm ancestor. Although he is in seclusion, the entire family has 13 quasi-saint level monks, a large number of golden immortal realm monks, 50,000 3rd-level planets, and more than 20 4th-level main gods. The entire family is much stronger than the Blue Star family. Normally, unless there is a deep hatred between 2 level 4 families with territories, they will not go to war. The impact is too great, and it is difficult to stop. But this time the interests are greater. The Star Master of the Fire Spirit clan is called Yanling. According to the agreement, as long as the Blue Star clan declares war, Zhu Rongfeng is willing to bring his 7,000 planets and the Holy Fire secret to join the Yanling clan. This secret method Yanling saw it, and found it very interesting. Moreover, the opponent's strength is relatively weak, and he has just obtained the territory and has no holy realm, so he can give it a try. In this way, the opponent conspired. What the Blue Star clan thought did not happen. Seeing the Blue Star clan army attacking, the opponent directly declared war on the Blue Star clan. Lingbao Tianzuan was not panicking, because the family had a plan in place and reinforcements could arrive at any time. It was the same operation, allowing a Star Master to be promoted to the main god, and bring his Star Masters to instantly land at a certain coordinate to participate in the battle. Many families did this. On the surface, only Wang Chuan was on the road with 1,000 planets. But in fact, there were countless planets behind. You know, the aura of the star seal and the aura of the family can be hidden. If you don't show it to the outside world, others can't tell it. Some confused young people mistakenly thought it was a third-level family and sent Star Masters to attack. The result was full of routines. Wang Chuan led his Star Lords and approached the Fire Spirit clan. He saw that the Fire Spirit clan took the initiative to declare war on Blue Star. Then, there was a flash of light around, and several fourth-level Star Lords descended in an instant. The other side was obviously prepared. More than a dozen Golden Immortals and 3 Quasi-Saints led countless Fire Spirit clan armies to rush over. Faced with such a sudden attack, Wang Chuan and other Star Lords were stunned in an instant. Fortunately, Ling Bao Tianzuan reacted quickly and informed the family immediately. The Blue Star family also reacted quickly, and several families on standby immediately descended. The two sides launched an unprecedented war. As the planets descended one by one, the heaven, the underworld, Confucianism, and the spirit world quickly landed on the planets. And then many Star Lords descended near Wang Chuan Star Lord. Lan Xing's race is lined with all ethnic groups: dwarfs, blood clan, elves, orcs, dragons, ice and snow clan, and a large number of technology warships. Weapons. The other party is relatively pure, clear, all of which are fire spirit classes. As the saying goes, you sing, we are on the stage. If you come, we also come. And at the beginning of the battle, it is fierce. Blue Star relies on the convenience of technology. In large-scale battles, it is very cheap. In addition, according to Zhang Yang's order, after the death, the weapons use the maximum equivalent anti-substance to bombard the other party's planet. This level of battle is below the true fairyland. At the real fairy level, there are their own way of life. The two sides continued to fight for hundreds of years. All the underworlds of Blue Star were overloaded, and the human monks kept reincarnating, dying, reincarnating, and dying. Other races did not have such good luck, because when they died, they really disappeared completely in the universe. As time went by, both sides suffered heavy casualties. But in terms of the number of deaths, Blue Star had a great advantage. The high-level forces of Blue Star were still a little inferior to the opponent, and many masters went up. The 8 Quasi-Saints, the 5 Elders of the 5 Directions, the Heavenly Court, the high level of the Underworld, and the immortal beasts of the Beast World were all at full firepower. If you want to fight, beat him upside down. Don't think that Blue Star is easy to bully. There is a saying that goes, the soft are afraid of the hard, and the hard are afraid of the poor. The poor are afraid of the arrogant are afraid of the stupid, and the stupid are afraid of the desperate are afraid of the shameless, and the shameless are afraid of the moneyless. Under these layers, Zhang Yang ordered Blue Star to fully display the spirit of ruthlessness, stupidity, recklessness, and shamelessness. When the battle was in progress, a large amount of poison developed by the plague god Shuang was put into the missile. At the moment of the explosion, a stream of gas spread across the fire spirit planet. The opponent had never seen this formation before, and the deaths of the stars on the planet frightened the opponent. As time went on, the war situation gradually stabilized, and everyone was looking for ways to win. After the war started, Zhang Yang gave the fairy beast Xiaobai a task, and the opponent disappeared on the spot. At the same time, the human technology fanatics in the technology world are also working overtime to develop something. The god of plague is also researching intensively. Since the high-end combat power is not good, we have to think of a way. Fighting hard is only the worst option. Chapter 234 Zhang Yang's change of attitude. Zhang Yang watched Xiaobai fly away, thinking about his own development path. Is it really the right one? Has he been a little lazy recently? A little comfortable? Looking at the large amount of resources in the account, but not distributed to the first-level civilization planets of the family. What is going on? What's the use of more resources if it is not converted into strength? It is all castles in the air. Zhang Yang came to the science and technology world, holding the genetic potion developed 100 years ago, and said nothing. In fact, the human race has never stopped exploring its own body. Human scientists have discovered that every cell in the body contains infinite power. Therefore, we have been studying how to improve the strength of the human race from the cell and gene level. After unremitting efforts, the newborn babies of Blue Star can have certain strength. After so many years of research, the strength of the newborn babies of Blue Star can reach the body refining stage. But these babies are all from the main planet of Blue Star, And all the first-level civilization human planets under it do not have this opportunity. According to regulations, after the subordinate planets are promoted to third-level civilizations, they can take the babies to the Blue Star family to inject genetic drugs. In fact, this is also an experiment, and it has not been popularized on a large scale. It can also be regarded as an invisible welfare. Zhang Yang was also afraid of other problems, so he was always cautious. But because of the start of the battle, Zhang Yang's mentality changed. Time is running out, and it is unrealistic to want to take every step as steadily as possible. The final battle has not come, and even if there are problems, it is still in time. Zhang Yang has been too steady and too slow in recent years. After his mentality changed, Zhang Yang decided to popularize genetic engineering and enhance the strength of the entire human race. Zhang Yang injected this genetic potion into the cell nucleus after the planet was born. Since then, newborns have the strength of the refining realm, which can be regarded as a solution to the weakness of the human race at birth. While studying genes, they are also studying genetic mutation engineering, which can be regarded as a means of attack. I imagine that if I encounter a race invasion or an external force invasion one day, can I use this method to attack the other party? After a lot of research, there have been certain experimental results. Zhang Yang ordered Xiaobai to find out where the local nest is and prepare to release this virus. This may be the first virus war in the history of the Milky Way. In order to prevent accidental injuries, scientists on Blue Star are also targeting the characteristics of the Fire Spirit clan that has declared war. The Fire Spirit clan is a creature composed of energy. It has no body at all, only something equivalent to the soul. So after adding many restrictions, it was changed to a soul potion. Xiaobai went to the opponent's lair this time to experiment with this soul potion. Sometimes, the frontal battlefield is not going well, so you have to think of some ways to solve the crisis from the side. Because of the 100 years of fighting, both sides are a little exhausted. So the current frontal battlefield is somewhat stalemate, and the two sides are just against each other. Unlike the previous large-scale battle, basically, they are all small-scale battles, which also play a role in training troops for both sides. In this battle, a large number of talents also emerged. Zhang Yang ordered San Qing to study a special magic weapon called the List of Conferred Gods. When the cultivators above the true immortal level go to battle, they must attach a strand of soul to it. Even if they die in battle, they can be reincarnated and become gods in heaven again with the help of the List of Conferred Gods. It is considered to be a system, and it is precisely because of this that the gods of the Lixing family fight bravely and fearlessly. It is indeed Zhang Yang's many policies that have solved a lot of worries for them. The outside world is fighting desperately, and the inside is also fighting. The ranking competition held every 100 years in the United States is still ongoing. Only 500 years have passed. Due to the external war, the interference of various forces is relatively small, and the strength of the reinforcements sent over has also declined. They are basically cultivators below the Yuanying level. After Zhang Yang opened the genetic engineering technology tree, the strength of all human beings in the entire family increased a lot. Of course, the added abilities are external, which allow humans to refine their skin, bones, and tendons as they age, until they reach the body refining stage. A portion of the perception of cultivation has also been added to the genetic engineering, which can be regarded as a disguised improvement of the human race's natural ability to cultivate. This is a big project, and the internal personnel of the Blue Star family are fully mobilized, and a large number of warships go to the human planet to register gene potions for adults. Human newborns are born with the ability to refine their skin due to genetic changes, and as they age, they can basically reach the body refining stage at the age of 10. Adults are a little different, simple and rough, and after injecting the genetic drug, they directly reach the body refining stage. Of course, it is a little painful. After his change of mindset, Zhang Yang started to spend money like crazy. He distributed a large number of spiritual veins according to the ranking results. Every newly born human planet has a micro-spiritual vein, and Zhang Yang began to spend the balance on the account like crazy. This battle made Zhang Yang realize that the family has been a little slack and comfortable recently. Zhang Yang's thoughts are a little improper, and he is a little farming, which is wrong. Where did the spirit of begging Quark for energy in order to get some resources go? You are in a high position, so you can't lose face? Or do you think you can do it? Zhang Yang questioned his heart again and again, and his thoughts changed. Zhang Yang contacted Jun Su directly, Brother, I won't say anything else. If you need support, I want all the spirit beads and fragments. I will return them to you slowly. Junsu smiled and said, finally you contacted me. Just waiting for you to say something. Junsu transferred all the financial resources he had recently obtained to the Blue Star family. A large amount of material supplies, wonder fragments, spirit beads, and other treasures that can increase the physical and spiritual abilities of the human race were distributed by Zhang Yang. It can be said that the basic strength of the human race has undergone earth-shaking changes. The initial combat power of the planet at birth directly reached 20,000, and it is still constantly improving. That is quite terrifying. The human race reaches the body refining stage at the age of 10, and with a spiritual vein environment, it can be cultivated. The elders of the universe also watched the battle of the human race. The Ji clan was deeply shocked by the soaring fighting power of the human race and the increase in the estimated potential of the race. At the same time, they were also curious about the human race. The three demon gods, Yang Mei Patriarch, Chu Yu, were also deeply shocked. This change was something they had never seen in the deduction process. It seems that under the pressure of the war, this little guy also began to use all means and was no longer cautious. It should have been like this a long time ago. Zhang Yang no longer thought about operating slowly and taking every step steadily. He began to be bold. All energy was burned crazily, and a large amount of spiritual vein substances were distributed. Seeing the wealth decreasing rapidly, Zhang Yang did not stop. What does it matter if there is no energy? As long as the family is there, these things can be obtained at will. If one day the blue star is gone, everything will be meaningless. This is a sudden battle, and Ling Mao Tianzuan cannot be blamed at all, because this battle will happen sooner or later. Such a battle can wake Zhang Yang up. The battle against the Zerg made him win easily, which made him a little proud. The development of the universe has never been about time, and we must seize every minute and every second to climb up. Thinking of the spirit and the momentum when he was in the first, second, and third level civilizations, Zhang Yang felt that he was wrong. If we continue to develop slowly like this, when will Blue Star be able to control the Milky Way? Do we have to be a level 4-star lord for our whole life? All the confidence of the family comes from the people under its control. Now we can improve their strength and increase their chances of survival. It is worth it. If we don't speed up the development, will the demon god save us? What will he do if the universe is gone? Will he fight the alien races by himself? Didn't the Yang Mei Patriarch help him in the hope that the human race can lead all races to stand up, save the demon god, and resolve the crisis? After thinking about all the problems, Zhang Yang's mentality changed. This time, he took out the token and took the initiative to contact the Yang Mei Patriarch, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. It's not shameful to ask for resources. If the family is gone, there will be no people. The token vibrated slightly, and the ancestor Yang Mei in the Universe Elders Council received the notification. The ancestor Yang Mei smiled and said, "It seems that this little guy's mentality has changed. Are you going? Go. I will also go and scold him. He is hesitant like a woman." That's right. Just do it. Chapter 235 The Crying Child Gets the Milk. Zhang Yang appeared in a special space, and after a while, 3 old men suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhang Yang hurriedly said, "I have met the ancestors Yang Mei, Chu and Yu." The other 2 demon gods did not respond, but the ancestors Yang Mei nodded slightly. "Good, what is the important matter that summoned us today?" Zhang Yang bowed slightly, and said in a low mood, "The human race is a relatively special existence in the universe. It was born with the help of many ancestors. It can be said that it came with a special mission. Recently, I have neglected the development of the territory, which has led to the slow growth of the planet. I have made mistakes in my thinking and almost failed the good intentions of the ancestors. Strictly speaking, the 3,000 demon gods are the ancestors of my blue star. Now many ancestors are still suppressed by the 4 evil races and suffer a lot. I should speed up development and go to support them. Today, I hereby declare that I must develop civilization as soon as possible and contribute a little bit of strength to save many ancestral gods. Although my human race has great potential, I regard the return of many demon gods and the maintenance of universe peace as the greatest mission of my family. I will unswervingly and unwaveringly carry out the instructions of my ancestors. However, due to the short birth time and low racial foundation, please give my human race some time. Our human race has overcome many difficulties along the way, and it is inseparable from the care of the ancestors. Now we have a certain scale, with 8 quasi-saints and 1 saint. We specially invite the 3 ancestors to come and give us guidance. Zhang Yang finished speaking, as if he was a little emotional. His voice was a little choked, and then he bowed respectfully to invite him. After these words, the 3 ancestors also felt emotional and sighed. Yes, this is also the human race that they had deduced day and night for countless years. With their hopes and expectations, it has now grown to this state. Looking at the emotional Zhang Yang, the ancestor Yang Mei also said, "Don't act like a child. We have been watching the development of Blue Star. Overall, it has developed well. Blue Star has only developed for a few million years, but it has developed to this point today by relying on its own strength, which has surpassed most races. You can think of maintaining the peace of the universe and guiding the demons back as the primary task, and firmly maintaining the unity of the universe elders as the core idea. We will support our own people." Ancestor Yang Mei looked at the 2 demons and said, "What do you think? Chu, you little kid has been a little slack recently. You don't have the previous drive. I just need to spur you on. Fortunately, you changed your mindset in time and got back on track. But I have to say that you did a good job. You, as a Star Master, you manage billions of lives and have a heavy responsibility. From various signs, it shows that the human race has lived up to our good intentions and deserves to be rewarded." But? Zhang Yang was shocked. He was afraid of buts. As expected. But Blue Star is now at war with the Fire Spirit family. Isn't it a bit unfair to attack at this time? Zhang Yang looked at the 2 ancestors in silence and immediately said, "3 ancestors. The disciple attacked not because of private conflicts, but because..." Zhang Yang told him that the other Star Master sacrificed the souls of the living beings and refined the holy fire, which could quickly break through. The first demon frowned and began to deduce. After a while, he spoke. "This secret method is slightly related to the angels. It will subtly influence the beneficiaries. When the war comes, they will have a natural liking for the angels, and are likely to betray this universe." Zhang Yang was startled, and suddenly thought of Qiu Shui. And then he told Qiu Shui, the subordinate, who had performed the sacrifice method and gained powerful strength. Sure enough, it was the same. There was no abnormality at present, and he himself could not detect it. But when the war came, he might betray Blue Star and stab Blue Star in the back. This kind of slavery contract is effective in this universe, and the other party cannot betray it. But it can still be destroyed by invasion from the outer universe or by using high-end methods. Zhang Yang alone encountered 2 such cases in a short period of time, which is enough to illustrate the seriousness of the problem. Chu said disdainfully, "Humph. These bastards are full of morality and justice, and they use the power of faith to make their creatures become fanatical believers and worship high-level angels for their entire lives." Patriarch Yang Mei nodded. "It is normal for them to have means to each other. We should pay attention to this matter. Let me go and inspect the entire universe to see how many examples there are." Patriarch Yang Mei smiled and said, "You little guy. You are really lucky. Tell me, what kind of reward do you want?" Zhang Yang said a little embarrassedly, "There are no saints on Blue Star, and the top combat power is insufficient. I can't share the worries of many ancestors. I am really ashamed." The first demon god laughed. "You have a big appetite. Strength is cultivated by individuals. External forces are ultimately unreliable. Just like using the method of holy fire to break through the holy realm. It is still much worse than personal cultivation. However, Blue Star can be given 10 places to be promoted to saints, which fully accounts for half of the special places in the Milky Way. There are no restrictions on self-breakthrough. But the cosmic consciousness has given each star system special privileges, which can allow 20 quasi-saints to be promoted to saints. It can be regarded as a list of key attention and special care. The quota is given to you. According to the human race, it is just not a bottleneck. The process from the initial stage of cultivation to perfection ultimately depends on your own cultivation. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Thank you, Ancestor. Thank you, Ancestor. This is awesome. It's really worth the trip." "Ancestor," you asked, "anything else?" Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said, "Blue Star's economy is a bit tight, and the production speed of God source points can't keep up with the consumption speed." You laughed. In their opinion, the divine source point was the simplest thing. He waved his hand, and Zhang Yang saw a long string of zeros in the account, and said quickly, "Thank you, Ancestor." "Thank you, Ancestor." Ancestor Yang Mei asked, "Are there any more?" Zhang Yang shook his head decisively. "No more. No more. 1 more. 2 more. No more 3 more. Only by knowing when to advance, and when to retreat can you go far. Moreover, Patriarch Yang Mei values the human race the most. The other 2 demon gods have given gifts to him. How can he not express his gratitude?" Patriarch Yang Mei laughed and scolded, "You kid. The other 2 ancestors have given you some rewards. How can I not express my gratitude? Let me put it this way. The tea last time was delicious. Right?" Zhang Yang manifested the human race. So he nodded frantically. So fast that he almost took off on the spot. Patriarch Yang Mei threw the golden bag to Zhang Yang. But Zhang Yang did not open it in front of him, but thanked him repeatedly. After the reward, Patriarch Yang Mei said solemnly, "Give you so many rewards. I hope you can let us see the results. The Milky Way has never had a level 5-star lord. Do you understand why?" Zhang Yang thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Because of the human race?" "Yes. Blue Star was born in the Milky Way. And it was also deduced by brothers like me. So naturally we have deep feelings. Time waits for no one. We have to fight for every day. And prestige is earned by ourselves. Do you understand?" Zhang Yang nodded quickly and asked again, "How to deal with his subordinate Xiao Shui Star Lord? Don't be nervous now. Wait for the war to come. And use their tricks against them. The Fire Spirit Clan is the first battle for Blue Star to establish its prestige. Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yang appeared outside the space token, bowed respectfully towards the token, and returned to Blue Star in an instant. Chapter 236 Enlightenment Tea. Enlightenment Stone. After Zhang Yang returned to Blue Star, he slowly opened the golden bag sent by Yang Mei Patriarch. As expected, there were dozens of willow leaves inside, which was called Enlightenment Tea. It was just a little strange that there was also a stone inside. After Zhang Yang sensed it, he immediately understood that it was the Enlightenment Stone. The Enlightenment Stone can give birth to a living being, or it can be placed somewhere to allow people to constantly comprehend and speed up the cultivation speed. It is considered a rare treasure. This reminded Zhang Yang of a famous living being, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. As for the Enlightenment Tea, the effect was different this time. Like last time, the top-level Enlightenment Tea had 5 pieces, which were 5 quasi-saints. The remaining dozens of pieces of Enlightenment Tea can help cultivators achieve enlightenment and break through to the Golden Immortal realm. The Golden Immortal is an absolute top master, and is a top existence in any 4th-level civilization. After all, the quasi-saints are busy cultivating, and want to break through to the Saint realm as soon as possible. If they don't enter the Saint realm, they will always be ants. The Saint realm will not take action easily. Everything in the world has little to do with them, and they don't care about anything, unless the ancestral star is in a life-and-death crisis. They are exploring the realm behind the Saint realm. To be realistic, the Great Tao is what they care about most, followed by the Star Lord and the planetary crisis. The Saints are still bound by the laws of this universe, and have to obey the Star Lord. But what if they are not in this universe? If they are no longer in this universe, the universe contract will be invalid. They can betray or not come back. The Holy Realm is the ceiling of the Star People. If they really break through to the Tao realm, they can communicate with the universe consciousness. The Star Master actually has no big constraints on them. But if the creatures become holy, it has a lot to do with the Star Master. The other party will be grateful, and will not betray easily. After all, if you betray in this universe, you will not betray in another universe? The other side will not trust you either. And you will also exist like cannon fodder. Moreover, in the process of cultivation and growth, you have occupied a lot of resources in this universe, and comprehended the laws of this universe. Betraying the main star is betraying the universe, and will be discriminated by the universe consciousness. After all, you don't care about the main star that gave birth to you, nurtured you, and cultivated you. You have every reason to doubt you. If this universe is in crisis, will you do the same? Zhang Yang heard from the ancestor Yang Mei that there are also saints in this universe, who have betrayed and surrendered to the enemy because they are afraid that this universe will be destroyed, and they will not be able to live forever. So they betrayed the universe and surrendered to the enemy. Zhang Yang thought to himself, if there is a chance, he wants to see if the aliens can rebel. If the aliens rebel, The chances of this universe winning can be increased a lot under the backstab. However, this is all for the future. Zhang Yang's top priority is to end this war as soon as possible, make a name for the Blue Star, and then develop secretly. After digesting all kinds of results, he will start the road to unifying the galaxy and upgrade to the 5th level civilization. The front line is led by the Taoist Master, the first saint on Blue Star. After a successful battle with the Fire Spirit Clan Quasi-Saint, Laozi had some realizations and closed himself off for 500 years. Then he broke through the Saint realm in one move and became the first saint on Blue Star. Even his other two brothers may not know that Taoist Master has broken through to the Saint realm without knowing it. In fact, strictly speaking, there are 2 Saint realms on Blue Star, and Ingjio said by the first demon god. The Saint realm in the open is Ingjio, so the Saint realm on the other side dare not take action. The Saint realm is more shocked. The fight between the 2 Saint realms is too loud. It is not an exaggeration to say that one Saint realm person can destroy a galaxy. Only Saint realm and above can deal with Saint realm. The most urgent task is to let Blue Star give birth to more saints, quasi-saints, and golden immortals. Then convert all resources into strength. Vigorously develop the 1st level planet, and upgrade the 2nd level planet to the 3rd level civilization as soon as possible to expand the family's strength. Develop quietly, and finally shock everyone to establish the reputation of Blue Star. Moreover, we must also go to the alien universe to take a look. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy, you will win every battle. Now we are completely in the dark about the alien races and know nothing. Zhang Yang immediately ordered Yuanshi Tianzuan, Ling Bao Tianzuan, Tathagata Buddha, and Amidba, a total of 4 quasi-saints, to return to the base camp. A few years later, the 4 finally returned to the Blue Star family and looked at the familiar environment with great emotion. The 4 people came to the 36th heaven and saw that there was another person inside, who was the Lord of Heaven, Yingzheng. Looking at Yingzheng, the 4 people bowed their heads slightly. Meet His Majesty the Emperor of Heaven. Fellow Taoists, you are welcome. Thank you for your hard work for the family. You have worked hard. Before they could say a few polite words, Zhang Yang appeared in front of the 5 people. The 5 people said respectfully, "Meet the Father God." Zhang Yang looked at the 5 people in front of him and said, "I summoned you back this time because I have something important for you to do. This important thing is that you have to practice in seclusion. You are not allowed to come out until you break through to the Saint realm." Yingzheng was slightly surprised. "Father God, there is still a war on the front line. The 5 of us are in seclusion, and there are only 4 quasi-saints left in the family on the front line. Isn't the pressure a bit too much?" Ling Bao Tianzuan, "That's right, Father God. The other side is more than a dozen quasi-saints, and it is said that there is also a saint level." Zhang Yang listened to them talking and waved his hands. "Do you know why the other side saint level didn't take action? Including only a few quasi-saints. And they fought against you one by one, and didn't interfere with each other on the front battlefield?" Zhang Yang saw them shaking their heads and continued 2 words. "Strength. The other side has a saint level and more than a dozen quasi-saints. Our quasi-saints are indeed not as good as the other side, but we have 2 saint levels." The saints were shocked too. Ingjio and the others knew that this was a saint level, and they had dealt with him a lot. But the other side also had a special feature. That is, he would not help Lan Xing fight, but only defend. After defending the Blue Star family from attacks by other saint realms, and protecting the Blue Star family from the birth of the saint realm, the other party's mission was also completed. Zhang Yang nodded, "Yes. It is the 2 of them. One is Ingjio, you know, and the other is your senior brother Dao Tianzuan." Several people opened their mouths wide, feeling a little unexpected, but also feeling completely reasonable. If you want to say that the first Blue Star cultivator to break through the Saint realm, no one doubts that it must be Dao Tianzuan. It's just that I didn't expect that the other party would break through the realm so quickly. Over the years, the strength of the quasi-saints has also changed, and they have broken through a little bit. For example, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Ling Bao Tianzuan have broken through to the late stage of quasi-saint. Tathagata Buddha is also in the late stage of quasi-saint, and other quasi-saints have also advanced a little bit. Zhang Yang continued. "During this time, I went to the Universe Elders Council and asked for a few quotas for you. Quotas for promotion to the Holy Realm." When several people heard the news, they all widened their eyes and looked at the Father God in disbelief. There are also quotas for promotion to the Holy Realm. You must cherish everything. The 5 of you should be promoted to the Holy Realm first. Zhang Yang gave the quotas he got to the 5 people in front of him. And with a voice, Holy Realm quotas are taking effect. The 5 people were shocked, and suddenly felt that the bottleneck that had troubled them for many years had actually been realized. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Go quickly. Don't let me down." The 5 people said in unison, "Thank you, Father God. We are willing to die for you." Looking at the 5 quasi-saints who disappeared, Zhang Yang looked at the enlightenment tea and enlightenment stone in his hand and thought deeply. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yang disappeared on the spot. Chapter 237: The Flourishing of the Way of Literature and the Prevalence of Confucianism. The reason why Zhang Yang did not distribute all the quotas was also for the consideration of balance. Each cultivation system can become a saint and bring some changes to the race. Due to negligence in recent years, some cultivation systems have degenerated into minor paths, as if there is only one path to immortality in the world. Whether it is enlightenment tea or the quota of the saint realm, it still depends on personal perception. But as long as the great way is not wrong and the individual is not too stupid, it can be improved a lot. Zhang Yang appeared in a college in the human world. An old man was giving a lecture on the stage, and many disciples below were also listening attentively. Some of these disciples truly love literature, but many others come here to take classes because they have little talent for cultivating immortals, and cannot endure the hardships of martial arts. As the ancients said, poor in literature, rich in martial arts. Although the sun is dazzling, there are always places that it cannot shine. Moreover, the cultivation of immortals requires the 4 core elements of law, love, wealth, and land, none of which can be missing. And ordinary people really can't play it. There is a saying circulating in the 3 realms: the gods are originally mortals, but mortals are afraid of weak hearts. The road to immortal cultivation is full of difficulties. To put it bluntly, even a celestial soldier in the heaven is already the best among tens of millions of cultivators. So even though Blue Star has been promoted to the 4th level civilization, and has a large number of affiliated planets to support it, not every mortal can cultivate to a higher level. But the human race that left Blue Star, even if they are not good at cultivating immortals, are first-class geniuses in other aspects. This is all due to receiving systematic education since childhood, and always finding the path that suits them best. The monks who study literature in Taoism are all determined and hard-working monks. In fact, relying on Confucius's talent, he could have ascended to the immortal world long ago, and it would have been easy to cultivate to the golden immortal realm. But after he was promoted to the great Confucian realm, he suppressed his own realm and stopped promoting. Even many of Confucius' disciples made the same choice. And the reason behind this is thought-provoking. Confucianism and Taoism have many things that Taoism and Buddhism do not have. And it is also the most down-to-earth cultivation system that is closest to mortals. It should be strongly supported. Last time, I got a total of 6 pieces of enlightenment tea. Laozi is the least worried, and 1 piece is enough. The Tathagata Buddha used 2 pieces, and Yingzheng used 3 pieces, and they were all used up. This thing is completely different for different people. No one knows how many laws a living being can comprehend without using it. If you have already comprehended half of it, and it is neither up nor down, there is really no way to stop the loss in time. Social development has always been a first and a last. Let some people rise first, and then lead the vast number of stars. At present, the effect is good. The heaven is in charge of the order of the 3 realms, and the underworld is in charge of the reincarnation of the 3 realms. The Taoists basically ascend to the heavens, and finally enter the heavens and the underworld. The Buddhists basically ascend to the Buddha world. Some enter the heavens. Some enter the underworld to experience and accumulate merits, and more stay in the Buddha world to practice hard. Martial arts is the most difficult and the strongest. In recent years, there are no taboos. I am devoted to martial arts. I can practice Buddhism, immortality, and even Confucianism. Anyway, everything is for the pursuit of self-improvement. After listening to Confucius's lecture, Zhang Yang's mind moved. The space changed, and Confucius suddenly appeared in a pavilion. After seeing Zhang Yang in front of him clearly, he immediately said respectfully, "I have seen the Father God." Zhang Yang smiled and said, "You have complained about me a lot in these years." Seeing that the other party was terrified and wanted to explain, Zhang Yang said directly, "Don't think too much. Confucianism has developed well in recent years. It has made great contributions to enlightening the people and educating the masses of Blue Star. In order to survive, Blue Star must focus on war, whether now or in the future. Only when the rear is stable can the front be victorious in all battles. Let's not talk about the disputes between the various races of the Star people under the family now. In the future, many families will be integrated into Blue Star, and all of this will require the power of Confucianism. The universe is not peaceful now, and the outside universe may invade at any time. So Buddhism must be developed first and have the ability to survive before we can talk about education. Otherwise everything is empty talk. I summon you here today to prepare to create the Confucian world and develop the way of education. In the future, when you integrate into the power of the Blue Star family, the planets under its control will send Confucian disciples to educate. No matter what method you use, you must assimilate and let the Star people under the other party fight for Blue Star spontaneously. The various planets, races, and forces must unite and unswervingly follow the Blue Star family forward. Do you understand? Confucius burst into tears. It turned out that the Father God had not forgotten our Confucianism. After the opening of the Confucian world, the Confucian world nominally obeyed the orders of the Emperor of Heaven. But in fact, it was completely autonomous. I will give the Confucian token. With the Confucian token, the Star Masters of all levels cannot spy on or interfere with the actions of Confucian disciples. The Confucian world only does two things. The first is to educate the people, and the second is to record. Zhang Yang saw that Confucius was a little confused and said, "Education is not difficult to understand. Recording means that in the process of education, all things on the planets and races of the Blue Star family are recorded and kept as a case file, according to the level of things, generally based on the three levels of power on the planet, country, and planet. If there are major things, they must be reported to the Star Master and the Heavenly Court at the same time through the token. The two copies must be at the same time, with the same content and time. Do you understand?" Confucius understood this time. Isn't this the imperial censor, who monitors the world and assists the Heavenly Court in managing the world? But according to what the Father God meant, is it? You are right. The alien races have many means, and may have secret methods to effect the contract between the Star Masters. In order to be on the safe side, we must keep up preparation. Confucianism uses planets as units. Each planet must have at least 2 Confucian disciples. How to arrange the rest? The specific system needs you to arrange it yourself. 1 token and 1 vice token. The primary token is placed in the Confucian world, and the vice token is carried with you. A 2-way filing system is implemented. Once the Star Master forcibly interferes and invades the will of the Confucian disciples, the token will automatically alarm. Once the situation is found to be wrong, it will be reported immediately. It is also the last line of defense. Do you understand? Confucius quickly said yes. The last line of defense. The responsibility is great. Zhang Yang let Confucius drink the quasi-sage level enlightenment tea, and with the help of Confucius, Confucius' realm quickly soared to the golden immortal realm. Even without the enlightenment tea, he could break through to the golden immortal realm. In the golden immortal realm, Confucius continued to comprehend the great way of literature, and smoothly promoted to the quasi-sage realm. Kongqiu was very excited and just wanted to thank him, but heard Zhang Yang say, "The strength of the quasi-sage is not good enough. I will give you another place in the saint realm." As the place took effect, Confucius found that he had more and more insights into the great way, and he could not suppress it at all. Zhang Yang immediately used his supreme means to repeatedly open up a class, and named it Confucian Realm. After the Confucian world was opened up, Zhang Yang brought the other party to the Confucian world. There was also a fairy air floating inside, but it was very empty, and there was nothing. Zhang Yang continued, "Your next task is to break through to the holy realm. Leave the work in your hands to your disciples. I will give you 5 more golden immortals in the Confucian family. You can summon them now." Kongqiu was overjoyed. Now he is in the quasi-saint realm, and the dominance of this world has also been given to him by Zhang Yang. As his mind moved, 5 figures appeared in the Confucian world. Before the 5 people came to their senses, they were pulled over by Kongqiu. "Follow me to see the Father God. The Father God has given this world to the Confucian family, and promoted me to a quasi-saint." Meng Qi, Yin Yuan, Zheng Shen, Zhu Shi, and Wang Mingyang were all overjoyed, happy for Confucianism and for their teacher, and said in unison, "Thank you, Father God." Zhang Yang didn't care about their little tricks, and let them do it. With a wave of his hand, a pot of tea and 5 bowls appeared in the pavilion. Zhang Yang placed 5 pieces of enlightenment tea and poured them one by one. And the excited people trembled all over. What an honor! What a treatment! After they drank it all, the realm they had been suppressing desperately broke through instantly. And soon they were promoted to the golden immortal realm. Zhang Yang didn't repeat what he just said, and let Confucius arrange the rest. Confucius immediately told the 5 people what the Father God had said, and asked them to take charge of the future work of the Confucian community. Educate the people, and not forget their roots. At the same time, he had to secretly complete the second task, which was recording. This work was personally undertaken by his apprentice Yin Yuan, and he had to ensure that nothing went wrong. After arranging all the work, Confucius was going to lead 5 golden immortal realm monks back to Blue Star. Suddenly, he ascended, and there were still many things that had not been dealt with. 2 years later, according to rumors, when Confucius was giving lectures to many sentient beings, he suddenly had some insights. In front of everyone, he ascended in broad daylight, and instantly broke through from the realm of great Confucianism to the realm of quasi-saints. Even the heavenly Tao sent down its will, and the 3 realms opened another realm for the Confucian realm. The Father God specially gave Confucius as the master of the Confucian realm. The 3 realms were shocked. Just 3 days after Confucius ascended, the 5 great sages in the Confucian realm suddenly had an epiphany, and their realm soared to the golden immortal realm, and they ascended to the Confucian realm in broad daylight. The whole world is shocked. In just a few days, the 3 realms have undergone such a big change. So far, the culture and the Confucianism have flourished. Why did Zhang Yang arrange it this way? I was really frightened by the holy fire incident and Xiaoshua's secret magic incident. If the war starts, I will stab you in the back like crazy. So is there any need to fight? Chapter 238 What to do if your subordinates are too strong. As he encountered more and more things, Zhang Yang realized that relying on contracts to restrict the other party can only be temporary, not permanent. The most stable relationship is of course the Star Master of Territory 0786 that Zhang Yang is currently cultivating. This is the ironclad subordinate, because they are given the identity of a human being, and are loyal to Blue Star, are grateful to the ancestral star, are loyal to the ancestral star, and have a sense of belonging. The Star Master has no will, and it is the will memory set for them by the universe elders to let them understand their identity and responsibilities. Zhang Yang just improved his memory, and as time goes by, everything will become accustomed to it. People talk about 7 emotions and 6 desires. They will always do their best for the things they nurture, and the things that give them will, even at the cost of their lives. Some people will give everything for family affection, and some people will give everything for love and friendship. When Zhang Yang implanted memories in them, it corresponded to the Confucian saying, when people are born, their nature is good. Habits are similar, but their natures are different. This sentence is recited by everyone on Blue Star. It means that when people are born, they are all kind and their natures are similar. They will only differ according to the environment they are in after birth. Zhang Yang's move is to make these human star masters like this universe, Blue Star, and the human race from the bottom of their hearts, and want to protect all of this, even if it costs anything. Zhang Yang recalled that in the countless civilization deductions, there was a spirit that relied on a steel-like will to win the great miracle that could not be successful even after countless redeductions. This will is incomprehensible to ordinary people, and it is also incomprehensible to the demon god. This is called defeating the strong with the weak, and it also gives the demon god hope. So when Zhang Yang's will awakened, he was most impressed by this. Another point is that in this universe, the battle is a defensive war. In this universe, the Star Master will not rebel under the protection of the universe contract. Therefore, other 4th level Star Masters don't care about these at all. But Zhang Yang has a strong sense of worry and thinks far ahead. Defense is not the goal. The goal is to save the demon god, to solve the universe crisis, to defend and counterattack. And the best defense is to attack. In addition, if this universe has consciousness, the outer universe must also have it. Is there a countermeasure that can invalidate the power of a certain galaxy contract? The oppressed Star Master will definitely feel resentment under the invasion of foreign enemies and the temptation of foreign races. Will he surrender to the enemy and rebel? All of this must be prevented. So today's arrangement is made. Zhang Yang looked at the remaining 4 pieces of quasi-saint level martial arts tea and 35 pieces of golden immortal level enlightenment tea in his hand, and fell into deep thought. These things are hard to come by, and this thing is too heaven-defying. Zhang Yang has some guesses about his purpose. According to what he knew in his previous life, it is said that the ancestor Yangmei is a hollow cosmic willow tree, and these enlightenment teas are likely to be the leaves of the ancestor Yangmei. So it is not surprising that there is such a powerful effect. After thinking for a while, Zhang Yang made up his mind and came to the first heaven in an instant. The first heaven in the heaven is now called the fairyland. This is where the ascenders live. For example, the 10th heaven is the ceiling of many gods and immortals. They may not be able to touch the 10th heaven in their lifetime, let alone the heaven and other places. There is a place that can be visited twice. That is Jeju. Jeju is located in the 34th heaven. Anyone who wants to join Jeju can join, especially for those cultivators who have reached the true fairyland. As long as they join Jeju, they will be in the true fairyland. When Jeju was founded, Lingbao Tianzuan read the doctrine and claimed that there was no distinction between the teachings. In fact, not many people went to the heaven. Every cultivator who can cultivate to the realm of true immortals is a genius among geniuses, with good character, understanding, and talent. They don't believe that such a ridiculous thing can happen. So they are basically in a wait-and-see state. On the contrary, many immortal beasts and spirit beasts of the spirit race went to learn from the master and became his own children. The rest of them, who surrendered, were basically mortals from the human world. There were many good talents, but their strength was indeed a little lacking, and they had to be cultivated slowly. Then, there were repeated incidents of joining the sect, which made people understand that this was not a joke, and everyone actually had only one chance. If you join the Jia sect and then withdraw, even if you join the Chan sect, the other party will not accept you, and the heavenly court will not accept you either. But with the excellent performance of Jeju disciples in each ranking competition, the treasures in hand, we know that Lingbao Tianzuan is really good to his disciples. This also attracted many true immortals who truly recognized Jeju to join. Zhang Yang came to a place in the fairyland. There was a high mountain with a ban outside. There was a cave on it with the word Overlord written on it. Simple and rough. After Xiang Yu ascended to the fairyland, he practiced hard and devoted himself to martial arts. This reminded Zhang Yang of a word, martial arts idiot. Zhang Yang walked to the door of the cave. Xiang Yu, who was inside, had some insights. He quickly opened the cave door and said in surprise when he saw the visitor, "I have seen the Father God. No need to be polite. How is your martial arts going?" Alas, Father God doesn't know. Since I deduced the martial arts, I have been under great pressure. I dare not relax at any time. If I am defeated by the later generations, what kind of overlord am I? But in recent years, it seems that I have fallen into a dead circle. The more I think about it, the slower I practice. It's a mess. I don't dare to see my old friends anymore. And the martial arts has only been deduced to the Xiantian realm. I really have no idea how to practice the later avenues. It's difficult. 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 Zhang Yang listened quietly, nodded from time to time, put a piece of quasi-saint tea leaves into the pot, and poured a cup of tea on the table. As Xiang Yu talked, he drank the tea, felt a little sleepy, and fell asleep. Xiang Yu felt like he had a dream. He dreamed that he was reincarnated as a general, fought with his good brother Liu Bang, and was forced to commit suicide in Wujiang River. He also dreamed that he was a soldier, practicing the most basic body refining skills in the barracks. He dreamed that he was a martial arts genius, constantly practicing martial arts, and growing into a generation of genius. He thought about martial arts in his mind, and some methods he wanted to try but didn't dare to try. And he did it through different identities in his dreams. As more and more ideas in his mind were verified, his own realm was also slowly improving, until all the ideas in his mind were verified. The realm had broken through to the quasi-saint realm. He gave Xiang Yu another saint realm quota, which was equal treatment, and supported his martial arts path. After letting the 5 golden immortals arrange their own positions, Zhang Yang disappeared. There were still 3 quasi-saint positions left, and one of them was intended for Guguzi, who was free and easy. He was considered the most legendary and mysterious creature on Blue Star. Some people said that they had seen him in the fairy world, claiming that he was from the Gigu school. Some people said that they had seen him in the human world, in the underworld, and even in the first level civilization. There were many different opinions about his strength. Moreover, these disciples never revealed their master before they became famous. Only when they were successful, or had a certain status, would they take the initiative to speak out and shock the world. When John Yang found Guguzi, the old man was hiding on the first-level human planet as a fortune teller. It's true that they have cultivated many geniuses for Blue Star in these years. The old man refused a cup of tea, saying that he was about to break through to the quasi-saint realm. So he didn't waste such a precious thing, and left it to someone who could help him. Guguzi accepted the sainthood quota very quickly, which laid the foundation for his sainthood. Zhang Yang originally planned to give 1 to Guguzi, and 2 to the human race. Guguzi didn't accept it, so he gave all 3 to the sage. But at this time, the 5 sages broke through the bottleneck at the same time and broke through to the quasi-saint realm. Yes! Saved again! Zhang Yang couldn't help but sighed. What should I do if my subordinates are too strong? Chapter 239 Development. Zhang Yang looked at the 3 remaining quasi-saint level quotas and 3 saint level quotas in his hand, thought about it, and decided to leave 1 for the spirit world. In the fight against the demon race, the spirit world will be the main vanguard, and it must develop comprehensively in multiple dimensions and levels. Both sides are spirits, that is, creatures born from beasts, plants, and spirits with intelligence and can cultivate independently. Perhaps the only difference is that the cosmic aura on their bodies is different, and the names are different. That side is called a demon, and this side is called a spirit beast. That's all. In fact, the strength of the spirit world has changed a lot in recent years. But spirit beasts rarely like to transform into human forms or travel to various realms. They all stay in the spirit world to cultivate honestly. Compared with other races of creatures, their desires are really pitifully low. You can even believe that the spirit beasts in the spirit world have everything from TVs, refrigerators, sofas, and beds. Even when they are practicing, they are covered with furry animal skin blankets. They are also very particular about food. They have long gone beyond the stage of eating fur and drinking blood as people imagine. Their life is quite refined. As for those who are still fighting and fighting for territory, they are all crude beasts. Zhang Yang did not give out the quota, but waited for Xiaobai to come back. It was called back on the way. Zhang Yang looked into the distance, as if he could see the demon clan, and then looked at a strange stone in his hand and sighed. It is necessary to lay out the layout as soon as possible. The 36th heaven. Xiaobai handed the reagent to Zhang Yang and asked with a puzzled look on his face, Father God, are you not going to implement the Plague Pig plan? No. Let's use it to deal with the aliens. If you want to reach the top, you have to show some real skills. By the way, there are 2 important things for calling you back. The first is that you have to advance to the quasi-saint realm and then stay in seclusion until you enter the saint realm. Don't worry. I have my own way, and will give you 5 more golden immortal realm places. The second thing is, Zhang Yang ignored Xiaobai's surprised expression and continued, just remember this matter, and don't tell anyone. After Zhang Yang finished speaking, he instantly came to the bottom of an ancient tree that reached the sky. Sensing the Father God coming, the leaves shook, and a surprised voice came, Father God, are you here to play with me? Zhang Yang smiled and nodded. Xiaoji, is this useful to you? After Zhang Yang finished speaking, 2 leaves appeared in his hand, 1 quasi-saint level, and 1 golden fairy level. Xiaoji appeared in Zhang Yang's palm in a flash, transformed into a human-shaped lowly, with eyes wide open, looking at Zhang Yang in disbelief and said, This, really, can you give it to me? Zhang Yang reached out and touched Xiaoji's hair, and said with a smile, Of course. This thing should be the best treasure for plant creatures. Xiaoji quickly swallowed the 2 leaves, then burped and yawned several times, as if he was so sleepy that he couldn't open his eyes. This is the rhythm of evolution again. The current world tree is already considered the iconic plant of the Blue Star family. Combined with the secret records of Confucian disciples, it is considered a multiple insurance. You have to be cautious. After a period of lurking, you will start to upgrade to the 5th level. After the 5th level, it is also considered to be officially on the list of key attention in the alien universe. But it will not be peaceful. The alien races now have seen a few angels, and a small-scale insect invasion. The demons have never seen it, and the monsters are the same. But the ancestor Yang may once explain to him that the demons are insidious and vicious, and will not take action easily. They will not attack without certainty, and without absolute benefits. The Angel tribe and the Zerd tribe are the most difficult to deal with. Not only because of their numbers, but also because of their mind-polluting abilities, command abilities, and fearlessness of death. The demon race is essentially animals that have been cultivated into spirits. They are not so hostile to the universe. They are just following the speculation and taking advantage of the situation. After getting the Enlightenment Stone, Zhang Yang had an idea in his mind, starting with the demon race. After Zhang Yang made up his mind, he looked at Xiaoji again. Its strength is not weak. This world tree has been absorbing the spiritual energy and immortal energy of the Blue Star family, and has been evolving. Don't underestimate this. The original body of Yang Mei Patriarch is just a tree. Another Saint Realm quota was given to the world tree. As for this last Quasi-Saint T, the Saint Realm quota was temporarily reserved. Zhang Yang looked at the remaining golden immortal level quotas in his hand. There were still 25 pieces left. Ying Zheng is in seclusion to cultivate, and it is his clone who is currently in charge of the work of the Heavenly Court. 20 pieces were handed over to Ying Zheng in the Heavenly Court, and he was told to give a few pieces to the underworld, and to keep the rest for rewarding the gods. After receiving the order, Ying Zheng's clone immediately summoned Ho Tun Yang, one of the 6 imperial gods, who is the nominal supreme leader of the underworld. He remembered that the Father God had told him to give a few pieces to the underworld, but he didn't say the specifics. After thinking about it, he finally gave 6 pieces. The underworld nominally obeys the command of the Heavenly Court, but in fact it is completely autonomous. Ordinary mortals and gods really can't interfere in the affairs of the underworld. They even have to use their relationships for their own non-competitive descendants. The Heavenly Court doesn't care either. It's good for everyone to do their job, and it's good for both parties to take care of their own stalls. In the following time, Ying Zheng used the 9 pieces to promote some gods in the heaven with outstanding military achievements. These gods included 4 from Jiejia and Guanjia, and 1 from Buddhism. He also called Bai Qi, who had been following him from the human world. Looking at Bai Qi, who was respectful, Ying Zheng knew that he could never go back to the days when they were in the military academy together. After Ying Zheng became the Emperor of Heaven, his every move had a far-reaching impact, and his divinity was far greater than his humanity. The heaven is fair, and the Emperor is fair. The best person among those brought by Ying Zheng was Bai Qi, who, with the help of the power of the White Tiger, became one of the 4 spirits and reached the realm of Xianxian. The others really didn't make it, and they would only get worse. Everyone gathered together for warmth. There were too many Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Jiejia, Changjie, Mahayana, and Hinayana forces, all wanting to run to the Heavenly Palace. But there were only these positions in the Heavenly Palace. Everyone knew that Ying Zheng had closed his eyes, and was preparing to break through the Saint Realm. This was not a secret in the Heavenly Palace. According to the behavior of many big guys, this was done by the clone. It is well known that the clone is not the original body, right? So Ying Zheng's clone took this opportunity to help them, handed a piece of enlightenment tea to Bai Qi, and told him the effect. Bai Qi trembled, suppressed his emotions, thanked His Majesty, and turned away. He also summoned Zhang Han, who was once the #1 sword fairy in the human world. This is a talent, and it would be a pity if he did not join the Heavenly Palace. The other party was also restrained. He was still in the early stage of Xianxian, and his progress was not slow. Basically, he answered whatever Ying Zheng asked, and there was nothing to talk about. Ying Zheng suddenly remembered something and asked, "Are you willing to join the Heavenly Court?" Zhang Han answered without hesitation, "I am willing." Ying Zheng directly appointed him as the Heavenly Court Curtain General, and regarded him as his personal guard. Go down. Yes. The Curtain General was considered Ying Zheng's personal guard, and was of the 5th rank, the same level as the 4 marshals, which was not low. Things are unpredictable. Zhang Han was once the first batch of people selected from Ying Zheng's personal guards, who were suitable for cultivating spiritual energy. Now he is back to Ying Zheng's side. Of the remaining 3 pieces, 1 was given to Ying Lingxiang, his daughter, and 1 to Ying Lu, his younger brother. After thinking for a moment, he gave the last piece to Tai Bai Jinxing, his secretary. Zhang Yang didn't care how they distributed it, as long as he could use it in the Blue Star family. Why keep a large number of divine source points from the ancestors? They must be consumed. The land in the heavens was upgraded to the top fairy land, and the space at all latitudes in the heavens would benefit. The land in the earth was upgraded to the primary fairy land. The land in the human world was upgraded to the top spiritual land. After Zhang Yang upgraded the land, he returned to the territory. The background of the territory was changed. And when each first-level planet of the human race was born, the human race had two spiritual veins. When you advance to the second level of civilization, you will have to make a decision whether to go the technology route, the cultivation route, or both. If you cultivate both at the same time, you may not be good at either. Technology is an important force to deal with the Zerg. Depending on the choices made by the Star Master, you will receive different support policies and family help. Chapter 240 10,000 years. Spring goes and autumn comes. 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The ranking competition is held every 100 years. And before we knew it, 50 sessions have been held. 50 consecutive ranking conferences let people know that time flies so fast. Some Star Masters have never failed in the ranking competition. With more and more victories, the rewards they receive each time are getting richer and richer. With their own efforts and the help of the forces behind them, they were soon promoted to the second-level Star Master. And more gods also spread their names throughout the Blue Star family through this method. Gods also need fame and incense, which is human nature. This let all the first-level human race know that there are so many gods in heaven, so many bodhisattvas in Buddhism, and there are also the underworld, reincarnation, etc. And each god has different jurisdictions. Worshipping the god of wealth can make you rich. Worshipping the bodhisattva can give birth to a son. And there are also gods who protect your safety and health, etc. Many first-level human star citizens began to build temples for the gods, gilded their bodies, and incense began to flourish. This is such a huge power of living beings. Through incense, the speed of cultivation of some gods has increased by dozens of times. After seeing the benefits, everyone showed their abilities, and each game attracted countless creatures to watch. The gods and immortals still have to be decent, and they are very restrained in their actions. Basically, they fight with wisdom rather than courage. Immortals and gods are forbidden to harm low-level civilizations. Otherwise they will violate the heavenly law. Not only will they not get any benefits, but they will also get into trouble. It can be said that each takes what he likes. High-level civilizations want the power of incense, merit, and luck from low-level civilizations. Low-level civilizations want real benefits, as long as they get energy points and materials. Anyway, the whole Blue Star family will benefit in the end. The rewards obtained by the first-level Star Master will force you to upgrade as the number of victories increases. This time is completely different from Zhang Yang's development period. Now you are born with 2 micro-spiritual veins, and there are ready-made technology trees lit up, as well as support from forces and official rewards. When the wind comes, even pigs can fly to the sky. Marshal Tianpeng in the Heavenly Palace sneezed, arched his nose, and continued his patrol. Ahem. When you become a second-level Star Master, you can understand more things. Only the third-level Star Master is qualified to fly out of the novice village and expand the territory for the family. It is said that the family is fighting with other families and is secretly at a disadvantage. This makes some second-level human Star Masters with innocent hearts very anxious and are working hard to develop. As time goes by, some second-level human Star Masters are promoted to third-level human Star Masters. After the promotion, they are not directly sent to the front line to fight, but follow the third-level Star Master to learn, which is called internship in short. When they were promoted to level 3 Star Lords, they received a seed, which was also a reward for their promotion to level 3 civilization. The World Tree Seed. The third-level planet of the Blue Star family must have a World Tree. This World Tree can help the Star Master answer some questions, convey some messages, purify spiritual energy, purify immortal veins, and produce some immortal fruits. The effect of the fruit produced is different according to the cultivation level of each Star Master. In short, this is the standard configuration. Without a World Tree, it is impossible to upgrade to a third-level civilization. Xiaoji just woke up after sleeping for a full 5,000 years. During these 5,000 years, the internal development of Blue Star was smooth and everything was fine. A large number of second-level Star Masters of various races were promoted to third-level Star Masters, and were sent to the banners of major predecessors to form a fourth-level family to guard the family. There are currently 25 level 4 Star Lords in the Blue Star family, which is enough to prove the development results during this period. But this is far from enough. Zhang Yang is very clear that the reason why so many level 4 star lords were promoted during this period is largely because a large number of level 2 star lords were accumulated before. And basically no one cared about them. And they were all playing the farming style. After the KPI examination, people were constantly sent to various planets for guidance. If you don't understand, just ask Xiaoji. Maybe the road to becoming a saint is really not that easy. Until now, no one has broken through to the saint realm. However, it can be seen that the realm has been improved a little bit. Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Tathagata Buddha, and Lingbao Tianzuan have reached the perfection of quasi-saints and are ready to go. Others are also moving forward steadily. As long as they practice with peace of mind, everything will come naturally. Those who are chosen with great perseverance know better than anyone how to go. At this moment, Zhang Yang's mind moved and he appeared in the spirit world. Unexpectedly, the latecomer is ahead. Maybe what Xiaobai lacks is opportunity. In terms of talent and perception, she is no worse than anyone else. Xiaobai turned into a human form, wearing a white dress like a light gauze. Her face is beautiful and elegant, and her expression is cold. It is impossible to tell whether she is happy or sad. When Xiaobai saw Zhang Yang coming, she smiled and whispered, "Which one am I to break through?" "The second one. The first one is the Lord of Morality." "Yeah, that's not surprising." Ha ha ha. Zhang Yang looked at Xiaobai's silver bell-like smile and smiled too. It was estimated that only Zhang Yang came. She would be like this. Zhang Yang asked, "Have the 5 quotas been distributed?" "Yes. They were given to Yingwang, Phoenix, Qilin, Nine-tailed Fox, and Tao Ai, all of whom are family heads. The 4 sacred beasts have already reached the golden immortal realm, and the others are either of poor character or alone." Xiaobai couldn't help asking, "Is the plan ready to be implemented?" Zhang Yang nodded and disappeared on the spot. In these 5,000 years, countless talented disciples emerged in Jiejiao, Guanju, and Buddhism. And some direct disciples also began to travel around to recruit disciples. And each sect began to have 3rd generation and 4th generation disciples. The internal development was rapid, but the external fighting had been in a stalemate. The Blue Star family's masters emerged in large numbers, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. The Blue Star family did not directly send a large army to attack the Fire Spirit clan, but still fought a small battle every 3 years and a large battle every 10 years. The 4th level families that were divided out also came here, but the other side did not send new ones. And the stalemate continued. The surrounding forces were stunned. I wonder what they were thinking about the 2 families falling in love. "Brother, are you 2 kidding?" Zhang Yang didn't know what the other party was waiting for. He was waiting for these people to be promoted to the saint level, and then start sweeping the Milky Way, and at the same time implement the Great Trouble in Heavenly Palace plan. As for the other party, it is still in a dilemma. The other party has 2 saints, and I can't beat them with just 1 saint. Fight or not? What will happen if I don't fight now? Will the other party think that I am scared and send more troops to press on? Should I fight or not? So, 5,000 years later. Chapter 241. Everything is ready. After Xiaobai broke through to the Saint Realm. Another 300 years later, Yuan Shi Tianzuan broke through to the Saint Realm. A powerful force erupted from the Yushu Palace and disappeared in an instant. Many disciples in seclusion knew that this was the master becoming a saint. The disciples of the Guanju ran around to tell each other, gathered outside the Yushu Palace, and saw Yuan Shi Tianzuan coming out of seclusion, and shouted in unison, "Welcome master to come out of seclusion." Yuan Shi Tianzuan looked at the many disciples and nodded with satisfaction. The 12 disciples also became the early stage of Daoyuo Jingxian. With his strength in the saint realm, he was able to see the cause and effect. The disciples stood in clear positions. Although there were not many people, they were all elites. The so-called Holy Realm is not involved in cause and effect. In fact, the Holy Realm can see the cause and effect line of every living being. And if the cause and effect line of the Holy Realm is cut off, it will naturally have no effect. For example, a disciple of the Chan sect killed a disciple of the Jia sect due to a chance fight. And the master of the other sect wanted to take revenge and found his master. And the master found his direct disciple. And the direct disciple cried and asked Lingbao Tianzuan to come over. And Lingbao Tianzuan killed him. This is a cause and effect line. And this cause and effect line will also build bridges with countless possible events and characters. And finally weave into a big network. This is just an example. In fact, When you reach the Holy Realm, you don't have time to care about such trivial matters. You are all studying the Great Way, and the disciples can help you with everything. Moreover, you have already reached the top. Everything in the world is just a passing fancy. The only way is to keep moving forward, maintain the Holy Realm, and live forever. When you reach the Holy Realm, you basically know some of the mysteries of the universe. When you are promoted to the Holy Realm, you have a little communication with the consciousness of the universe and know the crisis of the universe. To put it bluntly, if you are allowed to be promoted to the Holy Realm, you have to contribute to the universe. Otherwise the universe will be destroyed and everyone will be doomed. Unless you surrender to the enemy, no one will choose it as long as there is a glimmer of hope. The difference between the holy level and the quasi-holy level is huge. Yuan Tianzuan said, without exaggeration, that he could beat dozens of himself who had not broken through. No wonder people say that if you don't reach the saint level, you will always be an ant. Yuan Tianzuan began to close the mountain gate, and began to preach, instruct, and refine magic weapons for the many disciples of the Chanju. 1,000 years later, Tathagata Buddha, Lingbao Tianzuan, broke through the saint level. In the following years, the remaining saints broke through to the saint realm, until the last one, and the last saint realm quota winner Ho Tu Nyang Nyang, broke through to the saint level, so that Blue Star had 12 saints. Zhang Yang saw Ho Tu break through and smiled. And finally everything was ready. Zhang Yang did not delay the last quota for too long. After Yuan Tianzuan broke through, Zhang Yang gave the quota to the 5 saints of the human race. But there is only one spot for the saint realm. But there are 5 quasi-saints, namely Fire Ancestor Swearin, Fushi, Nvo, Shenong, and Emperor Huangdi. The 5 people have formed a whole, and it is not good to give the spot to anyone. Finally, after discussion, the 5 people decided to give it to Nvo. But Nvo didn't want it either, and didn't want to be special. Finally, she proposed a plan. Zhang Yang also accepted it, and felt that what the other party said made sense. That is the former incarnation of Nvo. Ho Tu. The 5 saints all have incarnations outside, and they are also first-class officials in the heavenly court. But incarnations like them have independent personalities, without the distinction of the original body, and are completely 2 living beings, just like the 3 pure ones. They are 3 living beings, but they all know what is going on with each other. And everyone knows that there are 3 brothers, and they have a very good relationship, even if there are some conflicts. It is because of different ideas. When it comes to the critical moment, you still have to take action. So Nwu and Huta also have this kind of relationship. When Huta was in heaven, she was in charge of the underworld, and one of the 6 emperors. Nwu suggested that the last Holy Realm quota be given to Hutu, and let Huta stay in the underworld. They know that the Blue Star family's hegemony plan must leave a Holy Realm to guard the home. The underworld is related to the foundation of the human race. As long as the underworld can reincarnate normally, the human race will continue to thrive. Zhang Yang thought about it, and it made sense. For him, it didn't matter who he gave it to. This is really a reasonable candidate. So Zhang Yang called Huta over and gave her the last Holy Realm quota. And the requirement was to stay in the underworld forever. That is to say, except for extremely special circumstances, Ho Tu can only stay in the underworld and accompany the underworld for the rest of her life. Ho Tu agreed without any hesitation. She couldn't bear to see the suffering of living beings. She was willing to help these souls regain their new life. As Ho Tu broke through to the Holy Realm, guarding the underworld was also a way to monitor the people. The underworld not only controls reincarnation, but also has some extremely developed intelligence networks. It is the 3rd line of defense besides the recorder of the Confucian world. The world Tree Xiaoji. There are 12 saints on Blue Star. No, 13 saints. For some reason, Ingjiu has never left. Zhang Yang actually asked. And the other party's answer was also very simple. There is no transfer order. So it depends on this. But just like before, he only defended, and he would take action if there was an invasion of the Blue Star family. Everything is ready. There is no need for the east wind to blow, because the punches come from the east, and every punch brings the wind. Zhang Yang once again summoned all the star masters above level 3 to go to the 36th heaven of the heaven. Required all members to participate. All the saints, quasi-saints, and golden immortals participated. Everyone realized that the family was going to make a big move. No one was afraid. Instead, They were excited. A true warmonger. Hey, Brother Altian. Hey, Brother Yefan. TSK. Brother Ritian. Dozens of human level 3-star masters saw these three coming and immediately gathered around. These are all celebrities on the human planet. And they are also the three most powerful star masters. They have a good relationship with each other. As the saying goes, you don't know each other until you fight. When they passed the ranking competition, they were all well-known top star masters. After being promoted to the 3rd level civilization, they have not been on the battlefield and are still in the internship stage. The 3rd level star masters, who led them, were also very attentive. They all knew that this was the direct line of the main god, and would definitely rule a region in the future. The three were bragging and talking nonsense. But they saw a star master with a bull head and a human body. Their faces changed, and they immediately laughed. Hee hee. Brother Hua. Sit down. He pressed his shoulders and tapped his legs. And Yifan even gave him some melon seeds. Quark said in a buzzing voice, keep bragging. It's very loud. According to the human race. What are you bragging about? Several people were embarrassed. You dare to say it. But we don't dare. And neither do you. Quark treated them very well. After they were promoted to the 2nd level Star Master, he gave them a lot of help. Whether it was material or some theoretical guidance, it was of great help to them. And everyone knows this person's background. It is said that the Lord God grew up in the galaxy under his jurisdiction. He gave the Lord God a lot of help in the middle. And it can be said that he watched the human race grow up. Now he is responsible for the promotion of the entire family to the 4th level family distribution work. And has great power. Quark told Yifan that he was deeply touched by seeing Yifan's planet grow so fast. And felt the difficulty of the Lord God at that time. So he wanted to take good care of these brats for the Lord God. When Yifan heard this, he actually wanted to retort that I can also become a woman. No need to wear women's clothes. No need to have surgery. Just change it directly. However, he didn't dare. Chapter 242 Roll Call. Stone. The 36th heaven is now very lively. Many star masters and creatures who came to participate in the conference have transformed into human forms. This is the minimum respect for the Lord God. Blue Star does not have this rule. But everyone knows it. Other star masters may occasionally change their forms. But Zhang Yang always looks the same. That is, the human race. The human race, a brand new race in the universe, has developed faster and faster in recent years, which can be described as earth-shaking. The earliest affiliated planets that joined Blue Star have promoted 35 people, together with the captured 4th level star masters. Blue Star has a total of 43 4th level main gods. The history of the Blue Star family has not yet reached 3 million years, which can be called a living miracle in the universe. Since this miraculous race was created by Zhang Yang, it has burst out huge energy step by step, shocking countless races. Now, a saying is circulated in the Blue Star family. Blue Star is good at creating miracles. The human race is good at creating miracles. The 36th heaven is full of people. And at a glance, there are nearly 100,000 creatures on the scene. There are cushions on the ground, corresponding to the total number of people who come out today. And each creature can find his own position. Quark saw that the number of people was almost there. So he walked from the back to the front. And the originally lively scene suddenly stopped. Under the gaze of nearly 100,000 top creatures of the Blue Star family, he slowly walked to the front. Because meetings are often held here, there is a cushion at the front that is different from everyone else's. That is, the front. The center point. Of course, Quark didn't dare to sit down. He was the most special one in the scene. And he had the image of a bull's head and a human body. Long Alkian once asked Quark how he did it. So handsome. Quark just smiled faintly. Special approval from the Star Lord. In fact, he asked Zhang Yang privately that he wanted to transform into a human form and follow the crowd. Otherwise it would be a bit out of place. Zhang Yang said, leave me some memories. I'm afraid that I will develop too fast and forget the past. Everyone looked at Quark standing in the front, expecting him to reveal something. Quark seemed to know what they were thinking, and said directly in a buzzing voice, stop. I know what you are thinking. I don't know anything. I just came forward to preside over the meeting. What are you thinking? You are all human. A bunch of people. And I am the only Minotaur. Quark listened to the laughter below and counted the names. Well, everyone is here. He walked to the side, waiting for something. Seeing him walk to the side, The scene began to become quiet. After a while, a figure appeared in the front. It was the protagonist of today, the founder of the Blue Star family, the creator god of the human race, Lord Zhang Yang. Seeing Zhang Yang appear, many creatures sitting below stood up at the same time. Some human planet masters, who had never seen Zhang Yang, were very excited. Everyone applauded at the same time, and the enthusiastic applause resounded through the sky. After a minute, everyone shouted in unison, "Hello, Chief!" At this time, Quark looked at Zhang Yang with a solemn expression and said loudly, "Report to the clan leader. The clan should have 99,768 people, and the actual number is 99,768. Please give instructions." Zhang Yang slowly flew higher, suspended in the air, so that everyone could see him, and smiled, "Hello everyone." There was warm applause from below. Zhang Yang saw that everyone was looking at him, turned his head slightly, and looked at Quark beside him, and said, "There are many new faces. It seems that the work is done well." Quark smiled bitterly, and there were bursts of laughter from below. Zhang Yang went straight to the point. "Every time a meeting is held, it is because the clan has made a major decision. So it will be like this. And this time is no exception. I still remember that at the last meeting, the family had less than 20,000 Star Masters. But now it has reached nearly 100,000. Some people will say that there are more than 100 creatures on the scene, and they are not Star Masters. That's totally wrong. A golden immortal can destroy a planet, not to mention the quasi-saints and saints. Although everyone has long been indifferent to honor and disgrace, they are still in an uproar. What? The family has a saint. Oh my goodness! More than 100 cultivators above the golden immortal level? Which one is a saint? Isn't who the golden spirit saint mother is? Is she also a golden immortal? I went there. I saw a few cultivators behind Yuan Shi Tianzuan. They were quite friendly. I didn't expect them to be golden immortals. Tai Bai Jinxing is also a golden immortal. Zhang Yang was not surprised to hear the discussion below. After all, they had only seen a few quasi-saints and golden immortals fight against the Fire Spirit clan. In the ranking competition, we can only know the background of the visitors, but we don't know the realm of the other party, who would report the realm directly. After a while, Zhang Yang smiled and said, "It seems that everyone is a little unfamiliar. It's not good for one's family not to recognize one's own family. How about this? Let everyone get to know each other. Golden immortals, come forward." As Zhang Yang said this, more than 70 golden immortal level cultivators stood up from the cushions and slowly flew into the air and stood behind Zhang Yang. But no one dared to speak. Zhang Yang smiled and said, "Everyone is a little shy. Where is Tai Bai Jinxing?" Tai Bai Jinxing walked out of the golden immortal team, and immediately came to Zhang Yang and said, "Little immortal is here." "Little immortal? Ha ha." Tai Bai Jinxing smiled awkwardly. "Isn't this what little immortal is used to?" Suddenly I thought, I seem to have come to the wrong team. I'm still a little uncomfortable with suddenly becoming a quasi-saint. "Call me little saint." Zhang Yang stepped aside and said, "Introduce yourself to everyone. Start with you." After receiving the order, Tai Bai Jinxing immediately said yes, and then slowly said, "Tai Bai Jinxing. Heaven. Quasi-saint realm," including the more than 70 golden immortals standing in the front. All the creatures present, without any prior agreement, burst out with one sentence. "Shit! Just now." Xiao Gongming, who was just chatting with Tai Bai Jinxing, opened his mouth wide. Tai Bai Jinxing was also startled. "What's going on? I became a quasi-saint. Is it so strange?" Tai Bai Jinxing was still very polite, and immediately appeared on the far left, because Xiao Gongming was on the left, and he had a good relationship with him. So he quietly sent him a message. Tai Bai Jinxing held a whisk and flicked it lightly, and said seriously, "Zhao Gongming." After Xiao Gongming heard it, he didn't say anything, but took 3 steps forward and stood in front of everyone. Tai Bai Jinxing shouted loudly, "Xiao Gongming. Jiejio. Golden Fairyland." As Tai Bai Jinxing finished reciting, the other party bowed and returned to sit on the cushion. His hands were still shaking slightly, and he became famous. He became famous in the whole family, and all the Star Masters remembered him, which was equivalent to the millions of creatures in the Blue Star family remembering him. This was not embarrassing, but strength. Then the second, third, and fourth took 3 steps forward. Tai Bai Jinxing shouted, "Yu Xiao, Xiongqiu, Bixio, Jiejio, Jingxianjing." The three of them bowed and sat down below. Yu Xiao, who had the best character, also had a slight tremor in his fingers. This is fame and fortune, and there are too many things behind it. Duo Bao, Jiejio, Jingxianjing, Jinling, Jiejio, Jingxianjing. As Tai Bai Jingxing read out the names one by one, countless star masters realized that Jiejio was so powerful. Guangchengzi, Guanju, Jingxianjing, Tai, Guanju, Jingxianjing, Yuding, Guanju, Jingxianjing. It's long to write, but it's fast to say. With the appearance of each creature, we can get to know the top bosses of Blue Star. Apart from other things, Guguzi has appeared after becoming a saint, which is enough to explain the problem. Who doesn't want to be famous all over the world? Who doesn't want to leave a name for eternity? But we only see the 12 saints. What about the 13th? Even the famous Guguzi has appeared, but the other party has not shown up. But Zhang Yang didn't say it, and they didn't dare to ask. The last one is of course Xiuji. No one could have thought that a tree could become a saint. The 13 saints of Blue Star, Sanqing, Tathagata, Amitabha, Confucius, Ingzheng, Xiangyu, Guguzi, Xiaobai, Xiaoji, Hutu, and Ningjiu. After everyone finished introducing themselves, Zhang Yang started to speak. Everyone, sit down. It's time to talk business. Looking at everyone sitting on the futon, Zhang Yang continued. What excellent star masters. I really want you all to be promoted to level 4 main gods. Looking at the eager eyes of many star masters, and those who have just joined the family, he changed the subject. But unfortunately, the territory is limited. There was silence below. What should we do without territory? Either we develop honestly, or we turn the Milky Way into our territory. We had no choice before. But now that the family is strong and there are so many masters, do we still want to hide? Everyone roared in unison, no. Zhang Yang looked at the roaring star masters and said, we don't consider families without saint level. There are 108 saint level families in the Milky Way, but most of them have only one saint level, while we have 13. And there will be more and more. Time is running out. I declare that within 10 universe years, the war with the fire spirits will end and the other side will be annexed. After that, there will be a series of continuous battles. I want you not to lose. There is only one result in the end of the battle, and Blue Star will be promoted to the 5th level overlord to control the Milky Way. My request to you is to win the battle, conquer the attack, make a series of arrangements for the family and the planet. Do you understand? 3 roars were heard. Understood. 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 Zhang Yang nodded and said, remember to be loose outside and tight inside. Go back and prepare. After many star masters left, Sanqing and Xiaobai received the message and did not leave. They conspired for a long time. Spiritual world. In a dense forest, there is a big mountain, the name of which is Huagua Mountain. There is a cave on the mountain, named Shuilian Cave. On the highest peak of Huagua Mountain, there is a stone standing here for countless years, regardless of wind and rain. No one noticed that a very small stone mixed with rainwater fell behind the peak and melted into it instantly, as if it had never appeared. Chapter 243. The Stone Monkey appears. Spring goes and autumn comes. People live longer. The sun rises and the moon sets. Birds return to the forest. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed since the end of the conference. During these 10 years, the 5 saints crossed the universe and killed the Fire Spirit clan, forcing them to surrender. After a fight, the saint-level ancestor of the Fire Spirit clan surrendered unconditionally. The entire family was merged into the Blue Star family, and the territory inside also belonged to Blue Star. The area of the Fire Spirit clan's territory is similar to that of the 0786 territory, and about 100 new planets are produced every year. After being taken over by Zhang Yang, he did not let them transform into human beings, but maintained their previous appearance. But the entire family was merged into the Blue Star family. After this battle, the Blue Star family expanded by 1/10, and the 3rd level Star Master broke through the 100,000 mark, becoming stronger again. Due to the long distance between the territories, Zhang Yang only allowed the other party to continue to develop and report the progress at any time. The subsequent 4th level Star Master deployment should be deployed towards the location of Blue Star and open up the contact network with the Blue Star family as soon as possible. The Fire Spirit Clan army on the battlefield in front remained in place, and stationed here from then on. The Fire Spirit Clan Saint-level masters have returned with the three purities, waiting to see Zhang Yang. A few years later, Huanshan was a little nervous waiting for Zhang Yang in the 36th heaven, and was a little nervous after seeing Zhang Yang. After all, his life was in the hands of the other party. Huayan Mountain. Nice to meet the Lord God. Huayan Mountain said respectfully immediately. Huayan Mountain? What a good name. Zhang Yang said with a hint of mischief. I have a question. Can you answer it? God Lord. Please tell me. Huayan Mountain nodded quickly with a smile. How could he be a top master in the universe? An excellent saint-level master? You don't have to be restrained. You will know after a long time. I am not good at talking. Seeing the other party stayed tense in an instant. Zhang Yang smiled and stopped teasing him. What have you been doing for the past 5,000 years? 2 families went to war. And you, as a saint level, did not take action. Nor did you command. Just wasting time like this? Huayan Mountain uttered 2 words, tangled. I am entangled. Whether to negotiate peace or not. I just wanted to take action, but found that the Blue Star family has at least 2 saint-level masters. So I dare not take action. Let's negotiate peace. I'm afraid that Blue Star will find out that I'm scared. So I let the troops keep fighting small battles, and respond to all changes with the same attitude. Zhang Yang was speechless, frustrated face. Finally, he gave a thumbs up and praised, Hey! Your mother is really a talent. You commanded very well. Huanshan smiled. Don't command next time. Huanshan's face froze, and he smiled awkwardly. Are there any hostile forces around the Fire Spirit Clan? Those that the Fire Spirit Clan dislikes? Or those who dislike the Fire Spirit Clan? Huanshan thought for a while, and said, There are indeed some. 3 million light years east of the Fire Spirit Clan. There is a Firebird Clan. They like fire the most, and have been eyeing the Fire Spirit Clan. They have 2 saints and 8 quasi-saints. The 2 families are not much different in strength. The other side has fewer quasi-saints than the Fire Spirit Clan. And there are also hostile forces. So they have never invaded the Fire Spirit Clan. Zhang Yang thought about it, and decided to start with the Firebird Clan. The purpose of fighting is to reach the top. And there must be a legitimate reason. It is best to be a war of justice or an anti-invasion war, so that you can stand on the moral high ground and attack or defend. Otherwise, Blue Star may be defeated and cause public outrage. Zhang Yang suddenly asked, You didn't use that holy fire secret technique? No. I instinctively felt that it was not a good thing. But the Star Lord wanted to use it. So there was nothing I could do. Zhang Yang nodded, You do this. After returning, let the Star Lord extend the development direction towards the coordinates here and border the family as soon as possible. Huanshan asked, Lord, don't you want to see the leader of the Fire Spirit Clan? No. You are responsible for presiding over the overall situation of the Fire Spirit Clan and completing the docking with Quark. Zhang Yang could actually see the other party through the virtual platform of the universe. But he did not see him, and only let Quark be responsible for commanding the other party. The reason is very simple. This is a waste who doesn't care about anything. He listens to the Star People and leaves everything to Huanshan. Such a huge family thought it was a tough guy. But it turned out to be a soft one. Do you still want to rely on this Star Master to fight? If you want to command the army, you must first select the general. Zhang Yang does not have a suitable candidate now. So he lets the other party take charge for a while. When the human Star Masters under his command have been trained, they will be sent over to take charge of the overall situation. This battle also made Zhang Yang realize that Blue Star still lacks generals. Star Masters who can take charge and have ideas. Zhang Yang called Quark over and asked him to focus on training the 3rd-level Star Masters of the human race. Just like that, after dealing with the Fire Spirit Clan, Zhang Yang looked somewhere with anticipation. Spirit World. Monkey King Valley. There are hundreds of thousands of spirit monkeys living in the valleys, with different strengths and tribes. They play and fight with each other, and fight for territory. They are so happy. And among these mountains, there is a mountain called Huagu Mountain, which is just an ordinary mountain among many peaks. As usual, the monkeys were playing with each other, and the Monkey King was eating bananas contentedly. The clear sky suddenly became overcast, and lightning flashed across the sky. Crack! A thunderous roar struck a stone on the flower and fruit mountain. Bang! The stone exploded, and a monkey with the face of the thunder god popped out of the stone. It was so excited that it rolled over and flew to the sky, looking at the countless monkeys below, and even posed a few shapes. However, under the shocked eyes of countless monkeys, it was hit by lightning and fell straight down, hitting the ground heavily. Countless monkeys looked excited and hurriedly crawled towards the falling position. Some monkeys even bet that the stone monkey must be dead. Even the Monkey King slowly crawled over from behind, pointed at the stone monkey lying on the ground, and educated the little monkey next to him, saying, "See? You can't stand on high places on cloudy days. This is the result." A little monkey next to him suddenly pointed at the stone monkey on the ground and said tremblingly, "Alive, still alive." The stone monkey on the ground moved its tail and stood up shakily, looking at the monkeys around. He was not shy at all, and directly snatched the banana from the Monkey King's hand, and asked while eating, "Old monkey, where is this?" The old Monkey King was confused. He snatched my banana and dared to be so arrogant? The old Monkey King pointed at the stone monkey and said tremblingly, "Let me beat it up." Seeing this, the monkeys around him laughed wickedly and rushed up like a swarm, pressing the stone monkey down. The stone monkey saw the monkeys rushing towards him, and he lay on the ground, closed his eyes, and used all 4 claws. He was still shouting madly, "Ah!" The old Monkey King was stunned beside him. What kind of trick was this? A rabbit climbing an eagle? But soon, he opened his mouth wide and looked at the monkeys and grandchildren who were falling freely everywhere. The stone monkey felt that the weight on his body was getting lighter and lighter, and he slightly opened his eyes and said, "Where are the monkeys?" Chapter 244 Strength. The monkeys behind the old Monkey King showed fear and hid behind him, not daring to move forward. The stone monkey stood up and looked at the monkeys staggering and groaning around him in confusion and asked, "Old monkey, what's going on? Are you playing games?" After the stone monkey finished speaking, he looked at the monkeys beside him who were crying and cried. And he also lay on the ground and cried, imitating them quite well. After wailing for a few times, the stone monkey pouted, looked at the old monkey and said, boring, "Give me some of what I just ate." The old monkey nodded quickly, asked the little monkeys to take several plates of fruit, and said with a smile on his face, "Stone Monkey King, this is to honor you. This is called banana. This is called peach." The stone monkey was stunned, pointed at himself and asked in confusion, "Stone Monkey King? I am the Stone Monkey King?" The old monkey nodded quickly, "You just beat us. How about being our king?" "What do you mean by king?" "Well, king means we all listen to you. You can eat these fruits first." The stone monkey seemed to be thinking, and stroked his monkey hair with his claws, and said with joy on his face, "Okay, I'll be your king. But Stone Monkey King is too ugly. Change the title." The old Monkey King looked embarrassed and hesitated for a while before saying, "You are different from us. You jumped out of a stone. We are called monkeys. The older ones are called old monkeys, and the younger ones are called little monkeys. We can't call you anything else." The old Monkey King suddenly thought of something and said happily, "How about this? Why not call you the Monkey King? What do you think?" The stone monkey scratched his head and muttered to himself, "Monkey King. Ha ha. Monkey King. Okay. From today on, I will be called Monkey King." In the following year, the Monkey King and his group of monkeys lived a happy life in the Flower Fruit Mountain without any worries. They ate bananas every day and thought that this was the best life in the world. But the good times did not last long. On this day, the Monkey King was lying leisurely in Shuilian Cave, waiting for the little monkey to deliver fruits. Suddenly he heard the monkey under his command panicked and reported, "Oh, King, it's not good. I give you fruits every day." The little monkey was killed. The Monkey King looked puzzled. "Dead? What do you mean dead?" "That's right." "Oh, come out and have a look." The little monkey said a lot without explaining clearly, and pulled the Monkey King out of the cave. As soon as I went out, I heard bursts of sad cries, and saw the Monkey King crying and saying, "Oh, Your Majesty, the little monkey was beaten to death. Take revenge for us." "Oh, yes, Your Majesty. They are unreasonable and rob us. Fruit. Return. Be people. Ugh." The Monkey King looked puzzled, looking at the monkey, who had been giving him fruits every day for the past year. Lying motionless on the ground with blood at the corner of his mouth. It pushed with its hand, "Hey, little monkey, Wake up! Speak up! The old Monkey King came over from behind. My king. He is dead, and will not move. One day I will die. They will die. And you will die too. When you die, you will not move. And will lie like this forever until your body is corroded and completely dissipated from this world. The Monkey King felt fear for the first time and murmured, Will I die? The Monkey King immediately grabbed the old Monkey King and said angrily, How can I not die? And you not die? My king. We have lived in Huagua Mountain for generations, and rarely go out. There may be answers outside. However, when I was young, I saw powerful creatures fighting in the sky. The energy leaked out could smash the surrounding mountains. They may know. The Monkey King pinched the hair on the back of his head, and made up his mind to go out and try his luck. He wanted to learn some skills. He didn't want to die. Seeing the old Monkey King shaking his head, I'm gone. What will you do? Don't worry about us. It's normal for monkeys to fight for territory. And it's normal to have casualties. But this farewell, my king. We won't see each other again. I'm too old. And my time is coming. We monkeys can live for 300 years. I've lived for 320 years. I heard that different species have different lifespans. And some can live for 1,000 years. My king. You are only 2 years old. And you are different from us. We were born from monkeys. And you are a stone monkey that jumped out of a stone on the flower and fruit mountain that was struck by lightning. You have infinite strength. I don't know how long you can live. Go out and take a look. After hearing this, the Monkey King immediately said, Okay, then go out and take a look. But before that, I have to avenge the little monkey. The old Monkey King shook his head and said, No need. If you avenge the little monkey, other monkeys will also avenge the dead monkey. And the whole Monkey King Valley will be in turmoil. We hide in the water curtain cave. And it's enough not to fight or compete. We'll wait for you to come back. The Monkey King nodded, Okay. Then I'll go. The old Monkey King wrapped a few plates of bananas with leaves and tied them to the Monkey King, letting him eat on the way. Amid the voices of many monkeys who were reluctant to leave, the Monkey King did not dare to look back, for fear that he didn't want to leave. The Monkey King climbed over mountains and ridges, aimlessly crawling to one side, jumping in the mountains and forests. Very soulful. Along the way, he saw many monkeys fighting each other for territory, and their heads were broken and bleeding. For bananas, 2 monkey groups bit each other. One day, a monkey was hit by a punch from him for bananas and fell off the tree. Motionless. It knew that it was dead. For a few plates of bananas. What's the point? It was confused. Still eating bananas. But saw several monkeys looking at the monkey lying on the ground and shouting in fear. The Monkey King's son was killed. Everyone come quickly. As the monkey shouted, the Monkey King saw many monkeys running towards him in the tree. And he was scared and ran away. But this was the opponent's territory. And soon, he was surrounded by thousands of monkeys. He said quickly, It was because it insisted on taking my bananas that I pushed it. The Monkey King came over, looked at the dead monkey, and shouted angrily, Kill it for me! A group of monkeys swarmed up. And the Monkey King quickly kicked out the surrounding monkeys, like last time. Seeing this, the monkeys didn't dare to go up to him. And they picked up stones on the ground and threw them at him. Ouch! Stones hit the Monkey King's head. And he felt pain all over his body. He quickly covered his eyes with his claws. He was extremely angry because of the pain all over his body. He screamed, grabbed the stone that was almost in front of him, and threw it at the other Monkey King. He used all his strength to hit him. And the stone flew out. Ah! Don't throw it. Run! The Monkey King was killed by it. Run! The monkeys around saw that the old Monkey King's head was hit off. And they were terrified and shouted quickly. The monkeys around him scattered and fled in all directions. The Monkey King felt his whole body in pain. Looked at the fallen old Monkey King. The monkeys running away. And then looked at his hands. Finally, he murmured, I need strength. This time, the Monkey King's eyes were more determined. And he continued to rush forward. This time running a little faster. Chapter 245, Tongi Ape. The Monkey King went eastwards, crossing mountains and ridges, and was bullied a lot on the way. Although he was very powerful, he did not know any skills, and had no techniques. He was frightened along the way, and just when he wanted to rest, he saw a monkey lying in the distance. And he curiously lay on a tree and watched. The monkey was more than 20 meters tall, lying on the ground like a mountain. In the distance, there was a titanoboa several tens of meters long, quietly crawling over from a distance, and it seemed to be running towards the monkey. The Monkey King looked at the huge monster getting closer and closer, with a look of fear on his face. But he still picked up some bananas from the tree and threw them on the giant monkey, shouting, "Hey, big monkey, wake up! Don't sleep! Something is coming!" Several plates of bananas fell on the giant monkey, but the monkey was unaware and was still sleeping soundly. Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, the Monkey King was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and finally turned over and jumped down. The Monkey King came to the face of the giant monkey, and saw that it was still sleeping soundly. He was so angry that he stretched out his monkey paw and hit the monkey's face. "Don't sleep. You are going to die. Don't sleep. The monster is coming. You are sleeping. I will run away." Seeing the monster getting closer and closer, sticking out its tongue and covered with scales, it was terrified. The Monkey King picked up a few stones on the ground, quickly came to the tree, and threw them at the opponent. The titanoboa saw that a wild monkey dared to throw stones at it, condensed a mouthful of dark energy from its mouth, and instantly flew towards the monkey at an extremely fast speed. The Monkey King screamed in fear, but he was very agile, and quickly climbed to another few trees to escape. A ball of black energy several meters thick hit several giant trees, and flew backwards without stopping. It hit countless targets along the way, and finally hit the mountain. Boom! The mountain collapsed in the stunned eyes of the Monkey King. The Monkey King was not afraid, but excited. Isn't this the power he pursues? "Hey, big monster, can you teach me skills? I want to learn." The Monkey King jumped over and ran towards the titanoboa. The titanoboa was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this monkey could actually escape. The Titan Python's pupils flashed with a teasing look, and a poisonous mist slowly spread out from its stinking mouth. The Titan Python spit out thousands of poisonous needles at the Monkey King, covering all the surrounding space. The Monkey King looked at the poisonous needles all over the sky and quickly hid behind a tree. But the poisonous needles were so powerful that they instantly passed through the tree stump and headed straight for him. Just as the dense poisonous needles were about to pierce his eyes and body, a furry giant hand blocked him. The giant hand was shining with golden light, and the poisonous needles shot on it were all bounced away. A lazy voice came, "Stop making so much noise. You stinky snake. You can't beat me. And you always want to sneak attack me. You don't have martial ethics." The Titan Python stuck out its tongue, and its erect pupils looked at this place grimly. A hoarse voice came, "You stupid monkey. You always oppose me. And you want to oppose me with a little monkey? Little monkey, come here. Don't you want me to teach you skills? Worship me as your master, and I will teach you." The Tongi monkey said disdainfully, "You dare to teach the kung fu of a three-legged cat? Damn it!" The Titan Python was furious in an instant. Its body was huge, but its movements were very flexible. It appeared in front of the Tongi monkey in an instant, and its big mouth bit the Tongi monkey's neck. "It stinks. Stinky snake. Can you brush your teeth?" The Tongi monkey didn't care. Golden light came out of its body. Its two huge claws held the giant python's mouth up and down, and looked at its teeth carefully, and said very seriously. The Titan Python's body instantly surrounded the body of the gibbon monkey, and the gibbon monkey had to give up and jump to another place. Hey, 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 we've been fighting for hundreds of years, and you only use these two moves every time. Is it fun? Go back to sleep." However, the Titan Python didn't listen at all. The two of them started fighting, and the overflowing energy destroyed the surroundings. The Monkey King hid aside, watching the two people fighting, and felt excited. He felt that he came to the right place. Isn't this the skill he wanted to learn? The Monkey King watched the scene of the 100-foot-tall gibbon monkey holding an iron stick and fighting with the python. He picked up a wooden stick and followed suit. After a while, the battle ended. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and the titanoboa said harshly, "Just wait for me." In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. The Tongi monkey waved his paw enthusiastically. "Go slowly. There are guests at home. I won't see you off." Looking at the titanoboa that could not disappear, the Tongi monkey curled his lips. How rude. The Tongi monkey looked at the Monkey King holding a wooden stick and shouted, "Hey, little monkey, where are you from?" The Monkey King jumped over a few times and came to the front of the Tongi monkey, scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "I'm not called Little Monkey. I'm called Monkey King. From Huagua Mountain. Water Curtain Cave. Can I worship you as my master? I don't want to die. I want to learn skills." After the Monkey King finished speaking, he looked at the ape with expectation, waiting for its reply. The ape chuckled and said, "Monkey King? What a good name. Immortality? I can't teach you the skill you want to learn." The ape looked at the Monkey King, who was instantly disappointed, and changed the subject. "But I can tell you a place. The 3 Stars Cave of the Slanting Moon. Buddhas, immortals, and saints, who have escaped reincarnation, are immortal and live as long as the heavens, the earth, and the mountains and rivers. This place is not for those with great opportunities. It cannot be seen or heard. You can go here with a token to learn from the master." After throwing a token to the Monkey King, the ape stretched his waist and said, "Okay, you can go. I'm going to sleep." After the monkey finished speaking, he lay on the ground, snoring like thunder. The Monkey King bowed, took the token, and had a direction in his mind. He said goodbye to the old monkey and crawled towards this place. Not long after the Monkey King left, the Monkey King smiled and disappeared in an instant. Time flies, and the years pass by like a shuttle. The Monkey King has gone through 10 years of hardships, not afraid of difficulties, and bravely moved forward, and finally arrived at the North Gate. There are powerful fairy beasts on duty at the gate. Seeing a little wild monkey without any spiritual power, they can't help but wonder, how can such a wild monkey get here? "Hey, little monkey, this is not the place you should come to. Let's go. My name is not Little Monkey. My name is Monkey King. Going to the Shieyue Sanshin Cave to learn from my master." The Monkey King was not willing to leave, so he took out the token and threw it to the guard. When the guard saw the token, a strong breath burst out, knowing that this monkey must be of some importance. So he let him go, looking at the monkey standing up and walking away. He couldn't help but sigh, "Where can I go to reason?" Monkeys have this trick. The Monkey King passed through the North Gate of Heaven and just entered the fairyland. He shuddered all over. The fairy energy around him rushed towards him crazily, and he felt that his body strength was gradually getting stronger and stronger. But after a while, he could feel that this world was squeezing him, and his eyes changed, and he instantly came to the first heaven of the heaven. At this time, the first heaven of the heaven was bustling with people, and it was not surprising to see a monkey. It was normal to have any creature here. The Monkey King looked at the creatures around him curiously, but he did not stop. Feeling that he was getting closer and closer to his target, he quickly climbed up, and his speed was several times faster. After a while, he came to a secluded place, looked up, and saw a few big words on the cave, Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. The Monkey King came to the door of the cave, knelt down immediately, and shouted loudly, "Master! Master! Open the door quickly! My disciple is here! My disciple is here!" Chapter 246 Learn from the Master. Demon God Meeting. The cave door slowly opened, and several Taoist priests came out and waved a whisk, "Come in! Master is waiting for you." The Monkey King was very excited and ran inside. He passed through layers of palaces and came to the innermost part. He saw an old Taoist wearing a purple gold crown, a white Taoist robe, holding a whisk, and smiling at the monkey coming in. The Monkey King knelt down from a distance, bowed deeply towards the inside, and shouted, "Master! Master! Disciple greets Master." He didn't care about the other party's reaction. Kowtowed 3 times in a row, raised his head, and looked at the other party with expectation. I saw Bodhi Patriarch nodded, shook the whisk in his hand, and the Monkey King appeared in front of him. Bodhi Patriarch looked at the token in the Monkey King's hand and said, "Well, it's your chance to meet the Tombi Ape Monkey. From now on, you can practice under me." "Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master." The Monkey King stood up and came to Bodhi Patriarch and bowed his head. Bodhi Patriarch touched the monkey hair on the Monkey King's body and asked, "Do you have a name?" "Master, please give me a name. From now on, you will be called Sun Wukong." Monkey King. "No." Sun Wukong thought for a moment and murmured, "Sun Wukong. Hee. From now on, I will be called Sun Wukong." Bodhi Patriarch looked at Sun Wukong and said, "From today on, I will teach you to practice. How much you can learn depends on your understanding. I will first teach you this method, called the Great Heavenly Immortal Technique. If you practice this method to a high level, you will not die, and you will reach the realm of the Golden Immortal. After Bodhi Patriarch taught Sun Wukong the method, he explained it to him, and kept instilling ideas into him. In this way, spring came and autumn came. Year after year, Sun Wukong stayed in the Three Stars Cave to practice. The brothers and sisters here treated him very well, letting him learn a little bit, and everyone made progress together. This was the happiest and most memorable time in Sun Wukong's life. Sun Wukong learned some basic knowledge of the three realms, and knew that the universe was so big, the Blue Star family was so big, and he was so small. As time passed, its abilities became more and more powerful, and its master taught it other supernatural powers, such as the Somersault Cloud and 72 transformations. Its talent for cultivation shocked even Bodhi Patriarch. No wonder Star Lord asked it to teach carefully and focus on emotions. He was also the monkey. No matter where Sun Wukong went, he would eventually meet him and come here to practice. Even the skills and magical powers were taught to him by Star Lord himself, and he was asked to teach Sun Wukong. As time passed, Sun Wukong practiced here for more than 500 years. He couldn't stand the temper in his heart and wanted to go out to practice. Bodhi Patriarch didn't stop it when he saw it, but said, "Go. Don't come back if you don't make a name for yourself. And don't mention my name. Otherwise the relationship between master and apprentice will be severed." Sun Wukong felt a little regretful. "Master, can I not leave?" "Bodhi Patriarch, the rise and fall of fate are all God's will. You have decided to leave, so go down the mountain." Sun Wukong bid farewell to his master, left the Three Stars Cave of the Slanting Moon, and flew towards the sky. He wanted to go back to Huagua Mountain to see everyone, who knew that the higher he flew, the greater the resistance he felt. And finally, he could not fly and fell down. It was dumbfounded. What happened? Sun Wukong came to the prosperous place and wanted to ask. After learning that this place was the first heaven in the heaven, and the gate to the spirit world was in the 10th heaven, he was stunned when he learned that he had to break through the realm of Xianxian or make great achievements to reach the 10th heaven. It really forgot about this. On second thought, go back to the cave to continue practicing. Just after returning to the cave entrance, the door was closed. No matter how it knocked, the door did not open. A will came. "Oh, Wukong, master is still angry with you," he said. "If you don't make a name for yourself, don't come back." Sun Wukong was stunned, and had nowhere to go. On second thought, isn't it just fame? It can participate in the first level planet ranking competition. It has heard from its fellow disciples that this is a good opportunity to make merit. After some inquiries, it found out that the last competition had just ended, and the next one would start 100 years later. And with its strength in the early stage of the true fairyland, it can't get any fame. The top competitions are even backed by golden immortals, so it is impossible for it to participate. So, it lived a hard life in the first heaven, and it was miserable. However, after a few years, with its generous character, it really made a lot of friends. After a few years of polishing, Sun Wukong's character changed a little, and he realized the difficulty of life. Finally, one day, he learned that it was time for the annual recruitment meeting in the heaven. This competition was to recruit heavenly soldiers, and those with superb martial arts could even be elected as heavenly generals. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. Isn't this the opportunity? Getting the first place in the competition is also a reputation, and there is a place to go in the future. As the competition started, Sun Wukong passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals all the way. With his superb skills and strength, he successfully won the first place in the competition and became a heavenly general in the heaven, with a 6th rank official. In this way, Sun Wukong's career advancement began. In the following years, Sun Wukong treated his brothers very well. He rushed to the front in every battle, with great military exploits and growing prestige. 1,000 years later, in the past 1,000 years, the Blue Star family has officially expanded externally. After connecting with the Fire Spirit clan, it directly went to war with the Firebird clan, opening the road to expansion. Sun Wukong was promoted to the position of the 4 great marshals with his military exploits, commanding hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers. His reputation became bigger and bigger, and also attracted the attention of some interested people, because there has never been a spirit beast clan that can hold an important position in the heavenly court and command so many troops. And because of his personality, he couldn't get along with the other marshals, and they even looked down on him as an outsider. Gradually, some voices spread out, saying that Sun Wukong was dissatisfied with his position in heaven and didn't want to do it anymore. One year, when Sun Wukong was patrolling alone outside, he suddenly heard a voice, "Marshal's son, come over and talk." Sun Wukong's eyes condensed, and just as he was about to yell, he heard a voice in his mind, "Promise." Sun Wukong was startled. "Is this the voice of the master?" It flew forward silently, and said loudly, "Who is sneaking around here?" "Ha. Marshal, don't be surprised. We are from the Demon God Association, founded in pursuit of immortality, and would like to invite you to join." Sun Wukong looked closely and found that it was a small flea, talking to it with its will. "My Xiantian realm is immortal, so I don't need it." "Ha. You are only in the Xiantian period. Even the Golden Immortal dare not say that he is immortal. If he does not become a saint, he will be an ant after all. As long as you join the Demon God Association, we will help you become a saint and be immortal forever." Sun Wukong frowned. "How do I know whether what you said is true or false?" "Ha. You have no choice. The heavenly court cannot tolerate a demon monkey like you. In fact, your life aura is demonic. You are a stone spirit in the demon world. Based on this universe cannot tolerate you, let alone become a saint. They are all using you. As long as you join us, we can quickly let you break through the quasi-saint realm as a welcoming ceremony. How about it?" Sun Wukong was a little confused when a familiar voice came to his mind. "Agree." Sun Wukong nodded and said to the flea, "Okay. I am willing to join the Demon God Association and help me become a saint." At this time, the flea said, "Don't worry. I need you to prove your attitude." "Don't worry. The task is very simple." Chapter 247, The Temptation of the Great Sage. Sun Wukong suppressed his doubts and looked at the other party quietly without saying a word. Flea said temptingly, "If you want to join us, you need a token of surrender." Seeing that Sun Wukong didn't say anything, the other party said directly, "You are a spirit stone from the demon world, but you have been trained to become a demon in Laniakaya. But your origin belongs to my demon race universe. It's not obvious now. Your demon race aura is very weak. But when the war comes, your identity will be your death warrant. If you don't join my Demon God Association, other demon races will not let you go. When your identity is exposed, the heaven will detain you immediately. No matter how much you explain, you can only die. Take a look at the Blue Star family. Do spirit beasts and immortal beasts have a high status? Compared to humans, they are very low and are considered to be dependent on others. But the demon race is different. The entire demon universe is made up of creatures, like us, who have been trained to become spirits. They will not reject you at all. And as long as you join the Demon God Association and do great things for us, you are likely to be appreciated by the Demon God. It will be easy to be promoted to the saint level, and you will become a great hero of my demon race and a great saint of the demon race." After these words, looking at Sun Wukong's thoughtful expression, he continued to tempt him, "Don't think about it. There is no future for following the Laniakaya universe. It is surrounded by 4 universes, and will eventually be destroyed. Why don't you give up darkness and join the light as soon as possible?" Sun Wukong said. "What if I don't join you?" Flea said disapprovingly. "If you don't join us, we can't help you hide your identity." Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes. "Then if I capture you and report you to the heavenly court, I can still solve the problem." Flea laughed and said, "Ha. Even if so, the news will get out. As long as the news gets out, the heavenly court will definitely not use you anymore, but will strictly watch over you, and you won't be able to survive." Sun Wukong was about to speak when a voice came from his mind. "Ignore him. Just go." Sun Wukong said disdainfully, "You little clown who jumped off the beam is gone." Sun Wukong flew away directly, and a voice came from behind. "Ha. You will regret it. I will come to find you again." When Sun Wukong returned to heaven, he used his will to test. "Master, are you there?" "I am here. Come to the 36th heaven. There will be an answer." Sun Wukong's eyes blurred, and he instantly appeared in the 36th heaven. Looking at the 2 people in front of him, he said in surprise, "Master." Bodhi Patriarch smiled and waved his hand, asking him to sit down, and introduced the person in front of him and said, "Bodhi brings his disciple Wukong to meet the Star Master." Sun Wukong's eyes widened, and he said directly, "You are the Star Master?" "Which Star Master?" Bodhi Patriarch scolded. "Wukong. Don't be rude. Your life was enlightened by the Star Master. And your name was also given by the Star Master. The Tombi ape, that is, the old ape who asked you to come to me, is the Star Lord's illusion," Zhang Yang said with a smile. "It doesn't matter. Wukong, are you a little confused about your identity?" Sun Wukong nodded and said in doubt, "It said that my origin belongs to the demon?" "Nonsense. It is also true." "Oh, Lord God. Just say it directly. I am about to faint." "Hee. You are a stone I picked up from the cracks in the demon world universe. After coming to this universe, I enlightened you and became alive, and let Bodhi teach you skills. According to it, your original body was formed in the demon world universe. The saying that your origin is the demon world is a matter of opinion. And it is also bullshit." Sun Wukong suddenly realized. But he had some thoughts in his mind. But he was not sure what to ask. Zhang Yang seemed to know what he was thinking. "Are you wondering why I enlightened you?" Zhang Yang looked at him and nodded. And then spoke directly. Zhang Yang first talked about the formation of the universe, the invasion of alien races, the Blue Star family, and the birth of the human race, until he said that it saw a great hero in a parallel world created by the human race in time and space, which was the dream of all human beings. That was the great sage. Sun Wukong didn't know why he was shocked when he heard the great sage, and felt his blood boiling. Zhang Yang slowly explained to him the story of Journey to the West, from the birth of the stone monkey, how he became an apprentice, how he caused a commotion in the heavenly palace, how he was suppressed by Tathagata, how he went to the West to obtain the Buddhist scriptures, how he overcame 9,981 difficulties, how he finally achieved enlightenment, and how he finally became the object of everyone's admiration. Sun Wukong was already furious, and felt that he had already entered the story. Hearing the domineering look of the heavenly palace, he felt that he had already arrived at the Lingxiao Palace. Zhang Yang looked at Sun Wukong and saw that he had completely entered the story, and explained the sequel to Journey to the West to him. He also told him the story of how the three realms finally sacrificed his body to become a relic and save the three realms. This was another heart-strengthening agent. There was even an Easter egg at the end, Journey to the West, which moved him to tears. Zhang Yang played this with an open hand at the beginning, so that the other party would not have any grudges or doubts in their hearts, so that he could complete this incredible task. Zhang Yang looked at Sun Wukong and said, "Now there is a task for you to choose. You can accept it or not." Sun Wukong hesitated. The human race of the Star Lord was very difficult. If you think of the demon race, it would be a sure death. Just when he was about to refuse, he heard the Star Lord say, "Wukong, I suggest you don't accept it. It's good to live a peaceful life in Huagua Mountain. I can choose a few more creatures. It doesn't have to be a monkey. And the mission is very difficult. I suggest you don't accept it. After all, only the great sage equal to heaven would dare to accept such a mission." Hello everyone. My name is Sun Wukong. For the title of the great sage equal to heaven, I accepted the mission without hesitation. As usual, I led the troops to fight for my family. Everything was going well. This damn flea finally took action. A piece of news spread, causing great controversy in the heavenly court. The Blue Star family was sweeping the family leaders in the Milky Way. But unexpectedly, a space rift appeared again. The angels, insects, demons, and monsters jointly invaded the Lania Kaya universe. And the invasion location was in the Milky Way, near the Blue Star family. The Blue Star family received an order to defend the territory and destroy the aliens at the same time. The Blue Star family started a war with the aliens, and the two sides fought back and forth. But a message came. It was said that a monkey general in the heavenly court was an undercover from the monsters, and the undercover was in the heavenly court. The news caused an uproar, and the heavenly soldiers and generals under his command, and the Marshall brothers, who usually played well with him, looked at it with strange eyes and began to stay away from it. It was also transferred away from the front line and put into cold storage. A few days later, in a big battle, Blue Star was defeated and became suspicious, suspecting that the war intelligence was leaked. Considering that Sun Wukong's army was responsible for the battle plan of this battle, and the origin of Sun Wukong's demon clan, he was dismissed on the spot, in the eyes of countless people who were suspicious and contemptuous. No matter how Sun Wukong explained, he was still escorted to the prison in the heaven. It is a bit sad that Sun Wukong went from being a high-ranking commander in the heaven and commanding 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals to a prisoner. Chapter 248 Conspiracy. Take the initiative to stand up. Sun Wukong was wearing a prison uniform and hiding in the prison. He was the majestic marshal of heaven yesterday. But now, he has become a suspect in heaven. It is a pity. Sun Wukong's magic power was locked up, as if he had been severely tortured, and he lay dying in the prison. In the heavily guarded prison, a flea jumped into Sun Wukong's ear and said, "Alas, why don't you listen? This time you're a prisoner. I told you that your origin is in the demon clan, and the creatures here cannot be trusted. This is the end." Sun Wukong was originally full of vigor and vitality, but this time his voice was full of death. "Are you here to laugh at me? No. On the contrary, I'm here to save you." Sun Wukong showed a contemptuous expression and stretched out his hand. "Save me? Okay. Save me." This voice frightened the flea, and he said angrily, "You stupid monkey, keep your voice down, people will find out." Facing Sun Wukong, who still did his own thing, the flea said helplessly, "I really admire you. Listen to me. As long as you join the Demon God Association, we will help you, let you advance to a higher level. And even if the Laniakea universe is destroyed in the future, you can come to the demon world to live. How about it?" Sun Wukong was unmoved. "Why me?" "Because you are special. You are the origin of the demon world. But you were born in Laniakea, and your original body is a monkey, which is also considered a demon. The will of both universes does not reject you. Is it that simple? Well, there's also your identity. You came from the spirit world, and you are a mid-level official in the heavens. You have many friends, so you were chosen. Haha. It's useless now. I've been reduced to a low-level prisoner and can't help you." Flea didn't care. "What's that? As long as you agree to join the Demon God Society, we will find a way to help you clear your suspicion and help you climb higher. Then what do you need me to do for you? Spy? Reveal intelligence?" Flea said directly. "That's not necessary. Just join and follow the command. I won't harm you. And if you agree, you can do it. If you don't agree, you can refuse the mission at any time. How about that? You're sincere?" Sun Wukong thought about it, and finally nodded. "Okay. I agree to join." Flea nodded and jumped out directly. "Okay. Just wait to get out. Don't worry about the rest." Just like that, Flea jumped out of the prison and disappeared. Sun Wukong was full of confusion. Why did this look like a joke? At the same time, Blue Star family. Zhang Yang saw everything in the prison in the 36th heaven of the heavenly court. Although he didn't understand what the other party was going to do, he didn't care and let things continue to develop. In recent years, Blue Star has opened up the road of expansion and has been fighting with old families. The number of private territories within the family has reached 4. The lords of the 4 private territories have all been replaced by human star lords, and the other side is in control of the overall situation. Yi Fan, Long Outyan, Shi Hao, and Lin Dong, the 4 human star lords, have been promoted to 4th level star lords to guard the private territories. The private territories have been uniformly transformed to breed human races, expanding the breeding area and increasing the birth efficiency 4-fold. The speed could have been faster, but the aliens invaded, and the 4 universes opened a crack in the Milky Way, and alien armies continued to kill into the Milky Way. Dozens of 4th level families rushed here at the same time and fought with the aliens. The battle was quite fierce, and the aliens also began to attack together with a tentative attitude. The main forces were the Insect Clan and the Angel Clan, while the Demon Clan did not contribute much, and their contribution was even pitiful. As for the demons, Zhang Yang really didn't see them. The battle here has been going on for 1,000 years. Both sides are testing each other and getting familiar with each other's fighting style. This time, the Cosmic Elders Council did not hide it, but sent an open letter through the Cosmic Virtual Platform, so that all the Star Masters who landed on the platform in the Laniakea universe could see it. It is equivalent to a brand name, telling the Star Masters of this universe directly that the crisis is coming and they need to prepare in advance. When the news came out, people were panicked, especially these 3rd level Star Masters, who were like flies, running around everywhere, and no longer disliked being enslaved. Instead, they were looking for which family was strong and good to the Star Master, so that they could surrender. Zhang Yang immediately contacted the Yangmei Patriarch and several other patriarchs and said, Blue Star is willing to stand up and share the worries of the elders. Blue Star can protect the third-level star masters and the low-level civilizations that have no one to take care of them. As long as Blue Star does not fall, it will always protect them. This surprised the patriarchs, and they could not help but feel a lot of emotion. What kind of spirit is this? This is taking responsibility. This is taking responsibility. This is actively contributing to the universe. And when they heard that joining Blue Star only required signing a 30 billion year cooperation contract and handing over half of the energy, they were even more satisfied. Yangmei Patriarch even patted Zhang Yang on the shoulder, saying that he had not made a mistake. Zhang Yang immediately said, Ancestors, the alien races are invading with great ambitions. Our galaxy must speed up the unification in order to deal with the complex situation. Otherwise it will be a mess. The coordinates of my Blue Star family are there. The elders can inform them through the station text message. Blue Star welcomes them at any time. And I am not only thinking about defense against the alien invasion, but also have a new plan, which is called the Great Trouble in Heavenly Palace Plan. Zhang Yang quietly told the whole plan again. This is not only for the demon race, but also for the angel race. If this succeeds, it will definitely cause serious damage to the two races, and the remaining demons will be more cautious and dare not take action easily. This universe can focus on dealing with the Zerg. If it is 1 versus 1, the Zerg is nothing. In this way, we can also rescue some demons and slowly turn the situation around. The demons were stunned. They didn't expect that the human race had so many calculations. Is this really the creature they deduced? The whole plan sounds a bit unrealistic, but it may really succeed. You couldn't help asking, how do you know the news of these races? Zhang Yang answered naturally, I have some information about these races in my memory. I think some demon put all the information he knew into the deduction. After calculating for a while, the ancestor Yangmei said slowly, I am sure that it was not put in during the deduction. It seems that it should be the eldest brother. The eldest brother's will was suppressed in various places of the alien races, and a trace of his will escaped in the Milky Way. Wills are interoperable. It is very likely that when he deduced alone at the end, he put the information he knew about the alien races into your memory reasonably. In this case, you should do it boldly. The first demon god thought for a while. In this case, Blue Star will directly cap it with the help of the alien invasion. The Milky Way has not had a level 5 overlord for a long time, and Blue Star deserves it. The demon god nodded, I agree. Then follow what the little guy said, and send the content of the cooperation contract of Blue Star to all the star masters in the Milky Way through the universe platform. What do you think? Elder Yangmei also agreed. Let's do it this way. Who can blame the other level 4 families for not taking the initiative to take responsibility? Zhang Yang was overjoyed. The effect was achieved. He immediately expressed his loyalty and flattered the ancestors. Finally, seeing that the time was almost up, he said goodbye and went back to prepare. The Elders' Council acted quickly. Just when Zhang Yang returned, a letter from the Universe Elders' Council was sent out through the Universe virtual platform. Countless Star Lords saw the content of the letter and rushed to the Blue Star territory. For a time, the reputation of the Blue Star family reached the top in the Milky Way. Chapter 249 The Turbulent Galaxy. The promotional letter of the San Senior Association. The propaganda effect brought better than Zhang Yang's imagination. After the letter of this station was released, the entire galaxy caused an uproar. Empty Dream Star. TGO is a bit uncomfortable. Why is it so unlucky? For tens of millions of years, it was difficult to promote to the third-level star owner and promoted to the first day of the universe. No need to play the Cycle PK race. What about the result? Soon after promoting the great universe, I received a text message in the station. He thought it was an official blessing text message. And by the way, he gave the promotion reward. As a result, after reading it carefully, barbecue. The 4 universes are fighting with the Milky Way? This universe is under siege? The official suggests that Star Masters below level 4 take the initiative to join the nearest level 4 family and seek family protection. Chajio repeatedly checked the information, just wanting to confirm whether it was a prank. As a result, alas, there is no way. So he can only pass the message to all the star people, and at the same time summon the Kongming clan leader Cha Baiki and the Baimian clan leader Shueji to a meeting somewhere. 2 of his races are somewhat special. With the help of these 2 races, he successfully broke through and was promoted to the great universe with the performance of the first star ring of his galaxy. These two races were his first creation. One is the Dream Clan, whose citizens can control other creatures to enter dreams and control their dreams, and can kill people in dreams. The other race is the Hundred-Faced race, which can pretend to be someone of the same level and copy the opponent's skills for 3 days, which can be activated once every 7 days. With the combination of the two skills, it is easy to advance to the third-level civilization. Now, everything is cold. The two-star tribe leaders also frowned a little. They didn't have any good way. After all, their vision was limited, and they were worried. No one wants to live under someone else's roof. While the three were sighing, Chagio was stunned and immediately appeared on the virtual platform of the universe. After reading, the clouds of sorrow on his face finally dissipated a little. Although he was still a little melancholy, he was better than a headless fly. Fortunately, he had a direction. Chagio sighed. Fortunately, the organization has not given up on us. They have given us a suggestion to go to the Blue Star family. The Blue Star family is endorsed by the Cosmic Elders Council, and it is said that they treat all races equally. They have signed a 30 billion year cooperation contract. They have basic abilities, and can compete normally for the 4th level Star Master. This is a blessing in disguise. Chagio checked the coordinates and showed a hint of joy. Fortunately, it is not too far away from us. After making up his mind, he controlled the planet and flew towards the Blue Star family. Jinling Star. This is a purely technological planet, which is somewhat different from the mechanical race. This planet is somewhat like the human race, belonging to flesh and blood robots. It has been promoted to a 4th level family with super high technological level. But over the years, the family's strength has been mediocre, with only about 3,000 members in the entire family. After being notified by the Council of Elders of the Universe, they did not take it seriously. At this time, the alien army invaded, and the location where the rift was generated was not far from the Jinling family. The entire Jinling family joined the battle, wanting to show their momentum and become famous in the galaxy. Interstellar battleships in the sky took off and fought with the angels. The Jinling star was fully fired, and the planetary computer inside the planet was fully powered, which could calculate and predict the enemy's attack trajectory and movement trajectory, which was abnormal. Under the calculation of computing power, the flesh and blood robots and the angels fought. Not to mention, the flesh and blood mechanical family really restrained the angels in terms of ability. The angels are all light attributes, mainly light magic and light fighting spirit as the main attributes. A 4-winged angel is fighting a flesh and blood robot, emitting holy magic that makes people reluctant to hurt the other party, acting as a charm. If the opponent is an intelligent creature, the impact is really great. Maybe after fighting for a long time, he will directly defect and join the opponent's race. But unfortunately, the opponent is a flesh and blood robot, with mechanical chips in his brain, which is not affected by light magic at all. Moreover, the flesh and blood robot can calculate the opponent's attack direction, strength, and predict the direction of skills, and can always handle the battle in the best way. The angels distinguish their strength by the number of wings, and are divided into 2-winged angels, 4-winged angels, 6-winged angels, 8-winged angels, 10-winged angels, and 12-winged angels, which correspond to the human race's Jinden realm, Washan realm, Dujia realm, Jinxian realm, Jinxian realm, and Sheng realm. The Sheng realm is not the end point of cultivation. The 12-winged angels are born at the Sheng level, and with cultivation, the realm will be raised to a higher level again. The angels will reincarnate a group of angels every 10 million years, and 8 archangels of the same generation will be born. They have different abilities and terrifying strength, until the next generation of angels is born. The previous generation of 12-winged angels will become elders and stay in the Tianqi as the foundation of the universe to continue practicing. Angels with 10 wings and below will form the Angel Universe Society, live a normal life, and fight for the universe. The strength they have in reincarnation is based on the contribution they made to the universe in their previous life. They can only be reincarnated as higher-level angels after receiving the power of light from the universe. For example, the 2-winged angel is the lowest level of the angel family, but it also has the strength of the golden elixir stage, serving higher-level angels and accepting all high-level angels as slaves. 4-winged angels, who died or did not die in the previous life due to meritorious service, are blessed by the archangel of the angel race and the consciousness of the universe, and are considered to be minor officials with a certain status. The same is true for other higher-level angels, which are listed layer by layer to form a strict hierarchical system. After the death of an angel, if the holy soul is not devoured, they can basically return to the reincarnation pool and be reborn. After making meritorious service and being reborn, the birth level is high, so angels regard death in battle as the highest honor. Angels who escape from the battlefield or make mistakes will become the lowest priced two-winged angels for eternity. The hierarchy of the angel race is strict, and lower-level angels must unconditionally obey the orders of higher-level angels. The two sides seem to be evenly matched, but in fact the angels did not make much effort. The angels they sent out were basically six-winged angels, and only a small number of them had 8 wings and true fairyland strength. The angels fought like this to attract nearby families from the universe. The current opponents were average in strength, and the angels really looked down on them. It was just that they had not fought with the Laniakea universe for a long time, and were analyzing their opponents. After fighting for a while, they found that the opponent's highest attack method was only the Xiantian realm. So they directly sent a 10-winged angel to attack. The strongest warrior of the flesh and blood robot race was named Yi Jinling, a master of the Xiantian realm. It just solved a 6-winged angel and went to another opponent. Its alert level has been raised to the highest level. The chip in its brain has been fully operating. Even the supercomputer in the planet has transferred part of its computing power to it. The opponent is very difficult to tangle with. The opponent seems to be like them, without emotions, and has sharp means and agile movements. At this time, a 10-winged angel flew towards it. The chip in Yi Jinling's mind has begun to urgently remind the opponent's strength is unknown. It is recommended that the commander stay away and retreat. Just as it wanted to retreat, the opponent had already come in front of it. The opponent held a flaming holy sword and had no expression on his face, as if everything in the world was just like this in its eyes. The opponent's sword attacked, heading straight for its brain. The performance of the chip in its brain was developed to the limit, and the final conclusion was that it could not dodge. The sensor chip in its body had already sensed the heat of the holy sword. It might be killed in the next second. At the last moment, it still detonated the most terrifying weapon on Jinling's star, the Star of Destruction. A wave of destructive energy, calculated by the planetary calculator, launched the most terrifying attack on the planet towards the rift position of the angels. Just when the holy sword of the 10-winged angel was about to kill Yi Jinling, a huge seal hit the angel holy sword and interrupted the opponent's attack. Chapter 250 The Demon Clan's Calculation. Demon Master Quimpen. Yi Jinling was stunned, and the 10-winged angel was also stunned for a moment, turning around and looking into the distance. Sorry, I'm almost late. Guang Chengzi looked at the 10-winged angel in front of him with a smile, as if he was studying the other party's wings. Why, there were so many. Who are you? Michael's voice was very calm, holding the holy sword, looking at the other party coldly. I am Guang Chengzi, one of the 12 immortals of the Blue Star family, and I was ordered to kill birds. Guang Chengzi casually shook the whisk in his hand, still laughing in the last second, and threw the Fantian seal in his hand directly in the next second. The Fantian seal quickly flew towards Michael, and the other party actually used the holy sword in his hand to chop it. Trying to break it, Guang Chengzi looked at the opponent with a smile, and saw the Fantian seal hit the holy sword. The huge force directly stuck the holy sword to the angel's body, knocking the opponent far away. The angel was caught off guard, and spit out a mouthful of golden blood. The golden blood stained the angel's wings, and the feathers of the wings were also somewhat deformed. Guang Chengzi curled his lips and looked regretful. Guang Chengzi looked at the opponent's wings with regret. Oh, the wings are stained with blood, which is not beautiful. Hey, big fool. You go to help other star people. Leave this to me. Guang Chengzi asked Yi Jinling to retreat and go to other opponents to support. The Blue Star family ordered to bring Jin Lingxing back to the Blue Star family and let the other party join Blue Star. As the internal message was sent, Zhang Yang's private chat was bombarded with requests for help from many Star Masters, including Jinling Star. The Star Master of the other side asked for help and wanted to join Blue Star, hoping that Blue Star could send reinforcements to support. That's why Guang Chengzi appeared here. If you want to be promoted to a level 5 Star Master, you must play the role of a savior and spread your reputation when the Milky Way is in danger. So Blue Star is very busy recently, and the Heavenly Court is very busy. Various forces within the Blue Star family have accepted the family's dispatch and went to various places to perform tasks. Recently, the Heavenly Court is also very busy. Busy with rescue everywhere. There is one thing that must be mentioned. That is, the Heavenly Court Marshal Sun Wukong was released. After investigation, the Heavenly Court found that Sun Wukong was wrongly accused. At that time, due to the failure of the battle plan was leaked, and Sun Wukong was suspected as the leader of the army. In addition, Sun Wukong was directly detained in the Heavenly Prison because of his origin in the demon world. But in the end, it was found that the intelligence was leaked by a general under Sun Wukong. The opponent was suspected to be controlled by the insect tribe. During a battle, the opponent was exposed and was killed on the spot. From the will space of the general, a secret letter was found to be exchanged with the demon tribe, which wanted to frame the Heavenly Court Marshal Sun Wukong. The purpose was to disrupt the order of the Heavenly Court and attack the leaders of the various troops in the Heavenly Court. It would be best to eliminate some of the backbones of the Heavenly Court and weaken the strength of the Blue Star family. Although it was not Sun Wukong who leaked the news, it is confirmed that Sun Wukong originally belonged to the demon clan. He was not able to avoid the punishment for not being strict with his subordinates. He was dismissed from the position of Marshal of Heaven and was assigned to the Imperial Horse Supervisor to manage the heavenly horses for heaven. His official position was Baimoan. Baimoan and Marshal were two different. One was at the level of Mountain God, which was only the 8th rank, while Marshal of Heaven was the 5th rank, commanding millions of heavenly soldiers. It is said that Sun Wukong quit on the spot and complained a lot. But there was no other way. A higher rank would crush a person. Sun Wukong could only accept the order to become Baimoan of Heaven, raising horses for heaven. He was depressed all day and drank to relieve his sorrow. Nowadays, all parts of heaven are very busy. All the powerful officials in heaven have been sent out to defend the empty space. A flea quietly jumped into Sun Wukong's ear. Stop drinking. It's time to do something big. Seeing the drunken Sun Wukong, the flea's eyes flashed with contempt. Okay. Isn't it just a marshal of the Heavenly Court? After you finish this, you come to the Heavenly Court, and I'll give you a high official position. Sun Wukong burped and took another sip. What high official? That's all bullshit. You've ruined me. Oh! The high official of the demon clan is called the Great Sage. If you complete the task, you will at least be named the Great Sage. Good days are ahead. What task? Very simple. Disrupt the Heavenly Court. No matter what you do, you have to rebel against the Heavenly Court. The bigger the disturbance, the better. And the more famous you are, the better. And finally publicly join the demon clan. Sun Wukong was shocked. What? Bah! Be a traitor? How can I survive in this universe? I won't do it. Ah! Great Sage. The defense of heaven is weak now. With your strength, you can definitely make some trouble. Heaven has many treasures. And you will join the demon tribe in the end, which guarantees that your position will not be low. And no matter how much trouble you make, as long as you can escape from heaven, the Great Sage of the demon tribe, that is, the saint-level strongman, will definitely save you. Don't worry. Sun Wukong still shook his head. No. No! If you do this, I will have no way back. How do I know if you are deceiving me? Will you save me in the end? And you are a flea. Your words are not counted and meaningless. Get out of here, so that I won't be angry with you. The flea threw out a token and said, I mean what I say. Although I am just a flea, I am the deputy leader of the intelligence department of the Demon God Association. And I am also a golden immortal. The president of the Demon God Association was founded by my demon master Kunpeng. My demon master is the third most important person in the Heavenly Court, second only to the two emperors of my demon court. With this token protecting you, are you still worried? Sun Wukong looked at the token and threw it back with disdain. It's useless. I don't know him. And it's just a great saint position with no boundaries. Why should I take such a big risk? Flea stretched out his legs and pricked Sun Wukong's ears, and finally said with anger, First, if you join my demon clan, I can help you become a saint, a great saint of the demon clan, and command all the monkeys in the demon world. Second, you are now in the realm of Xianxian. My demon clan can give you a drop of demon god blood to improve your bloodline and strength. Third, as long as you judge out of the heaven and the Lania Kai universe, my demon clan will guarantee your safety. If you don't agree, I will fight you to death. So don't even think about it. Sun Wukong thought for a while and said, I still don't understand. If you don't tell me, I won't join. How can this benefit your demon race? I know myself well. How can I be so important? No. Even the Blue Star family is nothing in the eyes of you demon race. And what is the blood of the demon god? Flea was stunned for a moment. Thought for a moment and said, It's okay to tell you. This is an open plan. According to your human race, this is called buying a horse bone with 1,000 gold coins. The creatures who surrender to my demon race can get so many benefits. It can change the impression of the creatures in the Laniakea universe. My demon race is not a monster that eats raw meat and drinks blood. My demon clan is responsible for guarding some of the demon gods in the Akaya's universe. My demon clan is capable of predicting the future of the universe. And our coalition has always won. This time, we discovered that the future has changed a little. And this change is likely to be a bad thing. And my demon race doesn't have the ambitions of the insect race and the angel race. The demon race universe is enough for my demon race to reproduce. So there is no need to take such a big risk. But we have already participated in the siege of the Laniakea universe. And it is not so easy to get off the ship now. Even if you Laniakea universe don't care. But my demon race dares to rebel. The insect race, the angel race, and even the demon race will not let my demon race go first. Not to mention that there is another enemy in the Akaya universe, which is more disadvantageous than beneficial. All demon masters have thought of a way. That is, to incite some creatures to rebel, and at the same time not to directly participate in the war, so that both sides can be explained and their positions can be changed at any time according to the situation. Sun Wukong was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that the demon tribe would do things this way. Do all the high-level demon tribe leaders think this way? No. This is the idea of my demon god association. That is, the demon master. The demon god he is responsible for guarding seems to be called Gu. Yes, Pangu. Then why did you find me on Blue Star? Flea thought for a while, and then said impatiently, I don't know about that. The demon master asked me to come. You are so annoying. Do you agree or not? Sun Wukong said directly, in this case, I agree. Provided that you give me the essence and blood, and then help me arrange a retreat to ensure my safety. Flea was overjoyed. Okay. The essence and blood are in the token space. You refine it, and we will communicate through the token in the future. As soon as possible. Sun Wukong took the token impatiently. I know. It's annoying. I need to refine my blood first. Otherwise, I won't have the strength to make trouble.